Cheng Xing has traversed into a world governed by innate talent in a post-apocalyptic gaming realm. His father is the war god of the South China base. The false young master adopted by his parents possesses an awakened A-level talent, while the true heir, Cheng Xing, became separated from his parents during the invasion of the apocalyptic game 8 years ago, surviving alone amidst the chaos of the world. After a long and arduous search, upon being found, his mother and the false young master conspired to assert their dominance over him, while his father deemed him a worthless failure due to his awakening of an F-level talent. Severing ties with his family, he successfully upgraded his F-level talent to an SSS-level talent, boasting a 100 drop rate. Low drop rates for monsters? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Every encounter yields something, and he finds himself overwhelmed with an abundance of equipment and skills. Is a person limited to a single talent? Cheng Xing, I beg your pardon, but I can also unleash talents. Chapter 1. A 100 drop rate. In Huaxia, at the South China base, within the war god's estate, a long wheelbase Maybach glides gracefully through a series of opulent villas. In the back seat, a young man, appearing to be 18 and clad in the uniform of South China No. 4 High School, basks in sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his chiseled features and accentuating his prominent nose and deep-set eyes. So strikingly authentic, the driver muses silently upon catching a glimpse through the rearview mirror. Cheng Xing gazes at the majestic war god estates surrounding him, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. This is a world where talent reigns supreme. 8 years ago, when he first traversed here, the red star streaked across the sky, heralding the invasion of the apocalyptic game, leading to global calamities and the emergence of monstrous beasts that ravage humanity. In the face of this crisis, all individuals over the age of 18 on Blue Star awakened their talents to stand against the beasts of disaster. After years of retaliation and countless sacrifices, they ultimately reclaimed 20% of their territory from the beasts. In Huaxia, people began to rebuild amidst the ruins, establishing 5 bases: North China, South China, West China, East China, and Central China. As order was restored, those who awakened their talents were referred to as awakeners. Among them, the title of War God is an honor bestowed upon level 50 awakeners who have made remarkable contributions to humanity's survival. The War God's estate serves as the residence for these esteemed individuals. Young master, we have arrived. The driver's voice interrupts Cheng Xing's thoughts, and he realizes the vehicle has halted in front of a grand villa. Young master, suddenly addressed in such a manner, Cheng Xing feels an indescribable awkwardness. When he first traversed to this world, he encountered the onset of the apocalypse, devoid of any memories of the original owner. Relying on his life experiences from 2 lifetimes, he evaded danger and survived in the apocalypse, ultimately finding himself fortunate enough to witness the restoration of order. Due to the overwhelming number of orphans left in the aftermath, he was taken in by the welfare institution of the base. Ironically, it was only upon graduating high school and awakening his talent that he discovered he was the biological son of Cheng Xing, one of the war gods of the South China base. Thus, the scene unfolded. However, as Cheng Xing exited the vehicle, the grand entrance of the estate remained firmly shut, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Is no one home? The true heir, lost in the world, returns only to find himself locked out of his own home. A familiar narrative that prompts a slight smirk from Cheng Xing, who had read numerous novels in his past life. Then I shall wait and see who outlasts whom. Ignoring the conventional approach, he grasped the doorbell at his side and chose not to ring it. How strange. Why is Uncle Sue taking so long to greet me? I've prepared my show of force with great difficulty. An hour passed, and it seemed the occupants within had grown impatient. Accompanied by faint murmurs from behind the door, it finally creaked open. A woman appeared, ready to assess the situation outside. However, upon opening the door, she stumbled back in fright at the sight of the towering Cheng Xing, who stood an imposing height of nearly 2 meters. Cheng Xing cast a casual glance at the woman, his peripheral vision quickly scanning the interior of the estate. The decor of the estate harmoniously blends Eastern and Western styles, exuding understated luxury. In the grand hall, a large cake is displayed, surrounded by an array of individuals holding colorful streamers, seemingly preparing to celebrate someone's birthday. On the staircase nearby, Cheng Xing spots a young man who bears a slight resemblance to himself. Yet, as Cheng Xing's unexpected presence registered, he could distinctly see the impatience on the young man's face freeze into a look of disbelief, further compounded by the name on the cake that did not belong to him. The return of the true and false young masters, only to find himself knocking to enter his own home, arriving to what he mistakenly believed was a celebration of his return, only to discover it was a birthday party for the false heir. This absurd scenario flashed vividly in Cheng Xing's mind. Translate for me. What does show of force mean? After surveying the room, Cheng Xing spoke in a measured tone. What show of force? I don't understand what you're saying, the woman stammered. Translate for me. What on earth does show of force mean? Cheng Xing persisted. What are you doing? The young man on the staircase rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of the woman, and coldly admonished, "You must be Cheng Xing, right? She is your mother. Is this how you treat her? I thought you were merely struggling to survive after being lost." But it seems, faced with the young man's biting retort, Cheng Xing cast a cold glance, interrupting him before he could finish. "Oh, how should I treat her? Returning without anyone to greet me, forced to knock on the door, and then let you all put on a show, pretending to welcome me, when in reality, it's a celebration for your birthday." Cheng Xing's voice dripped with sarcasm, and then reinforced the status of this imposter who has occupied my place all these years. At this, he deliberately glanced at the cake, delivering his final blow. Wouldn't you agree, Cheng Yun? Upon hearing this, both Cheng Yun and Lu Chunyan were struck with shock, their eyes wide as they realized Cheng Xing had uncovered their scheme. Seeing their reaction, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Cheng Xing's eyes. Enough! At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from behind. A middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Cheng Xing, descended the stairs with measured steps. Even before he spoke, an indescribable pressure emanated from him. So this is what a level 50 awakener is like. Cheng Xing recognized him instantly as his estranged father, Cheng Zhengyang. "You are Cheng Xing? What is your awakened talent?" Cheng Zhengyang inquired directly, showing no inclination to reprimand Cheng Yun and the others. "F-level talent, drop rate increase," Cheng Xing replied. At this, Cheng Zhengyang's brow furrowed. He was well aware that the talent for increasing drop rates is a common one, with various levels, the highest being D level, which only increases the drop rate by 1, while F level appears to offer a meager 0.1. "I am one of the war gods of the South China base," he stated. "Cheng Yun has awakened an A-level talent, the Sword Saint. Is having a worthless F-level talent not embarrassing enough for you? In a world where beasts of disaster roam freely, the level of one's talent can define their destiny. Higher-tier talents invariably ascend more swiftly than their lower-tier counterparts." Upon being directly called out by Cheng Zhengyang, Cheng Yun immediately looked smugly at Cheng Xing. Upon learning of Cheng Xing's F-level talent, he felt assured of his victory. What did it matter if Cheng Xing were the true heir? With such a talent, there was no way he could compete for resources allocated by Cheng Zhengyang. "Apologize to your mother immediately. That is your room," Cheng Zhengyang commanded impatiently, gesturing toward the outside. Were it not for his status as a war god, requiring him to be mindful of his influence on the populace of the base, he would not waste a moment on this son he deemed worthless. Following the direction of his gesture, Cheng Xing beheld a small, independent room situated in a corner of the estate, cluttered with debris, clearly serving as a storage space. "Yun'er, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you," Cheng Zhengyang proclaimed, turning his attention away and unexpectedly producing a long sword from seemingly nowhere, which he presented to Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement at this gesture. "Wow, a B-level rare, pure spirit sword. I adore you," Cheng Yun exclaimed, clutching the sword, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. He then glanced triumphantly at Cheng Xing, as if to say, "Look at me. What difference does it make that you are the true heir? Do you receive such treatment?" This evident favoritism stirred an uncontrollable rage within Cheng Xing, who, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, felt utterly disillusioned with these so-called parents. Ding! Detection of the traverser triggering the true and false young master plot. System loading. System loading complete. Please make your choice to obtain rewards. Just as Cheng Xing prepared to take action, an interface appeared before his eyes. Is this the system? In his previous life, Cheng Xing had encountered numerous novels, and he quickly grasped the situation and began to examine it. Detecting current plot trajectory. Please make your choice, Traverser. Choice 1. A wise man knows when to yield, apologize, kneel to gain your father's forgiveness, and subsequently engage in a covert struggle against the false young master, achieving the glory of 3 war gods as a family. Reward. Hidden A-level talent. Unmatched Sword Saint. Oh, a hidden A-level talent. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up at this prospect, but upon reading through the options, he couldn't help but scoff. 3 war gods as a family? How revolting. I shall not choose this. As a traverser, having survived 2 lifetimes, he had no need for such so-called support from the war gods. Choice 2. Endure. Upon encountering the second choice, Cheng Xing didn't even glance at it. Endure? After being publicly humiliated, he had no intention of suffering in silence. Choice 3. The heavens did not give birth to me, Cheng Xing. The eternal night shall be my lament. Let loose my disdain, since I find it shameful. I shall sever all ties and let them witness what it means to be a player from Zuin. Reward. Upgrade talent to SSS level, 100 drop rate. Upon seeing the final option, Cheng Xing chose without hesitation. What does it matter to him? The true heir? He would not tolerate such indignity. Originally, he traversed into this realm devoid of the memories of his former self. Had it not been for his desire to witness the so-called god of war, he would not have approached. Success in selection. Talent. Increased drop rate. F grade, emoji SSS grade. Current drop rate, 100. Cheng Xing suddenly felt a tingling in his hands, a fervent desire to rush out to the disaster zone and slay monsters. Yet, before he could make a move, the scolding voice of Cheng Xing resounded. Good for nothing. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and kneel to your mother and apologize. Chapter 2. Severing Ties. Upon hearing those words, Cheng Xing's thoughts coalesced as he gazed coldly at Cheng Xing, who was not far away. Apologize? Kneel? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father. Cheng Xing, taken aback by Cheng Xing's retort, furrowed his brow and exclaimed in anger. He had not anticipated that Cheng Xing would dare to address him in such a manner. How many times did you see me during the apocalypse? Did you ever seek me out? Now you wish to wield your paternal authority over me? When I was a mere 10-year-old struggling to survive in that dire world, I did not see you. Cheng Xing scoffed, recalling the arduous years of survival. Had it not been for the memories from his 2 lifetimes, he would have been a mere memory beneath the grass of a grave. You. Cheng Xing was momentarily rendered speechless by Cheng Xing's words, for they contained a harsh truth he could not deny. He could not fathom how a 10-year-old child had managed to endure such a calamity while he, too, was barely able to fend for himself. Brother, if you do not wish to return to the Cheng family, why have you come back? Ultimately, you blame me for taking away our parents' affection and your title as the scion of the war god. If it truly bothers you, I can simply leave. At this moment, Cheng Yun, sensing the opportunity, interjected with a calm demeanor. Yuner, do not compare yourself to him. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be our son. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunmei could no longer remain composed and rushed to embrace Cheng Yun, as if he were her very own child. You are still young, yet you crave vanity and compete for fame and fortune. Who taught you this? Look at yourself and then look at Yuner. Why can you not learn from him? Cheng Xing shot back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Swapping an F-grade Cheng Xing for an A-grade Cheng Yun? Only a fool would entertain such an idea. You speak of vanity and competition for glory. Be sincere. Do not attempt to parade your so-called paternal authority before me. I am not swayed by your charade. While you bask in the privileges bestowed upon you as the war god's favored son, I have had to survive alone in the apocalypse. How dare you suggest I learn from him? Cheng Xing retorted with indifference. But he is still your father. Lu Chunmei interjected, unable to contain herself. My father? Does he not know the script we had prepared? He did not seek me out during my struggles, nor did he offer assistance. Now, he confronts me with his so-called paternal authority, conspiring to suppress me alongside you. I could find anyone on the street to call dad, and they would do a better job than you. Cheng Xing scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Silence. Cheng Xingyang's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. It is because my awakened talent is not high enough that I bring shame upon your so-called war god family. If I had awakened a talent above A grade, would you still treat me this way? Selfishness is selfishness, wanting it all. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted from within the villa, causing the floor beneath Cheng Xing to shatter and the surrounding furniture, including the cake, to instantly turn to ash. Cheng Xing, standing at the entrance, felt a pressure in his chest and was forced to retreat from the overwhelming force of a level 50 awakened being. Disrespectful to your elders. Arguing without reason. How do you dare to compare yourself to me, Cheng Xing? With your F-grade talent, what face do you have to stand alongside Yuner? Cheng Xing sneered. Of course, I lack the qualification to compare with him. He is the prodigy of A-grade talent, the future war god. Cheng Xing responded coldly, showing no sign of fear. From the moment we began, you have never regarded me with any respect. You may twist the truth regarding him, yet I am met only with baseless accusations. To put it plainly, you merely desire a son who can bring you glory. This matter is simple. Henceforth, consider me no longer your son. Let us sever our ties. As these words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the estate, leaving Cheng Xing and the others in a state of shock. They could hardly believe that Cheng Xing would willingly renounce his identity as the scion of the Cheng family. Only Cheng Yun's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. It was at this moment that Cheng Xing and Lu Chunmei realized that the young man before them, while bearing their likeness, felt like a complete stranger. They could not help but reflect. Had they truly erred? Was it wrong to show a slight bias? Get out. I want to see how you can succeed without my support. Yet, consumed by anger, Cheng Xing paid no heed to his own words. I do not require your concern. Cheng Xing retorted coolly, turning to leave. As he departed with such determination, Cheng Xing's fury intensified, leaving him breathless. Lu Chunmei gently patted his back, and as the couple exchanged glances, a complex mix of emotions danced in their eyes. Once they regained their composure, they could not fathom why the adorable child they once knew had transformed into this stranger. A flicker of doubt began to creep into their hearts. Father, mother, it is all my fault. If it were not for me, Cheng Xing would not have lost his temper so greatly. Cheng Yun, sensing the precariousness of the situation, bowed his head with a look of feigned innocence. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing and his wife gazed at their son, who had been by their side for 8 years. With warmth in their eyes, they quickly offered words of comfort. How can you speak of yourself in such a manner? It is that ungrateful child who lacks understanding and has learned to argue without reason. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my dearest son. After Cheng Yun's display of emotional intelligence, any lingering guilt Cheng Xing and Lu Chunmei felt towards Cheng Xing vanished without a trace, leaving only the image of their obstinate, disrespectful son. Father, mother, you are the best parents in the world. Cheng Yun beamed, embracing them warmly. After a brief moment of familial affection, Cheng Xing raised his hand and commanded, "Bring someone in." The exclusive old steward of the war god estate timidly stepped forward. "Find someone to clean this up." Additionally, Cheng Xing paused, then coldly declared, publicly announced that the Cheng family has no Cheng Xing and reclaim all resources that were to be allocated to him. "From this day forth, my only son is Cheng Yun." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun, who was nestled in Lu Chunmei's embrace, felt a surge of joy. Now, all the resources under Cheng Xing's command would be his. Yet the old steward's face turned grave. "What? Do you have objections to my decision?" Cheng Xing's authority loomed large. The steward quickly replied, "Master, you never publicly acknowledged young Master Cheng Xing, nor have you prepared any resources for him." At this, Cheng Xing's expression stiffened, as he realized he had done nothing since learning of Cheng Xing's whereabouts. However, recalling Cheng Xing's earlier demeanor reignited his fury as the war god. He had never been so openly insulted. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling the matter was settled. Should Cheng Xing wish to return to the Cheng family, he would have to kneel at the door for 2 days before being allowed inside. The old butler hurriedly lowered his head and departed, casting a subconscious glance at Cheng Yun before leaving. He had one last statement he dared not utter. These were all previously instructed by Cheng Yun. Chapter 3, The Adventurer. Upon exiting the war god manor, Cheng Xing turned and boarded the bus, gazing through the window as the once vibrant streets gradually succumbed to decay. His mind consumed with plans for the future. Anyone who reaches the age of 18 will awaken, yet the talents that manifest are as varied as they are numerous. Not every talent is suited for combat. Take Cheng Yun's A-grade talent, Sword Saint, for instance. This gift is quintessentially oriented towards battle. And as long as he continues to slay disaster beasts, ascending to A-grade in the future will be a mere formality. However, it is not to say that talents in construction and research are inferior. After all, the very bus he is on, and the entire base, are the fruits of the labor of those with awakened talents in architecture and science. He opened his panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 1, 0, 100. Health, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Free attribute points 0. Talent, SSS grade drop rate enhancement effect, 100 drop rate. Skills, none. Opening the unique awakening panel, the information presented itself in a straightforward manner. I must find a low-level disaster zone to test the efficacy of my talent and simultaneously level up. For all awakened individuals, the sole path to advancement lies in the extermination of disaster beasts, even for those with talents in construction and research. The level of one's talent merely reflects its inherent power and does not denote the stature of the awakened. H District has arrived, please disembark. The bus stop announcement jolted Cheng Xing from his reverie, prompting him to rise and exit. Unlike the central A District of the War God Manor, H District lies on the periphery of the base, where the dilapidated structures are starkly apparent. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was met with crumbling buildings devoid of skyscrapers, with a towering wall looming not far off. It is said that this area is the remnants of the old city of Y City from the pre-apocalypse era, now transformed into the H District of the South China base. Cheng Xing navigated the alleys with ease, cheerfully exchanging greetings with the locals. Compared to the opulence of a district, he preferred H District, where the atmosphere was imbued with the essence of everyday life. Soon, he arrived at a ramshackle building nestled at a corner, traversed the labyrinthine hallway, and finally returned to his home. What he termed a home was, in truth, a tiny room of barely a dozen square meters, furnished solely with a bed and a table, lacking in any other amenities, the only advantage being the low rent. Upon entering, Cheng Xing skillfully rummaged beneath his bed, soon retrieving a machete and a travel bag. This machete was picked up shortly after the onset of the apocalypse from a supermarket and had accompanied him ever since the establishment of the base. Glancing at the time, he stowed the machete in his travel bag, donned a faded set of casual clothes, and stepped out. He walked eastward along the towering wall. In the past, he would typically head west, where a hidden passage lay. After all, in principle, those who had yet to awaken were prohibited from leaving the city. However, under dire circumstances, no one would venture out unawakened. Now, however, things were different. He had awakened and could exit the city through legitimate channels. Before long, a massive steel gate came into view, standing ajar, revealing a campsite beyond. This campsite belonged to the Adventurers Guild, where awakened individuals who braved the disaster zones and earned their living by slaying disaster beasts were known as adventurers. The Adventurers Guild is not an organization governed by stringent regulations. It was established primarily to facilitate the collection of materials from disaster beasts and to guide awakened individuals in their progression and exploration of disaster zones. Furthermore, The entry requirements are exceedingly low. Any awakened individual may register, making it the optimal choice for civilians seeking to transcend social strata. Among the 5 major bases in Huaxia, numerous tycoons, families, and war gods have risen through the ranks thanks to the adventurers. This is precisely why Cheng Xing harbored disdain for returning to the Cheng family. Within the adventurer camp, numerous backpackers akin to Cheng Xing mingled, alongside several clad in expensive gear, evidently seasoned adventurers of higher levels. Recruiting for E-grade disaster beast hunting teams, requiring E-grade adventurers or above. Seeking members for the Qingyun Mountain Disaster Zone Adventure Team, requiring D-grade adventurers or above. Newbie self-improvement team, requiring combat talents of E-grade or higher. A 1 to 4 leveling team, requiring E-grade adventurers or above, negotiable price. The cacophony of recruitment calls echoed throughout the adventurer camp. And Cheng Xing even spotted a few classmates from his previous classes. He lingered for only a moment before striding directly to the counter, where a young woman was responsible for registrations. Upon catching sight of Cheng Xing, her eyes brightened. Such a handsome guy. Hello, I would like to register as an adventurer, Cheng Xing stated, presenting his application form. Upon receiving the form and scrutinizing its contents, the smile on the counter attendant's face faded almost imperceptibly. F-grade talent? What a pity. Cheng Xing paid no heed to her shift in demeanor. The registration process was swift, and soon the attendant returned with a nameplate in hand. This is your adventurer identity badge. Please keep it safe. The initial registration is free, but if lost, subsequent replacements will incur a fee. The badge, glinting with a yellow metallic sheen, or a simple letter F on the front, with his name inscribed on the back, unadorned and straightforward. To advance to E-grade, one must reach level 10 and participate in the hunt for an E-grade disaster beast. After listening to the attendant's explanation, Cheng Xing expressed his gratitude and hung the badge around his neck, preparing to leave the city. Hey, brother. Before he could venture far, he was suddenly called out to. A young man in his 20s approached briskly, swiftly scanning the badge hanging on Cheng Xing's chest. Upon recognizing it, he donned a professional smile, as if he had discovered a prize. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow slightly at the scrutiny and coolly inquired, "Is there something you need?" His tone hinted at rejection. Hey, you just registered as an adventurer today, right? Are you looking to form a team for leveling up? As if oblivious to Cheng Xing's disinterest, Lu Gu rubbed his hands eagerly and continued, "Newly registered adventurers often struggle to find a team. I have a team here. I'm an E-grade adventurer personally leading it, and it's only 10,000 Huaxia coins per day for each person. Thank you, but I don't need it." Realizing he had encountered a sales pitch, Cheng Xing shook his head in refusal. "Is it too expensive? Let me tell you. This price is already the lowest I can offer." Lu Gu persisted, unyielding. He himself possessed only E-grade talent and had toilingly worked his way to level 10, subsequently investing heavily to join an E-grade disaster beast team, ultimately attaining the status of E-grade adventurer. His intent was to leverage his identity as an E-grade adventurer to secure a spot in a team, but due to his insufficient strength, he had been rejected by others. Without a team, there would be no rewards, leading him to target newly registered adventurers with low talents. As long as he escorted these inexperienced newcomers through low-level disaster zones and eliminated a few level 1 F-grade disaster beasts, he could reap considerable profits. If anyone were to pursue the matter later, how could a group of talentless wretches possibly contend with him? I have no need for that. Cheng Xing resolutely declined, circumventing Lu Gu as she prepared to depart. Hey, don't be like that. You need to form a team anyway. How about this? I'll give you a 10 discount. I have 4 members already. We just need you. Lu Gu pressed forward again, having had his eye on this easy catch for quite some time. An F-grade talent like her could not simply slip away. I have no intention of forming a team, Cheng Xing replied, her brow furrowing as she was repeatedly obstructed. After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I have no money." Upon hearing this last statement, Lu Gu's expression darkened instantly. He had wasted so much breath only to discover she was merely a pauper, not the easy target he had anticipated. "What? You? With an F-grade talent, want to venture out alone?" he exclaimed, raising his voice dramatically, drawing the attention of others in the camp. "Isn't that Cheng Xing from Class 1? Didn't she just awaken an F-grade talent? How dare she go into the disaster zone alone? An F-grade talent wanting to go out into the disaster zone? Is she tired of living? Indeed, that is not how one seeks death." Some students from Huanan No. 4 High School also recognized Cheng Xing, leading to a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Faced with their remarks, Cheng Xing's expression turned icy as she cast a glance at the instigator. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Gu took a step back in fright. Cheng Xing, unfazed, retorted, "Is there a regulation forbidding solo excursions beyond the city?" "Not exactly," Lu Gu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Cheng Xing boldly entered the disaster zone alone. Once Cheng Xing had departed, Lu Gu finally regained his composure and spat, "Humph, an F-grade talent trying to act tough. I can guarantee that person is as good as dead. What if she returns alive?" "Alive? Dream on. Do you think she is an S-grade talent?" Chapter 4. The drop rate is indeed high. As she passed through the city gates, The scene outside unfolded before her eyes. Unlike the civilized order maintained within the city, the area outside was in disarray, merging with the ruins of Y City. Surrounding her were remnants of walls and debris, with nature running rampant, unrestrained by human intervention. Cheng Xing recalled a series of photographs she had seen in her previous life depicting the world after humanity's disappearance. After orienting herself, she set off southward. Strictly speaking, the area outside the base was all disaster zone, but the vicinity around the base was patrolled by the guard army. The guard army was formidable, with a threshold for entry set at D-grade talents or above, and the disaster beasts within a 10-mile radius had long been eradicated. To hunt disaster beasts, one had to venture farther afield. Half an hour later, the ruins of a city came into view, prompting Cheng Xing to halt her brisk pace. She could not help but notice how her physical condition had markedly improved since awakening. After running continuously for half an hour, she was hardly even winded. In the past, she would have struggled to cover half that distance in 2 hours. At that moment, Cheng Xing was acutely aware of the need for vigilance. She listened intently and scanned her surroundings as she treaded upon a long-neglected, fragmented highway, its surface cracked and overgrown with weeds. Cautiously, she approached the outskirts of the city ruins, which appeared to have once been a quaint town before the apocalypse. The remnants of a once thriving locale were now desolate, devoid of life. Upon discovering a relatively intact, dilapidated building, Cheng Xing stealthily climbed to the rooftop. From this vantage point, she retrieved an old map from her travel bag and unfurled it. This was a map of the former Qing city, marked with various colors delineating different regions. Labeled from A to F, with the red ink designating A-grade areas occupying more than half of the city's center, annotated with warnings of extreme danger and certain death. Originally, disaster zones lacked defined regions and levels, but disaster beasts were transformed from native organisms of Blue Star, many of which retained territorial instincts. Consequently, the beasts were categorized into 9 levels, from F to SSS, based on a scale of 10 levels, with disaster zones being classified from F to SS based on the predominant level of beasts occupying them. The Qing City Disaster Zone was genuinely an A-grade zone, with a level 55 crimson-eyed mad dog residing at its heart, an elite among A-grade disaster beasts. The area Cheng Xing was observing was located in the far corner of the map, known as L Town, where the predominant disaster beasts were primarily level 2 to 4 mad rabbits, classified as F-grade, with a near absence of E-grade beasts, marking it as a typical F-grade disaster zone. Furthermore, it was the nearest novice leveling point to the entrance of H District. Lost in thought, she occasionally heard the sounds of intense combat emanating from the ruins of L Town, prompting her to squint and observe. For teams or hunting, it's best to steer clear of them. Cheng Xing had come merely to test her talent, wishing to keep her cards close to her chest. Fortunately, L Town was quite expansive, and having identified her target, she swiftly descended and blended into the ruins. As she advanced, Cheng Xing skillfully set up some upgraded traps, taking over an hour to prepare. Once everything was in place, she returned to the earlier dilapidated building and began to wait patiently for her prey. Although she had awakened her abilities, she was ultimately still alone and needed to exercise caution. Time passed gradually, and soon one of the traps began to stir. Cheng Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she set down her backpack, taking only a machete as she hurried downstairs towards the trap. As she drew closer, she could hear the sounds of feral howling ahead. Nearing the edge of the trap, she deftly positioned herself in a corner, cautiously peering to observe the situation. With a hiss, she beheld a disaster beast resembling a rabbit, measuring a meter in length, its eyes a blood-red hue, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, continuously screeching amid the chaos around it. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a steel rod had pierced its hind leg, firmly embedded in the concrete ground, blood soaking into its shimmering fur. The other uninjured leg thrashed violently, shattering chunks of concrete beneath it. Disaster beast, mad rabbit. Level 2. Health, 100-120. Attributes, Strength 3. Agility 6, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Talent, F-grade sprint effect, movement speed increased by 10. Skill, Step LV1. After briefly reviewing the Mad Rabbit's stats, Cheng Xing did not rush in. After all, her talent was not combat-oriented, despite her enhanced physical attributes post-awakening. Even the slightest encounter with a disaster beast could spell her doom. The Mad Rabbit continued its frenzied destruction, deepening its wounds and slowing its movements. After a while, it finally collapsed, unconscious on the ground. With the timing right, Cheng Xing finally approached with her machete drawn. However, just as she neared within a meter of the Mad Rabbit, a shadow lunged at her. Not good. Cheng Xing instinctively raised her blade to defend, sparks flying upon impact. To her astonishment, the previously motionless Mad Rabbit suddenly sprang to life, sinking its teeth into the blade of her machete. Creak. With a sound that made one's teeth clench, the mountain-cutting blade shattered. Cheng Xing's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pivoted to the side, simultaneously drawing his blade. The broken knife glided across the neck of the frenzied rabbit, a tremendous resistance emanating from the hilt. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Xing felt the veins on his arm throb as he exerted sudden force. The blade sliced through the neck with a raspy sound, and the mad rabbit's crimson eyes dimmed, collapsing helplessly. Killed a frenzied rabbit. Experience gained 5. Phew. That was nearly a disaster. Cheng Xing inhaled deeply, his hand trembling slightly from the exertion. He anticipated the rabbit's counterattack to be so ferocious. Remembering how, prior to his awakening, he would wait several hours to hunt the frenzied rabbits, he couldn't help but silently commend his own cleverness. After awakening, he had perhaps grown a bit too complacent. He resolved to be more cautious next time. What is this? As Cheng Xing was still reflecting on the encounter, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the frenzied rabbit's corpse, drawing him in immediately. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a long knife radiating a white glow and a sphere of white light resting quietly beside the rabbit's body. Cheng Xing picked up the long knife to examine it, exclaiming in astonishment. It was a finished weapon. Standard Tang knife. Level F. Effect none. According to his knowledge, defeating disaster beasts not only granted experience, but could also yield random drops, albeit at an exceedingly low rate. Even when items dropped, they typically consisted of mere materials. A direct drop of a weapon, like what Cheng Xing experienced, was exceedingly rare. Weapons with levels were particularly valuable, as they were products of the end days, possessing a strength vastly superior to those crafted by ordinary individuals. Generally, such equipment could only be obtained through two means. 1. By defeating disaster beasts for drops, and 2. By collecting materials to forge with the skills of a talented blacksmith. Therefore, despite this weapon being only of F level, its market value already exceeded 50,000 huaxia coins. Wow. The drop rate is astonishingly high. What else is here? After the initial thrill, Cheng Xing then picked up the other glowing sphere, which felt empty upon contact. But the feedback from the Awakener system arrived the next moment. Talent, Sprint. Level, F. Talent effect, movement speed increased by 10. Chapter 5, Grateful for Nature's Bounty. Talent. Cheng Xing stared at the information presented by the system, momentarily dumbfounded. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he felt an overwhelming shock. He had never heard of talents being obtainable in such a manner. As far as he understood, levels, equipment, and even the rarer skill books could be acquired or improved by defeating disaster beasts. Only talents were immutable once awakened. In terms of combat power, higher level talents overwhelmingly surpassed lower level ones within the same level, equipment, and skills. The greater the disparity in talent level, the more pronounced the difference. Under limited resources, they naturally gravitated toward those with higher level talents. Thus, the saying talent is paramount came to be. However, the current situation shattered all preconceived notions. This was something he could not disclose to anyone. Cheng Xing, amidst his thoughts, made a decisive resolution. He was acutely aware of the dangers of harboring such a treasure, especially with this discovery capable of upending the existing order. If exposed, he couldn't fathom how many would vie for his fortune. At that point, he might not even know how he met his end. Yet, rather than fear, excitement surged within him. Weakness invited exposure, while strength ensured safety. Order was established by the powerful, and he happened to possess that very capital. Cheng Xing's gaze hardened. After 8 arduous years of survival since his arrival, he had finally reached a turning point. Use. Instantly, he clenched his palm, and the sphere of light transformed into specks of luminescence that merged into his body. Acquired new talent, Sprint. As the light entered him, Cheng Xing felt a significant lightness in his body. He opened his panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 1, 5100. Health, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2, Free Attribute Points, 0. Talent. SSS level drop rate increase, F level Sprint. Skills, none. Gazing at the newly added talent on his panel, Cheng Xing grinned broadly. Though merely an ordinary F level talent, it was a promising beginning. At that moment, a commotion arose from another trap in the distance, and Cheng Xing's eyes lit up. The menacing disaster beasts began to transform in his perception into large treasure chests of varying sizes. Stowing away the broken knife, he drew out the newly acquired standard Tang knife and cautiously made his way toward the other side. Minutes later, Cheng Xing arrived at the dilapidated intersection of the town. Hearing noises from the left side of the intersection, he immediately pressed himself against the wall of an abandoned building, carefully inching toward the corner. Peering around, a scene came into view. Several hundred meters away, a collapsed sky bridge lay across the road, a frenzied rabbit trapped beneath, exposing only half its body. Blood staining the surrounding ground, its breaths intermittent. Seeing this, Cheng Xing was elated. The greatest asset of the frenzied rabbit was its speed. His traps were primarily designed to limit movement. As long as he could restrict its mobility, even an ordinary person could slay it. This rabbit appeared significantly easier than the last. Treasure chest, here I come. Cheng Xing prepared to advance with his blade to claim the prize. But before he could emerge from around the corner, a shadow darted out from a nearby alley. Cheng Xing froze momentarily, focusing his gaze, only to discover it was another frenzied rabbit. The newly appeared rabbit, sniffing the air thick with the scent of blood, had its crimson eyes frantically scanning. fixated on its trapped kin beneath the rubble. Its massive jaws opened and closed, viscous liquid dripping from its grotesque maw. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward and bit down hard on its counterpart's head. If frenzied rabbits possessed intelligence, they would surely express gratitude for nature's bounty. My treasure chest. Watching the frenzied rabbit feast upon its fellow, Cheng Xing's eyes widened in fury. Gripping the tang knife, he quickly retreated back to cover. What a joke. Facing a peak-state frenzied rabbit head-on was not a decision made in overconfidence. He was all too aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the rabbit. It was a stark numerical mismatch. However, his unwillingness to surrender prompted him to peek out once more. Disaster Beast, Frenzied Rabbit. Level 3, Health 140. Attributes, Strength 4. Agility 7, Constitution 3, Spirit 2. Talent, F-level Sprint. Skill, Step LV1. Upon seeing the stats of the Frenzied Rabbit, Cheng Xing promptly decided to abandon his pursuit. It was stronger than the previous one. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, the rabbit's ears twitched, abruptly turning its head. Their eyes met, creating an awkward moment. Run. Cheng Xing immediately took flight, his form darting like an arrow, disappearing swiftly down the street. However, the speed of the mad rabbit was not to be underestimated. As it swiftly followed, moving even faster than Cheng Xing. Observing this, Cheng Xing plunged into the surrounding alleys, attempting to use the buildings for cover. Yet, the mad rabbit remained unwavering in its pursuit, relentlessly tailing him. Hearing the increasingly close sounds behind him, Cheng Xing's heart raced with alarm. He tilted his head, suddenly pivoting his body, and a gaping maw ferociously snapped where his head had previously been. With determination, Cheng Xing gritted his teeth. His movements were quicker than his thoughts. He exerted force through his feet, twisting his body, and drew his knife in a swift arc, the blade shimmering like a ring. The charging mad rabbit hesitated for a moment as a crimson streak burst forth diagonally from right to left, having severed its left eye. With a pained howl, the mad rabbit thrashed its head, its remaining eye spinning wildly, liquid splattering from its mouth. Cheng Xing, having succeeded with his strike, did not linger and continued to sprint towards a corner of the town. An injured beast is even more dangerous. The frenzied eye of the mad rabbit suddenly froze, locking onto Cheng Xing as it continued its pursuit. Although the mad rabbit's gait was now unsteady due to the loss of one eye, its speed had noticeably increased. After several minutes of relentless running, Cheng Xing finally spotted a marked derelict house. With a sigh of relief, he swiftly entered and shut the door behind him. Once inside, Cheng Xing concealed himself in a corner, gripping the knife's hilt tightly, his feet slowly gathering strength. Listening to the rapid approach of the sounds outside, he found himself growing increasingly calm. With a thunderous crash, the stainless steel security door of the house was violently forced open, the frame distorted beyond recognition. The mad rabbit burst inside, shaking its head, clearly affected by the earlier impact. Before the mad rabbit could regain its bearings, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a steel rod shot out from the shadows to strike at its hind leg. The anticipated sight of the rod piercing through its leg did not materialize. At the moment the rod appeared, the mad rabbit's hind leg seemed to leave a phantom image. Upon a closer look, the steel rod lay twisted beneath its feet. Before the mad rabbit could react, a flash of the blade appeared as Cheng Xing emerged from its left blind spot, delivering a decisive strike. A new gash appeared on the mad rabbit's face, forming an X with the previous one. Plunged into darkness, the sightless mad rabbit frantically dashed about the house, seeking the malevolent human. Cheng Xing, with his blade in hand, easily evaded its wild charges, sunlight streaming through the windows and glinting off his weapon. The roles of attack and defense had now shifted. Chapter 6, Quadrant Slash. In the disaster-stricken area of Qingcheng, L-Town, the blind mad rabbit flailed about like a headless fly within the confines of the derelict house, causing the structure to tremble precariously. Cheng Xing wasted no time. Seizing every opportunity, he advanced to inflict deep, long gashes upon the mad rabbit. Each attack incited a counter from the creature, yet Cheng Xing remained vigilant. After each successful strike, he would retreat to seek another opening. The mad rabbit's health rapidly diminished with each successive attack, and within minutes, it was left with little strength to retaliate. Following a direct strike to its heart, the creature collapsed entirely. Killed LV3 Mad Rabbit, Experience 10. Immediately, a book emanating a faint blue light fell from the mad rabbit's corpse, and Cheng Xing's eyes brightened as he hurried to pick it up. Skill Book, Quadrant Slash. Quality, B grade. Skill Effect, slash 4 times at an extremely rapid speed, each slash dealing 150 damage. Skill Restriction, requires a weapon that has the slashing effect. To his astonishment, it was a B-grade skill book. The rarity of this drop filled Cheng Xing with exhilaration. Skill books are considered the most elusive of all drops from disaster beasts due to their exceedingly low probability of occurrence. Statistics reveal that the chance of obtaining a skill book from defeating a disaster beast is merely 0.1, while the drop rate for finished weapons stands at 1. And even disaster materials only have a 20 drop rate. This probability applies to items of the same level. For an F-grade disaster beast to drop a B-grade skill book, The odds are akin to winning the lottery's grand prize in a previous life. The market value of a B-grade skill book hovers around 20 million, if memory serves. Cheng Xing recalled this and felt a compelling urge to gather his belongings and return to the city to sell the skill book. However, he quickly extinguished that notion. Glancing at the mad rabbit's corpse, the aftertaste of his narrow escape still lingered. He realized he was still too weak. A mere level 3 mad rabbit had left him in such disarray. Had it not been for the traps he had set beforehand, his chances of victory would have been negligible. The most pressing matter now was to enhance his strength. Money could be earned at any time, but life is singular. Considering the skill restriction, the Tang Dao should suffice, right? Regardless, he decided to give it a try. With that thought, Cheng Xing wasted no further time and directly used the skill book. Acquired skill, quadrant slash. As he read the system prompt, Cheng Xing felt a surge of knowledge flood into his mind. Quadrant slash. His movements became swift as he stepped forward, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce intensity. In an instant, 4 slashes appeared on a supporting pillar in the derelict house, which subsequently collapsed with a resounding crash. Gazing at his handiwork, Cheng Xing inhaled sharply. As expected of a B-grade skill, the destructive power was remarkable. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he wouldn't have found himself in such a precarious situation. Now, he truly had the capability to confront the mad rabbit head-on. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by debris cascading from the ceiling, as the house, having endured the onslaught from both the mad rabbit and Cheng Xing, could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crumble. With quick reflexes, Cheng Xing bolted out just before the structure collapsed entirely. Onward to further upgrades. Cheng Xing brushed off the dust from his clothes, his spirit ignited with a fervent desire for battle, and he resolutely headed towards the next trap. This SSS grade talent with a 100 drop rate was indeed exhilarating. Yet, the subsequent traps yielded no disaster beasts, leaving Cheng Xing feeling somewhat disheartened. Surely, they couldn't have become so adept at evading traps? With no other choice, he proceeded to the next trap. The next trap, similar to the previous ones, was situated on a dilapidated overpass. This time, Cheng Xing did not miss his mark. A mad rabbit was venting its fury upon the fractured bridge, appearing unscathed. Clearly not having fallen into a trap. Perfect, it was time to test his new skill. Cheng Xing surveyed the creature's information. It was merely a level 2 mad rabbit. Ideal for experimentation. Striding confidently into view, Cheng Xing immediately caught the mad rabbit's attention. Upon spotting the human, the mad rabbit reacted as if it had discovered a delectable morsel. Its wildly spinning eye abruptly fixed on Cheng Xing's approaching figure. The scant remnants of its intellect could not comprehend why this seemingly feeble being showed no fear. Driven by instinct, the mad rabbit opened its bloodied maw and charged at Cheng Xing with astonishing speed. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, drawing his knife. Quadrant slash. In the next moment, figures intertwined amidst a flurry of blade light, and 4 lines of crimson appeared on the body of the mad rabbit, which soon collapsed to the ground in a pool of its own blood. A single strike had claimed its life. The damage inflicted by the 4-fold slash exceeded what Cheng Xing had anticipated. If executed in succession, he surmised he could manage around 4 more times. Cheng Xing glanced at the Tang Dao in his hand, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, he sheathed his blade and approached the lifeless form of the mad rabbit. This time, the creature did not yield any rare items, merely 2 pieces of F-grade or materials. However, Cheng Xing showed no disdain and promptly collected them. After all, they represented currency, each capable of fetching 500 coins. Now, it was time to test the limits of his abilities. After tidying up, Cheng Xing did not linger but continued his search for suitable calamity beasts within L-Town. This time, his focus was no longer confined to the traps he had previously set. He ventured wherever calamity beasts could be found. With an SSS-level talent in his left hand and a B-level skill in his right, even a mere canine calamity beast would find itself struck down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the disaster zone in L-Town, Lu Gu warned the 4 novice adventurers behind him. Be cautious, though this is an F-grade disaster zone. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. Hearing his words, 3 of them turned pale with fear, while only 1 adventurer clad in a black robe remained unfazed. But fear not. With me, an E-grade adventurer, guiding you, you shall be safe. After sowing a wave of terror, Lu Gu seized the opportunity to boast about himself. The 3 frightened individuals instinctively huddled closer to him. Observing their reaction, Lu Gu smiled with satisfaction. Yet his expression faltered as he caught sight of the black-robed figure in his peripheral vision. This individual had maintained a constant distance from him, shrouded in a black cloak from head to toe, silent and mysterious, leaving their gender uncertain and raising suspicions. If given the choice, Lu Gu would prefer not to have them accompany him, but alas, he had invested too much already. Lost in thought, Lu Gu was abruptly interrupted by the exclamations of the 3 adventurers. Before them, a mad rabbit had appeared, glaring menacingly at them. The 3 fledgling adventurers, unaccustomed to such encounters, collapsed in terror. Do not panic. Watch me, Lu Gu declared, realizing it was time to demonstrate his prowess. He swiftly stepped forward, drawing his sword and shield, engaging the creature in combat. After exchanging dozens of blows, he dispatched the mad rabbit and returned to his group, basking in their admiration. Now do you see how advantageous this leveling party is? However, before Lu Gu could continue boasting, one person raised their hand and asked, "But sir, we've only gained a little experience. How long will it take us to level up at this rate?" "What do you know? Slow and steady wins the race. Leveling cannot be rushed," Lu Gu retorted sharply, then justified himself. "Moreover, there are plenty of mad rabbits. What is there to fear?" With that, he hurried his pace, fearing exposure, leaving no opportunity for others to speak. The remaining three exchanged glances before reluctantly following. Only the black-robed figure trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Strange. Where have the mad rabbits gone? Have they all been killed? As they ventured deeper into L Town, Lu Gu's confusion grew. Aside from the initial encounter with a mad rabbit, they had seen none other. After an indeterminate time, Lu Gu and his companions finally spotted the tail of a mad rabbit around a corner. Lu Gu was elated. If they did not catch this one, those four novices would be utterly disillusioned. However, upon closer inspection, they gasped in shock. The mad rabbit lay slumped against the wall, its body marred by four gruesome wounds. Lifeless for quite some time. What bad luck, Lu Gu muttered in impatience as he turned to leave, the three novices following closely behind. At that moment, the usually silent black-robed figure unexpectedly halted. A voice, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, resonated. What a swift blade. Chapter 7, E-Grade Blood Cockroach. Under the blazing sun, in the disaster zone of L Town on the outskirts of Cheng Xing, the fourfold slash. With a mere thought, Cheng Xing unleashed another skill. And yet another mad rabbit fell before him. At this juncture, Cheng Xing's breath was noticeably less steady than before. He had just executed his 15th skill. In total, it had been nearly an hour. After this round of testing, Cheng Xing understood why B-grade skills were so exorbitantly priced. After using the fourfold slash 5 times in succession, he felt a distinct sense of fatigue creeping in, requiring about 5 minutes of rest before he could employ it again. The combination of such power with substantial consumption provided an immense boost to his combat capabilities. Kill LV3 Mad Rabbit, Experience 10. Level up to LV1, Expression, LV2. Free attribute points 3. With the system notification, the exhaustion from repeated skill use dissipated, and a euphoric sensation coursed through his cells. I've leveled up. Cheng Xing sheathed his Tang Dao, astonished. The speed of his leveling exceeded his expectations significantly. However, it was only natural. He was currently soloing. And all the experience from defeating calamity beasts was his alone, naturally accelerating his growth. From his understanding, novice groups typically leveled up in teams of 5. Such a configuration could easily handle disaster beasts 1 or 2 levels higher. Increasing the number of participants diluted the experience too much, resulting in diminished leveling efficiency. As 1's talent level increased, the requisite team size decreased, while solo leveling was feasible only for those with S level or higher combat talents. He opened his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 2, 5200. Health, 120. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Free Attribute Points 3. Talent, SSS level increased drop rate, F-grade sprint. Skill, B-grade 4-fold/LV1. With the level up, all attributes increased by 1. Although the increase was minimal, the actual change was distinctly noticeable. After a brief assessment, Cheng Xing allocated his free attribute points in a manner favoring strength and agility. Once he had distributed the points, his status panel revealed that he was now nearly on par with the LV2 Mad Rabbit. Oh, an item drop. After closing the panel, Cheng Xing discovered that this Mad Rabbit had yielded a ring radiating a greenish glow. Mad Rabbit Soul. Quality, E-grade. Effect, Agility 2. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing equipped it and continued to roam through L Town. With his combat power enhanced, he no longer needed to exercise the same caution as before. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he could traverse the entirety of L Town with ease. Time flew, and before long, the sun began to set. As darkness enveloped the sky and clouds obscured the moon, the atmosphere within the disaster zone of L Town grew increasingly fraught with danger. In stark contrast to the daylight, the mortality rate in the disaster-stricken zones during the night is alarmingly elevated. Today is truly uncanny. Where on earth are all the frenzied rabbits? Lu Gu muttered impatiently to himself, unable to suppress his growing discontent. Initially, he had no intention of lingering in the disaster area at such a late hour. But he was apprehensive that the individuals behind him might demand a refund, especially given that they had only encountered 2 frenzied rabbits thus far. The trio, who had previously been fearful, now trailed behind him, engaged in idle chatter, exchanging remarks to pass the time. How is it possible that we've only encountered 2 calamity beasts in an entire day? Are we being deceived? I think it's quite possible, regardless. If I don't earn at least 10 points of experience today, I shall certainly report him. Hearing their banter, Lu Gu was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Though he had previously engaged in dubious dealings, they had merely skirted the edges of the Adventurer-S Guild-S regulations, amounting to exaggeration at worst, just a touch of false advertising. However, if he were to return after a day of only slaying 2 calamity beasts and was reported. The Adventurer-S Guild would undoubtedly conduct an investigation, and the gravest consequence could be the revocation of his Adventurer-S status. Resigned, Lu Gu pressed onward, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had reached the outskirts of Town L, with the southern path leading into the periphery of Cheng Xing. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from one side, and Lu Gu's eyes brightened. Finally, some action. He dashed forward eagerly, the 3 following closely behind, fearful of missing out on experience points. Yet, the individual clad in black at the rear halted abruptly. Something feels off. After passing through a row of dilapidated houses, a weed-choked square came into view, where a shadow writhed ominously in the center. Lu Gu, the first to arrive, sensed something was amiss. The shadow was far too large, measuring at least 5 or 6 meters in length. As a gust of night wind swept through, revealing the moonlight, the scene ahead became starkly illuminated. Upon seeing the spectacle before them, the 4 could not help but have their pupils constrict, their faces paling in sheer terror. Lying motionless in the square were several calamity beasts resembling 2-meter-long cockroaches. Upon their carcasses, a nearly 3-meter-long counterpart, with a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, relentlessly tore into the head of its fallen kin, producing a chilling, crunching sound. Bathed in the moonlight, the calamity beast's crimson body appeared particularly grotesque and dazzling. Blood cockroach. Lu Gu felt his legs weaken, his face a mask of dread. Calamity beast, blood cockroach. Level, 9, expression 10, health, 500. Attributes, strength 32, agility 34, constitution 32, spirit 22. Talent, E-grade digestion recovery effect, restores health when consuming food. Skill, bite LV1. The sight of the calamity beast having successfully leveled up from F-grade to E-grade left Lu Gu no time for contemplation, as he turned and fled without a second thought. The other 3 stood stunned for a moment before they too reacted, hastily pursuing him. The blood cockroach's antennae twitched, its eyes locking onto the figures of the 4. Yet it made no further move, continuing its gruesome feast. Lu Gu and his companions sprinted back to Town L without pause. Upon noticing the absence of any pursuit, the weight in Lu Gu's heart lifted, though the other 3 were already gasping for breath. With their current party configuration, encountering an E-grade calamity beast would spell disaster. Watch out. Just as the 4 began to relax, a voice, as melodious as silver bells, suddenly rang out from behind. What a beautiful voice. The 4 were momentarily taken aback. However, at that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over them. Boom. Before they could react, a thunderous crash resounded. The earlier blood cockroach descended from above, landing behind them, its spiny forelimbs striking out with an untraceable speed. One of the novice adventurers was instantly impaled, the blood cockroach seizing him with its powerful forelimbs and sinking its teeth into him. The air was suddenly thick with the acrid scent of blood. At that moment, Lu Gu and the others were paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. In no time, the blood cockroach fixed its gaze on the next target, raising its forelimb to strike. Just then, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing one of the blood cockroach's forelimbs with a clean cut. The creature's eyes shifted, and it then noticed that an enigmatic figure in black had appeared before the 3, wielding a long sword that glimmered with a cold light. You defend, and I will attack, the cloaked figure commanded, keeping his gaze fixed on the blood cockroach without turning around. With this admonition, Lu Gu and the others finally regained their senses, letting out terrified cries as they scrambled away, leaving the cloaked figure to face the beast alone. Chapter 8. Su Yanran. After half a day of silence, the cloaked figure turned back to look, only to be taken aback. Where had Lu Gu and the others vanished? Wasn't he an E-grade adventurer? How could he be frightened away by an E-grade calamity beast? Seeing the cloaked figure lost in thought, the blood cockroach's eyes glinted with malice, and its remaining intact forelimbs swung out with ferocity. Reacting to the sudden attack, the cloaked figure regained his composure just in time, sidestepping and raising his sword to block. However, he was still a beat too slow. The blood cockroach's limb tore through the hood of his cloak. In an instant, long, flowing hair cascaded down, and under the moonlight, a stunningly beautiful face emerged. With skin fairer than snow, a delicate oval face, and a naturally cool contour. Beneath a high-bridged nose, her lips were slightly pursed, and her willow-like brows were slightly furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes cold and deep, fixated intently on the blood cockroach before her. Unfortunately, such beauty went unnoticed. After failing to land a successful strike, the blood cockroach slowly retreated a few steps. Although the woman before it appeared less formidable, the previous attack had instinctively instilled in it a sense of impending doom. The blood cockroach's antennae twitched, and in an instant, a flash of sword light arced through the air, prompting it to leap back and evade the woman's next assault. Utilizing this leap, the blood cockroach unfurled its wings and soared into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Don't run. Su Yanran frowned, instantly grasping the blood cockroach's intent, and swiftly advanced, slashing forward with her sword once more. Yet, the blood cockroach danced nimbly, dodging yet another strike as it relentlessly pursued the direction Lu Gu and the others had fled. Grinding her silver teeth, Su Yanran sheathed her sword and followed closely behind. She had no desire to concern herself with Lu Gu's fate, but she had a mission to fulfill, which might necessitate cooperation with him. How infuriating. How could calamity beasts from Cheng Xing appear in the outskirts of town LS disaster zone? Meanwhile, Lu Gu ran tirelessly, his physical prowess as an E-grade adventurer far surpassing that of the novices, and he quickly left the two newcomers trailing a kilometer behind. Captain, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Help. I don't want to die. The two novices, seeing Lu Gu grow ever more distant, could no longer contain their desperate pleas. However, Lu Gu pretended not to hear, continuing his frantic escape. Damn it, Lu Gu, I shall remember you. Upon my return, I will certainly report you to the guild. You wretched creature, just wait for me. Ignoring Lu Gu's pleas, the two newcomers spoke with fierce malice. Report? Go ahead and report if you wish. As long as I can survive, I have no fear of your denunciation. Unmoved by their threats, Lu Gu remained resolute, knowing that no job could ever outweigh the value of his own life. Suddenly, the insults from behind ceased, replaced by a piercing scream. Lu Gu turned to look, and terror gripped him as he beheld the blood roach, which had appeared without warning, claiming yet another newcomer's life. The other newcomer screamed in horror, abandoning all thoughts of taunts as they scrambled away in desperation. Useless. Useless. I thought that person was formidable. They couldn't even buy themselves a moment. Lu Gu could not contain his scornful outburst. Earlier, witnessing the figure in the black cloak inflict damage on the blood roach had led him to believe he had encountered a hidden powerhouse. Yet, they had perished so swiftly. After easily dispatching another newcomer, the blood roach leisurely indulged in its feast, seemingly deriving immense pleasure from this chase. Before long, it took to the air once more, and another newcomer fell. Useless. All of them are worthless. Lu Gu's tongue could not restrain itself from cursing. A profound sense of crisis filled his eyes with bloodshot urgency. This cannot continue. I will die. I must devise a plan. Surely, there must be a way. I will survive. I must. Lu Gu muttered incoherently to himself when, suddenly, his keen senses, far surpassing those of the newcomers, detected sounds of battle emanating from a distance to his right. At that moment, a thought struck him, and his expression twisted into a grimace. I am an E-rank adventurer. My value to the guild far exceeds that of 5 F-rank newcomers. Yes, indeed, I am far more significant. With this realization, Lu Gu decisively sprinted toward the right. Hot on his heels was the relentless blood roach. As it closed in, Lu Gu could almost taste the metallic tang of blood, prompting him to quicken his pace. Soon, he dashed through a dilapidated alley and arrived at the location from which the sounds of combat had previously echoed, just before the blood roach could catch up. However, the anticipated 5-member team was nowhere to be found. Instead, a solitary figure stood upon the road ahead, surrounded by the carcasses of several frenzied rabbits. Cheng Xing had just finished collecting the spoils from the slain frenzied rabbits when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence, instantly becoming alert. A young man burst forth from the alley, his eyes bloodshot and expression twisted with rage, yet he looked somewhat familiar. Who are you? Is it you? Before Cheng Xing could finish his question, the young man recognized him. It was then that Cheng Xing realized this was the very Lu Gu who had previously failed to make a sale and had become agitated. Seeing this, Cheng Xing's eyes grew cold. He had not forgotten Lu Gu's prior actions. Lu Gu, however, chose not to engage further, instead bypassing him and plunging into the alley behind him. This inexplicable behavior left Cheng Xing perplexed, but in the next moment, comprehension dawned upon him. A disaster beast, nearly 3 meters long, emerged from the shadows of the alley, its long tentacles writhing ominously. One of its forelimbs bore a smooth incision. An F-rank disaster beast. The blood roach. Isn't this a creature from Cheng Xing? How did it come to be here? No, wait, it's an E-rank blood roach. Cheng Xing murmured to himself, but he soon received feedback from the system, causing his expression to darken. Now he understood why Lu Gu had fled without a backward glance. He had lured the beast to him. With this realization, a rare killing intent stirred within Cheng Xing time and again. Lu Gu had sought to undermine him. This time, it was clear he intended to take his life, as if he believed Cheng Xing was some kind of living bodhisattva. You had better hope I do not encounter you again, Cheng Xing said coldly, his hands moving deftly as he tightened his grip on his Tang Dao. His gaze fixed firmly on the blood roach ahead. Upon spotting Cheng Xing, the blood roach ceased its pursuit of Lu Gu, fixating its attention on him instead. In its perception, this delectable morsel seemed somewhat weaker than the previous one. With a meal so conveniently presented, it would not let the opportunity slip away. Opening his status panel, Cheng Xing assessed his capabilities. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 9, 535, 1000. Health, 300. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 30, Constitution 15, Spirit 15, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, SSS-rank drop rate increase, F-rank sprint. Skills, B-rank square /LV1, E-rank block LV1. After glancing at his status panel and then back at the blood roach, Cheng Xing felt a surge of battle fervor. He had undergone a transformation. After a day of hunting, his level had risen swiftly, and with an SSS-rank drop rate, he had equipped himself with a set of E-rank armor. His inventory was bursting with materials. Facing an E-rank blood roach, he was far from powerless. "Come, let us spar," Cheng Xing taunted, raising his hand in provocation toward the blood roach. Enraged, the blood roach charged at him with incredible speed, reaching Cheng Xing in the blink of an eye. Cheng Xing's eye sharpened, and he swiftly sidestepped, his movements nearly matching the E-rank blood roach's speed. After all, speed was one of Cheng Xing's strong suits. Missing its strike, the blood roach swung its remaining forelimb like a scythe of death toward Cheng Xing's waist. Quick as a flash, Cheng Xing leaped, causing the forelimb to crash into the wall behind him. The concrete wall crumbled as if made of paper, tearing open a gash several meters long before collapsing in a cacophony. Witnessing the destructive power of the blood roach's casual attack, Cheng Xing could not help but raise an eyebrow. If he were to be struck by that, it would be nothing but chaos. As he landed, Cheng Xing was already in motion. A glint of cold light flashed as he vanished, his tang dao slicing toward the blood roach at an unusual angle. The blade met the creature's body with a metallic clash, sparks flying in every direction. The blood roach roared in response to the assault, swinging its forelimbs at Cheng Xing. With a deft movement, Cheng Xing nimbly retreated, allowing the blood roach's attack to strike the road, sending debris flying. How resilient! Cheng Xing shook out his hand. The impact from that last strike had left his paw aching. The relentless barrage of attacks that missed their mark rendered the blood bug increasingly agitated, compelling it to charge once more. Its speed augmented. Cheng Xing continued to evade, seizing the fleeting moments between its assaults to deliver another slash. Yet, the effectiveness of his strike remained dismally low. Observing that Cheng Xing failed to breach its tough carapace, the blood bug disregarded his attempts and continued to swipe with its forelimbs. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a stalemate of evasion and impenetrability. As the fierce battle raged on, the streets on either side lay utterly in ruins. A change in strategy was imperative. After numerous trials, Cheng Xing pondered deeply and reached a resolution. At that moment, the blood bug lunged once more. Cheng Xing sidestepped its attack, and with a swift advance, he executed another slash. However, after the strike, he relaxed his grip on the hilt, reversing it and scaling it with his left hand, applying force in unison to deliver a fluid thrust to the side of the blood bug. The blade pierced through. This time, the blood bug's prideful carapace proved ineffective, as the tang dao embedded itself within its body, foul, green blood dripping from the blade. "I found your weakness." With a successful strike, Cheng Xing withdrew his blade. But the blood bug, now frenzied, launched a barrage of attacks. Yet, in Cheng Xing's eyes, having discerned its vulnerability, its assaults merely afforded him more opportunities to retaliate. With repeated thrusts, the blood bug became riddled with wounds of varying sizes, copious amounts of its rancid green blood oozing forth. Its health dwindled to less than 1/5. Sensing the opportune moment, Cheng Xing aimed his next thrust directly at the center of the blood bug's eyes. Just as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a sound like the slicing of air pierced the atmosphere, followed by a crack akin to a whip. Cheng Xing felt a searing pain in his side and was propelled backward. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he steadied himself with his blade. He beheld the once dormant, twitching antennae atop the blood bug's head now writhing with alarming agility. So it wasn't just for show. The stereotype had nearly cost him dearly. The damage was significant. A quick glance at his stats revealed that the previous attack had drained over 100 points of health. His fragile frame could scarcely endure many more. Realizing this, Cheng Xing ceased his probing and inhaled deeply before stepping forward. Fourfold slash. In an instant, Cheng Xing's form vanished, leaving only a web-like fissure in the ground where he had stood. The blood bug's antennae tightened in anticipation, and it swiftly unfurled its wings to evade the impending harm. However, its movements were slightly delayed. As 4 blades of light flickered into existence, the blood bug's 4 hind limbs and rear abdomen were cleanly severed. A pained shriek erupted from the blood bug as it began to sway mid-flight, yet its antennae continued to lash out at an odd angle. The speed of these attacks increased, and even Cheng Xing found it challenging to keep pace, retreating to evade their sharpness while seeking an opportunity to strike. Having sustained grave injuries, the blood bug no longer harbored the will to fight. It yearned only to flee. Yet, Cheng Xing would not allow this plump prize to escape him. A mere E-rank blood bug could yield unknown treasures upon defeat. Fortunately, the severely wounded creature was not capable of soaring high nor moving swiftly, allowing Cheng Xing to keep up with ease. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dark figure leaped from the debris nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was a level 4 mad rabbit. Upon its emergence, the blood bug's antennae shot forth, piercing the rabbit and ensnaring its body, before viciously biting down, restoring its health at a visible rate as its injuries began to heal. This is bad, Cheng Xing thought frantically, stepping forward for another fourfold slash. Yet the rejuvenated blood bug immediately took to the skies, evading Cheng Xing's attack. Hovering above, it fixed its gaze upon him, committing his appearance to memory, intent on consuming the previous prey before returning to deal with him. It sensed that devouring that creature would grant it another upgrade. Subsequently, it began to flee towards Lu Gu's escape route. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing felt as though a cooked duck was about to take flight. Suddenly, a sharp sound akin to a sword being drawn rang out, and a figure surged forth from the rooftop of a nearby 3-story building, accompanied by a chilling beam of sword light. The luminous blade sliced cleanly across the blood bug's back, leaving a massive gash, and then severed its wings at the roots. The wingless blood bug plummeted to the ground. Let us see where you can run now. Following the strike, the figure landed on the other side of the street's ruins, panting heavily. Cheng Xing, having witnessed the elegance of that sword strike, could not help but look up at the figure. Are there others? Su Yanran, also sensing something amiss, glanced down. Their eyes met, and mutual astonishment flickered within them. Quite handsome, quite striking. After the initial shock, noticing that the blood bug still sought to escape, Su Yanran attempted to extend an invitation. Shall we join forces? That sounds splendid, but I must decline. Cheng Xing rejected her without a moment's hesitation. It was absurd. He had soloed this encounter for so long. How could he possibly share the spoils? Even a beautiful woman could not divide his experience points. Chapter 10. What secret is this? All right, I shall proceed first. Su Yanran instinctively responded, preparing to strike again. However, upon hearing Cheng Xing's reply, her eyes widened in bewilderment. Are you suggesting that I need not assist you? She asked incredulously. In just a single day, she had faced betrayal and rejection in succession. Had she possessed a mirror at that moment, she would have surely checked her reflection. This series of events had truly shaken Su Yanran's confidence. Faced with Su Yanran's inquiries, Cheng Xing paid her no heed, his focus riveted on the blood bug, fearful it might escape. Witnessing her defeat by a calamity beast, Su Yanran seethed with frustration and promptly stowed her sword. She was eager to see how this man would confront an E-rank disaster beast. This time, Cheng Xing held nothing back, raising his hand to unleash a fourfold slash. For blades of light burst forth, and the blood bug was immediately marked with gruesome wounds. With a cry of anguish, the creature lost a significant portion of its recently restored health, and its antennae shot out once more. Block. This time, Cheng Xing neither dodged nor evaded, his mind resolute. With an almost imperceptible motion, he angled his Tang Dao to deflect the assault of its 2 antennae. But that was not the end. As he swiftly maneuvered to evade the forelimb strike, he reversed his grip on the Tang Dao and plunged it into the joint of the blood bug's forelimb. Cheng Xing's eyes gleamed with determination as he exerted downward pressure, severing the blood bug's powerful limb. A formidable weapon was thus dismantled. Is it him? The rapid exchange was captured in its entirety by Su Yanran's gaze, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment. Previously concealed within Lu Gu's team, an abundance of deranged rabbit corpses lined the path, each one inexorably slain by the same individual wielding identical skills. To encounter such a presence here was utterly unforeseen. At this moment, Su Yanran dismissed her initial contempt, simultaneously detecting the traces of battle extending behind her. The skirmish between Cheng Xing and the blood locust began to unravel in her mind, ultimately materializing as vivid imagery before her eyes. This was the manifestation of her S-rank talent, insight. Such formidable combat prowess allowed her to rapidly acclimate to the rhythm of the blood locust attacks. This level of strength suggested that their innate talent was no less than S-rank. Was this a prodigious scion of some illustrious family out here honing their skills? After contemplating the sequence of events, Su Yanran couldn't help but murmur to herself. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion that Cheng Xing hailed from a noble lineage. The reason was simple. Cheng Xing was far too impoverished. Clad in E-rank armor, his weapon was even more meager, a mere F-rank weapon devoid of attributes. Given his talent exceeding S-rank, he would undoubtedly be treated like a treasured heirloom within any family. Matters such as early-level upgrades would typically be arranged within their own cultivated zones. He appeared to be newly awakened, and his equipment resembled common finds in the L-Town disaster area. Piecing together this information led Su Yanran to an implausible conclusion. Had he awakened the ability to enhance his drop rates beyond S-rank? With the effects of her insight talent, Cheng Xing's information was meticulously dissected, laid bare before Su Yanran. Particularly, she fixated on a certain aspect. His legs were rather long. Subtly wiping the saliva that had blown into her eyes from the sand, Su Yanran made a quiet decision. Below, the battle was nearing its conclusion. After executing another round of the 4-point slash, the blood locust fell, utterly spent. Simultaneously, in a certain location within the L-Town disaster area, a 5-member squad concealed themselves within an abandoned villa. Fully armed and equipped, their faces obscured by masks. One among them abruptly opened their eyes wide at the moment of the blood locust's demise. A level 10 blood locust was slain. Blood locust killed. Experience gained, 500. Level up, LV9 expression, LV10. Free attribute points, 15. So, this is how one levels up? Cheng Xing was taken aback. only to be astonished by the realization that E-rank disaster beasts yielded such high experience. He understood why the disparity between levels 9 and 10 was so vast. Merely ascending one level granted him the same number of free attribute points as leveling up 5 times prior. Opening his status panel, he saw name, Cheng Xing. Level, 10, 3, 510, 000. Health, 400. Attributes, Strength, 27. Agility, 35. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Free attribute points, 15. Talent, SSS-rank drop rate increase, F-rank sprint. Skills, B-rank 4-point/LV1, E-rank block LV1. However, upon seeing the experience required for subsequent levels, Cheng Xing felt his newfound experience insufficient. Had he leveled up? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yanran had approached, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with curiosity as she appraised him from head to toe. Under her gaze, Cheng Xing felt an inexplicable vulnerability, as if she had seen right through him. What is this? Sensing his discomfort, Su Yanran deftly shifted the conversation. She focused intently on a pale green orb of light that had emerged from the blood locust, only to receive feedback from the system. Is this a talent? Talents can also manifest? Is this a result of the increased drop rate? Su Yanran was startled by the information regarding the orb before her. She had never heard of talents being capable of materializing in such a manner. Yet, her contemplation was interrupted by 4 blinding flashes of blades. With a clash of steel, Cheng Xing's previously unstoppable 4-point slash was entirely deflected by the individual before him, even causing pain to his hands from the rebound. She possesses attributes superior to mine? Cheng Xing's brow furrowed, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. Swiftly, he allocated his free attribute points and charged at Su Yanran once more. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Yet, even with his enhancements, every blow seemed to be anticipated, deftly evaded by Su Yanran with minimal movements, often merely raising her sword to parry his attacks. In mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of blows, the edge of Cheng Xing's tang down marred with nicks and chips. A high-level weapon? Cheng Xing's expression grew grave. He hadn't expected to be unable to overcome her, and her weapon seemed far from ordinary. Observing this, Su Yanran finally exhaled, clearly not as at ease with Cheng Xing's onslaught as it had initially appeared. Glancing at the talent that had been revealed, she realized her actions had been overly presumptuous and understood the magnitude of the consequences. I apologize for my abruptness. Please remain calm. I will not disclose what I have just witnessed. Su Yanran voluntarily sheathed her weapon and began to explain. However, the murderous intent in Cheng Xing's eyes showed no sign of abating. In this world, placing trust in others indiscriminately was akin to courting death. With keen scrutiny, he assessed her, contemplating how to eliminate her. What must I do for you to believe me? Su Yanran retreated repeatedly, aware that this person would not simply take her word for it. Thus she spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. He could sense her sincerity. Throughout their earlier encounter, she had remained entirely on the defensive, and it seemed he couldn't afford to leave her behind now. With this thought, the intensity of his murderous intent diminished somewhat. Who are you? How do you know about my talent? What brings you here? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xing ultimately decided to grant her an opportunity. My name is Su Yanran, a junior scout affiliated with the Awakener Management Bureau of the South China base. The Awakener Management Bureau? At the mention of this unfamiliar term, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed slightly. I deduced your talent. My own talent is S-rank insight, which allows me to perceive intricate details and extrapolate events. At this juncture, Su Yanran unhesitatingly displayed her status panel to Cheng Xing. Name, Su Yanran. Level, 9, 935, 100. Health, 400. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 33, Constitution 20, Spirit 35, Free attribute points 0. Talent, S-rank insight talent effect, Perception and extrapolation. Skills, B-rank cold light, sword circle, LV1. Upon witnessing Su Yanran's impressive status panel, Cheng Xing quickly recognized that this young woman was far from ordinary. Her level 9 attributes surpassed his own level 10, indicating that her equipment was vastly superior to his, complemented by a B-rank skill. All these details underscored her formidable background. Most importantly, he realized he could not eliminate her. Those who frequently traverse such realms understand that individuals with substantial backing invariably possess undisclosed life-saving trump cards. I have come here due to a mission assigned by the Bureau, to investigate the alarming rate of new arrivals meeting their demise in the town of L. Su Yanran answered Cheng Xing's inquiries with the familiarity of one recounting cherished memories. Her sincerity palpable. Yet, fearing her earnestness might fall short, she bit her silver teeth and continued. Since I have unearthed your secret, allow me to share mine. Surveying her surroundings to ensure no prying eyes lingered, Su Yanran drew closer to reveal her secret to Cheng Xing. Upon finishing, her typically icy visage flushed with embarrassment, leaving Cheng Xing in a state of utter bewilderment. What significance did such a matter hold as a secret? Chapter 11, there was no denying it. Her revelations were indeed overwhelming. What do you mean this is just a trivial secret? Su Yanran's cheeks darkened with indignation as she retorted, I am still an untouched flower. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this secret should it escape into the world? Ah, yes, yes, Cheng Xing replied, his expression one of peculiar intrigue. Yet he nodded in a perfunctory manner, his initial wariness having dissipated considerably. He bent down and picked up a talent from the ground. Talent, digestive recovery. Quality, E grade. Talent effect, restores health when consuming food. Indeed, this was a blood leech's talent, indicating that the drop of talents was not as random as that of skills. Cheng Xing mused silently before promptly utilizing it. This scene sparked a curiosity within Su Yanran, her eagerness nearly written on her face. However, she refrained from probing further, fearing that the trust she had painstakingly cultivated might be squandered. Cheng Xing, seemingly oblivious to her gaze, continued to collect another item dropped by the blood leech, a knife strikingly similar in appearance to a spring embroidery knife. Blood leech's fong. Quality, E grade. Effect, damage 20. Upon viewing the equipment information, a smile finally broke across Cheng Xing's face. He had at last assembled a complete set of E-grade gear. Perhaps unable to withstand the intensity of Su Yanran's gaze, he reluctantly queried, "What else do you desire?" Had he been unaware of Su Yanran's panel, he might have continued to be ruthless, for it was the dead who kept secrets. Yet experience had taught him that he could not contend with her. Her talent was simply too formidable in combat. "I want you," Su Yanran declared boldly, startling Cheng Xing into retreating several steps. How could one with an icy beauty utter such brazen words? "Please, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to join our reconnaissance team." She quickly clarified, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she gestured apologetically. "No, thank you. I have no need." Cheng Xing refused without a moment's hesitation. Primarily, he had never heard of the so-called Awakener Management Bureau, and secondly, joining a faction would bring both benefits and constraints. Had his talent been merely F-grade, he might have eagerly accepted. "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Should you join us, you need no longer conceal your talent," Su Yanran said, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, her cherry lips parting to deliver her words with surgical precision, devoid of any circumlocution. Even Cheng Xing felt a fleeting temptation. This was his most pressing dilemma. He sensed that Su Yanran was not fabricating her claims, suggesting that the so-called power behind her, the Awakener Management Bureau, held considerable sway. Regrettably, having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, Cheng Xing was reluctant to align himself with any faction. This was the confidence afforded him by his experiences across 2 lifetimes and his SSS-level talent. However, in a moment of desperation, he might reconsider. "This is my address. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out," Cheng Xing contemplated, as Su Yanran timely presented a piece of paper with her address inscribed upon it, neatly concluding the discussion of joining. Clearly, the S-grade talent of insight was far from simple. The abrupt conclusion of the topic left Cheng Xing astonished as he received the note in a daze. Su Yanran, reveling in his reaction, beamed at him with a radiant smile, rendering the moonlight above to seem dim by comparison. Her well-measured distance and demeanor made even a seasoned individual like Cheng Xing feel remarkably at ease. Despite knowing that this woman was privy to his most critical secret, he found himself utterly at her mercy. "Given the rarity of our acquaintance, why not lend me a hand once more?" With the crisis averted, Su Yanran seized the opportunity to propose her request. Her current mission was devoid of any progress. Yet the information she had gathered thus far indicated that the situation was far more intricate than anticipated. With Cheng Xing's assistance, things might proceed more smoothly. "Absolutely not. I am too busy," Cheng Xing replied without a second thought. With the time he could spend meddling in others' affairs, he would rather hunt a few disaster beasts instead. "I shall offer you an item of D-grade equipment, regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails." At this proclamation, Cheng Xing, who had been preparing to depart, halted mid-motion. A D-grade item was worth around 500,000. After all, contemplating this, he smoothly turned around, his face unflinching as he remarked, "Actually, I forgot to mention. I have another commendable trait. I am quite altruistic." There was no denying it. Her offers were simply too generous. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran rolled her eyes dramatically. A man's words are often deceiving. After solidifying their collaboration, Su Yanran wasted no further time and approached the corpse of the blood leech to examine it closely. From the moment she discovered the blood leech, she sensed something amiss. Even with her insight talent, she could extract no useful information from the remains. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sounds of fierce combat erupted in a series of coincidental bursts. The two quickly located an abandoned skyscraper and ascended to the rooftop for a vantage point. The cacophony of battle reverberated continuously, allowing them to pinpoint 5 distinct locations. "They're coming." Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts in unison. The sounds of battle seemed to shift, as if something was pursuing them. "There." Indeed. After a moment's reflection, Cheng Xing gestured towards a specific area within Town L. Should those 5 teams continue their advance, they would ultimately converge at that location. It appeared that someone was deliberately orchestrating the gathering of adventurers in L Town. Su Yanran furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering the implications. In this novice leveling zone, Teams typically varied in composition. There were self-sufficient squads composed entirely of novice adventurers, as well as groups like Lu Gu's four-member team. What could compel them all to engage in combat while retreating? Could it be that the Qingcheng disaster zone had expanded? Su Yanran's thoughts circled round and round, leading her to a singular conclusion. However, mere speculation would yield no truth. Witnessing the situation firsthand would provide clarity. Leaning against the edge of the rooftop, Cheng Xing glanced at the pensive Su Yanran and remarked nonchalantly, "Hearing is one thing, seeing is another." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of L Town, a small squad raced through the ruins. Unlike typical teams, this one comprised 6 members. Upon closer inspection, Lu Gu was indeed among them. Behind them, a blood slug relentlessly pursued. Damn it, why is this cursed creature everywhere? At this moment, Lu Gu was no longer in a frantic scramble. And even when the blood slug launched its attack, he proactively intervened. The reason was simple. The blood slug trailing them was merely a level 9 F-rank disaster beast. In contrast, the group he encountered was of an overall level around 7, supplemented by his own E-rank adventurer status, which was sufficient for a safe escape. Seizing the opportune moment, the blood slug targeted one of the team members. "Be careful." Lu Gu was the first to shout a warning, stepping forward with his shield to block the fatal blow. "Thank you, Brother Lu," the rescued individual exclaimed, visibly moved. Lu Gu waved his hand dismissively, using the moment to retreat while silently garnering the favor of this small team. "Look, there are people ahead." Suddenly, a keen-eyed team member spotted 2 figures in the distance. "Wonderful. Strength in numbers. What are their capabilities?" The team leader was elated. With more people, their safety would increase. One seems to be an F-rank adventurer, but I can't see the insignia of the other. An F-rank? Let us hope he's not a novice. Hurry, let us approach." Thus, the group moved closer to the 2 figures. As they drew nearer, the appearance of the 2 became clear. So beautiful. The 5 members of the team were instantly captivated by one of the individuals. Lu Gu felt the same, but when he finally discerned the other person's visage, his expression changed dramatically. "Stop. Don't approach. That person is the reason my team nearly suffered total annihilation." Chapter 12. Reunion. Upon hearing this, the 5 members of the team were taken aback, halting their advance. When they first encountered Lu Gu, he had warned them that his team contained a reckless F-rank novice who had attracted a level 10 blood slug. He had intended to step forward to buy time for his fellow team members to escape, but the novice had callously abandoned everyone in a bid for self-preservation. It was only by some stroke of luck that the blood slug had pursued that individual instead, allowing Lu Gu to escape and meet them. The team leader, fueled by righteous indignation, recounted Cheng Xing's misdeeds in detail. "Miss, please keep your distance from this treacherous murderer who harms his own kind. Allow me to slay him in the name of justice." With that, the team leader earnestly addressed Su Yanran, not wishing to miss the chance to impress her. Su Yanran's expression turned peculiar. Treacherous? Harming his own kind? Had she not witnessed Cheng Xing's astonishing combat prowess and seen Lu Gu flee at the sight of an E-rank disaster beast, she might have almost believed it. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing's countenance darkened, his gaze fixating on Lu Gu at the back of the group. It was obvious where these rumors were originating from. As the 2 groups faced off, the blood slug from behind had caught up. Noticing the interruption, Cheng Xing moved, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the blood slug. The creature, taken by surprise by the sudden appearance of a human, instinctively raised its limbs to attack. However, the next moment, a chilling voice resonated, and a blade flashed through the night, for crimson lines appearing on the blood slug's body, followed by a spray of gore. The 6 individuals nearby were instantly drenched in the foul, green blood. Then, in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the blood slug's health of over 300 swiftly plummeted to 0, dropping 2 valuable materials. A level 9 blood slug had been dispatched in an instant. With a flick of the blood slug's fang, Cheng Xing cleaned the blade, producing a sound that sliced through the air. "I didn't quite catch that. Would you care to repeat yourself?" Cheng Xing stepped forward, weapon still in hand, halting before the team, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yet, nearly everyone felt a chill run down their spines, especially Lu Gu. But Lu Gu was filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? You registered as an adventurer only today. Your talent is merely F-rank. Could it be that you possess S-rank talent? Have you misrepresented your ability level? Why?" Lu Gu's eyes widened. He could hardly fathom why someone would falsely claim their talent level. "You need not know so much." Cheng Xing barely glanced at him, raising his blade for another strike. Lu Gu was alarmed, hastily lifting his shield to block, only to be met with a force greater than that of the blood slug's attack. The blow sent him staggering backward, his grip on the shield nearly slipping. Could this all be a misunderstanding? The team leader, who had developed a favorable impression of Lu Gu, could not help but inquire. "Oh, do you take issue with my actions?" Cheng Xing cast a glance at him, speaking indifferently. Instantly, the man fell silent. He dared not provoke this formidable figure, who had dispatched the blood slug with ease. Regaining his composure, the team leader recalled the story Lu Gu had recounted earlier and noticed numerous inconsistencies. Cheng Xing continued his advance, and Lu Gu could only defend passively as cracks began to form in his shield from repeated strikes. Lu Gu's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears, as Cheng Xing showed no sign of relenting. With a swift motion, Cheng Xing's blade sliced open Lu Gu's arm, crimson blood instantly staining his clothing. The agonizing pain elicited a cry from Lu Gu, but it was short-lived as the lethal blade was soon poised at his throat. Now, tell them everything you have done. In that moment, Lu Gu, disregarding his dignity, fell to his knees and recounted all that transpired at the adventurer camp concerning Cheng Xing, as well as the events following the encounter with the blood slug. I deserve to die. Please show mercy. I do not wish to perish, he pleaded, repeatedly begging for his life, while a foul odor emanated from beneath him, a clear sign of his fear. Seeing this, Cheng Xing's murderous intent dissipated, and he sheathed his blade. Returning to Su Yanran's side, the five-member team, having learned the truth, wore expressions of fury, realizing they had been deceived by this scoundrel. Bah, scoundrel, you commit vile acts. And out of fear of exposure, you cast blame upon others. I have never encountered someone so despicable. Just wait. We will report you to the guild. Why didn't you let me kill him? Cheng Xing asked, looking at the pallid Lu Gu in the distance, his tone devoid of emotion. Though he had spent little time with Su Yanran, she was certainly not one to possess a heart of mercy. Had it not been for Su Yanran's timely warning, he would have already dispatched the man with a single stroke. I cannot divulge the details, but you will comprehend in due course. Just remember, as an awakened, one should refrain from slaying another awakened unless absolutely necessary. Su Yanran shrugged, offering no further explanation, yet spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing fell into deep contemplation. However, before he could grasp the implications, a commotion erupted nearby. The group turned their heads to see a small team of 5 hastily fleeing from the end of a dilapidated road. They spotted Cheng Xing and his companions at once and quickened their pace. Behind them trailed a blood cockroach. Yet this time, the situation bore a slight difference. As the team approached within 100 meters of Cheng Xing's group, the blood cockroach abruptly halted, seemingly sensing its disadvantage against such a multitude. At this moment, Cheng Xing and his companions stood before an abandoned shopping mall in L Town, while the blood cockroach lingered at the edge of the plaza outside. Observing that the creature did not charge forward, the newly arrived team breathed a sigh of relief and promptly approached to greet the others. Greetings. We are the F-Class Hunting Hounds. We are the F-Class Claw of Terror. Following their introductions, the two teams quickly became acquainted. Both belonged to fixed squads, with established members capable of registering a team name with the Adventurers Guild. Their strengths were comparable, though the Hunting Hounds were slightly more formidable, with an overall level of 8. Upon noticing the ostracized Lu Gu, they inquired softly, and the leader of the Claw of Terror team immediately provided a hushed explanation of the circumstances, which led to their disdain for Lu Gu. For teams like theirs, abandonment was a grave taboo. They could never accept someone like him, as they did not wish to find themselves in dire straits only to be forsaken. Subsequently, their attention shifted to Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. When the members of the Hunting Hound saw Su Yanran nearly falter in her steps, they hesitated to approach due to her cold demeanor. Before long, yet another team hurriedly arrived. Chapter 13, The Expansion of Cheng Xing. In the disaster zone of L Town, at the abandoned mall, the arrival of another team brought the number of blood cockroaches outside to 3. Strangely, all 3 remained loitering at the outskirts of the plaza, neither retreating nor attacking. The new team, hastily assembled, bore no name and consisted of only 4 members, yet all possessed C-class talents, their strength reaching an impressive level 9. They were pursued by 2 blood cockroaches, for if it had been only one, they had the capability to dispatch it. They were, apart from Cheng Xing and Su Yanran, the strongest individuals present. Upon merging, this team exchanged brief information with those present before discontinuing further dialogue. After all, as C-Class awakened, they regarded the Hunting Hounds and Claw of Terror with disdain, knowing their prowess far surpassed theirs. Lu Gu was entirely beneath their notice. Conversely, the captain of this team fixated on Su Yanran, his avarice evident in his gaze. The only reason he refrained from acting was the presence of Cheng Xing, whom he had heard from the Claw of Terror could eliminate a level 9 blood cockroach in a single strike. While uncertain of the veracity of this claim, he was unwilling to take that risk. After all, the bond between those two was unmistakably extraordinary. Cheng Xing observed the scrutiny of the crowd, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Truly popular, aren't we? He remarked, leaning against the mall's outer wall. Indeed, unlike some individuals, who are nothing more than a steadfast steel man, Su Yanran retorted, lifting her chin slightly in indignation. Upon hearing this, he quickly shifted the topic. Have we gleaned any leads on our mission? It seems highly probable that the disaster zone in Xinjiang has spread, Su Yanran replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. If that is indeed the case, the matter becomes significantly simpler. As the two conversed, a 4th team appeared. This team, also consisting of 4 members, bore a strength comparable to the previous group, yet they exhibited a far greater arrogance, completely disregarding the Hunting Hounds and Claw of Terror as they engaged with the 3rd team. The number of blood cockroaches lurking outside had now escalated to 5. However, Before the fourth team could fully assess the situation, a fifth team hurried in from another direction, but it was less a team and more a solitary figure. What is the meaning of this? Upon encountering the gathered individuals at the mall and the encircling blood cockroaches, the man's expression darkened. He swiftly scanned the crowd, recognizing only one familiar face, Lu Gu, who had also entered with a team of 4. Upon noticing the E-class adventurer insignia on this individual, the others felt a surge of hope, prompting the captain of the Claw of Terror to step forward and relay the current predicament. When Zhao Li heard of Cheng Xing's ability to slay a level 9 blood cockroach with a single sword strike, his face registered shock, and he turned to look. However, upon recognizing Cheng Xing's features, he displayed an expression of derision. Indeed, Zhao Li is acquainted with Cheng Xing. He had been present when Cheng Xing registered as a newcomer at the adventurer's camp. A novice adventurer with F-class talent could not possibly have evolved into a figure capable of dispatching a level 9 blood cockroach in such a brief span. He would not believe it even if it were true. There had to be some trickery afoot. Are we all present now? What shall we do? Cheng Xing inquired quietly, surveying the assembly. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, observing the blood cockroaches encircling the mall from nearly every direction, furrowed her brows. The number of blood cockroaches exceeded her expectations. What can be done? If the disaster zone in Qingcheng has indeed expanded, we must eradicate them all and return to the base to inform the Adventurers Guild. Yet, I do not understand why they are not attacking. Is there some other reason behind it? If the former were the case, the problem would be considerably simpler. For the blood cockroaches before them might pose a nuisance to others, but not to the two of them. As long as no E-class blood cockroaches appeared, they would remain unthreatened. How shall we deal with them? Cheng Xing gestured toward the crowd, indicating that the motley assortment of individuals would pose a challenge in mobilizing. This is simple. We can fabricate an identity as an investigator from the Adventurers Guild to pacify them. Are you not an investigator from the Awaken Management Bureau? Why not use that identity? Cheng Xing immediately regretted his words as Su Yanran regarded him with an expression that conveyed her disbelief. She needed not speak a word. Enough. Just cooperate with me, she said, casting a final remark before striding toward the gathered crowd. Cheng Xing, with a resigned shrug, acknowledged his predicament. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Considering the D-grade equipment at stake, he chose to endure. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. The moment Su Yanran stirred, all gazes converged upon her. It was no surprise. Her icy countenance, reminiscent of a goddess, combined with a voice as melodious as silver bells, rendered her captivating even when draped in a black cloak. Should she take a step forward, many might find themselves compelled to kneel in reverence. I am an investigator dispatched by the Adventurers Guild to assess the disaster zone. Recently, the guild has noted an alarming rise in the mortality rate in L-Town's disaster area. Through my inquiries, it has become evident that the Qingcheng disaster zone is expanding, Su Yanran announced coldly, devoid of the warmth she had shown in her previous conversation with Cheng Xing. What? The Qingcheng disaster zone is expanding. No wonder there are so many blood slugs. What should we do? Upon hearing this, the members of the Hound and Claw teams grew visibly anxious. There were no fewer than 7 blood slugs in the vicinity, and with their current strength, they stood no chance of confronting them. The others exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. The expansion of disaster zones was not uncommon, typically occurring after the domain's lord or disaster beast had gained strength. This could also elucidate the presence of blood slugs from the Qingcheng disaster zone in L-Town. From here on out, you will follow his lead and eliminate all the blood slugs, Su Yanran declared, sensing the perfect moment to push Cheng Xing forward. At that instant, no one voiced opposition, for upon their gathering, the Hound and Claw team had promptly informed them of their success in vanquishing a blood slug. They harbored no dissent towards following the command of a stronger individual. We have no objections. With a powerhouse leading us, success is assured. Follow his orders? On what grounds? Just because he is a newcomer with an F-grade talent? Amidst the consensus, an opposing voice unexpectedly emerged. I am unaware of what methods you employ to slay that blood slug, but I witnessed everything this morning. He is merely a newly registered adventurer with an F-grade talent. What gives him the right to command us? Zhao Li stepped forward from the crowd, a look of disdain plastered across his face. What? He is just an F-grade talent newcomer? Now that you mention it, I recall seeing him this morning. He was right. Allowing such a person to lead us is nothing short of absurd. As Zhao Li's remarks resonated, others began to recall their encounters with Cheng Xing that morning. You speak nonsense. We have all witnessed Cheng Xing's prowess. The Hound and Claw team immediately countered, having seen Cheng Xing dispatch a blood slug with a single strike. What do you mean by we have witnessed? Did any of you actually see him in action? Zhao Li retorted with a sneer, prompting the others to shake their heads. They had not personally witnessed Cheng Xing's capabilities. All they had was the testimony of the Hound and Claw team. Only you few claim to have seen him act. And now I question your motives. He proposed, in the upcoming battle, let us 2 E-grade adventurers take command, and he must remain behind, unable to accompany us. Chapter 14. Each for themselves. At this moment, Zhao Li revealed his true intentions, pointing accusingly at Cheng Xing. It was then that the crowd noticed Lu Gu, who had been isolated, had somehow aligned himself with Zhao Li. His incitement swiftly turned the tide, with most present choosing to support Zhao Li. A newly registered F-grade talent versus two seasoned E-grade adventurers. This decision required little deliberation. Do you have objections to my arrangement? Before Cheng Xing could respond, Su Yanran stepped forward. Her frosty gaze fixed upon them. We're merely stating the truth, investigator. I believe you have been deceived, but worry not. Even without him, I can still safely escort you back to the Adventurers Guild. Zhao Li replied with a feigned magnanimity, his eyes roving over Su Yanran's cold visage, revealing a possessive glint. Zhao Li was unaware of how Cheng Xing had managed to win over the Ice Queen, but if a newcomer with an F-grade talent could do so, why couldn't he? Unlike Lu Gu, who he deemed worthless, he had awakened a C-grade talent. Had it not been for the lure of extra earnings, he would not be present today. Those rallying behind Zhao Li began to stir, and upon witnessing this, Su Yanran narrowed her eyes. With her keen insight, she discerned the base thoughts swirling within their hearts. Very well, let us each fight for ourselves. With that pronouncement, she returned to Cheng Xing's side. Cheng Xing, may we accompany you? The Hound and Claw team cautiously stepped forward after breaking away from the main group. Upon receiving a nod from Cheng Xing, they erupted with joy and positioned themselves behind him. A bunch of fools, caught up in their own theatrics. Only Lu Gu's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Xing. Filled with resentment, the tides of fortune had turned, and the humiliation he had endured earlier was about to be avenged. If they claimed to be able to slay the blood slugs with ease, why not grant them the opportunity to prove it? Let them handle 3 blood slugs. That should suffice to validate their prowess, Lu Gu suggested after a prolonged silence. You claim to be able to dispatch blood slugs effortlessly? Let us see how you handle 3. With the knowledgeable individuals gathered, as long as they perished, the truth would remain concealed. Zhao Li shot a quizzical glance at Lu Gu, but quickly reconsidered. If they reduced the number of blood slugs by 3, his team could easily handle the remainder. With swift action, they might even have the chance to be heroes. Indeed, Lu Gu has a point. If he wishes to showcase his abilities, we must provide him the opportunity. Zhao Li chimed in, and others quickly echoed his sentiments, recognizing the advantages of diminishing the blood slug count. Their concern for Cheng Xing's fate was non-existent. As this notion took root, the Hound and Claw teams swiftly recognized Lu Gu's vendetta and could not contain their laughter. Lu Gu, you wretched scoundrel, this is utterly insane. How shameless. Faced with their vitriol, Lu Gu's expression darkened, but soon a triumphant smile broke through. Very well. I accept this arrangement. Cheng Xing, maintaining his composure, ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Cheng Xing acquiesce to Lu Gu's proposal, Zhao Li mused that he had fallen too deeply into the role. In his view, a single blood slug and 3 blood slugs were not equivalent challenges. Dispatching an F-grade blood slug was manageable, especially if he possessed a D-grade attack skill. However, skills were divided into single target and area of effect types. When employing a single target skill, the other blood slugs might simultaneously launch their assault. You strike them in an instant, and they can retaliate just as swiftly. As for group skills, their worth surpasses that of individual skills by a factor of 5 when at the same level. Those who can afford such skills would hardly come here merely to mingle. In his eyes, Cheng Xing was nothing more than a corpse. With this thought, Zhao Li sneered coldly and directed his subordinates to commence their assault on the 4 blood roaches stationed outside. Under the onslaught of their 15 members, the 4 blood roaches began to show signs of being subdued, their health steadily diminishing. Meanwhile, 3 other blood roaches charged towards them, intent on launching an attack. Observing this, Zhao Li and his companions fought while taunting. What's this? You wouldn't dare promise us and then stab us in the back, would you? Don't go back on your word. If you don't make a move, we'll report you once we return. If Cheng Xing refrained from action, they were unperturbed. After all, the blood roaches seemed reluctant to enter the confines of the shopping mall, and they could always retreat then. However, by that time, someone would inevitably face dire consequences. Rest assured, I am not like you. I am a man of my word. With a swift motion, Cheng Xing vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in the path of the 3 advancing blood roaches. Haizhua was prepared to assist, but was halted by Su Yanran. You all should refrain from complicating matters. Cheng Xing did not rush to strike. Rather, he observed Zhao Li and his band with a cold smile in his heart. Their schemes were almost laid bare before him, and he was determined not to be outdone. While everyone believed the current issue in L-Town was the expansion of Cheng Xing, his experiences from 2 lifetimes told him that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The various actions of the blood roaches hinted at underlying causes, though the time had yet to reveal them. Presently, the 4 blood roaches were down to less than half of their health under the relentless assault, and Zhao Li took a moment to glance at the other side. Upon seeing Cheng Xing standing there, seemingly dazed as a blood roach nearly lunged at him, he chuckled inwardly. You've become too immersed in your role. Now you're petrified, aren't you? Once you perish, it will be my turn to shine. As the 3 blood roaches descended upon him, their formidable strikes stirred a cloud of dust, prompting Zhao Li to grin maliciously. However, the next moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Li's expression froze. There was no trace of Cheng Xing in front of the blood roaches. Fourfold slash. In the blink of an eye, A figure emerged from behind the blood roach, fleeting as a shadow. In the next instant, Zhao Li witnessed 4 flashes of blades, and after their passage, a torrent of foul blood gushed forth. That figure landed silently, the splattered green blood leaving not a single mark upon them. A one-hit kill. Chapter 15. The Swarm of Blood Roaches. The scene before Zhao Li rendered him speechless, disbelief etched across his face, halting his attacks. Zhao Li, what are you doing? The others shouted, snapping him back to reality as they focused on the blood roaches before them, though turmoil brewed within him. Through their relentless assaults, the 4 blood roaches ultimately succumbed, their health reduced to 0 and fading into oblivion. Alas, no loot materialized. Look quickly. How is this possible? Did he single-handedly slay 3 blood roaches? The members of the Haishua squad could hardly believe their own words. They stared at the corpses beneath Cheng Xing's feet, momentarily dumbfounded. The words of the Haishua squad echoed in their minds, accompanied by an invisible hand that struck their faces, a stinging pain. Especially upon witnessing the loot that had dropped from the blood roaches at Cheng Xing's feet, their eyes widened in disbelief. What had drawn them to venture into the disaster zone? Was it not the lure of wealth? Cheng Xing disregarded their fervent gazes and began to collect the items scattered on the ground. Blood roach's antenna, expression 2. Quality, E-class. Item description, resilient and flexible. An excellent choice for crafting whips. Blood roach's kidney, expression 2. Quality, E-class. Item description, contains indescribable energy. Blood roach spear. Quality, E-class. Effect, damage increased by 20. This time, his luck was not particularly exceptional. He only acquired a few materials and an E-class spear. Upon returning, he intended to give the rest to the Haishua squad, save for the kidney. The Haishua squad nearly burst forth to embrace Cheng Xing, exclaiming, "Our revered father." E-class weapons could fetch upwards of 100,000, and those E-class materials could sell for 30 to 40,000. They had never earned so much money since their inception. Meanwhile, not far off, Zhao Li and his group watched the scene unfold, their eyes turning red with envy, wishing they could swap places with the Haishua squad. The captain of the Hound squad felt an overwhelming regret. After this battle, they were the weakest, their members sustaining various injuries, and they left empty-handed, receiving only a smattering of experience. Compared to the Haishua squad, they were worlds apart. In that moment, their attitude towards Cheng Xing flipped 180 degrees, and they awkwardly approached him, saying, "Cheng Xing, we actually believed in you from the start. It's all Zhao Li's fault. He spoke ill of you behind your back, and we fell for his trickery. Could you possibly take us under your wing?" As the group flocked to ingratiate themselves with Cheng Xing, Zhao Li's face contorted with rage, for he too wished to join them. Beside him, Lu Gu appeared ashen. Cheng Xing's strength surpassed his imagination, and having offended such a person meant his own doom was nigh. Did we not agree to fight separately? Everyone refrained from pledging allegiance. Witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Xing chuckled coldly and firmly rejected them. The reason he had bestowed items upon the Haishua squad was twofold. Firstly, they had rallied to his side at the crucial moment. Secondly, the materials and weapons were of no use to him, given his 100 drop rate. And thirdly, he wanted to instill regret in these people. When he was slandered, they had not stood by him. Now, upon witnessing his might, they sought to curry favor. There are no free lunches in this world. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's refusal, the Hound squad could only depart in discontent, while another C-class talent group, witnessing the rejection, cursed under their breath. "What are you pretending for? You merely leveled up to 10 faster than us. We deigned to speak to you. That was merely out of respect. You had better not overstep your bounds." These individuals were no match for the Hound squad. Their higher talent levels destined them for greater success in the adventurer's path. In their eyes, Cheng Xing was simply someone with a slightly higher level who could afford group skills. Face, have you consumed a fruit of vanity? A bunch of cowards fleeing from 2 blood roaches, yet you dare prance before me? If I were you, I would find a crooked tree to cosplay as a weather doll. With no tolerance for their insolence, Cheng Xing unleashed a torrent of scathing words. The group fell into a stunned silence, their faces smeared with dirt as they trudged back. They were powerless to retaliate, bound by moral constraints. With Cheng Xing's formidable combat prowess, he could render your moral high ground as laughable as mere cover. Beside him, Su Yanran gazed at Cheng Xing's fervent rhetoric, her exquisite almond eyes sparkling with admiration. So this is how arguments could unfold. However, Cheng Xing sensed that the situation was amiss. At that moment, a keen-eyed member of the Haishua team suddenly noticed something, his expression shifting dramatically. Soon, everyone became aware of an ominous presence. A gust of night wind swept through, shrouding the moon, as darkness enveloped the land. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life within the shadows, resembling scattered starlight, encircling the mall where they stood. As they beheld this scene, an unsettling dryness crept into the throats of almost everyone, compelling them to swallow hard. They understood all too well what those eyes signified. As the clouds parted and moonlight cascaded once more, the surroundings rendered all faces pale with dread. The typically carefree Cheng Xing and Su Yanran now bore an unusual gravity on their countenances. Scanning the area, they were confronted by dozens of F-class blood cockroaches. tightly encasing the mall. In their line of sight, the system's interface displaying the beast's information formed an impenetrable wall of despair. What was happening? Was Cheng Xing expanding too rapidly? How could such a horde of blood cockroaches invade? Su Yanran, arms crossed and chin resting on her hand, furrowed her brows in deep contemplation. Strangely, despite the multitude of cockroaches surrounding the mall, they did not launch an attack, as if their intent was not to kill, but merely to ensnare them. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as 5 blood cockroaches slowly entered the mall's confines, charging towards Zhao Li and his group, while simultaneously, 4 cockroaches surged towards Cheng Xing's team. With no choice left, Zhao Li and his companions braced themselves and charged at the 5 cockroaches. Though the 5 posed no significant threat, the encounter was far from effortless. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, they finally triumphed, albeit coated in green ichor. A stark contrast to Cheng Xing's relatively unscathed state. Fortuitously, this time they were rewarded with a material drop from the cockroaches, but before they could distribute it, 5 more cockroaches leisurely approached the mall's entrance. This was no mere expansion of a disaster zone. Chapter 16, The Fallen. Su Yanran's heart jolted as she finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Damn it, I'll fight you all, Zhao Li bellowed, charging once more at the blood cockroaches. Was there an unwelcome difficulty spike? Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, observing the 5 cockroaches racing towards him, couldn't he help but smile. He was unaware of the thoughts of those behind him. If dozens of cockroaches were to attack at once, he might consider dodging their onslaught. Yet, facing them in waves like this, he felt more than capable, provided he had not yet reached level 10. Now, those few were insufficient to pose a challenge for him alone. However, with a stage set for him, he had no reason not to perform. Zhao Li and his team took 30 minutes to eliminate the 5 cockroaches. The members of the Hound team were severely injured. While the other 2 squads had sustained minor wounds, it was evident that disparities in their talents were surfacing. On Cheng Xing's side, with the assistance of Su Yanran and others, they barely managed to eradicate the cockroaches, while the members of the Haizhua team leveled up in the process. At this point, the number of cockroaches outside the mall dwindled to 10. As they beheld the remaining foes, hope surged within them. Sometimes, one must push oneself to discover their limits. After this wave of attacks, several members of the C-class talent teams leveled up and regained their health, their despair regarding the remaining cockroaches dissipating. Facing the final batch, they roared and charged forward. Fueled by a surge of morale, the remaining cockroaches faltered, unable to withstand even 30 minutes. In the wake of this fierce battle, although Zhao Li's team bore injuries, their faces radiated relief at having survived. Under the moonlight, the vicinity of the mall was strewn with dismembered limbs of the blood cockroaches, blood saturating the ground, creating a stench that filled the air. Zhao Li's group, disregarding the filth, collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily. The earlier dread instilled by the multitude of cockroaches had caused them to overlook many details. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran leaned on each other, both appearing utterly exhausted. If there was one notable difference, it was the spoils they had gathered. On Zhao Li's side, among the numerous corpses, there were only a few scattered items. In stark contrast, Cheng Xing's area was littered with loot, including several pieces of equipment emanating a faint green glow. As their stamina gradually recovered, Zhao Li's group regained their senses, greed dispelling the remnants of survival's relief. Leave the woman, eliminate the rest, Zhao Li commanded with a sinister grin, his avarice unmistakable. Lu Gu, having witnessed several lows in life, now saw a glimmer of hope. His malicious intent rekindled. Those behind him, still capable of fighting, shared in his malevolent glee, turning their weapons on their former allies who had fought alongside them against the cockroaches. Seeing this, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. He had worked hard to create a nest, not merely to catch small fish. What do you intend to do? The laws of the base explicitly prohibit awakened ones from killing each other. Su Yanran, deeply immersed in the moment, shouted weakly. Yet her appearance, reminiscent of a wilting flower, only served to inflame their primal instincts. This was a disaster zone, a lawless land. As long as we don't speak of it, who will know? Let us dispense with the pleasantries and prepare to engage together. Once we complete this task, we shall reap immense rewards. Just as they began to mobilize, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the shopping mall. The collective halted, instinctively turning their heads towards the source of the agonizing cry. At the entrance of the dilapidated mall, the hunting dog squad, which had been stationed there, found one of their members impaled through the chest by a scythe, the scream emanating from his lips. Who are you? Following the scythe's handle, a figure emerged slowly from within the mall. The sight sent shockwaves through the crowd, as they had not anticipated the presence of another individual along with a small team concealed within the mall. Before they could receive an answer, 4 more figures stepped forth from the shadows of the mall, clad in identical black robes and masks. The masks of the 4 bore several circles, while the last figure sported a mask adorned with circles both above and below. 1 dot and 2 dots? A gang of mahjong bandits? The masks resembled the 1 and 2 dots found in a mahjong set. As the crowd pondered the bizarre appearance of these masked figures, the first to appear swiftly drew his scythe, blood gushing forth as the hunting dog member succumbed to his demise before the horrified eyes of his comrades. Who are you truly? The sight of a life extinguished stirred a sense of discomfort among many, prompting Zhao Li and his companions to darken their expressions and inquire. Boss, as always, it falls to you. First, utilize the blood cockroach to gather them together, then sap their strength, and finally, we shall reap the rewards. Our team's performance is significantly above the average. Unfazed by the question, the one-dot figure continued to eliminate the remaining hunting dog members with swift efficiency, while simultaneously complimenting the two-dot figure behind him. Observing their practice technique sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, especially as they heard the one-dot figure's words, leaving many ashen-faced. In that moment, no one dared to advance. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. This was indeed a formidable prey. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yanran, who was watching the masked figures with a grave expression. Do you recognize them? Cheng Xing whispered, a hint of alarm in his voice. Cheng Xing, this is serious. They are the fallen. Su Yanran nodded gravely. Before she could elaborate on what constituted the fallen, the silent two-dot figure stepped forward. His gaze fixated directly on Cheng Xing and his companions. A talented investigator with S-class abilities. Do you know the fastest way to level up? Chapter 17. The swift path to advancement is through slaughter, specifically of awakening beings. Cheng Xing found himself momentarily speechless at the abrupt inquiry. Why would such a question arise in this context? Oh, it appears you are unaware, though it seems this esteemed investigator may have some insight. Two-dot swiftly assessed Cheng Xing's reaction and spoke with an air of indifference. The other one-dot figures, itching for action yet restrained by two-dot's authority, remained still, while the rest exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why this individual had taken it upon himself to speak. However, some began to exchange looks, gradually retreating. Now's our chance. Quick, retreat. Seizing the moment, one C-class talent team swiftly disengaged from the main group and bolted towards the base. This unexpected turn caught Zhao Li and his companions off guard. A bunch of fools, still listening to him prattle on. Survival is paramount. By the time Zhao Li and the others regained their wits, the team had vanished into the abandoned streets, eliciting expressions of anger and regret for not seizing the opportunity. Strangely, the one-dot figures did not pursue, but instead emitted chilling laughter. Truly foolish. Interrupted, the two-dot figure's expression darkened beneath his mask, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. In an instant, two enormous shadows burst through the roof of the mall, darting towards the fleeing individuals with such speed that most were unable to discern what they were. Cheng Xing and his companion exchanged solemn glances. They recognized the forms as two E-class blood cockroaches. Before long, four dark figures shot forth from the street with a deafening rush, landing between the two-dot figure and Cheng Xing's group. The newcomers were none other than the previously escaped C-class talent squad, though their legs were grotesquely twisted from the tremendous impact, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Apologies for the interruption. Let us continue, the two-dot figure said, adjusting his attire with an air of politeness. His demeanor and speech belied that of a ruthless killer, instead resembling a well-mannered scion of a distinguished family. Yet, in stark contrast to the anguished cries of his companions, the juxtaposition created an unsettling atmosphere. Can anyone tell me the quickest way to level up? The two-dot figure then turned his gaze towards Zhao Li and his group, speaking in a gentle tone. If anyone answers correctly, I may spare them. Killing disaster beasts. No, it's about forming smaller teams to kill disaster beasts. Taking the upgrade train. Finding someone to lead. Upon hearing the prospect of survival, everyone eagerly shouted in haste. The reason for their eagerness was clear. The two blood cockroaches that had pursued the fleeing squad were now returning, looming dangerously close behind them. Against F-class blood cockroaches, they might still have a fighting chance, but against E-class, theoretically, only 5 adventurers of E-class or higher could contend, let alone against 2. Listening to their responses, the two-dot figure shook his head in disappointment, then turned to Cheng Xing, enunciating each word carefully. Killing disaster beasts, whether in teams or solo, is not the fastest method. The only way to level up swiftly is through murder, specifically the murder of awakening beings. The declaration fell into a heavy silence. Even Cheng Xing, who had prepared himself somewhat for this revelation, felt his pupils constrict sharply. In an instant, he recalled Su Yanran's earlier warning, do not kill awakening beings unless absolutely necessary. It became clear, the means by which awakening beings gained experience was not limited to slaying disaster beasts, but also included killing fellow awakened. This was precisely why Su Yanran had sought to prevent him from eliminating Lu Gu, fearing he would uncover this secret. The so-called fallen were awakened individuals who leveled up by taking lives. What does it mean that killing is the fastest way? Zhao Li and the others, still in shock, asked blankly. It's quite simple. The experience you gain from slaying disaster beasts is fixed, but when you kill an awakening being, you can absorb all of their experience. Do you understand what this implies? His words carried an almost enchanting allure, captivating all present. As he spoke, Cheng Xing felt the grip on his arm by Su Yanran tighten significantly. It became apparent to her what the two-dot figure's intentions were. Regardless of the faction, S-grade talent awakeners are held in the highest regard. After all, when it comes to leveling up, those endowed with superior talents are far more susceptible to temptation. The threat posed by an F-grade fallen individual pales in comparison to that of an S-grade fallen, a disparity as vast as the heavens and the earth. Should you harbor any skepticism, I suggest you inquire with this investigator from the Awakener Management Bureau. With a deft shift in his discourse, the second barrel pointed his intentions squarely at Su Yanran. The mere mention of the Awakener Management Bureau caused the countenance of those behind him to shift dramatically, their gazes locking onto Su Yanran with intensity. The Bureau is the sworn enemy of their kind, tasked with capturing, managing, and annihilating fallen individuals like themselves. The Awakener Management Bureau? What is that? Isn't she an investigator from the Adventurers Guild? In stark contrast to the fallen, Zhao Li and his companions were filled with confusion, having never heard of such an entity. As the disaster beasts encircled the adventurers, cleverly masking the truth under the guise of the disaster zone. You must be the S-grade new spirit of the killing cult, right? Upon realizing her identity was exposed, Su Yanran chose not to conceal her own any longer, revealing the identity of the second barrel in turn. Among the fallen, there exist multiple factions, and the mask of the barrel is a hallmark of the killing cult, making her identity rather easy to deduce. To think I am so well known. However, the Bureau likely has confidentiality agreements. So I assume you haven't revealed your identity to him, have you? The spirit spoke calmly, as if assured of victory. Should you choose to join our killing cult, these experience packages can be yours. 5 level 10 experience packages, 6 level 9 packages, along with assorted others. This experience is sufficient to elevate you to level 13. With your talent, you could surpass level 20 in less than 6 months. The spirit's words were laced with temptation for Cheng Xing, yet to the ears of others, they sounded like a death knell. Those behind him also grew discontented. The experience packages they could share would enable them all to reach level 10. Should they don the barrel mask? In that moment, nearly everyone's gaze shifted to Cheng Xing, while Zhao Li and his companions appeared ashen. Believing that the conditions proposed by the spirit were far too enticing for Cheng Xing to decline, Su Yanran wore a worried expression, preparing to speak, only to be halted by a raised hand. I believe your assertion is flawed, Cheng Xing stated indifferently, as though untouched by any seduction. What is flawed? The swiftest method of leveling up would be to solo the disaster beasts. Cheng Xing casually articulated his answer. The notion that killing others is the quickest way to level up is simply misguided. Defeating monsters is the path forward. His response evidently caught the spirit off guard. Soloing disaster beasts at a higher level. Each word was comprehensible, yet together they formed a perplexing concept. Chapter 18, The Net Titans. This declaration plunged the surroundings into another silence. Do you dare to mock me? The spirit's face darkened beneath the mask, feeling insulted. Disappointed, the spirit shook his head and coldly raised a hand. I once aimed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminated the gutter. Attack. Leave no one alive. With the spirit's command, the 4 followers surged forward with murderous intent, their impatience finally unleashed upon Zhao Li and the others. Simultaneously, 2 E-grade blood cockroaches ignited with a crimson glow, launching their assault. The spirit did not focus on Cheng Xing. Instead, he aimed to harvest Zhao Li and the experience packages, showcasing the killing cult's methods. At this moment, he felt assured of victory, having drained the stamina of all present with his F-grade blood cockroaches. Their combat capabilities were nearly extinguished. Even the 5 level 10 awakeners would seem insignificant before the 2 E-grade blood cockroaches. With the blood cockroaches closing in, defeat was incomprehensible. Why us? This is unfair. The followers of Zhao Li lamented. Desperately resisting the onslaught of the 4 killing cultists, they faced attacks unlike any they had ever encountered, compounded by the E-grade blood cockroaches behind them, filling their hearts with despair. The dual onslaught of physiological and psychological trauma meant that in an instant, many were gravely injured. Cheng Xing exchanged a glance with his companion, both nodding in unison. After toying with the fish, it was time to net them. In the next moment, the 2 figures vanished simultaneously, each appearing before a blood cockroach. Fourfold slash. Glacial sword circle. With 2 swift exclamations, a dazzling display of blades rendered the onlookers spellbound. The 2 E-grade blood cockroaches were sent hurtling backward, their blood splattering as they let out anguished cries. This commotion left everyone momentarily stunned. Hadn't they exhausted their strength? How could they still unleash their skills? The fact that Cheng Xing could repel the E-grade blood cockroaches was already fearsome, yet when recalling his earlier terrifying prowess, it seemed almost reasonable. But for Su Yanran to achieve the same was truly astonishing. At this juncture, it dawned on the crowd that throughout, they had been so fixated on her beauty that they had never contemplated how a woman could dare to investigate alone in a disaster zone. You are also an S-grade talent. The spirit's expression darkened, as if the situation had spiraled beyond his control. To think both of them possessed S-grade talents, and had even orchestrated this performance together. Cheng Xing is incredible. Su's sister is incredible. The members of the Scary Claw team couldn't help but cheer in support. Upon hearing this, those besieged by the killing cultists also displayed glimmers of hope. Despite their exhaustion, they were not yet defeated. The spirit furrowed his brow slightly. The balance of power had shifted away from him. Relying solely on his subordinates would not suffice to claim that heap of experience packages. He needed to weaken them further with the blood cockroaches before harvesting. With the blood cockroaches now obstructed, if they were to be eliminated, their defeat would be inevitable. Contemplating this, the spirit seemed to lose the calmness he had previously exuded. Curse it, why is my talent not SS grade? If it were SS grade, I would not need to navigate such troublesome waters. The spirit regarded the unfolding situation, as if Cheng Xing's earlier words had stirred something within him. His talent enables him to plant spirits within the bodies of disaster beasts, thereby controlling them, 3 of the same level or 50 of a lower level. Though powerful, it bears a significant flaw. The disaster beasts he controls do not gain experience from slaying other disaster beasts or awakeners. Soon, the spirit recognized that he had been swayed by Cheng Xing's remarks and swiftly adjusted to regain his composure, observing his steadfast followers and the retreating blood cockroaches. A cunning thought flashed through his mind, and a sly smile crept across his lips beneath the mask. Do you wish to join the killing cult? We do not judge based on talent or background. As long as you prove yourselves, we will welcome you with open arms. The spirit gazed down at the defiant Zhao Li and his group, his words flowing like a devil's whisper, incessantly tempting their hearts. The perils they had faced while banding together to slay disaster beasts, the rejections they encountered due to their talents, these memories began to replay in their minds. Many, after hearing his words, found themselves wavering. Do not be swayed by his deceit. He has reached the end of his rope. If we can just hold on a little longer until we deal with the blood leeches, all will be well. Furthermore, let me remind you, should you become a murderer, you will become an enemy to all bases. Upon witnessing the spirit species attempt to manipulate them, Su Yanran's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly spoke up. Her words enlightened the crowd. Indeed, everyone, let us endure a bit longer. At that moment, Zhao Li also hastily intervened to steady the group. After hearing the spirit species' words, a surge of impulse surged within him to turn against those beside him. Yet Su Yanran's reminder of becoming enemies to all bases brought his reason back into focus. With continuous reminders, the others also came to understand, and despair faded from their faces. Realizing this, the spirit species understood that he had failed this time and began to prepare for a retreat. Just as he was about to abandon his subordinates and flee, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night. Ah! Zhao Li's eyes widened in shock as a blade protruded from his chest, soaked in crimson liquid, staining his shirt a deep red. When he turned to see the assailant, his pupils constricted in horror. Why did you betray me, Lu Gu? Lu Gu's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of savagery. I had no choice. Unlike you, there is no place for me in the base anymore. Don't blame me. Blame them. He howled in a frenzy, drawing his sword. Zhao Li fell helplessly to the ground, breathless, unable to believe that Lu Gu would turn against him. With Zhao Li's demise, a flash of light enveloped Lu Gu. Though dim, it stood out starkly against the night, emanating an eerie aura. Is this what it means to be a fallen one? After killing Zhao Li, Lu Gu's experience propelled him to level up for the first time in half a year, feeling a surge of power within him. And he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In the next moment, he charged forth, launching an attack on the other teams. Those individuals could manage to resist the onslaught of the blood leeches, but ultimately fell short when faced with a fully powered E-grade adventurer. They were mercilessly harvested as if they were mere vegetables. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Lu Gu spared no compassion, and soon the air was filled with their wails. In a matter of moments, all who stood with Zhao Li were slaughtered, and Lu Gu had ascended to level 13. Observing the rampaging Lu Gu, the spirit species halted his advance. Just an E-grade talent? Well, it will suffice. After eliminating all those who stood, Lu Gu did not spare even those who had been crippled by the blood leeches, dispatching them with his sword one by one. Aren't you C-grade talents? Why are you silent now? Did you not look down on me? Lu Gu yelled as he continued his killing spree, his eyes filled with madness. Perceiving his victims not as human beings, but as mere tools for his release of fury. Help me, cried the C-grade talent team, powerless on the ground, extending their hands towards Cheng Xing and the others for salvation. Yet, the only response they received was the blade wielded by Lu Gu. Xiao Su, is it unlawful to slay the fallen? Cheng Xing asked calmly, his voice as tranquil as a placid lake, as he repelled a blood leech with a swift strike. Su Yanran, evading the blood leech's assault, glanced over, smiled faintly, and replied nonchalantly, of course, a murderer must be slain. Chapter 19, The Slaying of Lu Gu. In L-Town, within an abandoned mall, Lu Gu withdrew his long sword, standing amidst the silence of the last fallen foe. In the distance, Cheng Xing unleashed a strike that sent an E-grade blood leech flying, which crashed to the ground, yielding 2 materials. Following closely, Su Yanran deftly dispatched another blood leech. Now it's your turn. Lu Gu's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, a sinister grin etched across his face, resembling a man intoxicated by the thrill of killing. He disregarded Su Yanran and the remaining members of the Haizhua team, fixating intently on Cheng Xing before charging at him with astonishing speed that surpassed even the E-grade blood leeches. Upon reaching level 10, Each upgrade granted an exponential increase in attribute points compared to prior levels, with free attribute points multiplying fivefold to a total of 15. This is precisely why the spirit species felt mocked upon hearing Cheng Xing's response. As levels increased, the disparity would only widen, rendering it increasingly difficult to defeat foes of higher tiers, let alone surpass them. The clash of blades erupted with a shower of sparks, producing a jarring cacophony of metal colliding. Cheng Xing felt an overwhelming force surge through the hilt of his weapon, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his palms tingling. Witnessing Cheng Xing falter, Lu Gu cackled maniacally and pressed forward. What are you pretending for? Aren't you quite the actor? After exchanging several blows, the weighty assaults led Cheng Xing to conclude that Lu Gu had allocated all his points into strength. Thus, Cheng Xing ceased to engage Lu Gu in a direct confrontation, instead opting for nimble positioning to evade Lu Gu's relentless strikes. His heightened agility, coupled with his F-grade talent for swift movement, rendered Lu Gu incapable of landing a blow on him. Why are you dodging? Aren't you supposed to possess an SSS-grade talent? Lu Gu's frustration boiled over as his attacks missed Cheng Xing repeatedly, manifesting his rage on his face, followed by taunts. However, such a lowly tactic could not ensnare Cheng Xing. Seizing an opportune moment, he swung his blade. Lu Gu hastily parried, attempting to counterattack. Yet by the time his sword had completed its arc, Cheng Xing had already appeared several meters away. Damn it! If you have the guts, then don't run. Lu Gu roared impotently in fury. Even after reaching level 13, he remained a fool. Observing this, the spirit species furrowed his brow, having discerned Lu Gu's allocation of points, and cursed inwardly. Go assist him. Yet at this moment, Lu Gu represented his sole hope for a comeback, bereft of the disaster beast. His combat prowess was inferior to that of an ordinary level 10 awakener. Contemplating this, he commanded one of his subordinates, the One Cake, to act. Despite their reluctance to intervene, the other One Cake members dared not defy the spirit species orders. After all, he possessed an S-grade talent, granting him a status within the cult of slaughter that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even the likes of Santong had to bow before him. 4 cultists adorned with One Cake masks surged towards Cheng Xing, brandishing their weapons in a frenzied attempt to restrict his movements. Just as they neared, a figure appeared before them. This path is closed. Su Yanran stood resolutely, her long hair billowing in the wind, her icy visage commanding respect, compelling all 4 One Cake members to halt in their tracks with just her gaze. Do not fear, let us strike together. One of the One Cake members, gripping a scythe, gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. In unison, the 4 launched their attacks. Frostblade circle, Su Yanran exclaimed sharply, unsheathing her sword, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that instantaneously tore through the assailants. How could these 4 cultists, none even reaching level 10, hope to match Su Yanran? After dispatching the cultists, a faint luminescence radiated from her, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her beauty made her leveling up effects appear uniquely remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Gu continued to swing his sword in fervor, oblivious to the fact that every single attack merely grazed past Cheng Xing. The exhilaration derived from ascending 3 levels gradually ensnared him, and in that moment, he felt invincible. Almost there, it was time to conclude. After sensing that his body had acclimatized to Lu Gu's combat maneuvers, Cheng Xing squinted slightly and murmured to himself. What did you say? Lu Gu was momentarily taken aback, and then he noticed Cheng Xing charging towards him. Elation surged within him as he raised his longsword, executing a swift and powerful strike akin to a thunderclap. Cheng Xing did not flinch or evade. He allowed the longsword to descend, the blade now mere inches from his face. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Scourge squad recoiled in terror, covering their eyes, unwilling to bear witness. The outcome was inevitable. Ultimately, he had been too arrogant. No awakened individual could evade such a strike at this distance. Observing this, the distant Ling Zhong, who had initially taken a step back, halted and shook his head, commenting on the disparity of attributes across a 3-level difference, especially considering that Lu Gu had allocated all his points into strength. If that strike connected, Cheng Xing would undoubtedly meet his demise. Lu Gu grinned menacingly, certain that Cheng Xing could not escape this distance. The vision of cleaving Cheng Xing in 2 had already manifested in his mind. Block. Clang. The next moment, a deafening clash of metal reverberated through the air. Lu Gu felt an immense force rebound against him, nearly dislodging his longsword from his grasp, his entire arm losing sensation. Before him, Cheng Xing had inexplicably positioned the blood leech's fang defensively before him. E-grade skill, block. You've been concealing your strength? Lu Gu's expression froze. He had not anticipated that Cheng Xing was still hiding his capabilities. I was waiting for my body to adapt. What were you waiting for? Cheng Xing remarked coldly, advancing towards him. This is impossible. Observing Cheng Xing's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Gu felt the euphoria of his level up dissipate, his fantasies of invincibility shattering piece by piece beneath the weight of that earlier strike. The plummet from heaven to hell incited a furious roar from him. He quickly gathered his strength and unleashed another full-force attack. 4 direction slash. Clang. Another resounding crash echoed, and a figure was sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Gu, who was now the one at a loss. His face was etched with shock, and the excruciating pain radiating from his chest jolted him back to reality, where he beheld 4 vicious gashes marring his torso. As he glanced at the approaching figure, Lu Gu instinctively sought to retaliate, but upon raising his hand, he discovered his long sword had shattered into 2 pieces. In that instant, he was once more engulfed by fear. "Please, spare me." This time, Cheng Xing afforded him no opportunity. With a decisive step forward, his blade sliced through the air mercilessly. Lu Gu's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his throat with both hands, yet he was powerless to stem the flow of warm liquid seeping forth. The power that had surged within him only moments ago now receded like the retreating tide. Why? He could not comprehend why, even after reaching level 13. He remained inferior to Cheng Xing, yet no one was there to provide him with answers. Level increased to 10, expression, level 13. Acquired 45 free attribute points. Cheng Xing sheathed his blade and turned his back on Lu Gu, striding towards Su Yanran and the others. Had Lu Gu not slain his own kind and become a fallen, his identity as an awakened would have served as his greatest shield against death. Now, only one remained. Cheng Xing lifted his gaze to the Ling Zhong at the entrance of the mall and spoke coolly. "Now, it's just you left." "Not necessarily." At this point, Ling Zhong showed no inclination to flee, instead observing the approaching pair with calm detachment. He was acutely aware that without the ability to control the disaster beasts, either of the two could easily subdue him. "You have made me suffer a humiliating defeat." Ling Zhong adjusted his clothing, then retrieved a pitch-black orb the size of a baby's fist from his pocket, idly toying with it as he spoke leisurely. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow at Ling Zhong's peculiar reaction. The orb exuded an aura of extreme danger. Meanwhile, Su Yanran's pupils constricted upon seeing the dark sphere in Ling Zhong's hand, prompting her to instinctively grasp Cheng Xing's arm. Cheng Xing turned back, noting the grave expression on Su Yanran's face, a seriousness he had never witnessed before. Disaster Seed? Chapter 20, Disaster Seed. Disaster Seed? Cheng Xing repeated, encountering yet another unfamiliar term, but the gravity of Su Yanran's expression indicated the object's profound peril. "We will meet again." Ling Zhong uttered no further words, casting a deep glance at Cheng Xing before abruptly crushing the black orb in his grasp. As the orb shattered, a wave of disconcerting energy radiated outward, sending shivers through the air. Completing his actions, Ling Zhong retreated unhurriedly, merging into the shadows within the mall. Seeing this, Cheng Xing instinctively prepared to pursue, only to be halted by Su Yanran's firm grip. "Everyone, gather your belongings and return to the base." Su Yanran did not offer immediate explanations, but commanded the remaining members of the Scourge Squad. The squad exchanged bewildered glances. Only when they saw Cheng Xing nod did they hurriedly gather the spoils of battle. Within a minute, Su Yanran led everyone directly toward the Huanan base. Cheng Xing refrained from questioning. If Su Yanran had chosen to abandon the pursuit of Ling Zhong, the matters ahead must surely outweigh the importance of tracking down the fallen. Since meeting Su Yanran, Cheng Xing had realized that this world was far more complex than he had initially imagined. With the Awakened Management Bureau in front and the disaster seeds lurking behind, there were numerous facets of this reality that remained unknown to him. Pondering this, Cheng Xing's eyes glimmered with a thoughtful light, as if he were deep in contemplation. "Wait a moment, I left something here. Is there time?" The group moved swiftly and soon arrived at the edge of the disaster zone in L Town. As they passed a relatively intact high-rise building, Cheng Xing suddenly spoke up. "There is time, but unless it's something valuable, let it go," Su Yanran replied, momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the time. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Cheng Xing swiftly borrowed several unused backpacks from the Scourge Squad and dashed into the high-rise. 1 minute later, Cheng Xing emerged from the building, laden with bags. Through the barely zipped openings, the group glimpsed backpacks overflowing with disaster beast materials and over a dozen pieces of equipment. If all of these were sold, they could easily fetch nearly several million. Su Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief. With such an abundance of gear and materials, it was difficult to discern whether he had come to level up or merely to stockpile goods. Could he possibly possess true SSS level talent? "Help me carry some. I'll give you a 10% cut when we return." After emerging with the items, Cheng Xing beckoned to the Scourge Squad. Upon hearing this, the squad's members' eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly competing to assist. It was only then that they realized just how delightful it was to ride coattails and win effortlessly. After packing up the spoils, they wasted no time and hurried back toward the base at top speed. During their time in L Town, Cheng Xing sensed something amiss. As they made their way, all the disaster beasts were frantically converging towards a singular location, the shopping mall. On their route, they even encountered several frenzied rabbits. Yet they paid no heed to Cheng Xing and his companions. After departing the disaster area, Su Yanran visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As waves of military troops began to appear on the horizon, the sight of such a formidable assembly of base troops startled the Haizhua team, as they had never before witnessed so many troops mobilized en masse. The base troops soon spotted Cheng Xing and his group, swiftly approaching them for inquiries. Upon Su Yanran presenting a certain identification, an officer stepped forward from the ranks. After a brief verification, he respectfully urged Su Yanran to proceed, leaving Cheng Xing and the others behind. Could something have happened to Sister Su? The Haizhua team pondered anxiously, glancing at the numerous base troops surrounding them. Rest assured, these base troops are likely summoned by her. Cheng Xing recalled seeing Su Yanran contact someone on her phone before leaving the shopping mall. In the post-apocalyptic world, previous digital devices had become obsolete, replaced by new products crafted from disaster beast materials, albeit at exorbitant prices, which Cheng Xing, residing in Area H, could scarcely afford. Before long, Su Yanran returned, flanked by the officer and his respectful entourage. After exchanging greetings, she led the military personnel back towards L Town. Let us continue our journey. The remaining matters are beyond our involvement, she remarked softly, glancing at the direction the base troops were heading. As she turned, her gaze met Cheng Xing's, and she began to elaborate. The concept of disaster seeds was proposed by scholars dedicated to studying disaster beasts several years ago. They theorized that within these beasts lies a source of energy, the very wellspring of their power. This source is termed a disaster seed, and it is believed that these seeds can be harvested by slaying disaster beasts. Upon hearing that they could be obtained, Cheng Xing's brows furrowed in curiosity. If they could indeed be dropped, why had he never encountered one? As if sensing his puzzlement, Su Yanran offered a faint smile and continued. The drops are only available from E-grade beasts and above, and the probability of acquiring one is exceedingly low. Consequently, disaster seeds are quite rare. Once discovered, they are promptly acquired by the base, leaving few aware of their existence. Regarding their function, it is widely accepted that they possess an absolute allure for disaster beasts. At this juncture, Su Yanran recalled the disaster seed in the possession of the spirit seed and added, the disaster seed held by the spirit seed, based on its size, should be one dropped by a C-grade disaster beast, at least level 30. This seed is sufficient to attract all C-grade and lower disaster beasts within a 100-mile radius, potentially inciting a beast tide. The mere thought of being surrounded by C-grade beasts sent shudders through the Haizhua team. They were grateful for Su Yanran's warning, as they would have been oblivious to their impending doom otherwise. At this moment, Cheng Xing understood why Su Yanran had chosen to abandon the pursuit of the spirit seed. Firstly, the spirit seed was unlikely to surrender willingly, and no one knew what tricks it might have up its sleeve. Secondly, the disaster area in L Town was perilously close to the base, situated on the outskirts of the Qingcheng disaster zone, where a multitude of C-grade beasts congregated, posing a significant threat to the base. Should they inadvertently rouse the A-grade disaster beast in the heart of Qingcheng, the consequences would be dire. Weighing the pros and cons, it was prudent to forego the pursuit and promptly notify the higher-ups at the base to devise a response. After elucidating the situation, the towering walls of the base soon came into view. Upon passing through the massive steel gates, they returned to the adventurer camp where their journey had initially begun. Although it was now nighttime, the camp was still bustling with numerous adventurers eager to venture out and hunt disaster beasts. Unfortunately, they had been informed that C-grade adventurers were prohibited from leaving the city for the next few days, leading to a cacophony of discontent. Upon seeing the familiar adventurer camp, the Haizhua team, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, collapsed onto the ground in relief. They had been pursued by blood cockroaches, besieged by a swarm of them, and had also encountered a group of degenerates. Had they not steadfastly clung to Cheng Xing and his companions from the outset, they might have met the same grim fate as the Hound team. Reflecting on this, they could not help but cast grateful glances towards Cheng Xing and his group. Their gestures were quickly noticed by a few sharp-eyed individuals in the camp, who, upon realizing that the Haizhua team had just returned from the outside, began to approach stealthily. However, before they could draw near, several figures blocked their path. Investigators from the guild are at work. Please do not approach. Chapter 21. The team leader's father is the city lord. In the H area of the South China base, at the adventurer camp. Who are you? Just because you say you're an investigator, does that make it so? The adventurer suddenly halted, wore a displeased expression as he faced several individuals clad in uniform black trench coats. At this moment, the leading man stepped forward slowly, donned in a black trench coat. His countenance resolute, with a hint of stubble adorning his chin. His strong eyebrows lent him an air of maturity and intensity, leaving a first impression of someone serious and uncommunicative. Upon his arrival, the surrounding adventurers instinctively took a step back in trepidation. He merely raised a hand slightly, revealing a complete set of gear beneath his coat, along with a golden badge hanging prominently from his chest. At the sight of the badge, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their demeanor shifting instantly as they hurriedly dispersed. A C-grade adventurer, we cannot afford to offend. Once the onlookers had been cleared away, the man approached Cheng Xing and his group. Ladies and gentlemen, let us find a more suitable place to converse. Cheng Xing exchanged a glance with Su Yanran, and upon seeing her nod, he followed them to a secluded room at the corner of the camp. The moment the door closed, the leader's expression fell dramatically. Oh, my ancestors. My little ancestor, can I call you that? I simply asked you to investigate the increased mortality rate among novices in the L-Town disaster area. And you've stirred up such a ruckus. Now, 40 of the base troops have been dispatched, and even the war god has entered a state of heightened alert. The man's lament echoed throughout the room. He had originally planned to enjoy a drink with a few young ladies, but was abruptly summoned by his superior to address this matter, only to discover that the South China base had been set into motion due to a report from Su Yanran. Cheng Xing, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Haoran, the leader of our Awakener Management Bureau's reconnaissance team, and my brother. He possesses an A-grade sword spirit talent, is 24 years old and unmarried, and has a penchant for thunderstorms. Su Yanran appeared unfazed by Su Haoran's distress as she introduced Cheng Xing. Her initial introduction was relatively normal, but the latter part took an unexpected turn, prompting Su Haoran to hurriedly cover her mouth, fearing she would divulge all his personal details. Is he really 24? Cheng Xing gazed at Su Haoran, who exuded a mature masculine aura, in disbelief. However, upon Su Yanran's introduction, he could indeed discern some familial resemblance between them, particularly in the stark contrast of their appearances and personalities. Greetings, I am Gao Chun, the deputy leader of the team. The members of the reconnaissance team appeared to have grown accustomed to the daily squabbles between the Su siblings. One of the men, possessing an alluring pair of peach blossom eyes and an extraordinarily handsome visage, stepped forward to introduce himself. Gao Chun was uncertain of what made this man named Cheng Xing particularly remarkable. Yet the manner in which Su Yanran introduced their team leader suggested that their relationship was undoubtedly complex. I am Shunya, a member of the investigative team. Following her was a striking woman with a sharp bob, exuding an air of confidence that her trench coat could not entirely conceal. She spoke with an air of nonchalance. I'm Li Man, also a member of the investigative team. Finally, a petite girl with two playful buns bounced on her tiptoes, waving her hands to ensure she was seen. Hello, I am Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing smiled and politely extended his hand to shake with Gao Chun. With their introductions completed, the playful bickering between the Su siblings began to wind down. Why did you report directly to Dad instead of updating me? Su Haoran admonished Su Yanran, giving her forehead a playful flick. Do you realize that reporting out of order is against protocol? The situation was urgent, and your rank isn't sufficient. By the time you reported, who knows what unforeseen consequences might have occurred? Su Yanran retorted defiantly. What exactly happened? The situation is as follows. After the farce concluded, Su Yanran recounted the entire sequence of events. When everyone learned that Cheng Xing's S-level talent had significantly increased his loot drop rate, their eyes widened in astonishment, as this ability had previously only reached a maximum of D level. Especially upon discovering that the gear adorning the Haizhua team was all spoils belonging to Cheng Xing, Su Haoran regarded him with the reverence typically reserved for an unparalleled beauty. However, their expressions turned grave upon hearing about the subsequent blood scarab attacks, the fallen, and the final calamity. In such matters, the leader's rank is indeed insufficient. Indeed, insufficient. Gao Chun and the others nodded in agreement. You are being excessive. After all, I am still your team leader. Su Haoran appeared deeply distressed by the continuous blows to his pride, yet Gao Chun feigned ignorance and continued. Xiao Ran, you performed admirably this time. As for your remarks, since we, the Awaken Management Bureau, are a confidential organization and the existence of the fallen requires discretion, you all must sign a non-disclosure agreement before you can leave. Gao Chun then glanced at Cheng Xing and the Haizhua team, continuing, without hesitation, the Haizhua team nodded in agreement. No problem, Cheng Xing readily accepted. After they consented, the little girl Li Man quickly produced the non-disclosure agreement for them to sign. Once the agreements were signed, Cheng Xing presented a tenth of his gains from this upgrade to the Haizhua team. Subsequently, the Haizhua team departed first. As Cheng Xing gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, Gao Chun called out to him. Cheng Xing, please hold on a moment. Is there something else? Cheng Xing asked, puzzled. As he watched Gao Chun approach, we would like to inquire if you have any desire to join our team. This time, Cheng Xing did not immediately refuse, but fell into contemplation. His journey to L-Town had yielded substantial rewards, yet he also recognized the myriad of issues at hand. Seeing Cheng Xing hesitate, Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with hope. This was promising. Gao Chun, too, felt the tension, immediately envisioning the questions Cheng Xing might ask, such as whether full gear would be provided, or if partners would be assigned. If Cheng Xing sought power, they could even consider replacing the team leader. What are your salary and benefits? Cheng Xing pondered before voicing his primary concern. Cheng Xing's inquiry took them by surprise. Gao Chun glanced down at the backpack at Cheng Xing's feet and then back at him, his expression seemingly asking, are you serious? I can't help it. I'm an orphan who has known poverty from a young age, Cheng Xing stated with conviction. Annual salary of 1 million, top-tier insurance and benefits, bonuses for business trips, and allowances, deal. Gao Chun felt a pang of insecurity after hearing the Awaken Management Bureau's benefits, and without further ado, Cheng Xing agreed. You really accepted that quickly? Shouldn't you ask for a team leader position as well? We wouldn't feel right otherwise. Hey, you scoundrel. But as a confidential organization, shouldn't there be approvals and evaluations? Can I just join like that? In principle, yes, but our team leader's father is the city lord. Chapter 22. At most, considered private. In the South China base, Area A. The South China Tower loomed majestically in the center of the area. Standing atop the tower and gazing out, one could see the entirety of the base and even catch glimpses of the surrounding high walls. This was the nerve center of the South China base's most formidable forces, with a sprawling complex surrounding the tower, housing the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild South China branch, and extending to various departments that maintained the base's operations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that should an A-level catastrophe beast breach this area, escape would be nearly impossible. Inside the tower, in a vast conference hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a pristine jacket, bearing a solemn demeanor and resembling Su Haoran to a notable degree, occupied the main seat. On either side of the conference table sat 11 figures, arranged according to their strength. The most powerful among them was the man in the main seat. If Cheng Xing were present, he would recognize that sitting at the end was Cheng Xing, master of the tower. Why have you summoned us so late? One of the war gods inquired slowly, as such meetings were seldom convened unless the base faced a significant threat. You may see for yourselves, Su Jiangwo replied impassively, raising his hand. Whereupon documents were distributed to each war god. The war gods, puzzled, opened their respective documents. Their expressions shifted from confusion to gravity as they continued reading. I can't believe the killing sect has resurfaced, and they are using a calamity in L Town? I wonder if this will provoke the A-level calamity beast in the Qingcheng disaster zone. The war gods began to discuss fervently, while Cheng Xingyang appeared perplexed, for he had spotted Cheng Xing's name on the document. Cheng Xing? An S-level talent? It must be a case of sharing the same name. Cheng Xingyang recalled the rebellious son who had dared to confront him and shook his head dismissively. That insolent child is merely an F-level waste, without my support. He likely struggles even to find someone willing to upgrade him now. Upon recalling the defiance displayed by Cheng Xing in the past, a surge of anger welled up within him. Fortunately, the thought of the obedient Cheng Yun soon alleviated his ire. I have already secured an upgrade venue for Yun, and with a week remaining until the enrollment at South China Martial University, this world will undoubtedly provide ample opportunity for Yun to reach level 10. Cheng War God. Cheng War God. Just as Cheng Xingyang found himself lost in thought, a series of urgent calls interrupted his reverie. At that moment, Cheng Xingyang became aware that all eyes were upon him, including that of Su Jiangwo. Observing Cheng Xingyang's distraction in such a setting, Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Cheng War God. Considering the ambiguous influence of C-grade calamities on A-grade beasts, it is imperative for you to personally venture into the Qingcheng disaster area to monitor the movements of the A-grade crimson-eyed rabid dog. What do you say? Huh, me? Cheng Xingyang hesitated instinctively, his level merely at 50 while that A-grade beast stood at 55. He had no chance of victory against it. Just as he was about to refuse, the gaze of Su Jiangwo compelled him to steel himself and comply. While a C-grade calamity may not necessarily attract an A-grade beast, the fact that the crimson-eyed rabid dog had not leveled up in years necessitated vigilance regarding its movements. Should it exhibit any activity, timely assistance would be available from other war gods. Noticing Cheng Xingyang's reluctant acceptance, Su Jiangwo withdrew his gaze and continued speaking. Ever since Cheng Xingyang ascended to the rank of war god, he had begun to form alliances and expand his influence, losing focus on leveling up. While several war gods surpassed him in rank over the past few years, this was the perfect opportunity to remind him of his priorities. Understood. Meanwhile, at the H-Zone Adventurer Camp, is this all sorted? After finalizing several documents, Cheng Xing inquired with curiosity. Shouldn't the recruitment for such a confidential organization be conducted with greater caution? Certainly, it is not that simple. You are merely in the reserve force, and whether or not you achieve full status will depend on a selection process. However, given your abilities, the selection will be a mere formality. Su Haoran beamed, patting Cheng Xing on the shoulder, and earnestly elaborated. Cheng Xing is a talent of S-grade or higher, and if left unclaimed, he would be fiercely sought after by various factions. Now, with Su Yanan included, his team boasts 2 S-grade members, a truly impressive lineup. Contemplating this, Su Haoran could already envision himself striding confidently through the management bureau. At the same time, Su Yanan, brimming with excitement, engaged with Gao Chun and the others, as if to proclaim, "Look, he is mine. I brought him in." With a new member joining, Gao Chun and the others were naturally elated, especially after hearing Su Yanan's description of Cheng Xing as composed, steady, unpretentious, and humble, which starkly contrasted with their foolish team leader. Should they consider promoting him to team leader after he secures full status? Observing the varied intentions of those present, Cheng Xing suddenly questioned whether his decision had been too hasty. Currently, you and the girl are both still considered newcomers who have yet to undergo the selection process, so you will not be assigned any tasks for the time being. After relishing in his inner satisfaction, Su Haoran returned to seriousness and continued. Speaking of tasks, something occurred to him, and he shivered slightly, recalling that it was precisely because he deemed the investigation task to be simple that he had sent Su Yanan, which nearly led to trouble. So easy? Cheng Xing expressed surprise, as it appeared to be even more liberating than he had anticipated. Indeed, there is not much to do on a regular basis. For the most part, we operate primarily as adventurers. Only when fallen beings instigate incidents or pose threats to the base will we be called into action, but that will be after you secure full status. Su Haoran proudly revealed his golden badge. However, you two currently have other matters to attend to. Su Haoran paused, as if recalling something, and addressed the two of them. What matters? Gaining admission to South China Martial University, Su Haoran stated casually. Martial University? We can still apply to Martial University after joining the Management Bureau? Of course. Our identity in the Awakening Bureau is confidential, and having an additional identity as a Martial University student will only benefit you. Gao Chen chimed in to respond to Cheng Xing. For us, our outward identity is that of the Adventurers Guild's Dragon Wing team and an investigation team. Moreover, do not underestimate Martial University. Your current knowledge regarding disaster zones, beasts, and awakeners is limited, and enrolling in Martial University will help bridge those gaps. Only after graduating from Martial University can you truly be considered a formidable force. Gao Chen patiently clarified for Cheng Xing. All right, I understand. After outlining the necessary details and leaving a phone for Cheng Xing, Su Haoran and the others departed, as they still needed to engage in the follow-up work related to the cleanup of calamities. Only Cheng Xing and Su Yanan remained. Heh. Am I not being loyal enough by helping you keep your secret? You mustn't let my secret slip. What secret is that? At most, it's just a private matter. Cheng Xing rubbed his nose, recalling something, and his gaze inadvertently drifted downward. Chapter 23, Coming for Supplies. H-Zone, Adventurer Camp. At this moment, the camp was becoming increasingly crowded, with more adventurers returning one after another from the outside. As they inquired among themselves, they learned that they had all been persuaded back by the base's military. Have you heard? A significant event has transpired in the disaster area of L Town. What event? What could possibly happen in an F-grade novice upgrade zone? Well, I'm not sure, but I do know that the base's military has surrounded L Town, and it is rumored that a C-grade beast has been sighted. Everyone was deeply curious about the sudden prohibition imposed by the guild on exiting through the H-Zone's gates, and speculation ran rampant. As a first-hand witness to these events, Cheng Xing leisurely made his way to the counter. Hello, the exit from H-Zone is currently restricted. Adventurers below C-grade are temporarily not permitted to leave the city. Is that you? The counter attendant, noticing someone approaching, initially assumed it was someone wishing to exit the city. However, upon recognizing Cheng Xing, she realized he was the F-grade newcomer who had registered only that day and had reportedly ventured into the disaster area alone. He must have returned stealthily. Hello. I wish to sell disaster beast materials. Cheng Xing wasted no words and directly stated his intent. However, his presence attracted considerable attention, including from adventurers who had just returned and had previously noted him, as well as those who had met him upon his registration. The latter, upon hearing his words and noticing the large bundles at his feet, connected the dots and mocked. Isn't this the newcomer who went out alone this morning? When did you sneak back? With all those bags, you didn't go out to scavenge, did you? Ha, that is possible. I bet he was scared out of his wits on his first trip into the disaster area. That little episode had drawn many eyes to Cheng Xing, as his appearance was already striking enough to be memorable. Bored adventurers lingering around the camp seemed to have caught wind of the commotion and turned their attention to Cheng Xing. However, there were also adventurers who were unfamiliar with Cheng Xing, staring in astonishment at the numerous bags he carried. With so many backpacks, how many disaster beasts has this person slain? This must be the spoils of an entire team, which he is now tasked with handling, right? But having so much implies that the team must have been quite formidable. What team? You're unaware? He just registered as an F-class talent today and entered the disaster zone alone this morning. How could he possibly possess such disaster beast materials? The surrounding skepticism caused even the counter attendant to feel perplexed. In truth, she also found it hard to believe that Cheng Xing could have amassed such a bounty. In the face of their doubts, Cheng Xing simply shook his head and, without uttering a word, began to unload the contents from each backpack onto the counter. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of those who had previously been skeptical or mocking turned to shock, their features frozen and their eyes filled with envy. The items from several bags formed a small mountain on the counter, including a considerable amount of equipment. This scene left the counter attendant utterly stunned. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the most experienced adventurer teams, after hoarding materials for a month or even half a year, had never produced as much as this newcomer did in a single instance. Please hurry. I'm in a rush, Cheng Xing reminded the dazed counter attendant. Upon hearing his prompt, the attendant snapped back to reality and promptly began counting the items. The more she counted, the more astonished she became, for it was evident that the majority of these materials were from F-class mad rabbits, indicating that this individual had likely indeed slain them himself. After all, there had been instances of wealthy scions privately purchasing large quantities of materials and then passing them off as their own, but their materials were often inconsistent, mixed with items from disaster zones across the world. However, when she spotted the E-class blood maggot materials, her astonishment deepened. Nevertheless, her professional demeanor prevented her from panicking. She quickly finished counting all the materials and equipment and provided a quotation. Greetings, there are a total of 574 F-class materials, 6 E-class materials, 11 F-class pieces of equipment, and 1 E-class weapon, with a total value of 3.87 million. Here is our detailed quotation, you may verify it. The counter-attendant's demeanor had noticeably shifted to one of respect, as the world's perception had gradually evolved to honor the strong following the apocalyptic invasion. Cheng Xing merely glanced at the quotation and expressed no dissent regarding the price. The Adventurer Guild's pricing was relatively reasonable, albeit slightly lower than that of the black market. Yet it was clean. 3.87 million has been transferred to your Adventurer account. It can be withdrawn from any bank at the base. After the attendant organized the materials, she presented a screen before Cheng Xing. Each awakened individual, upon registering as an adventurer, also created an account within the Adventurer Guild system. When they sold materials to the guild, the payment was directly deposited into their account. They could also use this account to purchase equipment and materials directly from the Adventurer Guild. Simultaneously, the mobile phone linked to his account buzzed with a notification of the deposit. Once the materials were processed, Cheng Xing did not linger and departed the camp. As he left, the onlookers finally reacted. What did I just witness? Goodness, hundreds of materials, including E-class ones. This value could buy my life. Where did this extraordinary newcomer emerge from? He doesn't seem to be leveling up. It looks more like he went to stock up. Most were exclaiming in disbelief, while a few who had initially mocked him wore expressions of embarrassment and hurriedly left. As for the money in Cheng Xing's hands, they could only feel envy and admiration. None dared to entertain any thoughts of ill intent. After all, they were merely bored spectators, not fools. If they were to attempt robbery, they would have to reckon with the complete legal framework of the southern China base. Moreover, it was clear that this newcomer was not to be trifled with. There had been many who falsely reported their talent levels, but strength was the true path. Meanwhile, in Area A of the southern China base, within the basement of an opulent villa, a figure knelt. Master, I've messed up. If Cheng Xing were present, he would surely recognize this individual as the fleeing spirit seed. No matter, it is merely that your subordinates are too incompetent. Had you an able assistant, you would not find yourself in this predicament. A gentle voice echoed within the basement as another figure emerged from the shadows. The glaring red six-tube mask on his face appearing particularly striking in the dim light. The six-tube gently helped the spirit seed to his feet and presented a document to him. This is a disciple I have selected for you. Engage with him thoroughly and strive to persuade him to join the holy sect. If successful, he will be a significant asset to you in the future. Yes, I will not fail this time. The spirit seed murmured, glancing at the document. A-class talent, Sword Saint. Chapter 24, Southern China 4th High School. After leaving the camp, Cheng Xing gazed at the funds in his adventurer account on his phone, feeling a rush of disbelief. Such wealth was something he had never possessed in his previous life. All those years of struggle had not been in vain. Stowing his phone away, he realized he had returned to the base of his residence. Now past 9 in the evening, with the streets illuminated and the air filled with the aroma of various street foods. His stomach growled, reminding him that he had yet to have dinner. Since he had come into fortune, it was time to indulge. Cheng Xing plunged into the street and soon spotted a shop named Zhang Ji. He walked in with familiarity. Uncle Zhang, I'll have 2 large bowls of wonton noodles. Oh, little Xing. My, how extravagant you've become in just a day. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man with a weary expression emerged from behind the counter with a smile. The fatigue faded from his face upon seeing Cheng Xing. He wiped his calloused hands on his waist and disappeared into the kitchen. Uncle Zhang soon returned with 2 large bowls of wonton noodles and a sizable chicken leg. You're just like my son, that rascal, newly awakened and already off gallivanting. You must not have eaten all day. Here, consider this a celebration for your awakening. After setting the food down, he patted Cheng Xing on the shoulder with a grin. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Cheng Xing did not hold back. As the enticing aroma of the wonton noodles wafted towards him, he eagerly began to feast. 3 years prior, when Cheng Xing had first moved here, he had been alone, struggling to survive in the city. On one occasion, when he had no money for food, Uncle Zhang had seen him and treated him to a bowl of noodles. Since then, he had grown fond of Zhang Ji's wonton noodles. In this world where talent reigned supreme, Uncle Zhang was one of the few who knew he was an F-class talent, yet still treated him the same as before. Uncle Zhang, where has Zhang Chong gone? After satisfying his hunger, Cheng Xing finally inquired about his dear friend, Zhang Chong. That rascal? Who knows where he is off to now? Ever since his awakening, he hasn't returned all day. When he does, I'll make sure he gets a taste of some stir-fried pork with a belt. After a brief conversation with Uncle Zhang, Cheng Xing took his leave. Zhang Ji returned to its tranquil state, with only a few patrons in the evening. Uncle Zhang resumed his position at the cash register, perusing a newspaper to pass the time. As the clock approached 10, he finally stood up to tidy up and close the shop. What is this? Upon stepping out from behind the counter, he discovered a large bag placed in front of it. Puzzled, he opened it, and was taken aback to find it filled with money, accompanied by a note. Picking it up, he couldn't help but smile. Uncle Zhang, the wonton noodles are delicious. Please don't go out of business. That rascal. The next morning, Cheng Xing donned his school uniform and slung on his backpack, presenting a stark contrast to the reckless demeanor he exhibited the previous day in the disaster zone. He now appeared like an ordinary student. Hey, Cheng Xing, come have breakfast before you head out. A boisterous voice called out as he passed by Zhang Ji. Cheng Xing turned to see a tall young man, approximately 185 meters, with thick brows and bright eyes, who bore a resemblance to Uncle Zhang, waving at him. Zhang Chong, where did you run off to yesterday? Cheng Xing, without hesitation, took a seat across from the young man. Uncle Zhang, the usual. All right, Uncle Zhang, busy in the kitchen, acknowledged him, as the shop was filled with patrons, many clad in uniforms similar to theirs from the 4th high school. Before long, Uncle Zhang brought a bowl of wonton noodles to the table, sharing a knowing smile with Cheng Xing, both choosing to remain silent about the events of the previous day. You two have something going on. Could it be that we were switched at the hospital back then? Cheng Xing, are you actually my dad's son? Zhang Chong remarked, eyeing the bowl of wontons that was double the amount in his own. However, he barely finished his sentence before Uncle Zhang delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. With that, Uncle Zhang returned to his bustling kitchen. Ouch, that's strength. I must be the real son. Cheng Xing shook his head at Zhang Chong's expression after the reprimand and lowered his head to eat. Zhang Chong then recounted the events of the previous day. Didn't Vice Class Leader Su Wenxuan awaken a C-level talent yesterday? He invited our entire class out for dinner. Did you forget? Oh, I do recall something like that. Cheng Xing finally remembered that after his awakening, Su Wenxuan indeed extended an invitation to him, but he had gone to the Cheng family instead, thus missing the gathering. You missed quite the spectacle. Guess what? Su Wenxuan actually planned to confess to our class leader during the gathering. However, the class leader didn't even show up. He prepared all those things alone, and the class leader was absent. It was hilarious. Zhang Chong burst into laughter. He should take a look in the mirror. How could a C-level talent have the audacity to pursue an A-level class leader? As Zhang Chong recounted the events of the previous day, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in Cheng Xing's mind. Is it class leader Chu Yanyan? The two exchanged banter, quickly finishing their breakfast and making their way to school. Along the way, Zhang Chong incessantly shared how Su Wenxuan lavishly treated them to lunch and karaoke, only returning home late at night. As they approached Huanan 4th High School, the number of students in uniforms increased, and soon they arrived at their classroom. Inside the classroom, the majority of the students had already returned. Upon seeing Zhang Chong and Cheng Xing, many were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Cheng Xing, you're still alive? Am I seeing things? What are you all talking about? What do you mean still alive? Zhang Chong, bewildered by their odd reactions, inquired. Last night, I heard from a friend in class that he saw Cheng Xing go to the disaster zone alone. Me too. They said Cheng Xing was doomed. What? Cheng Xing went to the disaster zone alone? Soon, someone clarified for them, and the other uninformed classmates, upon hearing that Cheng Xing had ventured to the disaster zone alone, displayed expressions of shock and curiosity. Cheng Xing, what were you doing in the disaster zone? Going alone? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Chong finally turned to ask. Though none of them had been to the disaster zone, they understood enough to know that it was best to form a team when leveling up as a newcomer. Of course, I went to level up. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Cheng Xing shrugged nonchalantly. Level up, you say? An F-level talent daring to venture into the disaster zone alone, and now you're putting on airs? Just as the crowd was puzzled about how Cheng Xing managed to return alive after soloing the disaster zone, an out-of-place voice echoed from the doorway. Chapter 25, Chu Yanyan. Everyone turned to see a rather handsome young man walking in with a disdainful expression, flanked by a few lackeys. Su Wenxuan. Cheng Xing remained expressionless, pulling Zhang Chong back to his seat. The vice class leader is right. Everyone knows that leveling up requires a team, otherwise it's akin to seeking death. Even our C-level vice class leader needs 3 teammates to level up. He was just an F-level general talent. How could he possibly solo the disaster zone? If you're going to act tough, at least have some substance, alright? Su Wenxuan, noticing Cheng Xing's indifference, subtly raised his chin, and his lackeys immediately chimed in. Hearing this, the other classmates exchanged glances, and while they were skeptical about Cheng Xing's solo leveling claim, years of camaraderie told them that Cheng Xing did not seem to be a liar. What do you mean by that, Su Wenxuan? Cheng Xing remained composed. But Zhang Chong could not sit still, slamming the table in frustration. Cheng Xing hadn't said anything yet, and they were already labeling him. Su Wenxuan likely overestimated his standing in class, failing to realize that his words didn't sway the others. Nothing much, just stating the truth. I formed a team yesterday in the novice disaster zone, and it took us an entire day to reach level 3. Now you tell me Cheng Xing, an F-level talent, can solo the disaster zone? I don't believe it. Su Wenxuan asserted, deliberately emphasizing the terms level 3 and F-level talent. At this point, the other students were drawn to him, but more so in awe of his level. No wonder he's the vice class leader. He's already reached level 3. Unlike me, who can't even find teammates. You should be grateful. As an F-level talent, I can't even level up. Su Wenxuan clearly reveled in the envious gazes directed at him, smugly looking down at Cheng Xing. Yet, Cheng Xing continued to ignore him completely. Su Wenxuan's irritation transformed into rage. Before awakening, he had always been overshadowed by Cheng Xing in both academics and looks. Now, having finally surpassed him in talent level, he was determined not to let this opportunity to humiliate Cheng Xing slip through his fingers. Su Wenxuan, what are you doing standing here? As Su Wenxuan pondered how to humiliate Cheng Xing, a voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze yet tinged with impatience, wafted from behind him. At the sound, Su Wenxuan's expression transformed instantaneously, and he donned what he believed to be his most gentle smile, turning to softly say, "Yin Yin, you've arrived?" At that moment, Cheng Xing also lifted his gaze, only to behold a tall figure standing at the classroom door. Standing at a height of 172 meters, she even surpassed some boys. Her loose school uniform accentuated her youthful and lively physique. Her delicate oval face bore soft lines, with gently arched willow-like brows and captivating peach blossom eyes that shimmered, complemented by a well-placed beauty mark at the corner, making her particularly striking. Her exquisite nose and full lips, unadorned with makeup, radiated an extraordinary youthful charm. Her hair was tied in a single ponytail, revealing a porcelain-white neck, which glistened under the morning sunlight, exuding a radiant brilliance. Upon hearing Su Wenxuan's address, Chu Yanyan frowned slightly and coolly remarked, "Su Wenxuan, I ask you to show some respect and address me by my full name. Also step aside. The old class monitor is coming." At her words, Su Wenxuan felt as if doused with cold water. His smile froze, and he could only stand there dazedly, moving aside. After entering the classroom, Chu Yanyan discreetly glanced in Cheng Xing's direction. Upon seeing him in the classroom, the faint trace of worry on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile as she briskly returned to her seat. She had heard about Cheng Xing's trip to the disaster area the day before and had rushed to his home, only to find it empty, leaving her anxious all day. However, now that he was fine, she felt relieved. Yet, all of this unfolded under Su Wenxuan's watchful eyes, who glared at Cheng Xing with a darkened expression. His fists clenched tightly. Eventually, prompted by his lackey, he returned to his seat. Soon, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses slowly entered the classroom. Do not become complacent after your awakening. Exams are still to be taken. Not everyone can embark on the path of an adventurer. Studying remains a viable path. Preparing well for the exam to enter an ordinary university is also commendable. Li Jia spoke earnestly, observing the varied expressions of the students before him. Today's youth are solely fixated on becoming adventurers and attending martial universities, neglecting their studies. He continued, "Now, here is the college application form. Please distribute them and fill them out. Prepare for the exams in 7 days." With that, Li Jia instructed Chu Yanyan to distribute the forms. And soon everyone had received their application forms. Following the invasion of the apocalypse and the subsequent restoration of order, the college entrance examination system had also changed. The most significant difference being that the exam would take place 1 week after awakening. Particularly for universities, they were now divided into ordinary universities and martial universities. The former resembled those of the previous life, requiring written examinations for those lacking combat talents, while the latter did not necessitate written tests, merely requiring level, combat power, or an A-grade combat talent. Due to the rampant disaster creatures, the desire to attend martial universities far outweighed that of ordinary universities. Now, feel free to discuss among yourselves. If you have any questions, come ask me. Remember to remain grounded, Li Jia concluded, taking a seat at the podium and pouring himself a cup of tea from his thermos. The school had already imparted all it could teach over the past 3 years. The remainder was for them to choose their own destinies. Cheng Xing, what are you planning to choose? Zhang Chong, sitting beside Cheng Xing, inquired curiously. I intend to apply to South China Martial University. You really plan to apply to a martial university? Zhang Chong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ever since knowing Cheng Xing, the martial university had always been part of his plans. However, after his awakening the previous day, he had assumed Cheng Xing would abandon that notion. What about you? Cheng Xing countered, curious about Zhang Chong's plans. Unlike him, Zhang Chong's awakened talent was C-grade. Not a combat talent. Where else could I go? Of course, it's Jiang University, Zhang Chong replied with a wave of his hand, sounding somewhat resigned. Fortunately, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Zhang Chong consistently ranked among the top students in their class. Did I hear that correctly? You, Cheng Xing, want to apply to a martial university? Just as Cheng Xing and Zhang Chong were chatting, a nearby lackey suddenly shouted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Did I hear correctly? You, with an F-grade talent, wish to apply to a martial university? What gives you the confidence? Su Wenxuan immediately seized the opportunity, mockingly taunted, subtly inciting a number of classmates. Odd glances began to fall upon Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, your academic performance has always been among the top in the class. Applying to an ordinary university should be quite simple for you. Why cling to the martial university? The bewildered class monitor also chimed in, attempting to dissuade him, aware that Cheng Xing's awakened talent was indeed not suited for a martial university. If I were you, with that waste of a talent, I'd stay at home rather than embarrass myself, Su Wenxuan pressed on, relentlessly. Cheng Xing's face displayed an expression of impatience. Initially, he regarded Su Wenxuan as nothing more than an annoying mosquito, but if he continued to provoke him, he could not be blamed for losing his temper. Bam! A voice laced with fury rang out, startling Cheng Xing and causing him to momentarily falter. Not only Cheng Xing, but also the others were taken aback. It turned out to be class monitor Chu Yanyan, her face flushed with anger, entirely contrasting her previous demure demeanor. What right do you have to mock Cheng Xing's aspirations? Do you dare to apply yourself? Spending your parents' money, with a talent superior to others, to belittle someone else, do you think that makes you more noble? Although Cheng Xing possessed an F-grade talent, he was courageous enough to challenge himself and never belittled others. In my eyes, he is far superior to you. Listening to Chu Yanyan's words, Cheng Xing couldn't help but question himself. Am I really that outstanding? However, her words prompted others to realize the truth. Cheng Xing had consistently maintained that image, treating everyone equally without favoritism or discrimination, always willing to lend a helping hand, and he was handsome to boot. In contrast, Su Wenxuan, relying on his wealthy background, often looked down upon others. By comparison, aside from his slightly inferior talent, Cheng Xing truly outshone Su Wenxuan. Su Wenxuan, I have told you multiple times, sit down and do not repeat this again. The class monitor intervened, finally stepping in to mediate the situation, calming Chu Yanyan down. It was crucial to pacify her. After all, she had awakened an A-grade talent and was undoubtedly capable of attending South China Martial University. Treated like a treasure by the school. Meanwhile, Su Wenxuan glared darkly at Cheng Xing from a distance. Wait for it. I will find someone to deal with you. Chapter 26. Does marrying me when we grow up still count? South China 4th High School, Class 1 of Senior 3. Everyone gradually filled out their application forms and submitted them to Li Jia. As Cheng Xing completed the form and submitted it, Li Jia could not help but urge once more, Cheng Xing, are you truly not considering this? After all, Cheng Xing's talent level was exceedingly poor, rendering his chances of being admitted to Wuda exceedingly slim. Teacher, you know me well. Since I dare to apply, I possess the confidence, Cheng Xing replied. Fully aware that Li Jia's intentions were rooted in concern, having looked after him throughout the years. Seeing this, Li Jia chose to refrain from further comments. Cheng Xing was exemplary in many aspects, yet this stubbornness of his was rather troublesome. Once he had made a decision, he would not waver. Upon making their choices, the class divided into two groups. Those opting for Puda would remain at school to prepare, while those aiming for Wuda could take advantage of their time to venture out and level up. Exiting the classroom, Cheng Xing noticed a graceful figure waiting for him. Shall we take a stroll together? Chu Yanyan approached briskly, an alluring fragrance wafting toward Cheng Xing as she spoke. Without allowing him a chance to decline, she gently pushed him away. Their intimate gestures incited envy among their peers, who lamented their own lack of appealing appearances. All right, no more pushing. I can walk on my own, Cheng Xing said with exasperation, feeling the gentle pressure from her hands on his back. This girl, who had always maintained a quiet demeanor and kept her distance, had transformed dramatically after awakening her talent, becoming much bolder. Chu Yanyan then playfully peeked from beside him, bouncing to his side to walk in unison. Yet, still within the school grounds, she refrained from any overtly intimate actions, and their harmonious pairing attracted many glances along the way. Teachers passing by, initially concerned about the implications of their closeness, reconsidered upon realizing it was Chu Yanyan, abandoning the thought of intervening. Cheng Xing, observing this, could not resist teasing. No wonder you're the talented girl with an A-level aptitude. Teachers have to steer clear of you. This brilliance is blinding. I must keep my distance. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanyan scrunched her delicate nose and playfully punched Cheng Xing's arm with her small fist. He feigned retreat, creating a bit of space between them, only for her to hurriedly chase after him. Their light-hearted banter continued as they exited the school gates. Outside, a discreet, unremarkable car was parked by the roadside. As Chu Yanyan emerged, a middle-aged man in a suit immediately approached her. Miss, he greeted. Li Shu. I would like to take a walk for a while, she replied, opting not to get into the car despite her bodyguard's presence. The bodyguard cast a glance at Cheng Xing, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before he quickly masked it. Cheng Xing had become somewhat of a household name within the Chu family, especially after the young lady proclaimed she would only marry him upon awakening her A-level talent. A declaration that had stunned the entire family. Upon discovering that Cheng Xing was merely a waste with an F-level aptitude, the opposition within the Chu family grew stronger. However, Chu Yanyan's A-level talent granted her the autonomy to dictate her own fate, impervious to others' influence. After a reminder from her bodyguard to exercise caution, he returned to the vehicle, while Chu Yanyan took Cheng Xing by the hand and began to walk toward her home, the car maintaining a respectful distance behind. Meanwhile, not far away, in a BMW, Su Wenxuan watched the two as they walked side by side, their playful interactions igniting a fire of jealousy within him. Years spent cultivating favor with Chu Yanyan seemed to have been for naught, as suddenly, Cheng Xing had appeared from nowhere. Son, is that the Chu family's young lady you mentioned? Yes, But now someone is trying to ruin my prospects. Su Wenxuan gritted his teeth. Do not worry. I will assist you in winning her over. By the way, that pauper doesn't he have any connections, does he? Su's father stroked his beer belly, his eyes narrowing with cold intent. Dad, I want him dead. Rest assured. Su's father attempted to soothe his son's agitation before making a phone call. Hello. Please look into Cheng Xing from Huanan 4th High School. Make it quick. He's just an orphan, right? All right. After investigating Cheng Xing's background, Su's father made another call. Sang Biao, I would like to hire you to eliminate someone. On the street, Chu Yanyan tilted her head and gazed intently at Cheng Xing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Cheng Xing, do you still mean it when you said you would marry me when we grew up? Hearing this, Cheng Xing's expression faltered, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had never anticipated that the little girl he had rescued from the orphanage would lead to such a situation. Indeed, Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan had known each other for quite some time. It was during the winter of the first year after the base was established, when the apocalypse had cast a blanket of snow over the south, causing excitement among its inhabitants. Cheng Xing, unable to resist, had sneaked out of the orphanage to play in the snow, only to be chased by a caregiver and ultimately hiding in a dilapidated factory. To his surprise, he found a shivering Chu Yanyan in a small room there. He took her back to the orphanage, where he often teased the adorable little girl during their time together. After nearly 6 months, Chu Yanyan's parents finally found her, only to learn of the dark undercurrents and power struggles within the base at its inception. Chu Yanyan had been kidnapped by enemies of the Chu family. When the family could not produce her, her parents assumed she was dead and fought fiercely against their adversaries, eventually obliterating them after 6 months, only to discover that Chu Yanyan had been sheltered in the orphanage all along. On the night she was brought back to the Chu family, she wept bitterly, prompting Cheng Xing to promise her that he would marry her upon reaching adulthood, which coaxed her back home obediently. However, years later, when they reunited in high school, she had blossomed into a poised young lady. Although she remembered their past, they maintained a respectful distance, merely friends who had never revisited their earlier promise. 3 years passed peacefully until her awakening, when Chu Yanyan boldly defended him against Su Wenxuan's hostility. You didn't forget, did you? Cheng Xing chuckled. You have no idea. My family is full of stubborn traditionalists who insist on the disparity between our backgrounds. I had to endure until the day of my awakening. Now, with my A-level talent, their opposition holds no weight. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanyan's expression shifted as she recalled the frustration, her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she playfully chastised him with her small fist. Cheng Xing could not help but laugh at her adorable antics, only to be met with a flurry of playful punches in return. Engaged in their light-hearted bickering, they unknowingly made their way to the old town. In the old town, the roads narrowed, and traffic increased rapidly, causing the bodyguard trailing behind to become ensnared in the congestion, helplessly watching as Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan disappeared around a corner. The bodyguard hastily exited the vehicle in pursuit, yet they could no longer discern any trace of their quarry. Could you perhaps employ a bit of originality? Cheng Xing inquired with a tone of boredom, shielding Chu Yanyan behind him as they found themselves surrounded by a gang of ruffians in a shadowy alleyway. Chapter 27. Farewell to the Fallen. Next, are you planning to claim that someone has offered a bounty on my leg? And then, when the consequences befall you, do not direct your ire at yourselves, but rather at me for having crossed the wrong individuals? The gang members exchanged glances, their previously nimble butterfly knives now flung aside. How could he possibly know what they were about to say? Cheng Xing recognized he had accurately guessed their intentions. As for who orchestrated this, that was a mystery, one he found difficult to unravel. Cheng Xing's unconventional demeanor amused Chu Yanyan, who stifled a laugh, her apprehension dissipating. Her reaction caught the gang's attention, and once they beheld her beauty, their eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed. What a stunning girl. This deal is a jackpot. I'll go first. Why should you go first? Listening to the crude remarks of the ruffians, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, his countenance icy, as if the temperature in the alley had dropped significantly. Strange. Why does it feel so chilly? One of the thugs mused. Girl, step back, Cheng Xing commanded coldly, preparing to act, only to be halted by Chu Yanyan pulling at his clothing. Let Uncle Li handle them. You shouldn't take risks, she said, concern etched on her face. The gang members appeared to be in the 3rd or 4th tier, and if Cheng Xing intervened, he would surely sustain injuries. Noting her worried expression, Cheng Xing offered a wry smile, realizing he ought to come clean about his abilities, at least fabricate an S-rank talent. Otherwise, every petty thug would come forth to mock him. Though it was somewhat enjoyable, he disliked playing the role of the underestimated hero. It's all right, I have confidence. I'll explain everything later, he reassured, gently patting the back of her hand. Seeing the confidence in Cheng Xing's eyes, Chu Yanyan finally let go. So you want to play the hero, do you? This ISNTA novel. What kind of performance is this? Let's all go at them. The gang, incensed by the two's display, charged forth in unison. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, 4 out of the 5 thugs were sent crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, collapsing to the ground and groaning in pain. The remaining thug, having crouched to retrieve his knife, was left momentarily stunned. Wait for me, he called out, but upon rising and witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground, his unfinished words fell silent. Confronted by Cheng Xing, he felt his legs weaken, his mouth dry, and the knife in his hand trembled. "Hey, do you want to see a show? I can handle a knife like a pro," he blurted out, only to be met with a fist the size of a sandbag. As Chu Yanyan, brimming with astonishment, bounded to Cheng Xing's side, her eyes widened in delight, sparkling like stars, her mouth forming an A shape. "When did you become so formidable?" Before Cheng Xing could respond, applause echoed from the dark alley. In the next moment, a figure descended from above, landing in the midst of the alley. This individual exuded a presence that was not particularly formidable, perhaps around level 8. However, upon seeing him, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed in concern. He sensed the aura of a killer. This man had taken lives. "This job has gone awry," Sang Biao remarked, surveying his fallen subordinates with a mixture of disappointment and anger. Although he was unaware of Cheng Xing's level, the employer had informed him that the target was merely a newly awakened student. How powerful could a student with no background truly be? He dispatched his underlings without a second thought, only to be taken by surprise at their failure. Now, he had no choice but to intervene himself. "Kid, you've made a grave error. It's not that someone has placed a bounty on your leg, but rather, they have put a price on your life," Sang Biao declared menacingly, swiftly lunging forward to seize Cheng Xing by the throat. His speed was such that Chu Yanyan barely had time to react. "Such beauty, what a pity, you all must die," he lamented, casting a glance at Chu Yanyan, who began to panic. "Do you realize that within the base, awakened individuals are forbidden from killing one another?" Chu Yanyan exclaimed. However, Cheng Xing merely patted her hand reassuringly, gazing into Sang Biao's eyes with an air of indifference. "And what of it? I wouldn't bother to kill anyone who isn't awakened." Sang Biao seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sneering as he retorted, "Oh, so you've killed quite a few then? Of course, you won't be the first. Nor will you be the last," Cheng Xing replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Sang Biao's expression shifted as he realized he had been drawn into a trap. "Wait, are you trying to extract information from me?" As Sang Biao began to speak confidently, he sensed something was amiss. Why was this kid so calm? "Prepare to die?" he roared, deciding to abandon any further dialogue and exerting his strength to crush Cheng Xing's throat. Yet, Cheng Xing's neck felt as impenetrable as steel, unaffected by Sang Biao's efforts. "You aren't an ordinary person." Sang Biao's heart raced with alarm. He attempted to retreat, only to find a hand unexpectedly clasped around his wrist, rendering him powerless to escape. "Who are you?" he stammered. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you are in deep trouble," Cheng Xing replied coldly, realizing he had encountered a fallen one sooner than expected. "You are a fallen." At this moment, Chu Yanyan, who had remained silent until now, finally reacted, staring in astonishment at Sang Biao. The revelation of Sang Biao's identity as a fallen one startled both Cheng Xing and Sang Biao. Cheng Xing had not anticipated that Chu Yanyan was aware of the existence of fallen beings. Seizing the opportunity while Cheng Xing was momentarily distracted, Sang Biao gritted his teeth and drew a knife from his waist, slashing at his own arm. "Severing my limb to escape?" he thought, clutching his wounded arm as he retreated. However, in an instant, Cheng Xing's aura surged, and he closed the distance with remarkable speed. "You are level 13, Sang Biao gasped, recognizing Cheng Xing's formidable presence as the system's feedback confirmed the level displayed above his head, plunging him into despair. "This is it for me." In the next moment, an overwhelming force struck him at the waist, and Sang Biao felt as though he had been hit by a truck, propelled several meters away, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any fighting ability. Meanwhile, Chu Yanyan observed Cheng Xing's level, her mouth agape in astonishment, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. After subduing Sang Biao, Cheng Xing retracted his aura, and the level indication above his head vanished. "My lady." At that moment, Uncle Li, who had been searching for quite some time, finally arrived upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chu Yanyan unharmed brought him a sigh of relief, especially as he gazed at the fallen thugs and the dismembered Sang Biao, leaving him utterly shaken. Gratitude silently welled up in Cheng Xing's gaze directed towards Chu Yanyan. At that moment, a phone rang, prompting both Chu Yanyan and Uncle Li to instinctively reach for their devices, only to discover that neither was their own. To their astonishment, Cheng Xing produced his phone. "Hello? Cheng Xing? Have you recently offended anyone? Someone has been inquiring about your identity." Chapter 28, The Su and Chu Families. The situation unfolded as Cheng Xing relayed the entire sequence of events to Su Haoran on the other end of the line. Upon hearing Cheng Xing mention the fallen, Su Haoran's expression shifted dramatically. "Where are you now?" "Wait there. I'll be there with my team shortly." After learning Cheng Xing's location, Su Haoran abruptly hung up. "Captain, what is happening?" Gao Chun inquired, noticing the troubled look on Su Haoran's face. Cheng Xing encountered a fallen at the base. "I need to handle it." "What? A fallen? Why are there so many of them?" Gao Chen's expression mirrored Su Haoran's alarm. In the years they had been with the Awakener Management Bureau, receiving a single case involving a fallen in a month was already considered a lot. How could Cheng Xing have stumbled upon a second one so swiftly? "Don't worry. It's merely an 8th level fallen. I can manage it alone," Hopefully, it's nothing serious. Su Haoran found the situation peculiar, but since Cheng Xing had already subdued the individual, he did not see the necessity of involving the rest of the team. Su Haoran acted swiftly. After Cheng Xing waited for over 10 minutes, an Audi sped into view and came to a smooth halt by the roadside. He soon saw Su Haoran step out and stride purposefully forward. Xiaoyan, what are you doing here? Su Haoran instantly recognized Chu Yanyan. Su Ge, young Master Su. Upon seeing the newcomer, Uncle Li's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly greeted him. This was not merely the eldest son of the Su family, rumored to have joined the bureau. How had he ended up here? Could this matter be connected to the fallen? Call me Captain Su. Su Haoran clearly disapproved of being addressed as young master. Do you know each other? The familiarity between the two took Cheng Xing by surprise. The Su and Chu families were powerful factions supporting the establishment of the Awakener Management Bureau, so it was only natural they would be acquainted. Moreover, like you, Chu Yanyan is also a reserve member of the bureau. Su Haoran nodded, marveling at how small the world truly was. Like me? Cheng Xing, are you planning to join the bureau? Chu Yanyan quickly seized upon the essence of Su Haoran's words, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped Cheng Xing's arm and eagerly inquired. Well, this is rather coincidental. Cheng Xing rubbed his nose, realizing that the Chu family behind Chu Yanyan wielded such considerable influence. Observing the closeness between the two, Su Haoran narrowed his eyes, almost as if he had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. After all, he had also heard of the miraculous feat achieved by the Chu family's daughter just yesterday. A little deduction was all it took to pique his interest. Uncle Li, standing to the side, exhibited the most profound change in expression, his face a mask of shock. The bureau was a place where only those with exceptional talents and combat abilities were deemed worthy of membership. If the awakeners from Wu University were regarded as prodigies, then those who made it into the bureau's reserves were considered geniuses even by the standards of Wu University. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand. Su Haoran did not lose sight of the pressing issue and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, proceeded into the alleyway. It is indeed a fallen. Drawing from his wealth of experience, Su Haoran quickly detected the faint aura of malevolence emanating from the subdued figure. While such a presence could be concealed, the individual was now unconscious and thus unable to hide it any longer. He began to search the fallen, and before long, he unearthed a mask. A cultist? Again with the cult of slaughter? Cheng Xing remarked, taken aback by the mask in Su Haoran's hand. Captain, are there really that many cultists in the South China base? No. On the contrary, the cult of slaughter has been predominantly active around the West China base, having once attempted to expand to neighboring territories. However, following the cleanup in the South China base and the establishment of the bureau, they have been conspicuously absent for some time. The fallen cases we previously dealt with involved disorganized individuals. Su Haoran gazed thoughtfully at the mask he held, pondering its implications. The frequent emergence of the fallen could not bode well. He turned to Cheng Xing once more. Have you offended anyone recently? After all, Cheng Xing's phone had mentioned that these individuals were summoned by someone. Perhaps Su Wenxuan from our class, if I had to guess. Cheng Xing offered the name without hesitation, concluding that if anyone he had crossed paths with was still alive, it could only be Su Wenxuan. Su Wenxuan, was it him? Chu Yanyan's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of this name. Captain, let's investigate first. We shouldn't wrongfully accuse anyone. Su Haoran nodded in agreement. As a legitimate organization, they were bound by the principle of substantiating claims with evidence. I'll take this person with me. I will notify the police regarding the others. Su Haoran retrieved a circular restraint from his waist, swiftly securing it around the fallen's neck before effortlessly tossing him into the back seat like a small chick. While there aren't many onlookers, you two should leave first. Su Haoran arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaning out of the car window to impart a final admonition before accelerating away. Inside the vehicle, Su Haoran dialed a number on his phone. Hello, brother. What are you up to? Sister, you have a rival now, and he's formidable. Miss, we should return. Uncle Li, still reeling from the day's events that had nearly frightened the life out of him, hurriedly interjected. It seemed that his career as a bodyguard was effectively over. Fearing further incidents, he lowered his head to speak with Chu Yanyan. Perhaps the absurdity of today's events was too overwhelming, or perhaps it was witnessing Cheng Xing's extraordinary abilities. This time, she did not decline. Upon learning of Cheng Xing's aspirations to enter Wu University, Chu Yanyan had worried that he might lack sufficient resources to level up. Hence her intention to use the Chu family's resources to aid him in his advancement. However, it appeared that such measures were no longer necessary. With Cheng Xing's 13th level status, entry into South China Wu University was a mere formality. In contrast, she found herself lagging far behind Cheng Xing. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yanyan quickened her pace, lightly rising on her toes before Cheng Xing could react. Her movements as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Cheng Xing, see you at the Wu University entrance exam. With that, the young woman turned and departed, her demeanor brisk and lively. As Cheng Xing finally processed her words, the image of her blushing face lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. The long-restrained affection surged forth, bold and fervent as flames. Even the seasoned Cheng Xing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the South China base, District C. Within a lavish mansion in District C, Su Wenxuan paced back and forth, his expression fraught with urgency. Father, is it not resolved yet? Su Wenxuan could no longer contain himself. Su Jiqiang leisurely cut open a cigar and lit it, taking a slow puff before speaking. Rest assured, I am well aware of Sang Biao's capabilities, and that Cheng Xing is as good as doomed. You, my dear, are no longer a child. Yet your impulsiveness in handling matters remains concerning. How do you intend to take over my position in the future? He punctuated his admonition with a light tap on Su Wenxuan's shoulder. Dad, you have no idea how he treated me. That impoverished wretch dares to compete with me for Chu Yanyan. I must see him dead. Su Wenxuan recalled the events of the day with fury etched across his face. You. Just then, a loud bang interrupted Su Jiqiang's attempt to further chastise his son as the door to their residence was violently kicked open, and a swarm of police officers stormed in. Upon spotting the father-son duo, they wasted no time in apprehending them. What do you think you're doing? I'm on familiar terms with your deputy director. Su Jiqiang protested. Rest assured, the deputy director is quite eager to have a word with you regarding your recent activities. Came the curt reply as the officers whisked them away. Chapter 29. How could you dare to insult others? A week swiftly passed. Cheng Xing remained at the base, refraining from venturing out to level up. Due to the previous incident in L Town, access to the H District had been restricted for an entire week. Although other entrances to novice disaster zones existed, Cheng Xing's level rendered such endeavors less profitable. Recently, an E-level upgrade disaster zone serendipitously opened at the H District entrance. The remaining E-level zones were either too distant or perilously dangerous. Fortunately, Cheng Xing's level was sufficiently high, so he did not press the matter, spending his time indulging in food and drink, and reaching out to Su Haoran whenever he encountered uncertainties. From Su Haoran, he learned that Su Yanan's decision had been prudent. After a week of purging L Town, the A-level disaster beast, the crimson-eyed mad dog, was indeed lured into the Qingcheng disaster zone. It was said that the beast seriously injured a war god who was observing the area, and it was only through the combined efforts of other war gods that the crimson-eyed mad dog was finally repelled, allowing that war god to escape with his life. Following this incident, the Qingcheng disaster zone expanded significantly, and the novice upgrade zone at the H District entrance ceased to exist. After packing his belongings, Cheng Xing returned to school. Students taking the General University entrance examination remained on campus, while those aspiring to attend the Marshall University had to travel to Area A for their test. Typically, schools would arrange transportation for students heading to Area A, though those with better financial means often opted to drive themselves. At this moment, Cheng Xing bid farewell to Zhang Chong and boarded the bus for Class 1, awaiting departure in silence. Class 1 had a considerable number of students applying to Marshall University today, exceeding 40 individuals. As they boarded, some exuded confidence while others appeared anxious. Once on the road, Li Jia began his customary motivational speeches to uplift spirits. The buses traversed the streets, and the scenery outside gradually transformed into opulence, captivating many students who had never ventured beyond the H District, prompting exclamations of awe. Before long, a towering spire came into view, growing larger as the bus approached, ultimately entering beneath the massive dome structure. The examination venue for South China Marshall University was situated at the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. As the bus came to a halt, students disembarked and lined up according to their classes in front of the vehicle. Chu Yanyan, who had arrived early, rejoined her classmates, standing behind Cheng Xing. The students from Class 4 gazed in astonishment at the colossal building before them, unable to suppress their gasps. Such rustic bumpkins, one of the students from Area A remarked, prompting snickers from those already present, who had arrived earlier. Hearing the derisive comments, the students from Class 4 glared back, their tempers flaring. But the students from Area A remained indifferent, their eyes not even glancing in their direction. This was simply the privilege of students from South China No. 1 High School, who enjoyed the finest educational resources in the South China base. In contrast to the varying levels among Class 4, the average level in No. 1 High School exceeded 7, with the lowest being 5. Class 4 was not without merit, at least comparable to other schools. However, the superior conditions and heavily skewed resources of No. 1 High School led to such disparities. As the commotion escalated, their instructor intervened to restore order, calming the situation. Is that Su Wenxuan? After the brief altercation, the group settled down to await the examination's commencement, when suddenly, an astute member of Class 1 noticed someone hurriedly approaching from a distance. Indeed, it is the vice monitor. How peculiar that Su Wenxuan arrived by taxi. Upon seeing Su Wenxuan approach in a cab, many students exchanged puzzled glances. Typically, Su Wenxuan flaunted his wealth, being chauffeured by his father in a BMW. It was unthinkable for him to miss such an important examination. However, when they finally observed Su Wenxuan more closely, they were taken aback. The once dapper young man appeared utterly disheveled, with unkempt hair and bloodshot eyes, a far cry from the refined scion he once was. As he felt the judgmental gazes of his peers upon him, Su Wenxuan experienced profound humiliation. After being taken away by the police, he learned through investigation that his father had been imprisoned on charges of hiring a hitman. Lacking evidence to implicate him, Su Wenxuan was released. Initially, he intended to inform his mother, but all of the family's business partners had hastily severed ties, and the unsavory dealings of his father's company were exposed overnight, leading to their financial ruin. His mother had vanished with the funds, leaving him in despair. Moreover, his former teammates, deprived of the resources provided by the Su family, expelled him from their ranks. In his arrogance, he attempted to join a temporary team, but his inability to relinquish his privileged demeanor resulted in him being blacklisted. And after a week, his level stagnated. It's all your fault. It must be you. Su Wenxuan's eyes burned with rage as he fixated on Cheng Xing in the crowd, drawing a dagger from his waist and charging toward him. He was baffled as to why targeting a mere impoverished student had led to such dire repercussions for himself. Upon witnessing Su Wenxuan brandishing a weapon, the surrounding students gasped in alarm. Yet, before he could reach Cheng Xing, he was swiftly subdued by the bodyguards of the Chu family. He thrashed violently, his face contorted with rage, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge the guards an inch. Wielding a knife in the examination hall will result in disqualification and be referred to the police. The commotion drew the attention of the examination staff, who promptly issued a penalty and turned Su Wenxuan over to the station police. Thus, this farce came to an end, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock as they whispered amongst themselves. Suddenly, Cheng Xing felt an unusual gaze upon him. Turning slowly, he discovered the source of the scrutiny emanating from the ranks of number 1 high school. To his surprise, he recognized the individual as Cheng Yun, the fraudulent heir he had encountered not long ago. Cheng Yun stood among the students of number 1 high school, surrounded by admiring glances, many young women casting flirtatious looks in his direction. With an air of disdain, Cheng Yun provocatively regarded Cheng Xing, as if to say, "This position, which you believe should be yours, now rightfully belongs to me." He had not anticipated encountering Cheng Xing here. After all, how could a student with F-level talent possibly qualify for South China Martial University? Nevertheless, now that they had crossed paths, he was more than willing to humiliate him further. "Cheng Xing, what are you looking at?" Chu Yinyan inquired, noticing Cheng Xing's gaze with a hint of curiosity. "Nothing much, just observing a fool," Cheng Xing replied nonchalantly. "Uft, that is no fool. He is the son of the war god." Chu Yinyan laughed, following Cheng Xing's gaze. As the daughter of the Chu family, she was well aware of Cheng Yun's identity. Can the son of the war god not be a fool? He is hardly a rare species. Cheng Xing shrugged, unimpressed. True, he is certainly not a rare breed. It just seems rather coincidental that he shares the same surname as you. Are you not perhaps a relative of theirs? How can you speak so derogatorily? Cheng Yun watched Chu Yinyan beside Cheng Xing, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Compared to her, the other girls who were subtly vying for his attention appeared rather dim. Yet soon, the feeling of being the center of attention restored his confidence. Through the upgrade venue arranged by Cheng Xingyang, he had reached level 10 within a week. With his talent, he was determined to be the top scorer in this examination. The only regret was that Cheng Xingyang had sustained serious injuries in the disaster zone and had yet to recover. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly humiliated Cheng Xing in front of them. Chapter 30. Virtual Disaster Beasts at the South China Base. The headquarters of the Adventurers Guild in Area A. The entrance was cordoned off as the entrance examination for South China Martial University officially commenced. No one was permitted to enter or exit until the examination concluded. As the candidates entered, they were led into a vast exhibition hall, where a podium stood at the center, flanked by 100 machines previously unseen by the public, each manned by an examiner. What seemed out of place was a young man lounging in a recliner nearby, blissfully asleep. Upon noticing the candidate's arrival, one of the examiners cautiously approached the young man to rouse him. "Ahem, let's begin." The young man, appearing disheveled and bleary-eyed, reluctantly ambled to the podium after yawning. Rather than delivering an elaborate speech, he scanned the audience and tersely stated, "Instructor Chun, you should inform them about the examination content and scoring criteria." The examiner beside the podium, visibly exasperated, whispered, "Why on earth did South China Martial University send this instructor to oversee the exam this year? Oh, how troublesome." Chun Yifei replied with a grimace, as if the simple task of hosting was a burden too great to bear, and he immediately refused without a second thought. "Instructor Chun, your teacher has spoken. If you do not perform your duties diligently, you will have a reckoning when you return." Upon hearing the mention of his teacher, Chun Yifei's body involuntarily shuddered, and only then did he slowly begin to speak. I will briefly introduce the examination. It consists of 2 sections. First, the confrontation with disaster beasts. Second, level assessment. The former accounts for 90% of the score, while the latter accounts for 10%. The announcement caused an uproar among the candidates, as this year's examination content had undergone significant changes. Traditionally, the exams focused primarily on levels, with talent serving as a supplementary measure. Consequently, many E and even F-level candidates had managed to join South China Martial University after spending vast sums of money on upgrades. However, it was unclear why such a drastic alteration was made this year, even eliminating talent from the examination criteria. In a moment, candidates from each campus will enter the virtual training machines in batches to begin the confrontation with disaster beasts. Surviving for 1 minute is deemed passing. 3 minutes will earn full marks. Chen Yifei continued, gesturing towards the neatly arranged 100 machines behind him. Level assessment will yield 1 point for each level, with level 10 being the maximum score. After exchanging a glance with the examiner beside him, who nodded in agreement, he concluded, the examination begins. With that, he returned to his previous lethargic state, retreating to a nearby recliner to resume his slumber. Meanwhile, the other personnel took over the subsequent responsibilities and began calling names. Mai Xiaowen, Wu Lulu. Soon, 100 candidates were sequentially called to step forward and enter the virtual training machines. The results for the first batch of candidates came in faster than anticipated. Mere seconds after they entered the virtual reality, one training machine emitted a red light, ejecting a participant. What the hell? We were supposed to confront E-level disaster beasts. I barely had a chance to see what was happening before I was eliminated. The defeated candidate fumed, expressing his indignation. Unfair. I wasn't mentally prepared. Who knew we would have to fight E-level disaster beasts? The lead examiner cast a cold glance at the eliminated candidates and remarked, unfair? When you encounter disaster beasts far beyond your capabilities in the disaster zone, you can try pleading for leniency with them. Fairness? The examination itself inherently contains an element of luck. What more is there to discuss? Chastised, the candidates fell silent, returning dejectedly to their ranks as their peers rushed to inquire about the details. The examiners did not intervene, as any information gleaned without sufficient strength would be of little use in passing the test. Gradually, more candidates failed and exited, each wearing an expression of discontent. 1 minute swiftly passed, and only 3 individuals remained in the arena. They too soon succumbed, with the nearby examiner tallying their scores. Upon returning, these 3 were met with the envy of their fellow candidates. The examination continued, with batches of candidates taking their turns. Soon, it was Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran's turn. You can do it, Cheng Xing encouraged, giving Chu Yanyan a gentle pat on the head. Name, Chu Yanyan, level, 11, 300200000. Health, 350. Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 11. Constitution 11, Spirit 68, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, A-level Magic Mastery Effect. Magic effects increased by 50. Skills, B-level Thunderbolt, B-level Mage Shield, C-level Levitation. C-level Giant Fireball. Recalling the luxurious panel Chu Yanyan had previously shown him, Cheng Xing knew that this examination posed little difficulty for her. If someone could act as a meat shield to draw the disaster beast's aggro, Chu Yanyan could handle several E-level disaster beasts simultaneously. However, if she were alone, she would need to exercise caution, as defeating them within 3 minutes would be somewhat challenging. After all, equipment was not permitted during the examination, which diminished many of her attributes. Unsurprisingly, Chu Yanyan achieved full marks and gleefully shared her success with Cheng Xing. The next batch included Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun. Coincidentally, they were in the same group. Cheng Yun's face was etched with disdain upon hearing this. Heaven helps me, he thought, casting a provocative glance at Cheng Xing. However, when he saw Cheng Xing engrossed in conversation with Chu Yanyan, ignoring his gaze, his expression darkened. Isn't it merely a matter of being somewhat more handsome? Just wait and see how I'll have you beneath my heel. Let's see what face you'll have left to maintain your role as a pretty boy. Soon, Cheng Xing took his position, and he was situated very close to Cheng Yun's machine. Ignoring the provocative glances thrown his way, Cheng Xing remained unfazed, inciting Cheng Yun's teeth to grind in frustration. Name and ID card. Cheng Xing handed his ID to the examiner for verification. Once confirmed, the examiner placed a helmet on his head, signaling the commencement of the examination. At the examiner's command, the machine whirred to life. Cheng Xing felt the surrounding environment shift dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a city in ruins. The air was imbued with the very scent of a disaster zone, the realism almost overwhelming. Cheng Xing pinched his arm, discovering that the sensation of pain was not as it was in reality. However, it made sense. After all, most candidates were brutally slain by the disaster beasts, and if pain were to be felt, they would hardly have the strength to boast after their failures. Please select your weapon. A screen soon materialized before Cheng Xing, displaying an array of weapons. Embroidered spring blade. He decisively chose the weapon that bore the closest resemblance to the blood mantis's fang, and instantly, a basic F-class embroidered spring blade appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, a figure had stealthily emerged before him. Ah, a familiar face. Upon seeing the well-known blood mantis, Cheng Xing couldn't help but grin. It seemed fortune favored him. Chapter 31. You must possess an S-class talent. After a minute had elapsed, only a handful of candidates remained in Cheng Xing's batch, with merely a dozen still persisting. However, it wasn't long before others were eliminated, departing as the examiner tallied their scores. Ultimately, only Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun remained on the field. Am I seeing things? Cheng Xing has managed to endure this long? Isn't he supposed to be of F-class talent? How is that possible? I couldn't last even 10 seconds. Could he be cheating? At that moment, Everyone who knew Cheng Xing, except for Chu Yanyan, expressed their bewilderment. Their murmurs quickly caught the attention of others nearby, and doubts escalated into an uproar. Examiner, I report that person for cheating. How could an F-class talent endure for so long? Exactly. I, with my E-class talent at level 5, couldn't even last 20 seconds. So how is it possible for him to hold out this long? We demand a thorough investigation. The commotion roused Chen Yifei, who had been dozing nearby. He rose with an irritated expression and glanced toward the examiner stationed at Cheng Xing's position. Receiving a nod, the examiner promptly began inspecting the machine. But after a thorough check, he shook his head at Chen Yifei. Silence. The machine is functioning properly. With Chen Yifei's stern command, an immense pressure enveloped the candidates. At that moment, his level appeared for all to see, level 49. The crowd collectively held their breath, astonished that this seemingly unkempt individual was so close to becoming a war god. Once Chen Yifei spoke, no one dared to question further. Seeing the silence, he retracted his presence and reclined back to sleep. Aren't all instructors supposed to be between levels 20 and 30? Who is this person with a level 49? So powerful. I've never heard of such a formidable instructor at South China Martial University. The focus of discussion swiftly shifted to Chen Yifei. As time ticked to 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Cheng Xing suddenly opened his eyes and removed the helmet. This action caught the examiner off guard. Had this individual finished? He glanced at the machine, only to find no red light indicating failure. Wait a moment, student. The machine seems to be malfunctioning. The examiner, puzzled, quickly called out to Cheng Xing, who was preparing to leave. You see, I knew there was an issue. An F-class talent couldn't possibly last this long. I suspect the machine's settings were incorrect, and they may have assigned him an F-class disaster beast. Upon hearing this, others began to revel in schadenfreude. But having learned from previous experiences, they refrained from voicing their thoughts too loudly. Observing their reactions, Chu Yanyan remained remarkably calm, fully aware of Cheng Xing's level. Given his status, failure was implausible. I've succeeded. At that moment, Cheng Yun's score turned red beneath his feet, signaling his failure right at the 3-minute mark. Victory was easily within his grasp now. Upon removing his helmet, he was astonished to discover that Cheng Xing was still in the game, his expression shifting to one of shock. How could an F-class talent possibly be ahead of him? However, it soon dawned on him that, having achieved full marks, few were praising him. Instead, the focus was squarely on condemning Cheng Xing cheating. No wonder he managed to endure for so long. With this realization, Cheng Yun's expression turned to one of disdain. A waste is a waste, foolishly attempting to gain admission to the Martial University through deceit. This is sheer arrogance. Cheating in the entrance examination is illegal. Cheng Xing's fate was sealed. Look, the instructor is getting up. That was a level 49 powerhouse. What petty tricks could escape his notice? He won't be able to escape now. At that moment, someone noticed Chen Yifei rising again, striding toward Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun. The atmosphere thick with the anticipation of those eager to witness the fallout. Especially among those who had failed, their aggression was palpable. Listening to their chatter, Cheng Yun was taken aback. This individual was a level 49 instructor? He was just a step away from becoming a war god. It appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. As he watched Chen Yifei approach, Cheng Yun suddenly contemplated. Could he be coming to recruit me as a student due to my impressive performance? In an instant, he envisioned paving his way through Chen Yifei and leveraging the Cheng family's resources to ascend to become the youngest war god at the South China base. With these thoughts, Cheng Yun felt elated and quickly straightened his attire as Chen Yifei approached. He stood tall, extending his hand and confidently declaring, Instructor, my name is Cheng Yun, son of the war god Cheng Zhengyang. Chen Yifei halted, momentarily taken aback, regarding Cheng Yun with a look of bemusement. He did not take Cheng Yun's outstretched hand, but instead circled around him, leaving Cheng Yun's unfinished words lodged in his throat. Son of Cheng Zhengyang? What a peculiar notion. You don't even resemble him. Could you be adopted? The quiet derision in Chen Yifei's murmurs caused Cheng Yun's smile to falter, his expression darkening. After bypassing Cheng Yun, Chen Yifei stood before Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing was somewhat surprised by Chen Yifei's level, but displayed little emotion. After all, he had dared to challenge Cheng Zhengyang. So how could he fear a level 49 instructor? Cheng Xing's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Chen Yifei, who found himself regarding him with newfound respect, as it was rare for a newcomer to remain so composed in his presence. After inquiring with the examiner to confirm that the machine was functioning properly, Chen Yifei's brows furrowed in contemplation. He turned to scrutinize Cheng Xing, his gaze penetrating. And soon the level above Cheng Xing's had materialized before him. When the disparity in levels between awakeners is pronounced, even if the lower-level awakener suppresses their aura, they remain discernible to those of higher rank. Stunned by the unexpectedly high level of Cheng Xing, Chen Yifei was momentarily taken aback, and an astonishing realization dawned upon him, banishing any drowsiness from his mind. You defeated an E-class disaster beast? Chen Yifei inquired, his expression tinged with peculiarity. Is it not permissible to kill? Cheng Xing scratched his head, perplexed. The examination guidelines didn't stipulate that killing the virtual disaster beasts was forbidden, did they? However, the weapon's level was still too low. and lacking armor meant that otherwise, Cheng Xing could have resolved the matter in mere minutes. Upon Cheng Xing's admission, Chun Yifei looked at him as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, which elucidated why he had emerged early and had not received a failure notification. He then took the document from the examiner's hands, examining the information with a bewildered expression. F-class, what jest is this? At level 13, you single-handedly vanquished an E-class disaster beast. You must possess a talent exceeding S-class. The subsequent words from Chun Yifei left Cheng Yun wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. What? How could he possibly be of S-class talent? Chapter 32, the top scorer of the martial arts examination. Teacher, are you mistaken? Cheng Yun expressed his incredulity, questioning Chun Yifei. How could Cheng Xing possibly possess talent above S-class? If he did, how could he sever ties with the Cheng family? How could he be? Surely, a waste is more befitting of him. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Chun Yifei shot a cold glance at Cheng Yun, as if an invisible pressure bore down upon him, causing him to hastily close his mouth. Witnessing Chun Yifei's unwavering conviction, Cheng Yun's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Should the Cheng family discover that Cheng Xing possessed talent exceeding S-class, everything he held dear would be usurped. This matter must remain concealed from them, absolutely. After countering Cheng Yun's objections, Chun Yifei adopted a more amiable demeanor, finding Cheng Xing increasingly agreeable. Although he was uncertain why Cheng Xing had not utilized his S-class qualification for direct admission, the level 13 indicated he had traversed the disaster zone alone, thus ruling out the possibility of being a scion of a prominent family or a progeny of a war god. This suggested he was a natural-born genius, perhaps with S-class or even SS-class talent. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of his mentor suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to shudder, and he glanced back at Cheng Xing, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. His mentor had exceptionally high standards for students, and over the years, he had only taken on one. If he could find another student for her, perhaps after reprimanding him, she would spare him the same fate. I am truly a genius. After this train of thought, Chun Yifei patted Cheng Xing on the shoulder earnestly, saying, Cheng Xing, remember to seek me out when it's time for enrollment. I will recommend a teacher for you. The appreciation in his eyes was palpable, leaving everyone astonished, casting envious glances at Cheng Xing. Those who had initially doubted him now fell silent, none daring to speak. Teacher, is this appropriate? What teacher? That sounds too formal. Just call me Brother Fei. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yifei transformed from a lifeless figure to a friendly older brother, casually chatting with Cheng Xing. Ahem. Chun Yifei. The examination is not yet concluded, interjected the examiner, sensing the situation had veered off course, hastily reminding him. This interruption prompted Chun Yifei to cease his banter, allowing Cheng Xing to return to the ranks. Before departing, he shot Cheng Xing a look that conveyed, trust me, I am right. Chun Yifei, how should we score him? The examiner felt a wave of frustration, but, given Chun Yifei's status, had no choice but to continue. 100 points. It must be 100 points. The full score is 90 points. After a brief but spirited debate, the examiner invoked the name of Chun Yifei's mentor, ultimately settling Cheng Xing's score at 90 points. This scene left Cheng Yun grinding his teeth in fury. Why is this person still here? Candidate, you should return. The next round of examinations is about to commence. Chun Yifei observed Cheng Yun lingering in place and promptly signaled the examiner to proceed with the next examination, returning to his reclining chair to continue his slumber. Once back in the group, the students from Class 1 immediately surrounded him. Cheng Xing, you are actually of S-class talent? You've deceived us for so long. Indeed. Cheng Xing, how did you transition from F-class to S-class talent? Teach us, please. Cheng Xing glanced at the SSS class talent displayed on his panel, refraining from correcting them, merely nodding as he replied, I honestly do not know. I just awakened and took a nap at home, and when I woke up the next day, I had become S-class talent. Perhaps it was a second awakening. Cheng Xing recited the explanation he had prepared. While second awakenings are rare, they are not unheard of. Roughly 1 in a million might experience a second awakening after certain events. For instance, someone might sustain a head injury, and upon recovery, their talent could improve. Or an elderly individual suffering from Alzheimer's might forget their talent, only to recover and mistakenly recall a more potent ability. However, these individuals typically experience only slight enhancements, usually increasing by 1 level, with a few achieving 2 or 3 levels. Cheng Xing's leap from F-class to S-class was indeed exceptional. Alright, everyone disperse. As more and more individuals gathered, Li Jia quickly intervened. At that moment, Li Jia was basking in the glory of having 2 perfect scores in his class, outshining even the top class from the first school. After restoring order, Li Jia cast a sidelong glance at several teachers from other schools who had infiltrated the area, their sights clearly set on Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He hurried over to detain them. Having people encroach upon his territory was unacceptable. Once freed from the crowd, Cheng Xing let out a sigh of relief. From being scorned to now being the center of admiration, he found the transition quite overwhelming. Hee. I knew you could do it. Chu Yanyan, who had always believed in Cheng Xing's abilities, exclaimed cheerfully. though she had only just learned of his S-class talent. She deeply understood Cheng Xing's situation. Someone without any notable background suddenly awakening to S-class talent would inevitably attract envy. Historically, there have been many cases of individuals with S-class talent who perished before realizing their potential. Seeing Chu Yanyan genuinely delighted for him warmed Cheng Xing's heart. He smiled broadly and playfully patted her head. Meanwhile, on the other side of the first school, when Cheng Yun returned to his class, all eyes were on Cheng Xing, leaving him feeling utterly neglected. The stark contrast in attention left Cheng Yun seething, his expression darkening to an extreme degree. He fixed his gaze intently on Cheng Xing in the distance, his fists clenched tightly. You may revel in your triumph, but your jubilations shall not last long. Suddenly, Cheng Yun seemed to have an epiphany. A flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes, and his expression softened considerably. As the examinations progressed, a steady stream of perfect scores emerged, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of these were from the offspring of influential families, all possessing remarkable talents and ample resources. The level assessments were considerably simpler, as the virtual disaster beasts had already filtered out the majority of candidates. Those who managed to pass merely needed to exude their aura for the examiners to verify their ranks, and after registration, they were free to go. Naturally, Cheng Xing secured the top position with a staggering level of 13, while Chu Yanyan followed closely in second place with a level of 11. Thus concluded the examination that would determine the trajectory of their lives. Before returning home, Chen Yifei made a special effort to seek out Cheng Xing, urging him to get in touch once school commenced, subtly hinting at introducing him to his teacher. A teacher of a level 49 awakened? How intriguing. Upon hearing that Chen Yifei had a mentor, Cheng Xing was visibly taken aback. He couldn't help but acknowledge that a teacher capable of nurturing such advanced students indeed piqued his curiosity. All right, I shall visit. After receiving Cheng Xing's affirmation, Chen Yifei finally felt at ease to let him depart. As the candidates exited, the vast exhibition hall gradually regained its chilly demeanor, at which point Chen Yifei retrieved his phone. Speak. A single, impatient word came through from the other end. Teacher, I've brought back a treasure. Are you feeling reckless? On the contrary, I've discovered a remarkable talent. I suspect he may possess SS-level aptitude. Chen Yifei involuntarily shuddered, quickly offering an explanation. Chapter 33. My son Cheng Yun possesses the potential to be the top scorer in the martial arts examination. Once the exams concluded, the results were promptly relayed back to the school. Cheng Xing rose to prominence alongside Chu Yanyan, becoming the talk of the Huanan 4th High School. The principal personally escorted them back to campus, and after an array of accolades, allowed them to take their leave. Over here, as they exited the school gates, they spotted Zhang Chong waving at them. Initially, their classmates intended to gather for a celebration, but he declined, deeming it too cumbersome. Cheng Xing opted out, and naturally, Chu Yanyan had no desire to join, ultimately agreeing to meet Zhang Chong at Zhang's eatery. Congratulations on your admission to the Martial Arts University. Zhang Chong raised his glass. You're not too shabby yourself, getting into Huanan University. Cheng Xing smiled brightly in response. Zhang Chong had successfully enrolled in Huada, the finest ordinary university within the Huanan base. Cheng Xing felt genuine happiness for his close friend. The three pals exchanged toasts and discussed their futures. By the time Cheng Xing returned home, night had already fallen. As he settled down, his phone chimed with a message. Congratulations, Cheng Xing, on your acceptance to Huanan Martial Arts University. But what prompted you to pursue martial studies? Su Haoran's voice echoed from the phone, accompanied by the congratulatory shouts of Su Yanran and others. Why didn't you inform me that talents above S level could secure direct admission? Cheng Xing retorted earnestly. He was indeed aware that talents above the S level were entitled to direct admission. However, he had awakened at the F level, leading everyone to believe he was S level. To secure that admission, he would inevitably need to showcase his panel, thereby exposing his true aptitude. Although his previous boast had inadvertently revealed some truth, it appeared that no one believed him, leaving Cheng Xing perplexed about whether the SSS-level talent held deeper implications. Until he uncovered the truth, he chose to maintain his concealment. Only a well-hidden card could be deemed a trump card. Did I not mention it? Upon hearing this, Su Haoran scratched his head, momentarily faltering. Had he not conveyed this to Cheng Xing? Oh well, the process is irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. Su Haoran quickly chuckled, then continued, I nearly forgot the important matter. Preparations for the formal selection are about to commence. In a few days, pack your belongings. We will come to fetch you. Understood. Cheng Xing squinted slightly, finally able to witness what the selection entailed. In Area A of the Huanan base, at the War God Mansion, a cacophony of sound erupted. The servants of the Cheng household lined up in 2 rows as Cheng Yun emerged from the Maybach. With the booming of celebratory fireworks, a shower of colorful streamers descended. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the top scorer in the martial arts examination. The servants, reciting their rehearsed lines, collectively offered their congratulations to Cheng Yun. Clearly, they were unaware of the recent reforms in the martial arts examination and had not inquired about the results of today's assessments. Observing this, Cheng Yun's expression darkened. The smiles and congratulations of the surrounding servants began to morph into mockery in his eyes. It is time to replace these servants. They are far too dim-witted. Cheng Yun mused inwardly. He then expressionlessly passed through the throng of servants and strode directly into the villa. Strange. Why do I sense the young master is not particularly pleased? One wondered. Could it be that he does not appreciate our surprise? Impossible. The young master used to adore such displays, claiming they added to the festivities. Some sharp-eyed servants noticed Cheng Yun's odd demeanor, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, they dispersed only after he retreated to his room. My precious son, you have finally returned. Lu Chunyan exclaimed joyfully as she approached Cheng Yun. In an instant, Cheng Yun donned a different facade, his face alight with a warm smile as he embraced Lu Chunyan. You've worked hard today. I had the staff prepare a lavish feast of your favorite dishes. Lu Chunyan patted Cheng Yun's back, leading him to the dining room. Cheng Xingyang had long been waiting at the head of the table, though his pallor suggested he had yet to recover from serious injuries. Let me see this year's martial arts examination champion. Once seated, Lu Chunyan couldn't help but cradle his face, her pride evident. Cheng Xingyang also turned to look at him, his expression one of satisfaction. According to the previous martial arts examinations, Cheng Yun's level and talents made his claim to the top score a certainty. They had not hesitated to boast about Cheng Yun's potential to be the top scorer in the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun's smile abruptly faltered. After a lengthy pause, he awkwardly replied, Dad, Mom, this year's martial arts examination has undergone reforms. Although I achieved a perfect score, I am not the top scorer. I apologize for disappointing you. Cheng Yun's face was etched with guilt as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. What? You are not the top scorer? Cheng Xingyang and the others' expressions darkened upon hearing Cheng Yun's revelation. They had boasted extensively. Yet, seeing the guilt-ridden look on Cheng Yun's face softened their hearts. It's all right. It's not your fault. It must be due to the reforms in the martial arts examination. Lu Chunyan was the first to comfort Cheng Yun. I would like to know who made these changes. Cheng Xingyang seemed to have found a way to vent his frustrations and promptly took out his phone. Hello? Director Yao? Why is it that this time the martial arts examination simply changed the rules? Our previous examination was perfectly fine. Why the need for alterations? Such a situation is quite disadvantageous for the selection of talent. Cheng Xingyang questioned the deputy director of the Education Bureau on the other end of the phone with an accusatory tone. It was proposed by Lord Sucheng? Well, that is splendid. Then, there is nothing to worry about. However, upon hearing the explanation from the other end, his expression shifted dramatically, and the tone of his response gradually weakened. A heavy silence enveloped the restaurant. No, I must see for myself who could possibly be more exceptional than my son. The awkward Cheng Xingyang suddenly recollected something and picked up his phone to check this year's martial arts examination rankings. Dad, don't. Hearing this, Cheng Yun's expression changed once more. He wanted to intervene, but realized it was too late. Cheng Xingyang quickly located the rankings of the martial arts examination and began to scan through them. Soon enough, he found Cheng Yun's name, tied for third place with 5 or 6 others, all of whom he recognized, either scions of prominent families or descendants of legendary warriors. Yet, upon seeing the name of the second-place winner, Chu Yinyan, his expression shifted again. He suddenly remembered that the Chu family's heiress seemed to be of the same age as Cheng Yun. At this thought, Cheng Xingyang momentarily lost his focus. If Cheng Yun could unite with Chu Yinyan, the Cheng family would ascend to great heights. This matter required careful consideration. Regaining his composure, he scrolled down to the name of the top scorer. Cheng Xing? How is that possible? Cheng Xingyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the name on his phone. Noticing his reaction, Lu Chunyuan also glanced over, and upon seeing the name Cheng Xing, she mirrored Cheng Xingyang's astonishment. Yunner, who is this Cheng Xing? They both turned to Cheng Yun. Not him. Cheng Yun shook his head nonchalantly, his heart steady. Not. Oh, it seems indeed not. This Cheng Xing possesses an S-rank talent. How could he possibly be that F-rank waste? However, the fact that someone with S-rank talent participated in the martial arts examination made it understandable that Yunner could not claim the top spot. After perusing the rankings, Cheng Xingyang and the others comforted Cheng Yun with a sense of justified ease. By the way, Yunner, I have some good news for you. This time, I achieved significant merit for the base, and I secured a selection opportunity for you in the Awakener Management Bureau. In a few days, you shall attend. And try to get close to a girl named Chu Yinyan. Chapter 34. Undermining Rivals in the South China Base, District H. Cheng Xing donned his previous gear, one hand gripping a sword and the other holding a bag, quietly awaiting downstairs. Before long, a military jeep appeared at the end of the road, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding vehicles. The occupants of the jeep quickly spotted Cheng Xing and swiftly pulled up beside him. Get in. The window rolled down, revealing Su Haoran clad in the same trench coat as their first meeting, sunglasses perched on his nose, speaking coolly. The other members in the vehicle exchanged knowing smiles. Su Haoran had a penchant for charming girls and showing off, often lacking decorum. As Cheng Xing entered the vehicle, he barely had the chance to greet the other members before Su Haoran pressed the accelerator, and the jeep roared to life, speeding away. Observing the direction they were heading, Cheng Xing felt increasingly familiar. Soon, The entrance to District H came into view. The selection ISNT at the base? Cheng Xing couldn't help but exclaim softly. Of course not at the base, but you'll find out where it is soon enough, Gao Chun replied with a chuckle. Rest assured, with your and Su Yanyan's prowess, there won't be any surprises in this selection. Li Man, thinking Cheng Xing was anxious, quickly reassured him. If both Cheng Xing and Su Yanyan, both S-ranks, failed the selection, the Awakener Management Bureau would be left without new talent. By the way, Cheng Xing, this is for you. Su Yanyan suddenly remembered something and produced a box from her pocket, handing it to Cheng Xing. For me? Cheng Xing accepted the box with a puzzled expression and opened it, realization dawning upon him. Inside lay an exquisite ring, quietly resting. Soul of the Snow Wolf. Quality, D-rank. Effect, Agility 3, Strength 2. At that moment, Cheng Xing recalled that Su Yanyan had initially offered him a D-rank item as a reward for his assistance. Oh, how embarrassing. We are friends after all. No, you should keep it. Return it to me. Cheng Xing protested. Yet his hands deftly replaced his current gear with the soul of the Snow Wolf. Su Yanyan rolled her eyes dramatically. After entering the camp, Gao Chun disembarked to register at the counter before driving out of the base. As they ventured further, Cheng Xing began to notice the extraordinary attributes of the Jeep. Lower-tier disaster beasts fled in terror at the sight of the vehicle, keeping their distance. Hee, curious, aren't you? The exterior of this vehicle is crafted from materials derived from C-rank disaster beasts, naturally repelling lower-tier disaster creatures, Su Yanyan explained, seeing Cheng Xing's intrigue. After all, the disaster zones were vast. It was impractical to rely solely on Awakener's feet for traversing them. Typically, once adventurer teams reached a certain level, they would opt to procure such vehicles for navigating disaster zones, though the effectiveness and cost varied greatly with the material grade. Cheng Xing had heard of this, but was experiencing it for the first time. After all, such a vehicle was somewhat burdensome for a small team's finances. In the disaster zone on the outskirts of Q City, the first batch of candidates for the selection had already arrived. The disaster beasts within a 1-kilometer radius had been cleared by the powerful members of the Awakener Management Bureau, with several strong individuals stationed in the shadows as sentinels. Cheng Yun observed the participants and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Those who managed to arrive here were undoubtedly the top talents from the Jiangnan base. The minimum talent level was B rank, and everyone was above level 10. Soon, Cheng Yun spotted a graceful figure clad in a robe among the crowd. A few days prior, when Cheng Xingyang had shown him a photo of Chu Yanyan, he realized she was the girl who had remained by Cheng Xing's side during the examination. No matter how talented you are, what good does it do if you lack the means to participate in such selections? Cheng Yun sneered as he surveyed the area. Finding no sign of Cheng Xing, no matter how high the talent, without resources, it amounts to nothing. Watching Chu Yanyan greet the others from a distance, Cheng Yun's eyes narrowed. If I were to steal her away, Cheng Xing's expression would undoubtedly be amusing. Cheng Yun mused to himself, straightening his appearance and donning a gentle smile, taking on the guise of a friendly older brother before approaching. Miss Chu, what a coincidence. You are also here for the Awakener Management Bureau's selection? The sudden appearance of Cheng Yun caught Chu Yanyan off guard, and upon recognizing him, her brow furrowed. Why is he here? She had sensed Cheng Xing's disdain for this person during the examination. In response to his flirtation, Chu Yanyan, embodying the refined upbringing of the Chu family, merely inclined her head slightly. Her aloof demeanor left Cheng Yun momentarily taken aback, for he had observed her engaging warmly and cheerfully with others. Why was she treating him differently? Miss Chu, shall we team up? He proposed eagerly. I am an A-rank talent sword saint and can serve as your frontline protector. Cheng Yun quickly regained his composure and continued. For he had been informed by Cheng Xingyang that this selection process required teams of 3, and given that Chu Yanyan was positioned as a rear-line Grand Mage, his abilities could effectively shield her from calamities, creating opportunities for her to unleash her power. He could scarcely fathom any reason she might have to decline. No need. I already have a team, Chu Yanyan replied with a hint of impatience, refusing without a moment's hesitation. That's impossible. I've been watching you for quite some time and haven't seen you approach anyone about teaming up, Cheng Yun instinctively retorted, only to regret his words almost immediately. Upon hearing that someone had been covertly observing her, Chu Yanyan's expression turned one of distaste. Do I need to inform you whom I team up with? Pervert. With that, she stepped back repeatedly, attempting to distance herself from Cheng Yun. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. Cheng Yun began, trying to salvage the situation as he prepared to pursue her. However, before he could finish, a jeep entered their field of vision. Seeing the vehicle, a smile broke across Chu Yanyan's face as she hurried forward. But as she discerned the 2 figures descending from the car, Cheng Yun's countenance darkened, filled with palpable gloom. Damn it, you truly are a persistent specter. Cheng Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. The individuals emerging from the vehicle were none other than Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. Xiaoran, Yanyan. Upon alighting, Su Yanran, spotting the rushing Chu Yanyan, was adorned with a bright smile that illuminated her otherwise cool visage. The 2 immediately embraced, drawing close in a display of camaraderie. The icy persona of the Ice Queen had been entirely shattered in Cheng Xing's mind. So, your relationship is this close? he inquired, astonished. Of course, we are the best of friends. Though aware of the intricate ties between the Su and Chu families, the depth of their bond took Cheng Xing by surprise. Nevertheless, the sight of the two girls together was undeniably a picturesque scene. He's here too? Cheng Xing soon detected a familiar, unsettling gaze and turned slightly to see the brooding Cheng Yun. If I recall correctly, that is the recommended position of the war god Cheng. After all, he did play a role in quelling the incident in L Town by countering the red-eyed mad dog. Su Yanran remarked, following Cheng Xing's line of sight. Let us not worry about him. Let us focus on forming our team. Chapter 35, an ominous undertone. Without hesitation, the two accepted Chu Yinyan's invitation to team up. Cheng Xing soon noticed 3 health bars appearing in his peripheral vision, corresponding to their trio. The selection process required teams of 3 to endure a week in a disaster zone. During this week, the materials and equipment each group acquired would be tallied as points, with the top 10 teams being selected based on their scores. Chu Yanyan explained the rules of the selection process to Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. Upon hearing these rules, their expressions turned rather peculiar. Points based on materials and equipment? Cheng Xing couldn't quite believe his ears and asked again, unaware of Cheng Xing's talent effects. Chu Yanyan nodded confidently, affirming that this was the information relayed to them by the selection staff upon their arrival. Yanran, is it possible that your family is engaged in some underhanded dealings? This seems excessively corrupt. Surely not. Could my father be compromised? Su Yanran mused, her almond-shaped eyes flickering as she whispered. This rule, they had to admit, reeked of corruption, seemingly tailored for Cheng Xing. She promptly stepped aside to retrieve her phone. What is with your reaction? A perplexed Chu Yanyan asked, observing their unusual behavior. Are you aware of my talent? Cheng Xing explained quietly. Yes, it enhances the drop rate. Chu Yanyan nodded, having been aware of his talent from the beginning, albeit it had been at F rank then. After ascending to S rank, the effects had markedly changed, with the drop rate increasing to 50. Cheng Xing refrained from disclosing the SSS level effect, opting instead to downplay his ability to align with her understanding of the S rank talent. Even so, upon hearing of the 50 increase in drop rate, Chu Yanyan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That probability is quite extraordinary. It certainly lends credence to the notion that this selection process is indeed shrouded in corruption. A thought crossed her mind. Could her father also be involved in this? Soon enough, Su Yanran returned with a peculiar expression. I inquired, and it appears to be a mere coincidence. Meanwhile, far away at the South China Tower, Su Jiangwo, typically solemn, now bore an expression of mild perplexity. His daughter had just called, claiming that their bond was sufficient to tackle the selection and that there was no need for him to create a green channel, urging him to refrain from further corruption. Could one of my subordinates have secretly facilitated things for her? Su Jiangwo pondered, his brow furrowing as he requested the selection rules from the Awakening Bureau. Scoring based on Calamity Beast drops? This selection isn't straightforward at all. How could I be corrupt? Su Jiangwo mused, utterly bewildered. While Su Yanran and the others were still questioning her father, waves of individuals continued to arrive, culminating in a gathering of over 100 people. After learning the rules, it took them the better part of an hour to finalize their teams. Cough. At this moment, a clear cough resonated through the crowd, capturing everyone's attention and plunging the vicinity into silence. Above them, a figure in the prime of life appeared, striding through the air, clad in a trench coat akin to those worn by Su Haoran and the others, albeit in a different hue. As he coughed lightly, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and a level quietly appeared above his head, level 52. He was walking through the air. This was the war god. Wait, I've never heard of such a war god before. Not everyone aspires to become one. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the unexpected emergence of a war god level warrior for what seemed to be a minor selection. Yet, considering the caliber of awakened talents gathered for this selection, it was understandable. Any mishap could spell significant loss for the South China base. It's Uncle Qin. Chu Yanyan and her companion recognized the newcomer instantly, for as members of the Su and Chu families, there were few they did not know. I am Qin Zhan, the overseer of this selection. I will reiterate the rules once more. Qin Zhan reined in his aura and proceeded to outline the regulations again. You have received a map of the disaster-stricken area in Q City on your mobile devices, which delineates the entire scope of the trial. As long as you remain within this designated zone, you are free to move about at will. The higher the tier of your loot, the greater the points you will accumulate. If you possess the capability, you may also hunt D-grade disaster beasts. I shall not impede your endeavors. Qin Zhan meticulously articulated the precautions for the trial, then produced a small green orb. This orb encapsulates a fragment of my essence. Should you encounter an insurmountable peril, you may shatter it, and I will arrive post-haste. However, be forewarned that doing so will result in the forfeiture of your eligibility, leading to your withdrawal from this selection process. Following this, several adept members from the Awakener Management Bureau stepped forward, distributing a green orb to each individual. You must bear in mind that we shall ultimately only acknowledge the quantity of loot dropped by the disaster beasts, regardless of its provenance. However, killing one another is strictly prohibited. At this juncture, Qin Zhan's gaze sharpened, and an intangible pressure descended upon the crowd, causing a collective shudder. After all, the Awakener Management Bureau was established to combat the fallen. Should anyone harm an awakened individual who is not among the fallen, they would breach the Bureau's fundamental principles. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing squinted, realizing the weighty implications contained within this rule. As anticipated, all teams present became acutely aware of their surroundings, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. What is happening? Chu Yinyan queried, sensing the unease in the air. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged glances, surprised by her apparent naivety. It was only when Su Yanran leaned in to whisper a clarification that Chu Yanyan suddenly comprehended the situation. Nonetheless, this area will serve as a safe zone, and each team will be allocated a section for storing their loot. Within this safe zone, no conflict is permitted. Xinjiang continued to elaborate on the rules, prompting the group to delve into contemplation. With the additional stipulations, the trial became significantly more feasible. They would need to hunt a sufficient number of disaster beasts while also relying on luck, as the loot from these beasts is indeed quite precious. Before transporting their spoils to the safe zone, they must remain vigilant against other teams that might attempt to seize their bounty. After determining their designated storage area, they were ready to embark. At Xinjiang's command, numerous teams sprang into action. Cheng Xing and his companions promptly sought out a storage area. The so-called storage area was merely a large tent erected to house several oversized backpacks. Once they had selected their storage area, each member of Cheng Xing's team donned a backpack, preparing for their expedition. Unlike them, however, the other teams were lightly equipped, carrying only their personal gear. Observing this scene, Xinjiang wore an expression of bemusement. Aren't those the two young ladies from the Su and Chu families? Their demeanor resembles that of individuals preparing for a shopping spree. Chapter 36. The selection begins. Upon departing the safe zone delineated by Xinjiang, Cheng Xing swiftly consulted his mobile device to study the map of Q City's periphery. After all, he had never ventured into this disaster area before, so exercising caution seemed prudent. The map indicated an expansive area for activity, encompassing nearly the entirety of Q City. Though classified as a C-grade disaster zone, the prospect of encountering C-grade disaster beasts could prove fatal for individuals of their caliber. No one would be foolish enough to underestimate the danger. In the outer regions, designated as E-grade disaster zones, the principal threats were E-grade blood roaches and pestilence rats. Let us venture deeper. Pestilence rats are pack creatures, typically appearing in groups of 3 or more. We shall initially target the blood roaches, and once we elevate our levels, we can confront the pestilence rats. Cheng Xing strategized, scrutinizing the map. The vicinity of the safe zone was teeming with teams. Only by delving further inward could they reduce the number of competing teams. Thus, they could engage the disaster beasts without the fear of ambush from behind. Furthermore, their strength was sufficient to handle a deeper foray. Agreed. I have no objections. I trust your judgment. Su Yanran and the others concurred, nodding in affirmation. One had witnessed Cheng Xing's prowess in L-Town, while the other possessed unwavering trust in him. Subsequently, Cheng Xing and his team commenced their traversal through the ruins of Q City. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous teams. Some had already engaged in battles with disaster beasts and immediately adopted a wary stance upon spotting them, vigilantly watching to prevent any attempts at thievery. Others, however, remained composed, observing the skirmishes from a distance while silently calculating their next move. As they ventured deeper, the level of the disaster beasts began to escalate. Level 10 beasts became increasingly scarce, with most exceeding level 11, and the surrounding teams were dwindling. After all, not every team could boast an S-grade awakened individual among their ranks. Let us commence our operations from this point, Cheng Xing declared, attentively listening to ensure no sounds of battle from other teams could be heard before halting their advance. They adeptly located a relatively intact high-rise building and secured their backpacks. From their elevated position, they meticulously surveyed the surrounding disaster beasts. As their levels had risen, their vision had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At 12 o'clock, approximately 2 kilometers away, a blood roach was spotted. At 4 o'clock, 4 kilometers away, a group of pestilence rats, numbering 4, was identified. Let's address the nearest threat first. After marking their targets, the trio descended the building and charged toward the closest blood roach. Disaster beast, blood roach, level 11 health, 550, attributes, strength 37, agility 38, constitution 34, spirit 22. Talent, E-grade digestive recovery, restores health while digesting food. Skill, bite LV1. The information regarding the blood roach swiftly appeared before them. Cheng Xing nodded at his companions, signaling that they would proceed without any elaborate tactics. Four-sided slash. Cheng Xing unleashed a skill, and before the blood roach could react, it was met with 4 grievous wounds, its health plummeting dramatically. Hiss. The blood roach emitted a pained screech, yet before it could comprehend Cheng Xing's presence, a lithe figure dashed forward, unleashing a cascade of sword light with another skill. Concurrently, the temperature around them soared as Chu Yanyan, clad in her mage robes and wielding a staff taller than herself, radiated a faint crimson glow. With her staff aimed at the blood roach, An intricate red magic circle rapidly formed, and in the next moment, a fireball with a 2-meter diameter shot forth. The fireball traveled with remarkable speed, striking the blood roach in an instant, engulfing it entirely. The blood roach let out a mournful wail as its health was swiftly depleted, collapsing to the ground. You have slain a level 11 blood roach. Experience gained, 333. The trio, in a coordinated team state, simultaneously received the feedback. Under the combined efforts of the three, an 11th level blood insect fell before them, unable to withstand even a single round of attacks. Let me see what it has dropped, Su Yanran exclaimed, wrinkling her nose as she swiftly approached, rummaging through the nearly charred remains of the blood insect. Oddly enough, she found nothing. Soon, with a puzzled expression, she returned empty-handed, clearly indicating that no materials had been obtained this time. Perhaps the final blow to the blood insect wasn't struck by me, Cheng Xing pondered, stroking his chin before suggesting. Then let us seek another. With this thought, they resumed their quest, quickly setting their sights on another blood insect. This time, Chu Yanyan initiated the attack, followed closely by Su Yanran, with Cheng Xing delivering the final blow. On this occasion, Su Yanran collected 2 tooth-like materials from the blood insect's carcass. Blood insect's teeth. Quality, E grade. Effect, slight. Chu Yanyan gazed at the materials in her hands, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. Something actually dropped? This 50 drop rate is astonishing. How exhilarating. She reflected on her previous encounters, during which she had slain numerous disaster beasts in a single day, yet scarcely found more than 10 materials. Now, having defeated just 1 disaster beast, they had already obtained 2 items. The disparity was indeed striking. What does this signify? You'll find out later, Su Yanran chuckled, for she had witnessed Cheng Xing successfully obtain a talent from a disaster beast. The final blow is yours. Thus, the decision was made amicably. Upon identifying the issue, the 2 women unanimously agreed that Cheng Xing should deliver the finishing strike. Cheng Xing could only shrug helplessly, as long as you are happy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Yun surveyed his position deep within the outskirts of Q City, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The disaster beast lurking nearby had already reached level 13. Before him stood a striking figure accompanied by a young man in white attire. Observing their unwavering progress, Cheng Yun felt a twinge of regret. Yet, gritting his teeth, he cautiously inquired, Wang Qian, do you think we might have ventured too deep into the disaster zone? Do you have any objections? Wang Qian halted, turning to face Cheng Yun with a furrowed brow, her impatience palpable. Clad in a specially designed bodysuit that accentuated her alluring figure, her captivating beauty was hard to ignore. This area is already infested with level 13 disaster beasts. If we delve any deeper, it could be perilous given our strength. Perilous? Do you still wish to join the Awakeners Management Bureau? Are you unaware of the meager drops from disaster beasts? To claim the top spot, we must surpass them in quality. And are you looking down on my S-level talent? Wang Qian replied coldly, clearly indicating that were it not for Cheng Yun's resemblance to someone from a certain team, she would not have brought him along. I am not. Then silence yourself and follow my lead. Chapter 37. Novels are deceptive. Deep within the outskirts of Q City, Su Yanran declared, Yanyan, I am in position. Received? Watch me, came the reply. Su Yanran dashed through the dilapidated streets, shouting into her phone, while occasionally sidestepping the swarms of dark shadows lunging at her. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that 4 disaster beasts resembling oversized rats were pursuing her, each measuring a meter in length, their blood-red eyes gleaming, gray fur shimmering with a metallic sheen, and their sharp fangs protruding menacingly. Disaster beast, plague rat. Level, 13. Health, 800. Attributes, strength 33, agility 35, constitution 45, spirit 26. Talent, E grade, crowd effect. When there are more than 3 individuals in the team, all attributes increase by 10. Skill, bite LV1. Stealing a glance at the relentless plague rats pursuing her, Su Yanran's expression remained calm. These plague rats are of decent quality. Thunderous fury. Upon reaching the designated location, a whisper emanated from the side of the ruined street. No sooner had the words escaped than a deep blue magic array materialized above the plague rats, and bolts of thunder as thick as arms rained down mercilessly, engulfing the entire area of the magic array. By the time the plague rats sensed the thunder that instinctively made them tremble, the lightning had already struck them. Squeak, squeak. In the next moment, they emitted ghastly shrieks as their health plummeted, vanishing in an instant. Frozen blade barrage. With the thunderous onslaught continuing for several moments, Su Yanran seized the opportunity, drawing her sword and advancing as the skill was unleashed, her blade gleaming fiercely. Several horrific wounds appeared on the 4 plague rats, further diminishing their health. Just as they regained their senses from the paralysis, their speed increased alarmingly. The plague rats' eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as they charged towards Su Yanran, closing the distance to less than 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, Su Yanran appeared oblivious, standing still without a hint of movement. The plague rats, witnessing this, exhibited a glimmer of human-like smugness. 4-way slash. However, in the next instant, a figure that had long been concealed along the street sprang forth, moving far faster than the plague rats. With a soft command, for blades of light manifested like a barrier, separating Su Yanran from the plague rats. In an instant, for lines of blood erupted from the plague rats, their blood spraying forth as their health points reached 0. Kill LV-12 plague rat. Experience 666. Kill LV-13 plague rat. Experience 666. The 4 plague rats collapsed, dropping a plethora of items. Chu Yinyan rushed over, her excitement palpable as she examined the spoils. Though she had witnessed such drops countless times, the thrill never waned. Hey, what is this? The items dropped by this batch of plague rats were quite impressive, containing 4 materials and no less than 3 pieces of equipment. Yet, one particular orb of light soon captured her attention. It's here. Cheng Xing and the others exchanged glances, finally witnessing the first talent drop of the day after such a long grind. Wow, this is actually a talent, Chu Yanyan exclaimed as she picked up the orb, and the system's feedback followed suit. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with excitement as she rushed to Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, you're amazing. You can even obtain talents. At this moment, Chu Yanyan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her admiration evident. As a member of the Chu family, she had never heard of talents being dropped before. Keep it low-key. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Cheng Xing casually accepted the orb. Talent, gathering. Level, E grade. Talent effect. When there are more than 3 individuals in the team, all attributes increase by 10. After examining the attributes, Cheng Xing directly handed it to the 2 of them, saying, which of you would like to be a test subject to see if you can harness this talent? Yan, come here. Shaoran, you too. The 2 women exchanged glances, then simultaneously recommended each other. There's no need to compete for who goes first. This talent is quite remarkable. If you both can use it, we shall then set our sights on the plague rats, aiming for 1 talent per person. Cheng Xing smiled, explaining. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hesitated for quite a while before finally allowing Chu Yanyan to take the plunge. As Chu Yanyan held the glowing orb, she silently recited in her heart. Acquired talent, crowd gathering. Watching the system's notification, Chu Yanyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, her expression brimming with joy. Realizing the experiment had succeeded, Cheng Xing understood that the talents revealed could indeed be utilized by other awakeners as well. Name, Chu Yanyan. Level, 13, 5666400000. Health, 550. Attributes, Strength 15, Agility 15, Constitution 15, Spirit 87, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, A-level Magic Proficiency, E-level Crowd Gathering. Skills, B-level Thunderous Might, B-level Mage Shield, C-level Levitation, C-level Giant Fireball. Chu Yanyan excitedly displayed her panel information before Cheng Xing and the others, her delight akin to that of a child who has just received a new toy. Thus, our next objective will primarily focus on the plague rats, striving for each person to acquire a talent within these days. However, before that, we may need to return to the safe zone for a brief respite. Cheng Xing reassured the almost leaping Chu Yanyan, then continued, why? Shouldn't we be seizing the moment to hunt more disaster beasts? Chu Yanyan queried, confusion evident in her voice. It seemed that since following Cheng Xing, she had become increasingly naive. Our backpacks are nearly full, Su Yanran retorted with a playful pinch to her cheek, gesturing at the numerous dropped items scattered on the ground. Oh, right, I hadn't noticed, Chu Yanyan conceded. Let us head back first. It wouldn't be prudent to delve deeper with such a heavy load. Cheng Xing shrugged, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation. Without further ado, they gathered the materials and equipment strewn about and returned to the temporary storage area. The once empty large backpacks were now brimming with gear and materials. Each of the 3 carried a pack on their backs and held another in hand, making a grand procession towards the safe zone. To onlookers, it might have appeared as though they were embarking on a camping trip. As they drew closer to the safe zone, the number of surrounding teams increased. At this moment, each team bore signs of battle, adorned with remnants left by disaster beasts and fellow awakeners alike. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the disaster zone grew increasingly tense. Any encounter between different teams could ignite a fierce conflict. Cheng Xing and his companions stood as an exception. Almost every team, upon spotting Cheng Xing and his group, either took a wide berth around them or ignored them entirely. How peculiar, Chu Yanyan remarked softly. What's wrong? I've read some novels before. Under such circumstances, wouldn't several teams usually emerge, demanding we hand over our backpacks, or else we'd be in for a show? Chu Yanyan inquired, her eyes blinking in confusion, seemingly failing to grasp the situation fully. You just called it a novel. Those are mere fabrications, Cheng Xing replied, his expression marked by disbelief. Do you think this is a story? At that moment, not far away, a team had just spotted them. Captain, look, they seem to have gathered quite a haul. One of the team members exclaimed, eyes gleaming at the sight of Cheng Xing and his companions laden with bags. How about we rob them? Another teammate concurred eagerly. However, they were met with the captain's sharp rebuke. Are you 2 fools? It's only been half a day since the selection began. How many materials do you think the teams hunting disaster beasts have gathered? The captain questioned, exasperation evident in his tone. Perhaps at most 3 pieces? One replied hesitantly. And how about the teams that resort to robbery? The captain pressed on. They have a bit more. I've seen some with up to 6 pieces. Pointing at Cheng Xing and his group, the captain continued. Now look at them. With all those bags, they must have at least 100 pieces of materials. Is that even possible? Even if you combined all the teams, they wouldn't have that much. In this scenario, it could only mean one of 2 things. Either they had robbed all the other teams, or they were fishing for trouble. Upon hearing this, the 2 team members finally grasped the situation, their expressions shifting to realization. Our captain is truly wise, and thus, this team chose to disregard Cheng Xing and his companions entirely. Chapter 38, Son-in-law of the Su or Chu family. In the disaster zone surrounding Q City, the safe zone awaited. Cheng Xing and his group returned to the safe zone unimpeded, encountering no adversaries along the way. Noticing someone entering the safe zone, Qin Zhan, who was meditating above it, slowly opened his eyes, observing Cheng Xing and his companions laden with bags as they entered the storage area. A look of intrigue crossed his face. Those girls from the Su and Chu families? How could they possess so many materials? Qin Zhan pondered, his curiosity piqued. Even he, despite his vast experience, had never witnessed such a scene. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. The Su and Chu families must be orchestrating something behind the scenes. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhan took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Qin Zhan, has something occurred during the selection? Soon, the voice of Su Jiangwo resonated from the other end. Brother Su, is this really necessary? It's just a small selection. Yin Yin and the others are more than capable of passing. If you act like this, others may have objections, Qin Zhan replied, attempting to reason with him. Your words imply that I have ulterior motives, Su Jiangwo responded, clearly perplexed. Ulterior motives? Really? Qin Zhan quickly seized upon the keyword, and as he addressed Su Jiangwo's inquiry, he recounted everything he had observed. On the other end of the line, Su Jiangwo fell silent, a sharp intuition informing him that something was amiss. Moments later, he suddenly recalled a report from the L-Town disaster incident, wherein Su Yanran had mentioned a boy suspected of possessing an S-level talent. Bring me information on this individual, Su Jiangwo commanded decisively. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Xing's information appeared before him. Top scorer in the martial examination, S-level talent. Suspected to have caught the attention of Chen Fei. Defeated an E-level bloodworm single-handedly during the L-Town disaster, and even managed to slay a level 13 fallen one. As Su Jiangwo perused the latest details about Cheng Xing, he was taken aback upon reading that Cheng Xing had garnered Chen Fei's favor. Chen Fei, being a level 49 awakener, was among the fastest rising talents in the younger generation of the South China base. His status was not to be underestimated in Su Jiangwo's eyes. However, he was acutely aware of who was behind Chen Fei. Surprised as he was, Su Jiangwo continued to peruse the information. Frequent visits to the war god's mansion. An awakened F-level talent with an increased probability of emergence. Allegedly the son of Cheng Xing. Beginning at the age of 16, he had ventured into disaster zones. Soon, he stumbled upon crucial information. An increased probability of emergence? It must indicate some unforeseen circumstances, with the talent level rising to S grade. Yet, he never expected that Cheng Xing would be the son of that individual. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had missed the opportunity. After reviewing Cheng Xing's information, all the clues had woven together, leading Su Jiangwo to virtually confirm that the issue lay with Cheng Xing. He had surmised the connection between the Chu family and him with considerable accuracy. Truly, a daughter of the family should not be left unattended. How long had it been since they met? And yet he dared to conceal this from me. With this thought, Su Jiangwo picked up the telephone in his office. Hello? This is Su Jiangwo. Su Haoran has been rather idle lately. Find him more work. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Su Jiangwo fell into contemplation. Without a doubt, the information regarding Cheng Xing revealed that he was a modest, cautious, and composed individual. Especially at the age of 16, daring to enter disaster zones was not something just anyone would undertake. An awakened individual would find it challenging to confront disaster beasts. Yet here was an unawakened person who dared to act. Moreover, after amassing considerable wealth, he was willing to share it with those who had once aided him. Such a person could only be reciprocated with sincerity. Combining all the clues, Su Jiangwo swiftly reached a conclusion. Cheng Xing's talent was of paramount importance to the South China base, or rather, to the entirety of Huaxia. He currently possessed a low level. But should his level rise, the potential implications were unimaginable. Although the reason for Cheng Xing's concealment remained unclear, he resolved to assist him. Qin Zhan, are you still there? I am. If anyone else raises a challenge, just say it's the Su family and the Chu family backing Cheng Xing. Qin Zhan gasped at Su Jiangwo's instructions. Also, keep a close watch on Cheng Xing. His safety is of utmost importance. After a brief exchange of instructions, Su Jiangwo hung up the phone. From his words, it seemed he intended to use the Su and Chu families as a shield for Cheng Xing. Who, exactly, was Cheng Xing? Qin Zhan observed the trio of Cheng Xing, who had already organized their items and were setting off with several large backpacks, his gaze shifting continuously among them. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that this fellow was the son-in-law of either the Su or Chu family? Oblivious to this, Cheng Xing continued to lead Su Yanran and the others deeper into the disaster zone. 6 days later, in the depths of the Q City disaster area, 5 infected rats scurried in panic through the abandoned streets, pursued closely by 3 figures. The 3 figures exuded a potent scent of their kind's blood, appearing to the rats as 3 bloodthirsty demons, inciting a primal urge to flee. How many infected rats must they have slain to generate such a predator as pressure? The trio, of course, were Cheng Xing and his companions. Giant fireball. With a flick of her staff, Chu Yanyan conjured a magical array and swiftly hurled a fireball. The fireball flew at astonishing speed, soaring over the heads of the infected rats and landing in their path. Explosions of flames erupted, cutting off the rats' escape route. Realizing they had nowhere to run, the 5 infected rats turned back, their eyes blazing with ferocity, their instinct to fight overpowering their dwindling intellect. In the next moment, they opened their gaping maws and charged at Chu Yanyan. Swamp technique. Chu Yanyan smiled slightly, gently tapping the ground with her staff, and a brownish-yellow magical array appeared beneath the feet of the 5 infected rats. The abandoned asphalt road below them vanished, transforming into a swamp, causing their charge to falter as they became ensnared. Frost Sword Circle. Observing that Chu Yanyan had contained the infected rats, Su Yanran, light as a swallow, leapt among them, her sword gleaming with deadly brilliance, eliciting cries of anguish from the rats. As the sword light emerged, Cheng Xing followed closely behind, stepping forward. 4-sided slash. The onslaught of blade and sword light wreaked havoc, drastically depleting the health of the 5 infected rats. Seeing the opportunity arise, Su Yanran withdrew her sword, leaving Cheng Xing to continue the assault alone. Moments later, the infected rats' health was entirely depleted, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Killed LV-15 infected rat, experience 1000. Killed LV-16 infected rat, experience 1166. As the effects of the swamp technique faded, the ground reverted to its original state, and a faint green orb of light atop the infected rats' corpses caught their attention. At last, it had dropped, despite the increased probability. The talent's drop rate remained relatively low, wiping the sweat from their brows. Chu Yanyan and the others reflected on how many infected rats they had slain over the past few days. Although the second crowd talent had appeared the day after the selection began, the third had been elusive until now. Thankfully, it finally materialized on the last day. Cheng Xing accepted the talent offered by Su Yanran and used it immediately. Gain talent, crowd gathering. Opening the panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 18, 530, 408, 0000. Health, 800. Attributes, Strength 83, Agility 131, Constitution 36, Spirit 36, Free Attribute Points 0. Talents, SSS level increased drop rate, F level sprint, E level digestion recovery, E level crowd gathering. Skills, B level 4-sided slash LV1, E level block LV1, D level blade aura LV1. The intense hunting over these days had significantly boosted Cheng Xing's level. While Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran had both reached level 17, they had also equipped themselves with a complete set of D-level gear. While the other 3 had amassed an abundance of equipment and skills they could not utilize, nearly filling the warehouse in the safe zone with materials. Now that the task is complete, shall we head back? After acquiring the final talent, Cheng Xing proposed directly. It was already the last day of the selection, and the spoils they had amassed were sufficient to allow them to dominate other teams. Alright, I'm utterly exhausted from these past few days. Let us return and rest properly. Just as the 3 prepared to make their way home, a thunderous crash reverberated in their ears. Chapter 39, If They Do Not Strike. We will. The tremendous sound of battle immediately captured the trio's attention. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating the direction from which the sound emanated. Could it be that someone had ventured deeper than us? That direction led to the outer edge of Q City. Beyond that lay the transitional area of Q City. What could have happened? Shall we take a look? Chu Yanyan and the others exchanged glances, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Let us go. I'm curious to see who would dare delve deeper than us. After all, even if he were hiding an SSS-level talent, a team comprising 2 S-level individuals would be more than enough to overpower other squads. Though the circumstances surrounding Cheng Xing and his companions are rather uncommon, S-rank awakeners are invariably exceptional individuals. The emergence of 2 within a single team often leads to a rivalry where neither is willing to concede to the other. As the trio delved deeper, the sounds ahead grew increasingly thunderous. Upon rounding a crossroads, they finally encountered the instigator. It was a colossal rodent-like disaster beast, measuring approximately 12 meters in length. Its massive form occupied half of the street, while its tail extended 6 meters behind it, thick and formidable, adorned with scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. As the beast maneuvered with agility, its tail whipped through the air like a gigantic scourge, effortlessly sweeping aside the abandoned structures lining the street, which crumbled like paper under its assault. Disaster beast, plague rat. Level, 20. Health, 1,500. Attributes, Strength 102, Agility 103. Constitution 130, Spirit 30. Talent, E-rank crowd control effect. If 3 or more individuals are present in the team, all attributes increase by 10. Skills, Bite LV1. Claw Strike LV1. Tail Whip LV1. Summon Plague Rat LV1. With a thunderous crash, the tail abruptly halted as if it had collided with an immovable object on the pavement. At that moment, Cheng Xing and his companions realized there was indeed someone standing in the middle of the street. A towering figure. Standing at 2 meters tall with a robust physique, wielded a shield and donned heavy armor, defiantly asserting his presence on the road. Despite the asphalt beneath him shattering upon the beast's previous strike, he remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Cheng Xing could not help but admire this true man. Engage. With a resonant cry, the man summoned 8 figures from the ruins, armed and ready to assault the plague rat. However, their strikes barely registered against the beast. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing the plague rat to instinctively lower its massive head, a gaping hole appearing in its ear, the size of a fist. Had it not reacted in time, the shot would have struck its eye. A gun? Cheng Xing was taken aback, tracing the sound to a lithe figure concealed on a high vantage point in another street. In the wake of the apocalypse, firearms had initially proven their worth. Yet as higher-level disaster beasts emerged, their effectiveness diminished. Against D-rank beasts, firearms began to inflict limited damage, while C-rank beasts developed heightened senses, enabling them to detect artillery strikes in advance. As awakeners began to shine, firearms were gradually rendered obsolete, relegated to storage in base warehouses, only to be utilized against lower-tier disaster beasts in the event of a siege. Yet, this particular shot seemed to possess considerable power. Following the gunfire, an arrow sliced through the air with astonishing speed, striking the plague rat's eye. The arrow embedded itself deep within the crimson orb, eliciting a furious roar from the beast. For the first time wounded, the plague rat's eyes flared with a fierce glow, its body rising slightly, forelimbs splayed wide, claws glinting ominously. Retreat! The true man shouted urgently, and the remaining 8 swiftly fell back. Just as they distanced themselves, the plague rat lunged, its forelimbs converging as its razor-sharp claws crashed against the true man's shield with a resounding clang, forcing him back a full meter. Wuxianovel, heal. The true man commanded decisively, and in the next moment, a striking figure clad in white robes emerged from the street behind him, raising her staff toward him. As Wuxianovel focused intently, an unparalleled surge of healing energy enveloped the true man. Tank, healer. Ranged DPS. No wonder they dared to challenge a D-rank disaster beast at level 16. Cheng Xing marveled at their synergy. The true man, the ranged attacker. The healer. All 4 of them were at level 16, while the remaining 8 were their teammates, each at level 15. Their talents likely were not lacking. Had lower-tier awakeners attempted the same, such a number would be insufficient to contend with a D-rank beast. Yet, their damage output was still insufficient. Su Yanin quickly discerned the issue. While the true man could withstand the plague rat's attacks, the others were inflicting minimal damage, leading to an inevitable defeat. Damn it! Wang Qian, how long are you going to watch? The true man could no longer contain his fury. At his outburst, a striking figure hurriedly appeared, her brow furrowed. It was clear that the damage inflicted on the plague rat was far below her expectations. Following her were Cheng Yuan and a man in white. Yet neither showed any inclination to intervene. Is it her? Upon seeing Wang Qian, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Yanin's eyes, but was swiftly suppressed. Though she concealed her feelings well, Cheng Xing sensed the undercurrents. Is there a history between you two? He inquired quietly. She is the scion of the Wang family, formerly the leader of the South China base, which was overseen by her father. During his tenure, he abused his power for personal gain, leading to the joint ousting of the Wang family's dominance by the Su and Chu families along with other factions. Since then, we have been adversaries, and she has consistently viewed me as a threat, seeking to create trouble for me. However, her talent has always been countered by mine, leaving her at a disadvantage. Su Yanin explained, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. Is that all? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Su Yanin shot him a glance, irritated by his simplistic view, yet keenly perceptive in other matters. Do you see that man? She pointed discreetly at the figure in white. His name is Su Go, or rather, he should now be called Wang Go. He was adopted by my father 8 years ago. After I rejected his proposal for a marriage alliance a few years back, he turned to the Wang family. As Su Yanin spoke, memories of her father's anger over Wang Go's betrayal resurfaced in her mind. Oh, Cheng Xing's gaze shifted to the trio, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered the implications. Betrayal was what he despised most, having survived countless treacherous encounters in the apocalypse. Betrayal had nearly cost him his life on several occasions. Since none of them are virtuous, I shall not hold back, he mused. Wang Qian, what are you waiting for? Remember, it was you who invited us. The true man fumed, seeing that Wang Qian still had not acted. Yet, the only response he received was a prompt to withdraw from the team. I am thoroughly disappointed with your performance. The prior agreement is null and void. We are leaving. Wang Qian cast a cold glance over the battlefield, snorting disdainfully before leading her group away. At her words, the expressions of all present darkened. At this moment, the hatred of the plague rats was directed at them. Without Wang Qian's intervention, they found themselves unable to retreat, rendering their situation indistinguishable from murder. Wang Qian, are you not afraid we will report you to the authorities? This is murder, the true man exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. Murder? Do you not possess items to preserve your lives? Wang Qian retorted coldly. If you fear death, you may use them directly. Should you choose not to, it is the disaster beasts that will slay you, not I. Blame yourselves for overestimating your capabilities. Furthermore, as a mere level 52 awakener, I do not regard the Wang family with any concern. Wang Qian's voice dripped with arrogance, her demeanor unwavering. The surrounding atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In their eyes, the Wang family loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Only the four true men, filled with indignation, gripped their weapons tightly. Noticing their silence, Wang Qian scoffed derisively before turning to leave. At that moment, Cheng Xing and his companions emerged, the tension in the air instantly palpable. Wang Qian's expression shifted as she fixed her gaze on Su Yanran, while Cheng Yun focused on Cheng Xing. However, Cheng Xing did not spare them a glance as he brushed past, addressing the true men with indifference. If you do not strike, we shall. Chapter 40. What the heck? Is there a cheat? Humph, just based on you? Wang Qian sneered disdainfully. She had assessed their output, even combined with her own. It would be difficult to resolve the battle before the tank fell. Their current survival was solely due to the tank absorbing damage. Once he was down, the others would be unable to withstand the D-class plague rat's onslaught. Moreover, the D-class plague rat's trump card had yet to be revealed. Continuing the fight would be futile. Your inability does not imply our limits. Those who lack the courage to even attempt should refrain from speaking. Cheng Xing shot back, unyielding. Are you not afraid of the Wang family? If you dare, state your name. Wang Qian was evidently taken aback by Cheng Xing's audacity, her hands resting on the hilts of her dual long swords. I am Cheng Yun, Cheng Xing declared with mock seriousness. Very well, so you are Cheng Yun. I will ensure you are dealt with properly upon my return. Wang Qian snapped, but quickly sensed the oddity in the situation. You are Cheng Yun. But what is the name of the one in my team? Are you mocking me? Both Wang Qian and Cheng Yun's expressions darkened. And although she had intended to continue her threats, Su Yanran pulled Chu Yanyan forward a step. The words of intimidation lingered on her lips, but were swallowed back. In the current South China base, the most formidable powers were the Su and Chu families. Others may hesitate before the Wang family, but they would not. Since you are intent on seeking death, I shall not stop you. We are leaving. With that, Wang Qian turned away, her countenance icy. Cheng Yun watched with frustration, an unquenchable anger simmering within him, yet he followed Wang Qian's lead, constrained by the pressure of the Wang family. Wang Go's gaze remained fixed on Su Yanran until he witnessed her standing up for Cheng Xing, his handsome face darkening. After committing Cheng Xing's appearance to memory, he hastily rejoined the group. Once the obstructive individuals had departed, Cheng Xing finally turned to the true men who had endured several attacks from the D-class plague rat. True men, how did you agree to distribute the drops? Huh, true men? Upon hearing Cheng Xing's address, Yang Jian paused in surprise, taking a moment to realize Cheng Xing was referring to him. As for the drops, we do not wish for any, as long as you can take it down. They are yours. He quickly replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Without support, they would likely have to rely on life-preserving spheres to survive. Now, with assistance, they could resolve the issue without elimination. Furthermore, while defeating a disaster beast at a higher level would increase the drop rate, it was not guaranteed, and they understood the weight of their choices. Cheng Xing joined the team. Su Yanran joined the team. Chu Yanyan joined the team. After accepting Cheng Xing and his companions into their ranks, the three exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Swamp technique. Chu Yanyan pointed her staff, conjuring a magical array beneath the plague rat, causing its movements to slow significantly. Icy blade circle. Fourfold slash. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran stepped forward, unleashing their most potent skills. In an instant, the once resilient plague rat, which had withstood the combined attacks of 8, was now riddled with numerous wounds, letting out a pained roar. Level 18. Level 17. Everyone was taken aback by the revelation of Cheng Xing and his companions' levels, which surpassed all of theirs. While Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan were recognized as members of the Su and Chu families, making their high levels understandable, the fact that Cheng Xing, an unfamiliar name, surpassed them was astonishing. Keep the ranged output steady. The others should wait for the right moment. Save the final blow for me. Cheng Xing instructed swiftly after dodging a tail swipe. His reminder snapped everyone back to focus. The ranged attackers readied their weapons, one loading a sniper rifle while the other swiftly strung a bow, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the plague rat. Once the swamp technique expired, the plague rat regained its speed, its form rising slightly as it extended its forelimbs, launching a claw strike at Cheng Xing. Be careful, Yang Jian shouted urgently. Cheng Xing's eyes sharpened as he stood firm, neither dodging nor evading. Block. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the plague rat, in the astonishment of Yang Jian and the others, was knocked back by the recoil, Yet Cheng Xing was not unscathed, being forced back several meters, his health diminishing significantly. However, lacking time to recover, he seized the opportunity while the plague rat was off balance, stepping forward to deliver a decisive fourfold slash to its exposed abdomen. Icy blade circle. Su Yanran followed closely, their blades intertwining to carve bloody gashes across the plague rat's belly. As their assault concluded, the two swiftly separated, a massive fireball erupting behind them, crashing into the beast. Remarkable. Such seamless coordination. Their combined assault flowed like a well-rehearsed symphony, and the plague rat's health plummeted by a third. Next time, you take over. Cheng Xing murmured as he retreated to Yang Jian's side. Although the block had mitigated the plague rat's attack, its strength far surpassed his, and he could never fully evade the damage. All right, Yang Jian replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. The plague rat, reeling from the tremendous impact, toppled to the ground, its eyes turning crimson from the extensive damage, and it flipped over, letting out a furious roar. With a piercing shriek, 5 E-class plague rats burst forth from the ruins on either side, intent on joining their D-class counterpart. Let them stall the smaller ones, Cheng Xing commanded swiftly. Unhesitating in his tactics, Yang Jian immediately comprehended his intent and promptly commanded his team members to restrain the summoned plague rats. The team acted swiftly. Their inflicted damage on the D-class plague rats was minimal, making it more prudent to disengage from the main battlefield and occupy these diminutive vermin. As the small plague rats were detained, the D-class rat let out a furious roar and charged towards Cheng Xing and his companions. Unyielding as a fortress, Yang Jian grinned widely, striding forward with determination, thrusting his massive shield into the ground. A golden shimmer enveloped him, emanating an aura of indomitable strength. The colossal body of the plague rat collided against the shield, momentarily staggering, before it reared back in pain, blood splattering from its mouth and nostrils. Utterly bewildered by the impact, the ground beneath Yang Jian crumbled, yet he remained steadfast. Truly resilient, a true man indeed, Cheng Xing mused, stepping forward to continue the assault. With Cheng Xing and his companions joining the fray, the plague rat's health plummeted drastically, and the healer's burden lightened significantly. She now merely needed to raise her hand occasionally to offer healing from the rear. The plague rat attempted to breach the line formed by Cheng Xing and Yang Jian, but found it utterly impossible. Soon, the creature was riddled with wounds, its body adorned with arrows and gunshot injuries, its form marred by slashes from blades and burns, filling the street with the scent of scorched flesh. All right, everyone halt. Let me take care of this. As the plague rat's health dwindled, Cheng Xing shouted. Although Yang Jian and the others were puzzled, they ceased their attacks. Cheng Xing stepped forward, delivering a decisive strike across the plague rat's neck, instantly depleting its health, causing its massive form to crash to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, all gazes fell upon the ground, aglow with blue and green light, leaving them utterly astonished. No way. Is this for real? Chapter 41. Is this really 18? Yang Jian and his companions stood in awe at the bounty that lay at Cheng Xing's feet, unable to believe their eyes. In disbelief, Yang Jian slapped himself sharply, only to be reminded of his helmet, resulting in a loud clang. Having reached their level, they had long shed the title of novice, having slain countless disaster beasts. Yet, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Cheng Xing bent down to collect 2 blue items glimmering with green light, a tunic and a skill book. Plague rat's garb. Quality, B-class. Effects, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 40. Special effect, damage reduction 10. The attributes of B-class gear were indeed luxurious. He glanced at Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, who instantly understood Cheng Xing's implication and shook their heads. Although they possessed B-class weapons, they lacked B-class armor due to familial constraints. Given their strength, either family could easily procure a full set of A-class equipment. With both refusing the offer, Cheng Xing took it upon himself to don the attire. And with a flick of his mind, it transformed into a black trench coat. Once equipped, he turned his attention to the skill book. Skill, shield charge. Quality, B-class. Skill effect, charge forward with the shield, inflicting 600 damage. As they beheld the revealed skill, the three simultaneously turned to Yang Jian, sensing that this skill was particularly suited for him. Their sudden gaze caught Yang Jian off guard. Since we can't make use of it, why not sell it to him? We can split the profits later, Cheng Xing suggested tentatively. Sounds good. I think that's a splendid idea. The two women nodded in agreement. Clearly, none of them could utilize the skill, so why not extend a favor by selling it to Yang Jian? Given his earlier performance, he evidently possessed an S-class talent. With that, Cheng Xing displayed the skill book before Yang Jian. You mean to sell this to me? Yang Jian exclaimed, eyeing the B-class skill. Swallowing hard as he processed Cheng Xing's intention. His tank-like attributes were indeed advantageous. However, the lack of offensive capabilities was a glaring deficiency. He found himself at a loss, as skill books were inherently rare, and skills suited to him were even scarcer. To his astonishment, their joint effort in taking down a D-class disaster beast had yielded 2 items of B-class quality, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief. Moreover, a B-class skill suitable for him had materialized. Don't you want it? Of course. I just can't believe it. Yang Jian responded fervently, nodding repeatedly. Fearful of missing out. However, I currently lack the funds to purchase it, he admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. It was known that a B-class skill book could fetch at least 10 million, and for a rare skill like his, it would not be any less. Not to worry. You can hold on to it for now. With your Master-S reputation, I doubt you'll default, Su Yanran chimed in, recalling who he was. After several rounds of insistence, Yang Jian eventually succumbed to their enthusiasm and accepted the skill book offered by Cheng Xing. The other team leaders cast envious glances their way. Cheng Xing exchanged knowing looks with his companions, then surveyed the remaining materials on the ground, sharing a tacit smile. You all can divide the rest. Really? Are you serious? Foster father and mother? As soon as the words left his mouth, the team leader's eyes lit up, their subordinates unable to contain their excitement. With Cheng Xing's nod of affirmation, they erupted in cheers. Such generosity. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yang Jian. I've decided to befriend you. Yang Jian laughed heartily. I'm Ning Xia. Thank you, came the reply as Ning Xia approached, her form-fitting attire accentuating her curves, her sniper rifle slung over her shoulder, exuding an aura of fierce elegance. Then, glancing at Cheng Xing and his companions, she offered a rare smile and succinctly expressed, I'm Lin Yan. I can't thank you enough. With these materials, we can easily defeat other teams. From another side, a lithe figure clad in elven attire sprang from the ruins. A longbow casually slung on her back, her quiver-esque strap threading through a valley adorned with blossoming buds, her bright eyes brimming with gratitude towards Cheng Xing. You've truly alleviated a significant burden for us. Should you ever require assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. As the trio introduced themselves, a voice as intoxicating as fine wine wafted from behind Cheng Xing. He turned to see a figure in white approaching slowly, her deep V-neck robe revealing her ample curves, flowing gracefully with each step. As she passed him, she playfully brushed her fingers along his chin, a tantalizing glimpse of her alluring form revealed, her mature charm unmistakable. Yet, she soon sensed the piercing gazes of two formidable individuals. With a calm smile, she breezed past him. I'm Lu Xinxin, she introduced herself, observing this enchanting healer. Cheng Xing couldn't help but exclaim in wonderment, is this really 18? As Cheng Xing's mind wandered, it was met with excruciating pain radiating from both sides of her waist. Meanwhile, outside the safety zone, several teams loitered at its periphery, maintaining their distance yet hesitant to advance. Their faces bore expressions of trepidation as they cast wary glances toward the safety zone. Following their gaze, one could see a team stationed at the entrance, exuding an air of arrogance. Who else could it be but Wang Qian? Anyone wishing to enter the safety zone was required to surrender 70% of their spoils. Wang Qian, surveying the teams concealed amid the ruins, spoke coldly. For days, she had been hunting high-level disaster beasts, having slain numerous foes, yet the spoils were woefully scant. If this continued, her chances of being selected in the upcoming trials were slim, a result unacceptable to someone of the Wang family lineage. Consequently, she turned her attention to the other teams, opting for a direct blockade. Initially, only her team obstructed the entrance, allowing several teams to breach the safety zone from alternative routes, given its ample expanse. However, it wasn't long before some teams allied with the Wang family joined in the blockade, resulting in only a select few formidable teams managing to breach the safety zone. Those of weaker strength and lesser backgrounds had no choice but to begrudgingly surrender a portion of their loot. All of this fell under Qin Zhan's scrutiny, causing him to furrow his brow. While Wang Qian's actions were within the rules, they were likely to incite public outrage, the extent of which she might not be able to withstand. As time passed, the teams lingering outside hurled invectives at Wang Qian. Soon, 5 teams materialized in the collective gaze of the onlookers. Observing their well-formed ranks, Wang Qian regarded them with disdain. What did I say? In the end, they will obediently concede. A bunch of useless fools attempting to hunt D-level disaster beasts, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. Chapter 42. The sale of materials. While complaints echoed outside, Cheng Xing and her companions had already approached the safety zone, positioned directly opposite Wang Qian's team. Look, those 2 girls seem to be from the Su and Chu families. This scene did not escape the notice of others, and soon an astute observer identified Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Excellent. Isn't Wang Qian so brazen only because of her Wang family status? Let's see how tough she remains in front of the Su and Chu families. I care not. Ideally, they will clash, and we can slip in. At once, many began to revel in the prospect of a confrontation, hoping for the chaos to allow them entry. Didn't they say they were hunting D-level disaster beasts? Why are they back so soon? Wang Qian coldly remarked upon seeing the pristine appearance of the newcomers. If they come soft, the Wang family cannot compete with the Su and Chu families. If they come hard, these 5 teams are far stronger than the ragtag bunch I have. Hence, blocking their entry proved unrealistic, yet aggravating them remained feasible. In such a short time, Wang Qian doubted they possessed the capability to slay a D-level plague rat, let alone do so efficiently. In response to her scorn, Cheng Xing lifted her trench coat, showcasing her equipment as attributes for Wang Qian to see. The others followed suit, with Yang Jian brandishing an unused skill book, while other teams displayed their divided D-level materials, parading past Wang Qian in turn. They uttered not a word, yet Wang Qian felt as though invisible slaps were landing repeatedly upon her face. Her expression darkened ominously, while Cheng Yun dared not utter a sound. Once Cheng Xing and the others entered the safety zone, the two women could no longer contain their laughter. Cheng Xing, you truly are something. I never imagined your knack for ridiculing others was so inventive. Did you see her expression? Ha ha ha, it's utterly delightful. Su Yanren laughed gaily, her cold beauty momentarily forgotten. Yang Jian and the rest joined in the merriment, feeling liberated. After all, Wang Qian had abandoned them previously. Hearing their unabashed laughter, Wang Qian clenched her fists, her eyes alight with murderous intent. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. From this moment forth, to enter the safety zone, one must forfeit 90%. At that moment, Wang Qian found herself powerless against Cheng Xing, redirecting her frustration towards the other teams. In an instant, the faces of those previously reveling in schadenfreude fell. Damn it, why are we the ones getting hurt? Right, cowardly fools who only dare to bully the weak. If it weren't for the Wang family's power, that woman would have been beaten to death long ago. Having distanced themselves from the fray, Cheng Xing glanced at the still reveling Su Yanran, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. Do you wish to orchestrate another grand spectacle? Seeing Cheng Xing's mischievous demeanor, the others immediately perked up. Cheng Xing then laid out her plan, and upon hearing it, all eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that too harsh? What if it backfires? What nonsense. Have you all forgotten how she treated you before? Fear not, I will bear any consequences. Observing the hesitance among the group, Su Yanran quickly stoked the flames of enthusiasm, puffing out her chest confidently. With that, the others fell silent. Indeed, Wang Qian had gone too far, and her current blockade was no exception. She had thoroughly tarnished her reputation among others. What began as a straightforward selection process had descended into chaos due to her actions. Outside the safety zone, the teams continued to curse Wang Qian. A 90% toll felt akin to outright theft. Fearful of retribution from the Wang family, they dared not retaliate, yet were left feeling disgusted. Some teams opted to depart, continuing their hunt for disaster beasts, planning to wait out the selection as conclusion. Hey, look, that previous group is out again. Soon, Cheng Xing and her companions emerged from the safety zone, halting not far from Wang Qian's team, seemingly adopting their toll-collecting methods. No way, they're coming too? What are the Su and Chu families doing? They're all cut from the same cloth. Corruption. This selection is utterly unfair. In an instant, the ire of the other teams shifted towards Cheng Xing and her companions, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. High above, Qin Zhan observed this unfolding scene. His brow furrowed. He could not comprehend Cheng Xing's intentions, especially since their inventory was nearing capacity, rendering any interest in the meager spoils of others unnecessary. Selling materials. Reasonable prices, ample quantities, fair dealings for all. Yet, what Cheng Xing uttered next left everyone astounded. With a mere gesture, Yang Jian and his team members promptly produced one backpack after another, emptying their contents onto the ground before the safety zone, creating a small mountain of materials. Brother Xing, remember to save us a share, Cheng Xing called out, to which Yang Jian promptly replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing gave him an approving gesture, and then beckoned everyone to join in the business endeavor. His actions left everyone utterly bewildered. The mountain of materials before them rendered the small teams outside utterly captivated. Wang Qian let out a cold snort, realizing the extent of their efforts to deal with her. Surely, all these materials must constitute their entire haul, right? Were they not concerned that they might run out of resources in confronting her? Contemplating this, she refrained from any immediate action, merely observing with a frosty gaze. Yet, no one emerged from the ruins right away. They were apprehensive that Cheng Xing might be laying a trap. As time passed, eventually, a small team could no longer contain themselves and rushed towards Cheng Xing. Welcome. What would you like to purchase? Seeing that Cheng Xing did not immediately attack them, the captain of this team breathed a sigh of relief, quickly pulling out his phone to pack away 1/10 of the materials. Can we enter from your side? After concluding their transaction, the members of that small team cautiously inquired. Certainly, Cheng Xing replied with a beaming smile, and the crowd parted to create a pathway. Witnessing this, the three members of the team rejoiced and hurriedly entered the safe zone. Goodness, they are serious. The pricing seemed to align with the usual rates outside. This was indeed remarkably generous. Don't be hasty, I'm wary of a setup. Let's observe a little longer. While many were elated by the success of others, some quickly doused the excitement with cold water. Nevertheless, people continued to step forward to make purchases, and the pile of dropped items gradually diminished. When only half remained, a wealthy team boldly spent a considerable sum to acquire the entirety of what was left. At this moment, the others outside panicked, realizing that Cheng Xing was not ensnaring them in a trap, and they had squandered a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Wang Qian wore a smug expression, reveling in their misfortunes. You've shot yourselves in the foot. Now you have no resources left. Let us see how you'll get through the selection. However, just then, as Cheng Xing lifted his hand once more, The crowd busied themselves again, and another small mountain of materials materialized. My apologies, but we shall continue. Chapter 43. My drop rate is merely a tad high. This batch of materials finally compelled the other teams that had not yet made purchases to rush forward and seize them. Boss, do you have more? We still want some. The teams that had previously entered the safe zone emerged, noticing Cheng Xing still had materials, and eagerly inquired. Of course, there is plenty more. Cheng Xing replied with a slight smile, waving his hand as another heap of materials was brought forth. At this point, those teams found themselves utterly immobilized. This was no mere collection of materials. It was evidently their ticket to join the Awakener Management Bureau. Boss, I want them all. I'll offer 3 million. I'll offer 4 million. They were beyond caring at this moment, intent on acquiring this batch of materials entirely. For among them were many scions of war gods and noble families. They had wealth in abundance. If their families learned that spending such a sum could secure their entry into the Awakener Management Bureau, they would undoubtedly commend their efforts. I'll report this. They're cheating. Just then, a sharp, furious female voice pierced through the air, drawing everyone's attention. As they turned to look, they noticed Wang Qian, her face darkened, glaring at them. Cheng Xing's continuous supply of materials had allowed several teams to surpass her. If they persisted, she would indeed be pushed out of the top 10. Her voice quickly attracted Qin Zhan's attention, who furrowed his brow and cast a glance in her direction but took no further action. Where did they gather so many materials? It must be that the Su and Chu families are secretly aiding them. As the person in charge, will you protect them? Wang Qian's frustration at Qin Zhan's indifference grew, and she continued confidently. In her view, it was simply impossible for them to amass this many materials through normal monster hunting. It had to be the Su and Chu families secretly collecting resources for them. With this thought, she felt a surge of confidence, believing that this incident could tarnish the reputations of the Su and Chu families. With some maneuvering, the Wang family could regain its dominant position. Corruption. I will report this to the higher-ups. Such blatant cheating cannot go unpunished. I will not bow to criminal forces. Those aligned with the Wang family immediately stepped forward, their faces radiating righteous indignation. They had now fully allied themselves with Wang Qian. If they could prove cheating, their earlier amassed resources would secure their place in the Awakener Management Bureau, and they would also gain the favor of the Wang family. 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing this, the teams desiring to purchase materials shifted their expressions. Indeed, how could we not have considered how they gathered so many materials? Hesitation spread among them, as they realized that if the opponents had indeed obtained those materials through cheating, their purchases would be rendered void once verified. The teams that had previously bought materials also stepped back with uneasy expressions. Once doubt surfaced, it became uncontrollable. Some bolder teams even approached to inquire about the possibility of refunds. Of course, we operate on good faith. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Cheng Xing and his companions remained unfazed, spreading their hands in response while pausing momentarily. However, if you return the items, you will be blacklisted from future purchases. Cheng Xing sneered, reminding them that they were adults. If they did not trust him, they could not blame him for being unyielding. Well then, we'll return. The team, though hesitant, ultimately gritted their teeth and returned the materials they had previously purchased. Witnessing this, several other teams followed suit, particularly those who had bought only a small quantity. What a charade. Wang Qian scoffed, feeling that Cheng Xing was merely feigning calmness. Yet, Qin Zhan's continued silence instilled a sense of foreboding in her heart. Since you allege that we are cheating, please present evidence of our wrongdoing rather than merely casting aspersions upon us. Cheng Xing glanced at Wang Qian, speaking with a detached tone. Wang Qian's complexion shifted slightly. She had no evidence to substantiate her claims. To ensure fairness in the selection, the personnel maintaining order were chosen from among those with minimal ties to the major families. Though she did not know how the Su and Chu families managed it, the Wang family could not infiltrate the selection process. Qin Zhan, are you not concerned that after the selection, the Wang family will settle accounts with you? Left with no choice, Wang Qian pivoted her strategy towards Qin Zhan, invoking the might of her family in an attempt to coerce him into speaking on her behalf. Are you threatening me? Upon hearing her words, Qin Zhan exuded an aura of authority, looking down coldly at Wang Qian, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon her. Wang Qian's face paled instantly. Despite the Wang family having numerous awakened individuals above level 50, she herself was only level 17 and could hardly withstand such pressure. Do you know that the personnel for the selection were chosen from non-family members? The selection area has been completely sealed off. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering during this period. You dare to accuse them of cheating? Do you take me for blind? Qin Zhan enunciated each word deliberately, with every utterance intensifying the pressure on Wang Qian and her companions. How could he explain the abundance of materials? Wang Qian gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with venom. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow, for he too was uncertain about this matter, turning to Cheng Xing as if awaiting his elucidation. It's nothing. My talent merely enhances the S-level drop rate, which is why my yield is somewhat elevated. Cheng Xing waved his hand dismissively. A collective gasp escaped the crowd at his revelation. An increase in drop rate? Such a talent had actually manifested at the S level. Meanwhile, Cheng Yun, who was enduring great distress, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes. He understood that should the Cheng family discover Cheng Xing's talent, he would undoubtedly be cast aside. He gazed at the spotlighted Cheng Xing in the distance, his expression rife with malevolence, and then stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket. Qin Zhan was equally astonished upon hearing of Cheng Xing's talent. No wonder the Su and Chu families were so eager to court him. Even he felt a burgeoning impulse to recruit Cheng Xing as a son-in-law. At his level, he possessed a profound understanding of the path of awakeners. Strength, after all, is merely a matter of resource accumulation. Within the same tier, an F-level awakened individual equipped with A-grade gear could contend equally with an A-level awakened individual wielding B-grade equipment. Talent serves only to determine one's potential ceiling, while resources constitute the essence of combat power. Cheng Xing's talent signified that he had access to far greater resources than others. Impossible. Wang Qian's face twisted in disbelief as she abruptly turned to Cheng Yun. Initially, he had claimed that Cheng Xing was merely an ordinary S-level talent, which had caused her to underestimate him. Only now did she realize she had been deceived by Cheng Yun. Any objections? Qin Zhan retracted his oppressive aura and spoke from a position of authority. None. Wang Qian replied, her countenance dark, rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan closed his eyes once more, meditating in midair. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of a disaster zone, a figure cloaked in black stood atop a dilapidated skyscraper, surveying the vast expanse of devastation. Feeling a disturbance in his pocket, he retrieved his phone. Glancing at the incoming signal, and a cold smile crept across his face. The performance is about to begin. Chapter 44, The Beast Tide Approaches. Outside the disaster zone of Q City, within the safety zone, a brief silence was shattered by a frenzy. Upon confirming the compliance of the materials in Cheng Xing's possession, various teams surged forward to make purchases. Boss, we were foolish before. Could you sell us some more materials? Boss, we can pay an extra 10%. We merely made the same mistake anyone could make. Please allow us to buy back our losses. The teams that had previously returned goods were now in a frenzy. Of course not. Cheng Xing deliberately elongated his response before firmly declining. The crowd, feeling mocked, reddened with anger and began to hurl curses. Yet their voices were drowned out by the enthusiastic purchasing from other teams. In no time, the materials on the ground were swept away. Let us call it a day. Selling further would violate the rules. As Cheng Xing prepared to sell another batch of materials, he suddenly heard Qin Zhan's voice. Although Cheng Xing's actions did not contravene any regulations, continuing down this path would reduce the selection to mere commerce. However, considering Cheng Xing's intent was purely to undermine Wang Qian, Qin Zhan had previously chosen to overlook it. In response, Cheng Xing made no move, simply lowering his hand. He estimated that, including the previously agreed-upon portion and what he had just sold, it was sufficient to push Wang Qian and her group out of the top 10. With his objective achieved, there was no need to continue. Seeing this, Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Cheng Xing's ability to balance his actions with grace. His demeanor neither arrogant nor submissive. He found himself increasingly fond of this young man, far more so than the domineering Wang Qian, who often resorted to leveraging her family's influence. With this thought, he continued to communicate telepathically, instructing them not to continue blocking the entrance. If they wished to contend for other spoils, they should do so through combat. He was amenable to defeating others in battle to claim drops, but would not condone extorting others by leveraging power. Wang Qian's expression darkened further at his words. Filled with indignation. Boss, please continue. Yes, I still have money. Noticing Cheng Xing's inaction, numerous teams who still had resources hastily piped up. Apologies, but this sale concludes here. We shall meet again next time. Cheng Xing clapped his hands, shrugging nonchalantly. Wait, I can offer double the price. Don't go, boss. At this, those teams grew discontent, pleading for him to stay. Yet Cheng Xing remained unmoved, gathering his belongings and returning to the safety zone with his companions. Let us go. Nearby. Upon witnessing Cheng Xing's withdrawal, Wang Qian's expression lightened slightly as she coldly remarked. The sequential departure of the two groups made the other teams realize that Qin Zhan had intervened. They too chose not to linger. Having gained an advantage with the materials they exchanged and needing to continue acquiring resources to avoid being overtaken by Wang Qian and her crew. Among those who regretted their actions the most were the teams that had returned goods. They found themselves caught between two fronts, as other teams set off one after another. The news of this confrontation quickly spread to those still outside. Upon learning that Wang Qian had set her sights on them, any teams that spotted her promptly fled at a distance, denying her the chance to approach. Some teams even formed a coalition to relay information regarding Wang Qian's movements. Any team that spotted her would swiftly inform others of her location and direction. Strange, where has everyone gone? Wang Qian wandered through the ruins of the disaster zone for quite some time without encountering a single team. Are they avoiding us? Cheng Yun muttered softly. Do you need me to tell you that? Wang Qian shot him a cold glare, her earlier decision to invite him into the team now seeming inexplicable. Despite his somewhat similar appearance and name, the disparity was vast. Cheng Yun, taken aback by her sudden rebuke, felt a surge of anger but swallowed it down. Knowing the power of the Wang family loomed behind her. Xiao Qian, calm down. It's merely that little wretch who has stumbled upon some good fortune and found such a helper, Wang Go interjected at the right moment, causing Wang Qian's expression to soften considerably. Indeed, without allies, she is nothing. In the safety zone, Cheng Xing sold the previously agreed-upon share to Yang Jian and his group, instantly depleting their stockpile by more than half, though he retained all equipment, skill books, and some materials, ensuring he topped the leaderboard in points. Ha ha ha. After Yang Jian and the others departed, Su Yanran, who had been suppressing her laughter for quite some time, finally burst into a hearty guffaw. Her mirth was contagious, prompting Chu Yanyan beside her to chuckle lightly as well. Although Wang Qian had always opposed Su Yanran, her discomfort was somewhat gratifying to Su. Witnessing Wang's setbacks filled her with immense joy. How delightful it would be if she failed to even pass the selection. I would relish seeing how she would flaunt her authority before me in the future. With this thought in mind, Su Yanran couldn't help but embrace Cheng Xing and give him a playful bite. Cheng Xing was momentarily enveloped by a fragrant breeze, feeling a delightful softness against his arm. His gaze instinctively drifted downward, where the alluring curves pressed against him evoked a flurry of thoughts. Even through the fabric, he could sense the mingling warmth of their bodies. The dual assault of visual and tactile sensations rendering him momentarily dazed. When he regained his composure, he was left with only the lingering warmth and dampness on his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing Cheng Xing to gasp. He noticed Chu Yanyan's delicate face had puffed slightly, her brows furrowed, and the air around them was filled with a tangy scent. Ah, I almost forgot about Yanyan. Su Yanran chuckled mischievously, wrapping her arms around Chu Yanyan and planting a kiss on her cheek, which caused Yanyan's face to return to its normal state, akin to a deflated balloon. Another kiss elicited a triumphant smile from Su. However, the jade-like hand resting on someone's waist remained firmly in place. Meanwhile, in the safety zone, Qin Zhan, who had been meditating in the air above, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that someone had crushed a breath ball. The direction pointed to the disaster area of Q City. He swiftly discerned the direction, frowning as he realized that someone was foolishly attempting to challenge a D-class disaster beast. As he pondered this, his figure vanished in an instant. Oh, someone is calling for help. At that moment, a considerable number of people were present in the safety zone, and soon many noticed Qin Zhan's disappearance, drawing their attention. Before they could speculate which team had given up, they suddenly saw several teams rushing back from all directions towards the safety zone, as if something were pursuing them. Before they could inquire, Wang Qian and her companions appeared in the crowd, albeit looking somewhat disheveled and sporting injuries. The onlookers in the safety zone couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Just as they were about to gloat further, a member of the returning team gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Call the leader. A beast tide is rushing towards us." What? A beast tide? Chapter 45, 6 Tubes. Cheng Xing and his companions were startled by the commotion from outside. As they reached the edge of the safety zone, they heard the term beast tide, and their expressions instantly turned grave. How could a beast tide appear out of nowhere? 1 signifies a singular beast, 3 a group, and 100 a tide. Under normal circumstances, the threat posed by a single disaster beast is relatively minor, easily dispatched by multiple awakened individuals of the same level. However, should a disaster beast surpass hundreds or thousands, forming a beast tide, only those above level 20 could hope to contend with it. Moreover, as time passes, the scale of the beast tide can grow exponentially. A small F-class tide, if given enough time, could escalate to A-class or even S-class. What is the scale of this beast tide? What is its level? Upon witnessing the large-scale return of the teams, the experts in the safety zone quickly realized something was amiss and began to inquire urgently. A rough estimate revealed hundreds of beasts, predominantly at level E, with dozens exceeding level D, while none at level C were sighted. The team that had encountered the beast tide reported breathlessly, "Fortunately, it still appears to be a D-class tide." Upon hearing this, the experts from the Awaken Management Bureau could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone, pay attention and prepare for battle. Await instructions, and do not engage unnecessarily. A man stepped forward, declaring, "C-class adventurers?" Cheng Xing glanced at the golden badge at the man's waist, silently acknowledging. He then surveyed the assembled security personnel, noting that 10 were above level 20, and 2 were level 30 experts. While this level of strength might not suffice to annihilate a D-class beast tide, it should be adequate for self-preservation and retreat. Nevertheless, Cheng Xing felt a persistent unease in his heart as he gazed up at the empty sky. The leader is absent? How fortuitous, something seems off. The arrival of this beast tide coincides suspiciously with the leader's absence. All personnel, prepare for battle. Pay attention to the direction of the beast tide. The experts from the Awaken Management Bureau shouted suddenly, interrupting Cheng Xing's thoughts. Before them, from the ruins of the city, a multitude of plague rats emerged, one after another, occasionally interspersed with a few blood cockroaches. Together, they formed a gray torrent that shook the ground beneath them, their densely clustered crimson eyes sending chills down spines. The imposing figures of dozens of beasts instilled a sense of oppression among the teams participating in the selection, leaving them bereft of any thoughts of resistance. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Engage and eliminate the lower-tier disaster beasts. The two leading experts from the Awaken Management Bureau were the first to spring into action, drawing their weapons to attack the tide that had reached the edge of the safety zone, with two resounding booms. Several E-class plague rats at the forefront were instantly reduced to ash. Cheng Xing and his companions followed closely behind, launching their assault, while the remaining security personnel also joined the fray. In an instant, a considerable gap opened up in the front line of the beast tide. However, it was quickly filled once more by the relentless onslaught of the plague rats. Their battle noise snapped everyone back to reality. Yang Jian and his group quickly joined the fray. As everyone attacked in unison, the advance of the beast tide seemed to stall momentarily. Injured, Wang Qian and her companions collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the approaching tide, momentarily forgetting the fight. As a scion of the Wang family, she had been sheltered under the protective canopy of her family's influence and had never witnessed such a scene. Before long, the vanguard of the beast tide was nearly obliterated. Yet a constant stream of disaster beasts continued to surge forth. The charge of several D-class plague rats followed, and this time, the situation was no longer so effortless. The two level 30 experts shouted commands, grappling with 10 D-class plague rats, while 10 security personnel tackled 3, and Cheng Xing and Yang Jian faced one together. An additional beast slipped through, causing chaos among the others. Break through to the west. Do not linger in battle. After unleashing a sword strike, Su Yanran shouted loudly. With her innate talent, she had discerned that the beast tide was heading south. If they continued to fight head-on, they would only meet their demise. Upon hearing her words, the experts from the Awaken Management Bureau momentarily hesitated before quickly regaining their composure. They were well aware of Su Yanran's abilities and, in unison, pushed back the plague rats and veered to the left. You all go first, Cheng Xing shouted as he forced back a plague rat, addressing Yang Jian and the others. Yang Jian and his companions did not hesitate. Cheng Xing and his group were the highest ranked among them, and it was only natural for them to cover the rear. Meanwhile, the other teams, having heard Su Yanran's command, swiftly fled to the left. Let's go as well. Wang Go from the rear assisted Wang Qian, urging him to catch up with the main forces. Cheng Xing, we must depart, Su Yanran exclaimed as she swiftly drew her sword, pulling Chu Yanyan away from the battlefield, while calling out to Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing nodded, executing a powerful strike that repelled the D-grade plague rats charging towards them once more. I will assist you. Just as Cheng Xing prepared to withdraw, a chilling voice rang out from the side. With a whoosh, an ominous presence surged towards him, sending alarm bells ringing in Cheng Xing's mind. Instinctively, he retreated. As he left his original position, a blade of energy sliced through the air, aimed at the beast horde. Failing to strike, Cheng Yun smirked coldly before darting left to rejoin the main forces. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed, his expression turning steely. Cheng Xing. With Cheng Xing's retreat, the unimpeded beast horde surged forward, obliterating any chance of him reuniting with the main forces. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan gasped in shock, their eyes widening in alarm. Hurry. We mustn't linger here. When they paused, the experts from the Awaken Management Bureau were struck with dread. The consequences of something happening to these two significant figures would be dire. No, I must save him. Chu Yanyan, disregarding all caution, instinctively moved towards the horde, only to be swiftly pulled back by Su Yanran. What are you doing, Su Yanran? Chu Yanyan protested, attempting to shake off Su Yanran's grasp, but as a mage, she found it futile against the swordsman's hold. Stay calm. Trust in Cheng Xing, Su Yanran urged, shaking the panicking Chu Yanyan firmly, yet soothingly. Under her reassurance, Chu Yanyan regained some composure, and together they looked up to see Cheng Xing fend off a plague rat emerging from the horde with a single sword stroke, offering them a reassuring nod and glance. Su Yanran instantly understood his intent, responding with a nod. Upon their first encounter, Cheng Xing had faced the disaster zone alone. This was but a trifling matter for him. Noting the lingering concern on Chu Yanyan's face, she leaned closer and whispered, have faith. You know well of Cheng Xing's prowess. He undoubtedly has more tricks up his sleeve. We have other matters to attend to. With that, Chu Yanyan followed Su Yanran's gaze and spotted the mastermind trailing behind the group. You are correct. Someone must be held accountable for these actions. The expressions of the two women turned frosty. They had witnessed the earlier events with utmost clarity. After repelling the beast that had pursued them, Cheng Xing's figure vanished into the distance. Wait for me, Chu Yanyan murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the disaster zone of Q City, strange? Where is everyone? Qin Zhan hovered above the desolate area, observing the void below where his aura resonated. Yet, the place was devoid of life. Logically, given his speed, there should have been signs of activity. As he pondered this, he suddenly detected movement within the safety zone, his countenance shifting dramatically. This is bad. Something has happened in the safety zone. Qin Zhan's heart raced, and he prepared to return, only to be confronted by a figure clad in black robes with a mask obscuring their face. Upon recognition, his pupils constricted, for the mask bore the ominous symbol of a blood-red six-tubed insignia. Such a splendid view. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 46. Can the talents of the awakened truly manifest? After distancing themselves from the direction of the beast horde, only a handful of E-grade disaster beasts straggled behind. After easily dispatching them, Cheng Xing did not bother collecting the materials strewn across the ground, but instead hastened towards a relatively intact high-rise. Standing atop the building, Cheng Xing surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing slightly as he beheld the billowing smoke in the distance, which seemed poised to envelop the entire outskirts of Q City. The scale of this beast horde was undoubtedly far beyond mere hundreds. Something feels amiss. Gazing at the encroaching horde, Cheng Xing sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Why has the Overseer not yet made an appearance? As a level 52 awakened, possessing godlike combat prowess, Qin Zhan had received distress signals the moment the horde emerged. In the midst of the battlefield, a tiger man roared fiercely, his claws poised for attack as he charged toward Wan Lin. At that moment, a scout from the Turkic forces entered, kneeling before Yinan. Hua Qing observed as the Astronomical Bureau presented the imperial calendar to Prime Minister Hua and later delivered a copy to Mo Huaijin. She quickly retracted her legs. Staring at Mo Huaijin in disbelief, convinced her eyes were deceiving her, yet Mo Huaijin merely winked back. This transportation tunnel was peculiar indeed, consisting of vast circular passages requiring connections between two or more buildings. The topic he broached today was none other than the matter of traversing dimensions, revealing the true stories of those who had crossed over in recent years. She felt a burning sensation in her throat, her stomach churning. Despite having consumed fish and meat, it felt as though she had swallowed a lump of fatty flesh, leaving her utterly discomfort. You must leave quickly, or this place will erupt with malice once more, the giant turtle warned. Ouyang Qingtian's face paled in terror, an unprecedented sense of dread washing over her since birth. The ice and snow beast ultimately could not withstand the pressure, scattering in all directions like frightened birds, as though they had seen a ghost. Senior brother. Tang Tang gazed at Yu Zhanghua, yearning to pledge herself to him, hoping he would take her away, though she hesitated, realizing such an act should not be taken lightly. However, the duration of her conflict was brief. Even if she did not express joy, he would likely calm down within 10 minutes. You will see, Julie continued. Qing Hong walked with an indifference that contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere surrounding her, causing those beside her to glance curiously, but their attention quickly returned to their surroundings. Just as Pan Yuhong finished speaking, the red serpent underwent a transformation, its slender body vanishing unexpectedly, causing Pan Yuhong to stumble and fall to the ground. Even when executing a lesson through punitive measures, one must provide a lesson to that heir, otherwise, how could one justify it to the Prime Minister's residence and other officials in court? The first sight to catch the eye was a pair of eyes shimmering like stars, containing depths that seemed to encompass the vast universe. This serpent was once among the fiercest beasts in ancient times, notorious for its savagery and insatiable thirst for blood. The red wolf before Qing Hong felt this most acutely. Its massive claws trembled, fear radiating from its eyes as it lay prostrate on the ground, as if paying homage to the Wolf King, trembling in reverence. As Zia shot forth, the Hummer's leg faltered, but upon returning, it hid behind the dock, seemingly without such an entity. In this world, Yi Fantian was undoubtedly the one who cared for him the most, and his gratitude was beyond words to express. He glanced again at the ever-quiet, gentle, and submissive Tiantian, who wore a faint smile. How could one forget the act of sleeping? No matter, it was unnecessary. Yi looked at the 5 skills and shook his head. The delicate lampshade was instantly punctured by a stick, and even the grotesque face depicted upon it could not evade the onslaught, being shattered into fragments. I recall. It was you who penned the invitation for me to come, to conspire against Huang Xilang. Was it not, Mr. Zhang? Lu Heng stated unequivocally. She surveyed the surrounding devastation. Nearly the entirety of the City of Wisdom lay in ruins, the collapsed corpses, the blood-stained streets, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The sky was shrouded in oppressive dark clouds, weighing heavily upon the heart. Lu Yi, belatedly grasping the situation, hurriedly lifted the map, meticulously scrutinizing the terrain and various objects depicted upon it. Gu Zichen could not help but raise his head, gazing at the entity that clutched his shoulders, propelling him skyward. As long as he remained, regardless of the circumstances that unfolded, the Mingyuan star domain would continue to witness miraculous events, akin to the victorious defense against the united assault of the 3 major factions over a year ago, where not only did they achieve a complete victory, but also captured several hundred starships. Return and summarize the reasons for our failures. Do not persist in such rigid command over the spirits, Yi remarked, only to suddenly notice someone approaching. However, this was merely a secondary concern. Imparting a lesson to the human race was the primary objective of the dwarves. Thus Duol could only intensify training to ensure that more individuals could survive the impending brutal warfare. The Supreme Commander abruptly ceased his discourse regarding the Cloud Order. As the topic concerning the Cloud Division was somewhat sensitive, he was uncertain whether it was appropriate to inquire further at this moment. Yet, not only had he established a company, but but it also seemed to possess substantial funds in pursuit of live broadcasting. An investment of 10 million had been allocated for the construction of a filming base. Su Xiaoyao mused that had he dared to utter a single word of dissent, he would have been immediately torn to shreds. As for the Liang Kingdom, the Duke of Chun and the Duke of Song, they were classified as second-tier dukes. In terms of noble titles, Cheng Xing held the prestigious position of champion general, ranked at the 3rd grade, while Luo Yi was a 2nd-grade pillar of the state. Even when Su Shiji surrendered the 12 prefectures to the Li Tang, Li Feng merely granted him the title of a pillar of the state, Duke of Chao. The Duke of Chao, like the Duke of Liang, belonged to the 2nd tier of dukes. The 3-note Taoist, after speaking, produced a gleaming steel claw from his waist, flaunting it before the two with an air of bravado. Over here, meals are to be taken thrice during the natural daylight hours. Even if one adheres to a 2-meal schedule, one must join others in the cafeteria at noon, where simply sitting and sipping water suffices. Chapter 47. Am I a bloodthirsty monster? Cheng Xing gazed at the talent and skill books strewn across the ground, his brow arched, upon regaining his focus. The system's feedback interface materialized. Talent, invisibility. Level, A. Skill effect, enter an invisible state, duration 360 seconds. Attacking will exit invisibility. Observing the effect of the talent on the ground, Cheng Xing was taken aback. It was undoubtedly a divine skill for assassination. Had it not been for his talent for healing, or if his opponent had applied poison to their dagger, this battle would not have been so effortless. Alas, now this talent belonged to Cheng Xing. He picked it up and activated it. Gained talent, invisibility. Opening the panel. Name, Cheng Xing. As she spoke, she pressed the accelerator deeply to the floor, racing through the storm. Even though the road ahead was obscured, the mountain roads were devoid of others, and Julianne was unafraid. Eyes closed, charging forward. I don't know either. This is what the Ouyang siblings wanted. Chu Feng deflected the blame. However, unlike his grandfather's generation, when Talak enlisted, there were no conflicts along the Dalmatia border. He had come to understand that unless he shattered the distant flies, this intermediary destroyer would remain invincible. Each figure before him was either a marquis or an earl, all formidable generals commanding their own armies. Given just a month, or even 10 days, he could inflict catastrophic damage upon the succubus city. I drew my sword and approached the door, striking the door latch with a clean cut, kicking it open. The mid-tier competition was also divided into 10 days, each day featuring a battle among 100 mecha troops. Noticing Yi Hao's silence, Yu Shuihuan's expression shifted, and she unexpectedly knelt outside Yi Hao's shop. Yet, her third uncle truly seemed to have exhausted his skills, choosing to seek out the Kong family of all people. This cave was remarkably concealed, hidden deep underground, a cavern difficult to detect. Everyone exchanged words, and old master and listened with a smile, neither boasting nor shunning praise. Once everyone had spoken, old master and finally addressed them. Du Guangyao's words left both Ling Chuxing and Ling Chuhua in a state of shock, as did all the disciples of the Xianling Palace. All right, we can leave now. Lin Luodong felt a pang of embarrassment. Leaving his sister and Huang Weijian to wait on the side, a figure slowly emerged, and with a swift motion, an elderly man, stooped and frail, appeared in the room. However, his keen, hawk-like eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, starkly contrasting with the cloudiness typical of an elder's gaze. The ancestor, sharp-witted like an old fox, was fully aware of everything. He claimed that Zhu Qi was blinded by arrogance, but in reality, he was merely twisting the facts to gain her favor. The curve of Zhu Qingshang's lips deepened as she turned her gaze toward Mo Qi, who had just broken through a third of his seals, the spiritual spring surging forth. His eyes opening from a meditative state. In her haste to leave, she forgot her phone, worried that Sheng Lingyao might call. She retrieved some change from her bag and walked to a public phone booth to dial the Chiu family. The call was answered by Kai Qin. However, it was Xiao Ryue who received them, and unlike before, she did not invite them into the inner courtyard but instead greeted them directly in the outer hall, showcasing her impeccable timing. With the Huang Fei Phoenix hairpin in hand, Lin Luoran fell silent. Could it be that the tension between fellow villagers was palpable? After leaving the sinkhole, the skin of the wolf ear began whitening at an astonishing pace. Now, while it may not be fair-skinned, it had taken on a bronze hue, exuding a sense of vibrant health, complemented by her exquisite features, instantly captivating attention. The entire night sky suddenly transformed into a fiery red. The immeasurable Lihua true energy coalesced in the air, forming a vast expanse of crimson clouds. These clouds did not reside in the high heavens, but hovered before them, engulfing the massive slug in a fierce blaze. Regardless of how he ravaged his physical form, the vast majority of his magical power would forever reside within his golden elixir. Provided he did not consider the repercussions of losing his dragon scales, as long as the golden elixir remained, he could be reborn. The Qin family was also a prominent clan in the Central Plains. Despite his high status in the Seeking Truth Temple, he was merely a formation master, devoid of any power. Compared to his senior brother Lin Long, who held the rank of General Feiyun and commanded nearly 100,000 troops, the disparity was exceedingly vast. Thus, Although he harbored such intentions, he lacked the capacity to act. This madman had achieved the completion of the 9th layer of foundation building and was but a hair's breadth from forming his core. The bone eagles surrounding him, though numbering in the hundreds, varied in rank. Any single one would not be his opponent, their strength lying solely in their overwhelming numbers. All right, 8 Cloud Purple casually pulled, and a rift opened beside her, swallowing both individuals within. In middle school, there is no need for concern. He has an agreement with the principal. Even if he scores all zeros, it will not be a major issue. The Liao dynasty has met its demise, and the Emperor Tianzhua is well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, he still yearns for a resurgence. Even though the prospects seem dim, he refuses to resign himself to a life of inaction in the desolate north. Regrettably, he has overestimated his own capabilities, believing in a dream that is, in truth, unattainable. The humble monk obeys. Master Yuqing reluctantly acquiesced, his heart heavy with worry over Zhao Qingsong's fate, should anything untoward befall him. It would not only spell disaster for himself, but also for the Xianghua Temple, and potentially jeopardize the entirety of Buddhism. The scene before him resembled a sacred hall, surrounded by white jade that mirrored the floor, reflecting his own visage. Adorning the walls were countless crystals twinkling with ethereal light. Master who felt a tremor of trepidation. After all, the title of the continent's foremost semi-divine being is not to be taken lightly. The proximity to such celestial power rendered the possibility of the Great Formation being breached a troubling prospect. Yet, witnessing Li Yi's calm demeanor, he found solace and shared a drink with him. Not long after, Lin Feng, embodying the essence of parachuting, unfurled his parachute, and as he ascended, he beheld the sky crowded with descending canopies. In the entertainment industry, such spectacles are hardly remarkable. The world of glitz and glamour is rife with allure, drawing countless souls to its siren call. Yet behind the glittering facade lies a murky realm of greed and depravity, ensnaring many in its depths. Those who receive invitations from such formidable forces are invariably the illustrious prodigies of their eras. Yi Xiao never imagined that the Holy Spirit Academy would extend an invitation to him. Rachel struggled to open her eyes, casting a scornful smile at Eleanor before spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva directly at her face. In 4 days, the Portuguese national team will face off against Germany, one of the favorites to win the World Cup, at the new Water Source Stadium in Salvador. Therefore, for players competing in Brazilian or Portuguese domestic leagues, if they participate in every match across all competitions, their stamina must be extraordinary. The air reverberated with roars and buzzing, as groups of star fortresses were disassembled and reformed. While clouds of mist beasts were obliterated and gathered, this war seemed destined to endure indefinitely. Shen Yi is indeed a remarkable figure. Her partner stands unrivaled in the entertainment industry, a beauty whose allure could incite chaos in ancient times. Chapter 48, Taking the Initiative. In the South China Base. South China Tower. Master Su, we have detected combat fluctuations exceeding level 50. A secretary hurriedly burst into Su Jiangwo's office, placing a document on his desk. Combat fluctuations above level 50? Su Jiangwo paused his work, his expression unchanging as he perused the document. The location is the disaster area of City Q? Isn't that where the selection bureau is conducting its trials? This is troubling. Something has gone amiss with the selection. Upon seeing the location of the fluctuations, Su Jiangwo's brow furrowed as he swiftly sensed that something was amiss. Contact the personnel responsible for the selection at the bureau. Yes. The secretary promptly reached out to the relevant parties. Today is Saturday, a day of leisure for students and workers alike. Consequently, the number of shoppers in Coastal City has surged to 2 or 3 times the usual crowd. The tortoise shell was a divination made by the old master after altering the fortunes of Chongming, indicating that the initial day was indeed that very day. Thus, the old master realized that aiding the emperor in defying fate and prolonging the nation's fortunes would likely come at the cost of the downfall of the Grand Dao Palace. This was also what Wu Huateng and the Huateng Group hoped to see. Of course, behind the media's extensive coverage lay the support and arrangements of the Huateng Group. For a peaceful environment is essential for Wu Huateng to develop his enterprise. Is it really possible to unearth so much sordid history based solely on ambiguous private communications and an indistinct silhouette in a photograph? As they spoke, 2 knights who encountered each other during their shift change linked arms and ran toward the training ground, just as Su Mu had anticipated. Paediurkis had plunged into a frenzy of emotion. Truly, could it be that Chenxiangyi is not deceiving me? She felt a sudden thrill, akin to the relief of a great weight lifting. Upon hearing this, the crowd initially failed to react, but soon, as they scrutinized the 2 individuals, they couldn't help but gawk. The sales representative who had accompanied Lu Su earlier scolded himself inwardly for not recognizing their familiarity. Zhu Zifeng, with a fierce expression that deterred all, harbored an unexpectedly innocent heart, easily shattered. During the recorded days, whenever feelings of frustration arose, others would tease Zhu Zifeng for amusement. A common occurrence by now. Not to mention, Wu Huateng had manufactured tens of thousands of marine intelligent mechanical beings. Although they were currently employed in the global search for and extraction of oceanic mineral resources, with a mere command, They could transform into formidable mechanical warriors, wielding devastating power. The three puppets that charged forth appeared cumbersome, yet unexpectedly, their agility belied their massive forms. A colossal green treasure basin surged from the earth, drawing towards the demon emperor's prized possession. She first meandered around Susan, then discreetly exited through the back door, heading alone to a nearby hospital. Below the alchemical chamber, there were open doors to the north, south, east, and west, through which the vital energy flowed, while the chamber itself rotated automatically, continuously refining the energy within. At that moment, Li Yun, witnessing Gu Dai's impulsive rush without assessing the situation, felt exasperated. Yet, those behind him, seemingly inspired by Gu Dai's fervor, were stirred into action. Reluctantly, Li Yun had no choice but to command everyone to follow suit. In her previous life, Huayan had expressly told Yi Chun that he must not engage in killing. Although the reasons were not articulated, Yi Chun vividly remembered this admonition. However, at this moment, Su Nua was already intoxicated, her courage emboldened. Pouting in a pitiful guise, she fiercely pinched the flesh on Rong Ting's body, complaining, "You're fierce with me. I don't need your gifts, and yet you still scold me." As she threw her tantrum, Rong Ting had already carried her to the first floor. I recall that during the auction, Yi Chun had entrusted all his shares in the Xian group to Huayan for management, making this the perfect opportunity. To his astonishment, Xian had also sustained a head injury, and he could hardly fathom how they had escaped from the Yangtze River. It was likely that after he lost consciousness, Xian had endured considerable hardship, perhaps even moments of despair. Wang Lang gently caressed Gu Xian Yi's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. A soft sigh faded into the darkness, followed by a flicker of dark red light that continued to pulse. Such a piercing question astonished everyone present, though discontent simmered. They were, after all, guests of the Wei Kingdom, and thus their tone needed to remain courteous. Never did they expect that the usually composed Prince Ningxin would lose his temper today. Ning Ning's gaze swept across, quickly discerning the transformation of his physique. She pinched Gu Tingsheng's arm, feeling a delicate layer of muscle beneath her fingers. As time slipped away unnoticed, the flustered Ning Ning received an unexpected notification, inviting her to attend the Dragon King's palace banquet in 3 days' time. Could the effects of the devil fruit truly be so profound? Rasky shook his head in disbelief. The image of Weir that lingered in his memory was indeed difficult to reconcile with the present. Sheng Chu paid no heed to the lamentations of the light prison's occupants, vaulting to a higher vantage point, his gaze piercing through the ranks of 9 million soldiers towards the opposing side. Zheng Bei ventured into the infirmary, only to be chastised by the head of the medical staff upon his arrival. At that moment, Zhong Xiang was in the bathroom, tidying up the toiletries belonging to herself and Zheng Shuguang. When Zheng Shuguang kissed her, the towel in her hand slipped to the floor, and she instinctively clung to his shoulder in response. Indeed, it was just so. Weir lifted his eyelids to cast a glance at Princess Yi, adjusting his posture with satisfaction so that his neck nestled perfectly within the embrace of Prim's lunar ditch. Unable to move or break free, Huaxia could only draw his sword from his waist, poised for action, ready to strike when the creature approached. "You don't harbor feelings for Sister Ning Ning, do you?" Cheng Rong raised her eyebrows meaningfully, deliberately provoking him. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after hiding in the kitchen, Song Chi-tang placed her resignation note on a low cabinet before departing. Upon witnessing Lin Yi personally carrying Su Ying into the main hall, General Su's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 49, Rescuing Lives. In the southwestern outskirts of Q City, 4 figures darted swiftly among the ruins, with at least 10 pursuers hot on their heels. These 4 were none other than the captains of the 4 squads that had previously collaborated with Cheng Xing. Damn it. Where did these people come from? It's so bothersome, Yang Jian muttered, vexed as he observed the relentless pursuit of the killing cultists behind them. Following the earlier onslaught of the beast tide, they had become separated from their respective teams and had fortuitously regrouped. After the quartet united to eliminate several cultists, it seemed to attract even more of them, who relentlessly pursued their group. Ning Xia swiftly turned around, aiming her torch to illuminate the surroundings, only to find the area littered with peculiar rocks, without detecting anything amiss. Why are so many people coming to besiege the Black Lotus? Is it truly that perilous? Yushi pondered, still grappling with her own questions. On the coffee table in the living room, a fruit platter held a solitary apple, and Chu Cheng found himself lost in thought while gazing at it. Lin Xingxi, witnessing his grenade incapacitate the enemy, was preparing to retrieve another grenade to finish them off when he was startled by the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps. In Ginkgo, with her delicate heart, could easily discern the jealousy woven into Chui Lu's words. She was reluctant to engage further, hastily seeking an excuse to extricate herself while contemplating the necessity of bringing this matter before the matriarch in the future. Their bones were remarkably smooth. The arrowheads could inflict no damage whatsoever. I suspect that even a pistol would merely leave a small hole, and swords could only cause superficial cuts. The only thing capable of harming them would be blunt force. Ding Zhu conveyed the conclusions he had reached the previous day. He had always been the center of attention. Upon his voice echoing, nearly every gaze was drawn toward him. At ease, Dong Huang did not even glance at the 30-odd deities and demons. "Thank you, my lord," came the collective gratitude from the 30-some deities. Dong Huang swept his gaze across the 36 deities, finally identifying the one responsible for capturing his 2 disciples. The petite girl, barely a meter tall, suddenly increased her weight upon reaching the tail of the aircraft, causing those in the cockpit to feel a sense of descent. He leaned against a corner on the 2nd floor, clutching his wound from an arrow, gasping heavily. How can this girl be so loquacious? She usually appears so indifferent. I never expected her to possess such charm in private. It's quite to my liking. She was merely trying to intimidate him. If he were to actually don that environmentally friendly contraption, her subsequent tasks would be far more complex than merely nitpicking. Most importantly, she was unaware that when she appeared outside the hall, the deity had already detected her presence. He could comprehend the pressure of wanting children, yet he could not fathom the reasoning behind such threats directed at himself. Jean Man sat on the sofa, watching the news, a mist of unshed tears slowly welling in her clear eyes. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress her emotions, wondering why this should not be a moment of joy. When Nguyen found it pointless to argue with someone steeped in jealousy, at that moment, they were both clouded in confusion. The sage once remarked that a father is a man of discernment. As long as his reason remains intact and one refrains from crossing lines, a father will undoubtedly protect his child. Hadn't Fei Tan, who once sought to discuss punishments with Wu Yi, been rendered speechless in the face of Nze. The two had merely changed venues. On the 4th floor of the bustling Golden Diamond Theater, the resting area was separated from the performance space on the 2nd floor, providing a tranquil respite amidst the chaos, safeguarding against the meddling of those who wield excessive power. As expected, he spoke of warmth, claiming his mood had improved. Why not indulge in that joy now? He was poised to pounce, his body coiled with anticipation, causing her heart to race. Instinctively, she recoiled. It was as if she sought to uncover if there were others hidden within, like Wang Xiao, whose reputation was modest, yet whose capabilities were profound. Qin Yun, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the roasted chicken from his grasp and hurl it away. What nonsense! To have lived this long, and yet be outdone by a mere roasted chicken. Hu Qinyuan declared, denying me another opportunity to speak as he seized the back of my collar and dragged me downstairs. Li Nu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She tossed the whip onto the table and sat down, ready to eat, indifferent to Zhen Qi's expression. Zhen Qi seized the whip, her countenance dark as night, and charged out, encountering Tang Lichuan along the way, whom she dismissed with a cold snort. After all, how could the likes of Xing Ru Hai and Nan Lai be easily found? The ability to summon these two indicated that those behind the scenes were well acquainted with the situation of the Yuzhou First Escort and were aware of the historical context of Emperor Cheng Wu's assault on Haiqiu. Xiaogu stood within a stone chamber, with Tang Lichuan positioned 3 steps from the entrance. Above them loomed a stone mountain, forming a cave complete with a door. However, aside from such matters, Hu Qinyuan was generally a person of principle. Yet at this moment, amidst the throes of battle, whether it was the Pangu primordial spirit transformed by the 3 pure ones, Hong Jun, or the others, they were all far too preoccupied to consider such things. Witnessing their combat prowess left Jiang Sheng increasingly curious about how they sustained their abilities. Wherever they passed, the destructive force was terrifying, causing even the chaotic void to shatter continuously. In the midst of chaos, one could see an overwhelming array of sword light and murderous intent. Kester could hardly believe that such a high-caliber archmage had yet to establish dominion over a territory, instead engaging in childish games with an underground cult from Dalmatia. Sister Chio, the hot pot I ordered is a mandarin duck pot. If you don't enjoy spicy food, the clear broth is also quite delectable, Kai Jing remarked as she accepted the bag handed to her by Song Qianqiu. However, she also noticed that the majority of the enemy's attention seemed to be focused on the white latte. I believe that if I could unravel even the slightest thread, I would have the opportunity to pull the entire story forth. At 6:45 in the morning, Lian groggily turned off the alarm clock, hunching over in bed for about a minute before summoning the courage to leave the warmth of his covers. Just then, a solemn-faced monk hurried in, bowing respectfully before presenting a jade talisman to Li Qingtian. Song Qianqiu felt speechless as she watched him disembark from the vehicle, as she had merely intended to be polite, not expecting his lack of decorum in return. The most tangible evidence was that the hex mode, which could only be sustained for a few dozen seconds half a year ago, could now be operated continuously if Li Fei so wished. Brother, this is no trouble at all. We are kin, and it is only right that we support one another, Zhao Daping said hastily, when his words were laden with profound meaning. Yet at that moment, I failed to grasp their true significance, interpreting them merely as a warning not to disrupt the rules of this temporal realm. It was only when I finally understood that I comprehended the heavy burden of the pain that memories could inflict. Gumian cast her eyes downward, unable to meet his gaze. After finally completing her statement, she sprang up and dashed outside. Lu Zheng squinted slightly with a faint smile, bidding farewell to the police chief before following suit. Chapter 50, Upgrade. Cheng Xing, the 4 of them exclaimed in unison at the sudden appearance. They were particularly taken aback upon noticing his impressive level of 23, leaving them momentarily stunned. It had only been a short while since they last saw him, and Cheng Xing had ascended to this level. Let's discuss this later. I will deal with those individuals first. Cheng Xing did not continue the conversation, but instead focused his gaze on the unresponsive cultists ahead. Wait, let us handle this. Just as Cheng Xing was preparing to make his move, he was halted by Lu Xinxin. As the four nodded in agreement, Yang Jian was the first to charge forth. With bullets and arrows flying from either side, aimed squarely at the feet of the cultists. The initial bout was fierce. Zhuo Lingfeng returned to his room. Suddenly recalling the earlier confrontation, he was not foolish, as he had sensed a surge of energy rapidly heading his way during the scuffle. At that moment, Zhuo Lingfeng was acutely aware of his own strength while grappling with those ruffians. Perhaps it's best to let it go. We might become friends in the future. But clearly, now is not the time. The youth's expression hardened, his smile fading into a cold demeanor. I gazed silently at the enigmatic void before me, tranquil, yet seemingly harboring some mysterious power that beckoned me to enter. Upon lowering my gaze, I noticed the phoenix blood ring hanging from my chest appeared restless, eager to plunge into that abyss. It is not merely a matter of doing one's best. It is imperative to ensure not a single hair is harmed. At that moment, she radiated an air of undeniable authority. Qing Moyan typically had someone relay messages to her when he was not home, yet today, there was no communication, leaving her uncertain of when he would return. Very well, I shall keep a piece for myself, if it proves useful. I will also ask my cousin Mian to craft a few more. Lu Biao reluctantly set aside a piece of the incense. Ji Ruffeng, upon hearing this, said nothing further and directly agreed to accompany Zhuo Lingfeng to rescue others. Before departing, Zhuo Lingfeng ascended to retrieve the fish intestine sword. Having witnessed its power after acknowledging it as his own that afternoon, tonight, it would serve to illuminate his path. They did not wish to kill me outright, but rather intended to cultivate sufficient prowess before hunting me down. After all, my previous triumph over Hong Tianwei in this very location was vividly etched in everyone's minds. If at this moment, Lu Suya possessed the cunning she had demonstrated when she betrayed the Murong family, she would have surely noticed the emperor's excessively icy gaze upon hearing her requests. I understand. However, he is unwilling to awaken. What can we do? Qi Kong lamented helplessly. After the interview concluded, our rivals emerged, all popular commentators online. But I felt a twinge of embarrassment upon recognizing one of them. I've heard all about it. It seems you all made quite the commotion last night. Take it easy. There's no need to stir trouble every day, Lu Kai advised in a hushed tone. The slumber was not lengthy. Around 8 in the morning, Panda burst into my room, and his first words jolted me awake. Ron ultimately realized that having a martial artist as a fiancé was not as advantageous as it might seem. Agatha's strength far exceeded his own, compelling him to follow her lead as she tugged him forward. Xiao Xinzi turned her head away, falling silent, and soon drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, she felt somewhat unreasonable and chose not to speak to Lu Li. In truth, regarding the earlier commercial discussions, Nona had merely skimmed the surface. However, when it came to politics, she was utterly dedicated. Like many Soviets at that time, watching the domestic economy deteriorate, Nona pondered endlessly about what had befallen our great Soviet Union. The man was tall and slender, appearing to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome. Even more so than the stars on television. Such late-game team battles inevitably involved the dragon, as the riverbank offered a relatively spacious terrain where neither side would suffer a disadvantage, making it the optimal location for confrontation. As the red light flickered past the window, the father held her close under the table while the mother squatted beside them. Xiao Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, turning to see two Lu Tingtings in the room. One was clearly the thousand-faced beauty. His gaze swept over the Lu Tingting who had just spoken to him, her expression also filled with astonishment. The one at the bedroom door was the imposter. The moment Tang Feng laid eyes on the knife in Yun Ting's hand, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if destiny had intertwined their paths. This knife originally belonged to Yun Ting, and he had temporarily lent it to Tang Feng for use. Enough. Lady Yi could no longer bear to listen, tears streaming down her face as she knelt and embraced Yi Lushing. My son, you have suffered. The once respected young master had now degraded to a mere drinking companion. What difference was there between him and the courtesans of Xian Tower? Lady Yi paid no heed to where those matters had gone, her heart aching as she clung to Yi Lushing, weeping uncontrollably. Chu Haoran chuckled softly, falling silent, and seated himself at the desk, preparing to power on his surreal computer when a knock echoed from the door. Tang Feng did not unleash a massacre, yet he steadily wore down the enemy's resolve. For attackers, the initial surge would inevitably wane, while Tang Feng grew ever stronger in battle. Feng Xiaoxiao was known for her decisive action. After returning home yesterday, she promptly submitted her resignation and began working on her online store. Mo Fan's composure faltered, unable to withstand the seemingly trivial wind blades, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he shouted. It was then that the fairy of colorful clouds and several celestial children successfully constructed the stove, awaiting the auspicious moment to ignite it. Henceforth, Qi Shan went mad. Embodying the truth, Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. What on earth is going on? Lu Xiner did not even know Yun Liang, so why would she exert such effort to bring him down? However, regarding Nan Hongshan's conspicuously provocative actions, Qian Zhao expressed that Nan Hongshan was recklessly courting death. Zhuo Bufan, accompanied by Lian Shijian and Qian Bing, approached, presenting the invitation and smoothly gaining entry. Inside, the space was expansive and vacant, yet a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, with many displaying antiques on the ground for trade, drawing a crowd of onlookers. She had clearly exited a city. She had evidently found safety. Yet the Meng family pursued her like vengeful spirits, refusing to relent, just as Wu Gui Daoren anticipated at the moment of his summons. The primordial chaos erupted with tumultuous winds. After Sui Xiaodian leaped down, the lake waters healed once more, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 51. Wang Qian is dead? Spirit Seed, everyone retreat. The Spirit Seed coldly regarded the direction of the Awakener Management Bureau's main force, reluctantly issuing commands. According to the plan, reaching level 30 would have been the optimal moment to consume the remaining individuals. However, an unforeseen complication arose, compounded by the southern base dispatching an entity they were most unwilling to confront. This marked the second occasion in which the Spirit Seed had encountered a situation spiraling out of control since its inception. With the Spirit Seed's orders, most of the slaughtering cultists gazed longingly at the unharvested experience packs, yet complied with commands to withdraw. A minority of the slaughtering cultists, blinded by bloodlust, recognized that such a plentiful task was a rarity. Mu Qing found himself somewhat perplexed. What he initially perceived as clear now seemed shrouded in confusion. The desolate and remote scenery retained its monotonous appearance, with the dirt road devoid of travelers, and only a few faint outlines of buildings at the horizon, almost intangible. As the breeze, slightly alleviated from the summer heat, swept by, it felt as though only this expanse of earth and sky remained. The new judge, endowed with long, snow-white legs, was none other than Chang Suxin, who had revealed herself to Jiangku at the hotel the previous day. Is this truly me? She pondered in astonishment. Her pallid countenance reminiscent of a vampire that had not seen sunlight for years, with disheveled hair and a faintly greenish gaze, her expression vacant. She bit down hard on her lip, nearly drawing blood, while gripping the edge of the wash basin, her veins visibly protruding. The 24 heavens were his opportunity to transcend the sacred realm, intrinsically linked to his being. Moreover, it symbolized not only a formidable spell, but also his standing within the Buddhist realm. A quiz competition? Barros appeared incredulous. Although he understood the meaning of the phrase, he nonetheless repeated Xing Tianyu's words. With a vacant expression, Yi Binghan rubbed at her hair that had become disheveled, her face contorting with discomfort. Her sarcastic remarks striking a chord with her rather naive heart, inciting a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Currently, Li He was indeed bewildered and anxious. On one hand, he felt fortunate to encounter a familiar face after narrowly escaping death, yet on the other, he feared abandonment by Zhu De and Zhou Qingyun, who clearly did not hold him in high regard. Beside him, Huameng occasionally cast glances at Song Ningyao, seemingly wanting to speak, yet hesitating to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Meng Xiu turned her head in a daze, gazing at Miller's grim fate. For the first time, she felt fear. And never had she anticipated that this fear stemmed from her own son. The opposing speed continued to escalate, yet the attacks bore no semblance of structure, resembling a hysterical outpouring of frustration. However, such behavior was fatal for a skilled combatant, especially when facing another master. Ultimately, we found ourselves in a position of desperation, compelled to ascend despite the odds, and our method of climbing was rather unique. Ya Heng wished to intervene, but found himself hesitant. He had witnessed that if such materials were leaked, it would likely lead to the annihilation of all on the island, himself included, unable to escape death. We traversed a mountainous path, and my long dress tripped me as I stumbled. Cece sobbed softly. Death approached step by step, second by second, and in that moment, even if one cherished life dearly, the desire for an early end would emerge. In times of prosperity, the common folk suffer. In times of ruin, the common folk suffer. The shifts in power across the realm bear no benefit for the ordinary people, merely exchanging one master for another. Yet, upon seeing him, Li Batian could not help but feel a tumult of emotions, aware that he intended to ally with Chu Linger. I could only reassure him that life was inherently fraught with such challenges, especially as he had only one son. After a lifetime of toil to provide him a better existence, having already missed one opportunity, he had felt as though he had died once. If they continued to remain estranged until her loss, it would perhaps not be as it once was. Yet what of the heart? Who could guarantee that Fang Zhiho and Ding Zhuqing had not defected? Who could assure that they were not spies sent by the enemy to infiltrate our ranks? Considering the cafeteria was devoid of food, and purchasing meals outside would incur costs, not to mention the uncertainty of quality. If only she were granted more time, she would possess greater choices. Perhaps even the entrance qualification selection for Hylon Sect in 6 months could be fortuitously obtained. potentially enlisting the aid of esteemed figures within the sect. In a word, it surpassed Cheng Xing's prolonged struggles, as heir reluctantly straightened up, frowning as she drank the soup. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Nangonghan finally arrived at the renowned stargazing platform at Yunlong Lake with his family. This was a glass structure resembling a tall tower, bearing a beautiful name, strolling on clouds. Logically, the commander should not enter the locker room. Yet Qianlong was still a player. His swaggering demeanor was utterly excessive. Nia Rulon snorted, the corners of her mouth lifting. Those with the capability should come and chase me. Let us discuss punishment once you catch up. With a daring laugh, she summoned her strength and vanished before several people, leaving the pursuers, the ghostly beings, to chase after her, while the opposing sides remained in a standoff. It appeared rather promising. Upon entering, one could see that the crowd was indeed substantial. The cool air from the air conditioning carried a hint of a spicy aroma. I have matters to attend to here, hence I shall not be leaving for the time being. Qiu Shenghan resolutely decided to remain and observe the excitement, wearing an expression that conveyed he would not depart even if Yi Zixuan insisted. At this moment, Ji Yuchen radiated with a spectrum of colors, his aura wild and turbulent, engaging directly with Ying Zhao in a fierce confrontation. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the depths of Ji Yuchen's shimmering form, where strands of black divine power flowed like an ocean of darkness. Nangong Xiao gazed pitifully at Dongli, her eyes directed at Zuozhan as if ablaze with indignation. Was there no place for her? Ji Yuchen wielded the Xinyuan sword, fiercely striking towards the celestial Lord Xingyun, intent on cleaving him in two. Fortunately, most had transformed into a formidable army. Only a handful of complete masters had arrived. Yet the three sovereigns had all ascended to full mastery, thus not entirely devoid of resistance. The blood-red spear of the underworld god flashed with a sinister crimson light, directly draining the life from its victim. Now, he intended to bestow the semi-artifact left by his ancestor upon his father. What could possibly be the motive behind this? Chapter 52. There is a traitor. Who goes there? Perceiving an approach, the group suddenly turned around, instinctively drawing their weapons. However, upon realizing that it was the guard team returning with individuals, they collectively exhaled in relief. Captain, you are still alive? How wonderful. A few members of the guard team, former comrades of Yang Jian, joyously exclaimed upon seeing their survival. Have you all reached level 20? Your progress is astonishing. What a pity we never had the chance to engage. At this moment, Yang Jian and his companions did not conceal their aura, and upon observing the uniformity of the level 20 insignias above their heads, their eyes brimmed with envy. Witnessing this, Yang Jian could not help but feel a twinge of grievance, pondering why he had been unjustly implicated in the conflict between the Shi and Xian'er sects, leading to the command of the esteemed Huorong Tianzuan to dispatch Yang Jian to confront him. Meanwhile, Chao Ji had arrived at the gates of these illustrious families, and once the doors opened, he ruthlessly slaughtered everyone, young and old alike. In a fleeting moment, entire families were annihilated, their doorsteps awash with blood, and within their homes, corpses piled high. Just moments ago, he had been astonished by Yu Yun's audacious remarks. Yet upon hearing Yu Yun's assertion that the Zhao family had ascended to imperial power by preying upon the weak, he found himself in complete agreement. I presume that Master Wei, Elder Xia, and Elder Yuan are already aware of the news, so why inquire further? The veracity of the matter shall be left to fate. Gue Bao remarked with a faint smile, deeming a response unnecessary. This incident sowed the seeds of a long-standing enmity with Jiangdong, which would sporadically dispatch forces to assault Jiangxia in retaliation for the slaying of Huangzu. Wang Shen's soldiers hailed from a remarkably diverse background, including veterans of the Western Army, refugees from Huaibei and Huaishi, and volunteers from Hebei. All were fierce and battle-ready. Yet they shared a common trait. Many had never set foot in water prior to their arrival in the south. Go ahead, I shall await your news here. Yang Yi courteously opened the door, ushering the steward outside, only to find two similarly anxious stewards waiting just beyond the threshold. Their eyes brightened upon seeing Yang Yi emerge, as he bid farewell to the steward from the Lanluo kingdom and welcomed another in. Broadening the scope, one might consider the most commonly utilized attributes among reincarnators: physique, spirit, and charisma. After selecting one, it would lead to overall enhancement without the need for extensive deliberation, as the distinctions were not particularly pronounced. After all, a mere 2 points of kill value and 3,000 energy units could scarcely compare to the rarity of a primordial insignia. Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Lu Qi pondered briefly, contemplating how to effortlessly secure his position in this self-governed realm of Jingzhou. Although the leader of the Hero Alliance, Chu Tian, was a figure of considerable renown during turbulent times, revealing this now would be ill-advised. The other two vice leaders, Zhu Deshao and Ao Jian, were no ordinary individuals either. Old Fourth, this matter falls to you. Now that trouble has arisen, it is your responsibility to handle the aftermath, a burly man clad in earthy yellow armor admonished angrily. Since returning from Sanya, she had encountered familiar faces and objects, triggering fleeting memories of them in her mind. Li Li, remember, if you wish to deal with me in Lian City, If you intend to confront the Su family, those from the Honghuang base must not expect to leave alive. Dong Jin warned. I advise you and your companions to exercise caution. With that, he stepped to the doorway and exited. Curiosity piqued. Xia Shui lifted her gaze to see a large screen displaying slides of her and Ao Tianji's various photographs, each effortlessly revealing traces of their happiness. At this moment, Su Mingqi's face radiated an earnest smile, overflowing with genuine joy and contentment. When this news reached them, Li Jian and Wang Bin had already arrived at Xiushan town. They had spent the previous night tirelessly searching near the Chao residence for Lin Yan's whereabouts, only to expand their search to this town. To speak frankly, the snow-capped Changbai mountain in the northeast is perpetually blanketed in white, with greenery only seen at the foot of the mountain or within the valleys. Mao Leilei's complexion shifted from red to green, then to black, with flames of fury flickering in her eyes. Song Imo and Lin Feng, as the two most distinguished doctors of the younger generation in the country, had met several times at medical conferences and had developed a mutual respect, akin to a gentlemanly friendship. In the Lin family clinic, Lin Yun joyfully hung up the phone, having finally found the perfect candidate for their advertisement, his sister, Lin Xian. For others, this time may seem fleeting, but for Yi Feng, it was ample to ascend to divinity. This cannot be blamed on her lack of understanding. Anyone would feel displeased upon hearing such words, especially from someone about to embark on a long journey. Unlike other games, this one lacks close combat professions, even assassins, who possess a few melee skills, primarily rely on ranged attacks. Asking her to renegotiate a marriage contract with someone she once scorned was tantamount to demanding her own demise. This was the only individual she had never encountered within the Jing family, and judging by their commanding presence, it was evident who had arrived. As Jing Chengxing had mentioned that his mother was the chairwoman of a multinational corporation, Lu Tianwei readily agreed and asked her to pass the phone to Ji Chaji, engaging in a lengthy conversation before reluctantly hanging up. Feng Hao faced two choices, the camp or the forbidden zone, both populated with many individuals, facilitating his concealment. Each watch face was exquisitely crafted, each displaying a distinctive style. Then they beheld the large screen, which showcased a watch interface reminiscent of a smartphone, albeit remarkably simple and miniature. Lin Lan and Yang Meihua made their way to the agricultural road, where they encountered the elderly woman and Wu Shufan approaching. The two promptly informed them of the results of the drawing. Lu Qiming glanced at the trunk of the cedar tree, now coated with a thin layer of ice. Not only here, but the biting cold emanated from the area surrounding Chu Xiaoqiu's sword, extending a kilometer in all directions. In exasperation, Zhao Yongqi observed the peculiar sleeping postures of these men and slapped his cheeks vigorously to restore his alertness, then casually flipped his hand and floated down, donning slippers as he headed outside. The hour was late, and the young men felt some hunger stirring within them, however, filled with suspicion. They merely sampled the exquisite delicacies laid before them, their minds preoccupied with wondering what scheme old Frank was concocting. Chapter 53, Zhuke. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, who had been observing the skies, was taken aback as a graceful figure seemingly materialized from thin air. The newcomer had waist-length crimson hair and donned a leather outfit that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Her figure was breathtaking, with a cinched waist that seemed to invite admiration, and her exquisitely defined jawline paired with remarkably delicate features rendered her stunningly perfect, even from an unflattering angle. What transpired here? The red-haired woman inquired coolly. Why, you are the temporary worker, Lord Zhuke? Qin Zhan suddenly recalled something, staring in astonishment, stammering in fear. Zhu Chue's golden eyes coldly scanned Qin Zhan, who faltered under her gaze. As Lu Jing stated, those who fail to draw their swords when necessary, who witness life-and-death situations yet hesitate to advance, shall find their paths ahead fraught with even greater peril. Fighting adheres to a strict code. No weapons are permitted, only fists. Otherwise, regardless of right or wrong, the offender shall face immediate execution. This is the decree of the governor's office, an edict that none dare contravene. For the governor's office is akin to the celestial sovereign of Changshan County. The overarching framework was proposed by the boss, while I merely filled in the minutiae. Should I falter yet again, it would render my years of effort utterly futile, a fate better sealed beneath a block of soft tofu. Outside, the sun shines warmly, yet it fails to warm my body. I handed the document to my elder brother, who tacitly accepted my actions. Understood, I shall take my leave at once. Oh, revered Lord Red Dragon, please do not be angered. The night patroller, neglecting the grime on his face, hurriedly retreated, closing the door behind him, finally exhaling in relief only after a considerable distance. Is she not a deity? Even if she is an ancient god, even if she embodies the god of slaughter, her aura should eternally exude solemnity and grandeur. Ears ringing, he abruptly applied the brakes, the wheels screeching against the ground, producing a cacophony that pierced the air as two dark tire tracks were etched onto the pavement. He possessed no martial skills nor techniques, but armed with a shield, he could at least deflect some blows. Ultimately, this energy, purified multiple times, would merge with the abyss itself, fortifying that terrifying entity. With the absence of the Serpent Princess, Liu was left with no choice but to scurry to Songhai Island, seizing her tail to pull her back. However, at that moment, all eyes converged on Tian Xian, causing him to momentarily freeze, suddenly grasping the intent of Jian Nanqing. As one traversed this area, the ancient Qin architecture stood quietly on either side, imbued with an eerie semblance of life. During the meal service, Lu Qing's gentle chatter filled the air, her tone soothing and her manner disarming, adept at lightening the atmosphere. Yet I merely smiled in silence, my gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. 3 days later, Xiaonan and Pei Jian returned, this time with an additional 1,000 yuan and a video. Upon entering the establishment, the reception robot warmly approached to inquire about their needs, learning that Qin Wei intended to purchase an aircraft and had made a definite choice. It promptly guided him to the display chamber of model JJ09. However, those within the celestial phenomenon realm could only roar inwardly, none daring to step forward. For the reason was clear. In the realm of celestial phenomena, Nie Tian's presence overshadowed them immensely. When Ji Xian thought this in his heart, yet dared not voice it. Otherwise, not only would his mother chastise him, but his father would likely lay him flat upon the ground. His gaze slowly shifted, and Nie Tian cast a cold glance at Xianyuan Haoyan, his eyes seemingly harboring a flicker of sharpness that sent a shiver through Xianyuan Haoyan's heart, instilling within him a sense of dread from but a mere look. I may not be able to befriend everyone in reality, perhaps not even establish casual acquaintances. Yet I shall not depart. Online romance. Tang Chong now comprehended. No wonder he had observed Hua Ming grinning foolishly at the computer for days. Several times he had awoken from slumber only to find him hunched over, eyes bloodshot, engaged in conversation online. It appeared he had encountered the most significant person in his life on the internet. Su Chonglai smiled faintly, sensing the urgency among the crowd. Allow me to elaborate slowly. The bronze list is curated by the Dark Gate of Tianmu Star, which comprises the most prestigious sects of the Divine Sword School. Thus this list has garnered unanimous recognition. Indeed, the photograph was taken by a person, yet even if it proved to be human captured, what significance does it hold? Zhou Quan scrutinized the image before asking. Observing his expression, I could not help but think of Tao Lin. Was he drawn to me due to my unique identity, making this his method of recruitment? Do not be deceived by the thinness of this luminous veil. It possesses remarkable resilience. A bullet striking it merely tickles, and even a tank cannon might struggle to penetrate. Jing Yonghao exclaimed, "Isn't that something my boyfriend ought to say?" With his words completed, what could I possibly add? Handing breakfast to Yihui, Ho Tanjiui then sat upon the bed, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, reminiscing about combat techniques. As he stepped into the courtyard behind the main hall, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe practiced martial arts, wielding a long sword with graceful, deliberate movements that seemed to draw the surrounding air currents, as if coaxing the clouds from the mountaintop to swirl in response to his blade. Having initially intended to help Zi Xian by driving away a rival, Lin Chen soon realized he could not contend against the formidable background of his opponent. He understood that Zi Xian's resolve was steadfast, impervious to change. In a frantic search for the traces of her injuries, Lan Yize began to tear at her clothing with a fervor that surpassed even his earlier wildness, his hands roaming across her form. It was too late for all that. Qin Tian, kneel before me at once, and perhaps after I am done with this wretched woman, I shall grant you a moment of pleasure before sending you on your way. Ding Yuan sneered coldly. How vexing. Husband, you are teasing me again, Ouyang Bai Shui pouted, throwing a light punch in his direction, rolling her eyes in frustration. Not long after, the 5-member group arrived at the 2nd level of the summoning tower. Upon reaching this point, the passage behind them did not seal shut as expected, seemingly leaving them a means of retreat, yet among them, none appeared inclined to halt their advance. This mountain goblin, exhibiting a degree of sentience, bared its teeth at the murderous intent emanating from Qin Tian, its sharp fangs interlocking in a menacing grimace as it emitted a shrill, eerie howl towards him. A fleeting glance fell upon the TT on the ground, and her eyes flickered momentarily, yet she forcefully suppressed any unusual reactions, concealing them. Observing the flush upon the fair-skinned figure beside him, Qin Tian pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Chapter 54, An Arrival from the Wang Family. As the voice resonated, a stir erupted outside the tent. Who was causing a disturbance? Cheng Xing and his companions curiously emerged from the tent. They beheld a young man accompanied by a dozen black-clad bodyguards blocking the exit. In front of them, those participating in the selection gathered in small groups, seemingly preparing to depart for the base, only to be obstructed by the young man. Who are you? Why do you prevent our departure? Protested one of the detained individuals. I am Wang Sheng, of the Wang family. Wang Sheng coolly surveyed the crowd, a defiant expression on his face. It is one of the Wang family. As Cheng Xing and his group stepped out, they chanced upon Wang Sheng speaking. While Su Haoran looked at the inspector, exclaiming, Gang could no longer contain himself, urging his horse forward to block Yuan Chengwan's path. How could this be? Yihua raised an eyebrow, his lips curling upward. Had he not lingered for a moment, he might have missed this excellent news. As he spoke, he gently moved his palm up and down, his movements exceedingly delicate, as if fearing to shatter a precious gem. The Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Zhuge Liang gasped, for it was the sovereign of the entire immortal cultivation realm, holding a status even above the top 10 sects of the 9 provinces. Thus, following the clash between the Tata organization and the Afghan military, aside from deploying a substantial force along the front line, nearly all remaining troops were amassed here. What? Zhuge Liang exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly clasping his hands, realizing the seemingly shy and self-effacing youth was, in fact, one of the 3 heirs of the Flame Heaven sect. After the collision, Wang Nanbei did not retract his right leg. Instead, he seized the opportunity to stomp on his opponent's descending knee, while his left hand shot out like lightning to press upon the adversary's shoulder. Utilizing this momentum, he astonishingly executed a full somersault. However, the confines of the room were rather cramped, making a graceful landing virtually impossible for Wang Nanbei. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Jiang Bihe, exasperated, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yuetang's face, using all her strength to send Yuetang crashing to the ground. Outside the Li family courtyard, the ground transformed into a quagmire as the sporadic cannon fire that had echoed for 2 days finally subsided. Xiao Tianjian, helpless, glanced skyward, wiped the rain from his face, and issued orders to retreat to camp. As the teams of the Xing Tian army responded, they withdrew from the battle, forming lines as they returned to their encampment. They had only traversed less than half the distance, encountering not only the remnants of the enemy forces, but also the bombardment from the Syrian army. Continuing the search posed an immense risk. On the other side of the computer screen, Xiaomu observed a lengthy string of seemingly heartfelt responses, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Hey, Lei, I sent you a gift. Did you see it? Outside the medical bay of the Byron, the imposing silhouette of Gaia loomed against the window. In a manner akin to fulfilling a wish, Thor restlessly twisted, his yearning gaze directed at Richard, who smiled, granting her desire. The teammates, still steeped in sorrow, watched in wide-eyed confusion as the two immediately began to brawl upon meeting, while only Dongfang Jiang, privy to the truth, chose silence and made no attempt to intervene. Cute? Di Luca tilted her head, pondering, unable to reconcile the notion of adorability with the demon lord who had deceived her emotions. Ready? Hanyu cast a glance at the flamboyant movements of the opposing fire wielder, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. Emerging swiftly from his hiding spot, Wang Nanbei suddenly accelerated like a leopard springing from the underbrush, darting toward the 2 guards with remarkable agility. However, a price cut by half could extend this novelty phase for a while longer, ultimately yielding greater profits. Moreover, after evading that attack, it vanished entirely into the darkness, eluding even the demon's keen sight. Fortunately, her internal energy was shallow. Otherwise, that strike would have shattered the heart of her opponent. The man staggered, nearly falling, his anger flaring as he swiped back, narrowly grazing her chest. Had he not been unsteady, that grasp would have surely uprooted her bosom. The sleeping AI Qianqian stirred slightly, her lashes fluttering, and her rosy lips formed a delicate pout, a vision of beauty. Li Changsheng retorted sharply, young Master Chao, if the tavern were entrusted to you, it would be bankrupt within a month. He mused, regardless, I have already sold the tavern. What do I care for your accounts? With 500,000 gold coins, I can venture anywhere as a free man. The penalties in the Wei household have always been severe, and under Wei Qilong, they are even more ruthless. He governs with an iron fist, despising gossip among the servants. Often, a single word can cost a life. The crowd parted, allowing Xian Yu and Xing En to walk ahead, closely followed by Lu Qingtian and 8 other high-ranking officials. As night fell, shadows bearing long knives stealthily infiltrated Falling Goose Mountain. A hidden brother from the bandit camp awaited Zhu Yi and the others at the mountain's entrance. Xu Yuqing cast a disdainful glance, turning away and ignoring the man, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards. The attire worn by Qing Cheng was his own, a favored purple sable fur coat of the prince, swathing her in its ample fabric like a blanket. If you are unwilling to speak, so be it. Xian Yu, wishing to avoid Blue Ice Ning's displeasure, was already being quite courteous by approaching her to converse rather than resorting to violence. If Blue Ice Ning continued to show her disdain, there would be no need for further discussion. Wealthy tycoon, this spectacle, not to mention in ancient times, would be considered grand and magnificent even in modernity. Recalling Mrs. Huang's gentle face and her soup, he felt a pang of melancholy. The more beautiful things are, the more fleeting they tend to be. Better a brief pain than a prolonged one. While the timing was still opportune, it was best to withdraw, sparing everyone from excessive losses. After about a quarter of an hour, several young individuals gradually made their way to my room, including Cheng Xing. Speaking of which, I had also benefited from this deity's grace, so I naturally offered my thanks to the statues, bowing 3 times in gratitude and respect. Chapter 55. He is the murderer who caused my sister's death. What do you intend to do? Wang Sheng charged in fiercely, prompting Su Haoran to step forward, shielding Cheng Xing behind him. I now suspect he is the one who killed my sister. Hand him over. Wang Sheng's expression was defiant, his tone unwavering. If you're going to go mad, Do it elsewhere. Don't bite people indiscriminately here. Su Yanran could not help but retort. As political rivals, they were quite familiar with the Wang family's tactics. The so-called murderer was merely a scapegoat, pushed forward to uphold the Wang family's authority because Cheng Xing lacked a significant background despite his exceptional talent. The Wang family epitomized a typical family that prioritized their interests above all. As long as you were of use to them, they would. Han Cheng curled his lip, revealing an expression of utter disdain. However, since Mei Xian had already spoken, he could only endure and listen. Haha, Captain Xiao, you overthink things. I'm not solely doing this for her. Many matters from before remain unresolved. Xiaoling forced a laugh, masking the past. This was a sparsely wooded area, with tangled underbrush and ancient trees reaching only a modest height of several dozen feet. Beneath a low ancient tree stood a gracefully attired young man in white, holding a folding fan. You are too heartless. Members of the Badan family glared in anger. Ba Mo and others were their esteemed disciples, nurtured at great expense. And now, witnessing their demise felt like a colossal waste of resources. Boom. The golden hoop fell, and the monk instantly transformed into specks of light, vanishing. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. If Chen Mu could discern the thoughts of those at the IG base, he would likely respond with a faintly sarcastic question. Why target the big-nosed one? After over half a year of construction, the Sky City had nearly completed 1/7 of its framework. The finished sections, measured from the base, reached a height of over 300 meters. Before long, the hotel's chef stormed out in a fit of rage, finding Yang Wei, the Chinese patron, who had ordered an extravagant feast, disparaging each dish as if it were refuse, inciting a deep crimson flush of anger on the chef's face. Some claimed that the royal family had grown too powerful, becoming unwieldy, and that taking action against them would severely damage the vitality of the Aurora divine nation. The thought of early seedlings being so brutally treated and the necessity of taking her to the divine society, fearing she might be beaten out by those two deities, weighed heavily on him. The typically gentle smile on her face had now tightened, her expression revealing only rage and disgust, devoid of any other emotion. A colossal ship gradually emerged within our line of sight, an ancient vessel of unimaginable size. Its opulence was astonishing, shimmering with a golden radiance under the glow of flames, adorned with resplendent jewels that outlined the magnificent contours of the grand ship in a kaleidoscope of colors. This was indeed a testament to the adage, before the lawsuit, let us engage in discourse. A few words touch upon the edge of understanding. Society is but a singular path. Birds seek sustenance, while humans pursue wealth. The proud physical prowess of the mythical creature, Pichio, was rendered insignificant in the face of this assault. It roared in agony with each passing second, as if it had been forsaken by the very heavens, stripped of all that defined its divine essence. The entire Fong family underwent rigorous training for 3 months amid the sweltering heat, with the armed forces of the Fong clan. Regardless of whether they were recent recruits or long-standing members, participating in the drills mandated by Fong Mo. Besides Old Fog Rain, Mei Li, and Lian Lian, there was also the addition of the ground-pounding Dongfang Zhangju. At that moment, the onlookers observed Bai Luan and Hu Yin, alongside the spirited Lu Tian, and felt an uncanny dissonance, as if it was this young man named Lu Tian who was responsible for the destruction, while Bai Luan and Hu Yin bore expressions more befitting that of shopkeepers. I turned my head in bewilderment towards the towering statues behind me, and in that instant, I genuinely believed that these figures should be deities, for mere mortals could not bestow life upon a mere assemblage of bronze. Reason dictated that I should refrain from intruding upon in Yutong's life, yet emotion compelled me to heed the call of my heart. Xing Zhiyuan gazed at Shihi, pondering if, as Shihi claimed, only by shattering himself could he reclaim the star formation magic diagram. Thus, he must dispel the notion of surrendering the magic diagram. On one hand, arriving in this world and embracing a novel martial arts philosophy led Wang Hao to overlook his own unique attributes. He had anticipated that Xiao Wei would engage him further, yet to his bewilderment, Su Cheng discovered that she had once again turned her attention to her phone. However, considering the grumbling of his stomach and his lack of money, he had no choice but to accompany Huo Bing. Thus, the group arrived punctually at classroom E, with the expressions of the students varying yet unmistakably conveying a singular thought. Is this an illusion? Wang Xia bit her lip, sensing an extraordinarily peculiar aura emanating from Luo Mengyao, fluctuating erratically and ethereally, rendering her unable to discern its clarity. In truth, Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware of another point. Knowing the outcomes of certain matters could lead to complacency or an impulsive eagerness. No. Before the next words could escape his lips, Yichen firmly rejected, for he knew that the character of Yu Jianli too would not yield any good proposals. Hence his prompt refusal. He Zhen followed the path along the edge of the room and noticed numerous inner disciples heading in a singular direction, prompting him to join them. Reflecting on the earlier words of the Wu surname man, it seemed they were gathering the inner disciples. Wait, Yi classmate. The teacher has stated that bullying classmates is forbidden. How can you bully Zhu classmate? Just as Qi Yu Yi was about to take action, the teacher of slaughter suddenly appeared through the window, delivering an incessant lecture. Zhu looked up at the teacher with admiration, grateful for the timely intervention. Chapter 56, The Revelation of Lineage. The results of this selection process will be communicated to you in due course. For now, you may return to the base. After a moment, Qin Zhan summoned the candidates once more, speaking slowly. After Wang Sheng's interference, prolonging their stay here would only invite unnecessary risks. After considerable thought, Qin Zhan ultimately decided to escort them back to the base. Cheng Xing, let us return. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's directive, Su Haoran also spoke up. Although in this situation the slaughter sect was unlikely to retaliate, remaining here served no purpose. All right, let us depart. Cheng Xing had no reason to linger further and promptly followed Su Haoran and the others. Feng Ting's face lit up with surprise as he swiftly turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him and erecting a soundproof barrier. After handing over the documents to Xiao Mingjin, Lu Yuqing felt his task was complete. How to deal with Hong Rui was now Xiao Mingjin's concern. Therefore, he departed the hospital with Su Xian. Unable to contain his desire to share this joy with Yu Qingxian, he acted on the impulse. As the military vehicle left the training camp, no one knew its destination, apart from patiently resting and waiting. The hearts of the crowd grew increasingly curious with the passage of time. Qin Mashuan moved with remarkable swiftness and a domineering force. Penetrating deep into the heart of the matter, he ensnared Yu Qingxian in his embrace, one hand gripping the back of her head, kissing her with an intensity that was both forceful and fervent. The longing and restraint of recent days erupted in that moment. The Han general spoke fluent Xiongnu, his demeanor unflinching as he surveyed the tent, showing no trace of fear despite the curses hurled at him. There were also matters concerning the Taichu sect. Since its establishment 5,000 years ago, it was said that a golden immortal had fled here, creating the sect as a guise, with its core scripture, the Taichu scripture, authored by him. This scripture could only be cultivated by core disciples, while ordinary individuals were barred from its practice. Wei Shang was in discussion with the chief clerk about establishing a fortress in Hu City and reallocating the guard forces when a servant reported that Zhou Ju Chao requested an audience, which took him by surprise. The crowd nodded slightly, and the man continued, "Do you possess an identity token?" Bai Fan casually produced a blue token, waving it before the man before stowing it away. The blue-clad man immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the holy son of the upper gate." As they exchanged the playful banter of children, time seemed to rewind to the day they first met. With the sun setting in the west. "No, I shall not go." Jing Shishua desperately wanted to see the child. Yet she understood that the child was in a vulnerable stage. Having served time in prison, she feared that her sudden appearance might instill feelings of inferiority in the child. Out of such concern, Jing Shishua felt unworthy of being a mother. Exhausted, I lay quietly on the ground beside the once formidable zombie dog with its now deflated head. Li Jishua's intense gaze bore into me, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though my heartbeat had ceased. The persistent scratching at the door by Duo went unnoticed, drowned out by Li Jishua's labored breaths. Jing Yunxin, aware that she had to return to work at Gu's the following day, bid her father good night and lay down on the spacious, soft bed. Qi Daoming's slender fingers gently traced the cheek of Mo Shui Xian. His words and glances laced with the utmost provocation. However, he wisely turned and walked deeper into the Xianbing Great Hall before Mo Shui Xian could react. Luo Yi neither answered nor nodded, but merely cast a sidelong glance at Jian Yu, who was happily exiting the hospital room to instruct the servants. "Ezreal, I had intended to leave you with a complete corpse, but it seems you no longer desire it," In Xiu said coolly. At her age, Xiao Qingtong was still pursuing criminals in Myanmar, having never donned such a dress. However, she had a distant cousin who had told her that she wore such dresses in college but ceased after graduation. Behind the mountain, Jing Yunxin was momentarily perplexed. Since Gu Ryu had stated that they had descended from that roadway, why then did they choose to circumvent from behind the mountain? Wouldn't retracing their steps have been far more convenient? Wen Tang merely responded with a subdued acknowledgement before accepting the keys. The atmosphere within the vehicle remained unusually silent for quite some time. Finally, Jing Mashuan could no longer contain himself. He firmly grasped Han Shuer's wrist, pinning it behind her, rendering her utterly immobile. Luo, rest assured, as long as I, Lalu, am present in the Northern Alliance, nothing will befall it. Moreover, I have also brought back 3 individuals of C-grade caliber. Wang Sanhu, come over quickly, Lalu exclaimed, slapping Luo on the shoulder while calling out behind him. In the early part of the night, a sudden cool breeze swept through the jungle, dispelling the stifling heat of the evening and invigorating the spirit. This is bad. It's already too late. The rogue had already formulated a plan to intervene, one foot poised on the city corner. As the party involved, Li Nin understood that this was no mere brawl. The individual before him exuded an aura of terror. Although he could not articulate the reasons, Li Nan, with his medical acumen, recognized that this crimson-eyed man was undoubtedly a patient, a deranged one at that, whose level of menace was comparable to that of Ebola. Indeed, while human bloodlines could render the demon-slaying sword ineffective, Under the circumstances of his own tyrannical bloodline, the sword's power manifested even more forcefully. As he slaughtered hundreds in a bloody battle, all to rescue them. Before long, Lu was suddenly sensed a shift in the distant sky, vague traces appearing ominously. Moments later, two dark streaks shot up into the heavens. "I'll take care of this," Gu Yini remarked, asserting that his Qilin bloodline would protect him in times of peril. He could not fathom how Xiaoyu could feel gratitude towards Yi Wu. Yet, he understood too well. However, the helplessness of witnessing Yi Hen fall before his eyes was a sentiment he found hard to forget. At that moment, how many were squinting to observe Ling Wujiao's next move, while the black flame in Luo Chen's hand was on the verge of manifesting. Yet Ling Wujiao reached out to grasp Mo Beihua. "I'm sorry." This was uttered simultaneously by Lu Lang and Ji Yanxue after their exchange, their gazes locking. Only Zhu Nanlian remained impassive, devoid of emotion amidst the carnage that lay strewn about. Not far away, the elder from the Kunlun secret realm and several others wore grim expressions, having sustained heavy casualties in such a brief span of time. Jiang Jia found herself unable to sleep due to the raucous fans outside, who continued their clamorous cries in the dead of night. Meanwhile, the fans, engulfed by sorrow and frustration, were even less inclined to rest, causing a commotion outside Jiang Jia's door throughout the night. Chapter 57. The Cheng family has only one son. South China Base, a district, War God Mansion. After disembarking from the vehicle, Cheng Yun made his way directly to the villa. At this point, he had already refreshed himself and donned his usual attire, reverting to the much-admired son of the war god. "Young master." Upon sighting Cheng Yun, the servants in the courtyard halted, bowing their heads in reverence. However, compared to the time he returned from the martial examination, their faces appeared significantly unfamiliar. Cheng Yun nodded and pushed the door open. "Yinner." Upon seeing Cheng Yun, Lu Chunyan rushed forward with a worried expression, enveloping him in her embrace. Clearly, they had received news of the ambush on the new recruits from the Awakening Bureau. "Yinner, you scared your mother to death. It's all your father's fault for insisting on you." The remaining individuals fell silent for a moment, unsure who initiated it, and, like marionettes, moved to kneel beside Lu Buxi one by one. Lu Jin Fan provided no further explanation. Beneath his pale visage lay a hint of insidious cunning. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, evidently quite pleased, as his thoughts aligned with Gao Lan's. Faced with the cunningly described Kushan army, one must recognize its weaknesses. By restricting the enemy's movement and severing their supply lines, even the most cunning adversary would ultimately succumb to defeat. The bullhead let out a sound of surprise, evidently caught off guard by the spirit he had shaken from Lin Yiyuan's essence, which possessed such formidable power, causing the iron chains to loosen the celestial sword. Launching forth towards the azure dragon. "Does it hurt?" Suddenly sensing the delicate figure beneath him stiffen slightly, the man paused in his actions, kissing her soft lips gently and inquiring softly. Upon arriving at the city's criminal investigation headquarters, a rather handsome officer stationed there revealed a hint of hostility in his gaze upon hearing that they were seeking Yi Hongling. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bullet holes appeared in the car's windshield, yet it did not deter the vehicle from crashing between the police cars. The occupants within had long succumbed to death from the bullets that struck their heads. News of Yan Liang's army returning reached here, prompting the guarding general, a 7th rank named Guocheng, to emerge and greet them. His position was significantly inferior to Yan Liang's. However, his knowledge far surpassed that of Yan Liang and the officers around him. Gong Sun Yu lifted them all up and placed them on the sofa, then beckoned the waiter over to escort the 5 individuals into the spacious RV he had driven. Song Pingyan, Han Yu, and Zhu Qixiao arrived in 3 separate vehicles, while Gong Sun Yu commanded the proxy driver to follow closely behind him. This seemingly superfluous display was, in fact, a strategic build-up. Once a weakness was identified in Lin Yi, he could strike with the force of a thunderclap. Though live broadcasts were taking place in various locations outside of Jiangzhou, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the public. After walking a few hundred more steps, a contingent of infantry emerged, numbering around 100. Without question, these troops were the vanguard of the front lines. Yang Yi turned to glance at the youth, who appeared around 15 or 16, emaciated to the point of frailty, lacking any semblance of vitality, with pale lips that indeed resembled Aladdin from the tales of the Aladdin lamp. Though Yang Yi noted that few stories from the fairy tale world adhered closely to the original narratives. Upon hearing this, Mijuz could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, her floral grace undulating. Tian Swansea, observing from the side, found himself captivated, sighing inwardly. Should being bullied by Mijuz yield such delightful scenes, I would willingly endure it multiple times. Although his charitable endeavors stemmed from genuine intentions, if such benevolence could also convert into points, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. In truth, Li Lingyi recalled this plot as well. Later, a fierce battle erupted between the CCG and the Bronze Tree at the precinct, yet no significant achievements were made. As apart from Jason, none of the higher-ups of the Bronze faction were either killed or captured. "See, you're at it again. Didn't I tell you countless times? It's nothing but pure affection." Zhang Qinyu gently shook her head and smiled. Magic treasures are ranked above magical artifacts, typically wielded by cultivators at the late stage of Golden Core, and their numbers are scarce, with crafting them posing considerable challenges. Not every Golden Core cultivator possesses one, hence, most opt for superior-grade magical artifacts instead. At that time, both were stationed in the training battalion, mere recruits, constantly at odds. And their combat drills were always conducted as a group. Naturally, Ani was loath to recall this, as she had never once emerged victorious, leaving her spirits in a dire state. Indeed, you might wonder what purpose I serve in this world. My aim is to unify the beast clans, and the Water Dragon tribe shall be the first to bend the knee before me. You ought to feel fortunate for this. Although the tone of Ubo was unremarkable, the underlying authority in his words was unparalleled. I entwined my arm with his, the damp fabric of his attire now slightly dried by the chilling winds. Surely, he must be cold? After all this time, I had chosen to place my trust in him. And now was not the moment for any shred of doubt as we sought unity. In my heart, he was a good person, and that sufficed. Gongsun Zhu's countenance instantly adopted an air of gravitas. Since Gongsun Shiner returned to the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Zhu had showered her with affection. And thus Gongsun Shiner held him in profound respect. Xia Jian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Just as they were beginning, they encountered a financial setback, leaving him apprehensive about what lay ahead. However, since Chu Ning entered the household, Tang Baiyu had regarded her with disdain. Things had been somewhat bearable while Tang Feishu was present, but with Tang Feishu often away wandering the world, Chu Ning bore considerable hardships alone within the Tang clan. From the prowess and battle history exhibited by Dao Wuhui, Gu Qingfeng understood he was no match. Nevertheless, as a martial artist, one must not shy away from challenges, especially considering that Dao Wuhui typically engaged opponents of a lesser realm. Listen, a vehicle approaches. Lu Xinghao focused his senses and pricked up his ears, discernibly hearing the roar of an engine resonating through the mountains, growing ever closer. Chapter 58, The Opening of Wu University. South China Base, District C, South China Wu University. Occupying an expansive area, South China Wu University nearly enveloped the entirety of District C, its entrance characterized by a magnificent beast bone, purportedly crafted from the skull of an A-rank calamity beast. As the school season commenced, the entrance of Wu University was thronged with people. A small fraction were new students reporting in, while the majority were curious onlookers. After all, gaining admission to Wu University practically guaranteed that one could surpass level 20 upon graduation, or even attain higher levels, for ordinary individuals lacking resources and superior talents. Achieving level 20 within 4 years proved exceedingly arduous. Some among them were introduced by acquaintances. And although Guiqing's reputation was not yet as illustrious as Yuan Gun's, the latter's decision to meet Guiqing was significantly influenced by the esteem held for brother by Yen of Shijia. As the myriad rocks were shaken apart by spiritual energy, a colossal, pitch-black chasm emerged atop the desolate mountain. What do you wish to convey? This was the first utterance from Yang Jiehua upon encountering EMO. Even now, Yang Jiehua could not comprehend why she had spoken thus. Nor could EMO fathom the reason behind his own astonishment. Though he harbored a sense of wonder, he kept unvoiced. At this moment, however, Yang Chun appeared remarkably tranquil amidst the depths of the dense forest, as if he had become an integral part of the trees themselves. As though under the weight of such immense power, he had entirely melded into this world. Xu Minglei was taken aback by this revelation, but at that instant, the spiritual pearl he clutched erupted with a brilliant light. As the luminescence illuminated the swirling black mist around him, he felt his body being ensnared. Zhuamu Yang meticulously adjusted his outer garment while surveying the surroundings, a slight smile playing on his lips. The air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, the unmistakable scent of the vibrant roses adorning the table. An inexplicable churn rose in her stomach. She discarded the magazine and rushed to the restroom, retching violently over the toilet, yet producing nothing. Shinjun unleashed a flurry of punches, the two shadows of his fists colliding midair. With a resounding boom, the impact sent Shinjun hurtling backward, crashing into an icy tree and tumbling to the ground. Having already sustained injuries from his earlier battle with Bing Song, and with Bing Chun having surpassed the Tiana realm, Shinjun's own cultivation, resting at the 6th tier of the entry realm, rendered him no match for Bing Chun. Very well, you may leave now. I will inform you shortly of the direction to take. This call ended within a mere 10 seconds. I wish to discuss the selection of the new spokesperson for the God of Green Light. Yang Jiajin was indifferent, fully aware that Xian Xiue would undoubtedly reject the previous suggestion. However, if it were for work, she would likely find it difficult to refuse. As long as she desired to keep her position, he was confident she would acquiesce. This included the recent contract from Tongming Technology Group, which Zhang Man found hard to fathom how Lin Yi had managed. It seemed that any unforeseen event surrounding him was hardly surprising, for he was, after all, a composite of unexpected occurrences and surprises. The Luan family had long since waned in comparison to the Lu family, especially following the demise of Luan as patriarch. Summer Taifei's elder brother, which left the Luan family akin to a once mighty eagle, now crippled and fallen from the cliffs, unable to rise again. The emperor had concealed the news regarding Yining City, leaving the border populace unaware of the events transpiring there. This was also why the emperor had not openly dispatched anyone to hunt them down. Surrounded by a blanket of pristine white snow, the biting winds howled through the desolate landscape. It was exceedingly remote, and without knowledge of the location, one could easily become lost. The faces of all the assassins turned pale in an instant, and several of the mentally unstable individuals stumbled to the ground, their expressions resembling that of the dazed. The flames ignited by the phosphorus hand grenade exposed the wielder to the sniper's line of sight atop the crane tower. "I need to get dressed." Her words carried a hint of lethargy, clearly indicating that at this moment, Jiang Jiayi was genuinely reluctant to engage with Song Qiaofan. Abaddon had sworn an oath to the Lord of Hell, Satan. He was unwilling to become the subject of any rumors or to provide the other 7 demon kings with leverage against him. By the end of the day, Lin Yi found himself enveloped in fatigue, primarily due to the mental strain he had endured throughout. At that moment, he could no longer bear it and collapsed into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, the relentless pursuit of the 9-headed demon accelerated, closing in on the flatbed truck, intent on crushing it beneath their might, while the soldiers aboard began unleashing a torrent of firepower. If Shui Zijing had indeed been killed by Nalan Shusheng, then this email would have vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, Lien Haiping's figure suddenly materialized from another direction, cloaked in dark demonic armor. Wisps of demonic energy surging from his shoulders, relentlessly repairing the arm eroded by the black winds, visibly regrowing before the naked eye. Upon seeing the entirely unfamiliar visage, Gu Lingji feigned surprise and turned to inquire of Lin Yue behind her. After consuming the voice-changing pill, Gu Lingji's voice transformed into a melodious and pleasing tone. Aside from the similarity in speech patterns, her voice had become entirely distinct. Perhaps startled by Gong Yecheng's unexpectedly heightened voice, several nurses standing nearby were momentarily taken aback. Failing to respond to Gong Yecheng's inquiry, evidently shocked, she approached the opposite side of the large bed, and the moment she lay down, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her. She inwardly mused that Gong Yecheng truly understood the art of indulgence. Lien Haiping's heart raced with anxiety. This was the first time in centuries he had felt such trepidation, even more so than during life-threatening moments. He sensed that his fate was being manipulated by an unseen force, leading him step by step to this very place. Then, he pointed his sword at his forehead. A flash of white light erupted, and one by one, specters howled forth, encircling the peak of the mountain, forming a formidable protective formation amidst the cacophony of countless wailing spirits, their might akin to the crashing waves of the ocean. Chapter 59. Is an SSS-level talent equivalent to a divine talent? Ignoring the gloating around him, Cheng Xing swiftly approached Chen Yifei. Sensing someone nearing, Chen Yifei slowly rose, his eyes still clouded with slumber. "Brother Fei," Cheng Xing greeted with a smile. "Brother Fei, is it? That seems rather forced," Chen Yifei replied with a chuckle. "Hey, it's almost our turn to take the stage." As Chen Yifei stood, those around them released their previously restrained auras, each one revealing their levels. Eager to ensure he noticed them, some went so far as to display their attribute panels. Cheng Xing was taken aback by their eagerness. Casting a hurried glance to discern the displayed attributes, Yi Chun, wary, retreated swiftly to avoid the 2 red lines from intersecting. However, one of those lines relentlessly pursued him. Should Yi Chun halt, it would inevitably catch up. Although Zheng Xiuyan had mentally prepared for this situation, and Xunyo's sudden words caused even her, typically composed, to turn away. He glanced at Ziying, a slight smile gracing his lips. With his current combat prowess, even without utilizing those eyes, he could easily defeat Ziying. Signifying that many future matters could be managed without her intervention, he could shoulder everything alone. In an instant, Elika and the pale-faced Junbai flickered through his mind. Confronting Junbai's helpless agony and Elika's fervent desire to reunite with her mother while aspiring to be Yaim, this identity swap would undoubtedly inflict severe emotional turmoil upon them. Li Donghe had left him with a bountiful supply of elixirs, sufficient to concoct 6 batches of 5th-tier pills, ensuring he could remain in the Hidden Dragon secret realm for an extended period. Yet, these individuals seemed to be waiting for Yi Ji to turn, their gazes fixed upon her in silence. Yi Ji, surprised, noted that each of them bore varying degrees of torment. Almost everyone stared blankly at the foolish killing god. Even Jessica, who had been struggling, had finally calmed down. "When did you come to know?" Yan Huang exclaimed in frustration, wiping the cola off the screen with a paper. "The world you speak of refers to the stars, correct?" After a lengthy silence, Yi Chen finally lifted his gaze. His hollow eyes now completely devoid of light, the glimmer of struggle that once flickered within them extinguished. "What? Are you an idiot? Didn't you invade the system before? How can you have no information related to the research department?" Yan Huang said incredulously. He had once dreamed of possessing such abundant cultivation resources. Otherwise, he would never have dared to undertake those risky endeavors. Feeling Jiang Song's gaze upon him, Liang Shitai's heart raced, causing his movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Tiger Tooth shot him down from his steed. Subsequently, Tiger Tooth gestured, and the Qin army surged forward, binding Liang Shitai tightly. Zheng Qingxia and several other acquired martial artists resolutely expressed their intention to return and assist Lu Tianming. If this young master were indeed a newcomer from the outside world, it would be impossible for him to communicate in ancient language right off the bat. After all, those who understood ancient dialects were exceedingly rare in the 9 realms. This suggested that he was, in fact, a native of this painted world, speaking only in ancient tongues. Some occurrences, unless witnessed firsthand, would leave a lingering doubt despite the most extravagant claims made by others. Get lost. If we're breaking up, just break up. Don't act as if I can't live without you. The thin monkey spat on the ground. Thus, they hardly kept in touch. And their meetings were few and far between. The last one seemingly occurred over 2 years ago, on the day Granny Lin passed away. After assigning him the matters of the back mountain, the discussion had nearly concluded. He didn't allow Lin Muzin and the others to leave, instead offering them some delicious treats such as homemade jerky and aged tea. Have you not realized that you are merely a pawn, a piece under someone else's control? Lioli's words resonated deeply with him, though he understood that the truth still needed to be uncovered. I know you've seen its hidden place already. Su Lioli replied with a hint of pride, gazing at Mo Xuanji's relaxed demeanor and confidently inquiring. After speaking, Li Suyu turned to leave, leaving Du Ming, who wore a bewildered expression. Du Ming surveyed the elixirs with her azure eyes and, after ensuring their safety, swallowed one and utilized Earth Escape, gradually sinking into the depths of the earth to meditate and heal. It was impossible for the allure generated by one's cultivation to surpass the allure of the dragon pattern secret order in absorbing essence. Now, it was unfeasible for a swift return to peak condition. Miyamoto Musashi took a deep breath, no longer suppressing his anger. With a gentle draw of his long blade from his waist, he gripped it firmly, holding it in front of him. Originally scheduled to assemble at 8, Mu Xiaoyang arose at the break of dawn to practice martial arts, have breakfast, and then meander near by Yi's door, occasionally coughing to urge her. Upon hearing Shi's explanation, Su Yi suddenly understood. However, he found himself disagreeing with Shi's assertions. The one capable of garnering the dragon's following was surely no ordinary individual. The Tian Yin martial king undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. This was the advantage of enhancement. No wonder everyone pursued higher realms, each transformation proving to be vastly different. Chen Yu mused to himself, subsequently employing the 3 harmonies finger, which he could now refine with greater finesse after his advancements. Then, without any time for contemplation, the world froze. Zhe Jin's body suspended in midair, all motion ceased, including that of the elemental biological army. Then, a bizarre occurrence transpired. Time seemed to regress gradually, and everyone's trajectories were continuously rewinding. The lords of Mo Yang City, including Enruli, Yang Bufin of the Yang family, Lei Ming of the Thunder God Martial Hall, Melee of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, and other familial heads, had all arrived at the battlefield well in advance. Did my mother bring anything for me? After being away from home for so long, it would be a lie for Li Tianyang to claim he didn't miss his family. He unconsciously inquired of Umo, aware that among those present, his parents and grandmother would only send messages or gifts through Umo, their future daughter-in-law. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone injured? The Grand Elder's first observation upon awakening was the fear-stricken countenances of her disciples, some of whom bore severe injuries. To prevent him from languishing at home in despair, and considering that one loses power, like Prime Minister Zhang, it was believed that Lord Du lacked self-respect. Ziyun, however, was not in a hurry. Within his spiritual awareness, he spotted a guard clad in armor riding a magical beast towards the center of the city, shortly followed by others emerging, mounted on a flying magical beast carriage. Chapter 60, The Divine Sun. Divine Talent? Cheng Xing stood frozen, clearly taken aback by this unfamiliar concept. You hail from Area H. It is understandable that you have not heard of it. The existing talent level system recognizes SS as the highest, while SSS is a mere fabrication, akin to an urban legend. Unlike the urban legends that are fabricated, the scholars who study related fields have explicitly proposed the SSS level hypothesis, which signifies a divine talent. However, the effects of such SSS level talent are indeed astonishing, and those awakened with divine abilities are referred to as the reserve deities, though I prefer their more colloquial designation as divine children. Alas, Chu Huainan, you scoundrel, how dare you strike at Jiang Longfei? With a furious roar, he charged at Chu Huainan. Wen Shun, witnessing Yi Wei's fist barreling towards him, found himself unable to react in time, hastily crossing his arms to shield his head while swiftly retreating. ZZZZ, my esteemed friends, are you seeking the decree of the Sun Emperor? Huh, I happen to have brought it for you. This voice, neither warm nor cold, reverberated in the ears of the crowd like a chilling breeze from the abyss, plunging their hearts into the depths of despair. During this time, Li Shuefei inquired about my parents, but I could not divulge the truth, fearing she would be unable to bear it. In fact, it was not only her. I too struggled to accept this reality. Uncle Yun is feeling unwell and will be temporarily absent. I hope Elder Sun will not hold it against him, Yun Feng stated, though his dissatisfaction was evidently palpable. A surge of hatred, emanating from the depths of one's soul, ignited into a fervor of defiance that would rather perish than yield. Yet they refrained from striking, casting a glance at Wei Dong as if awaiting his command. Due to Chen's need for preparation, he had previously instructed Lin Yidi to amuse herself until he arrived to contact her again. Killing, you and I must inevitably clash. Since it has come to this, I shall grant you your wish today. With that, Lu Chun unleashed a formidable aura, brandishing the long-dormant fire cloud sword, and in an instant, he teleported forward, striking at the avatar of death. Upon turning, Tang Chung was met with sudden darkness as a pair of colossal, menacing claws lunged toward him. The heavens dimmed, as if the entire world were about to be ensnared by those claws. His exquisitely handsome visage, reminiscent of a celestial star, paradoxically exuded the essence of an hourglass. At least in the face of the current predicaments, the fundamental essence of these matters was indeed present. Regarding Nan Gongming, though Nan Gong Jinshuan resided in the mountains, he had heard whispers of his exceptional prowess. Even among the elite of the foreign clans, few could rival him, a pride of the Nan Gong family. In the very next instant, amidst the thunderous roars, a massive and grotesque shadow emerged from the clouds. I do not comprehend. Could you elucidate further? Lin Xiao cautiously voiced his doubts. Though his inquiries were veiled, the stakes of life and death necessitated clarity. As they drew closer, the trio realized that the formation outside Yuan Wing Mountain bore but a thin layer of magical barrier, yet its thickness was uniform and its magical essence profound. Had it not been for the emergence of this spiritual treasure, the barrier would have remained unyielding, as even the combined efforts of Chang Min, Jia Yin, and Zhuan Ti could not breach it. The aroma of herbs lingered thickly in the air, and faintly, the sounds of the old eccentric and Sa-Du's quarrel drifted from outside. Thankfully, this unexpected occurrence transpired in time. Otherwise, I would have remained in forced slumber for an indeterminate duration, allowing that rascal Mo Han to wreak havoc. What has come over him? Repeatedly engaging in actions that lead him to his own demise. He was so absent-minded that he failed to notice the typically lively Jiang Xiaoxiao had fallen into an unsettling silence upon seeing the photograph. Wherever they tread, no beast dared to obstruct their path. Even those of royal lineage instinctively parted ways, for only with immense strength could one wield such unrestrained authority. After a brief pause, the expansion of the fireball seemed to decelerate, and its outer flames began a languid rotation. The glazed holy hall bore a blue and gold plaque inscribed with 4 gilded characters at its entrance. The script identical to that on the square stone tablet by the banks of the primordial lake. Yet this palace appeared as though embedded in a shroud of darkness, resembling a 3-dimensional mural unfolding before one's eyes, evoking a sense of unreality. Upon hearing this, Wu Kai chuckled and responded, "Sister, thank you for your blessings. Let us depart. Wang Wan is still waiting for you inside." With that, he ushered Dong Yu through the back entrance of the renowned Five-Goat City into the tavern. The aura of death enveloped all sailors aboard the submarine in those final seconds, the terror of mortality causing many to feel breathless, with some already exhibiting signs of asphyxiation. The submarine trembled violently, accompanied by the sound of steel grinding, as alarms blared throughout. "Yi Chun, I believe the predicament Zhang Yun faces is the gravest. Should this investigation remain unresolved, the hundreds of billions tied to Bai Gui Yuan will surely go to waste," Shen Fei remarked. The fox spirit's lips quivered, snuggling closer to him, turning her gaze toward the window, which revealed nothing but a few rays of dawn piercing through the curtain's seams. The secret dealings and assassinations had already been communicated to me. First, I express my gratitude for your cooperation with my subordinates. Without your assistance, none of my loyal followers might have survived to return. Elder Qin began with a few words of thanks. Yao Guan smacked his forehead, cursing his own forgetfulness for neglecting the tide timing, and turned towards Sang Sanar's residence with his hands clasped behind his back. It did not take long for them to arrive near Tiannan Island. Through their spiritual perception, they sensed not a single deity present, only the emperor, who was currently immersed in serene cultivation. Yun Qishi placed the memorial document aside, perched herself on his lap, and re-wrapped her arms around his neck, her smile betraying her delight. Chapter 61, The Secret Realm. Cheng Xing wore a look of astonishment, for upon entering this chamber, he observed that his experience points were increasing at a rate of 1 point every 3 seconds. What is happening? Was it not said that experience could only be gained by vanquishing disaster beasts? Cheng Xing inquired with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. But this is the experience secret realm. On the first floor, you gain 1 experience point daily, and with each subsequent floor, your daily gain increases by 0.5. With the highest, the 9th floor, yielding 5 points a day, Chen Yifei explained with a yawn. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing was taken aback. Thus, he need do nothing but reside in the dormitory for 100 days. Damn it, that accursed Ing Xia Zong has managed to acquire a fire-type dragon essence. How infuriating. Before we could commence our celebrations for this victory in battle, Ouyang Ju received a message from the Tsang Wolf. His countenance contorted with rage as he clenched his fists and shouted at us. Boss Mu Yi. As Mu Yi and Jiang Yi approached the area where Wu Xin, He Shi, and Han Ming'er were located, He stepped forward. Awakening, Zhou Tian took several deep breaths. His garments were drenched in sweat. Utterly exhausted, he lay on the tree trunk, with only the strength to breathe remaining, reluctant to move even a finger. This battle continued until dawn, with Ying Xiong captured by Kuan Pong. In truth, Ying Xiong had evaded capture, but was betrayed by the young boy he had coerced. At that moment, tears finally streamed down her face as she lifted her hand to gently caress Nalan Yinran's chin, bolstered by the effects of the blood sacrifice. The damage inflicted by blood strike soared, and as it rained down, militia was sent flying. Before I could continue my assault on militia, that scoundrel 7 kills launched a spirit phantom strike, propelling militia even farther away. The common folk picked up stones and mud, hurling them indiscriminately at Shur-un and his companions, while the more impassioned among them charged forth to engage in physical altercations. The Liao King, however, tightly shut his eyes, as if overwhelmed by some profound stimulus, waiting for the moment to reopen them, which seemed to imbue him with newfound vitality, his gaze shimmering with intensity. Consequently, the two individuals slowed their pace, adopting a leisurely attitude akin to that of a scenic excursion, thoroughly at ease. As for the realm of demons and monsters, even if he were to venture there, his abilities would be suppressed to a level below the heavenly tier, rendering the endeavor seemingly futile. What if he were to be counterattacked? Lao Wang's punch exuded an unparalleled air of dominance, surpassing the countless strikes he had unleashed moments ago. Yet, just when he believed victory was assured, an ethereal blue light flickered around him. The exalted celestial eye could also be likened to a simpler example. Pressing one's palm on a soft clay, the clay transforms under pressure, leaving an imprint behind. However, his younger brother was remarkably resilient, enduring for a full 2 days, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Just as I pondered this, the coffin lid was suddenly thrust upward, accompanied by the nauseating stench of charred flesh. If it were myself, even 100 Lu Taichuan would be reduced to mere dust by that single sword strike, leaving no trace behind. If technology could truly advance to such a degree, who could guarantee that humans could not live for hundreds or even thousands of years while retaining their youthful appearances? On the streets of Shouxian, Wang Zhina and Wei Jie each led a horse, strolling leisurely down the thoroughfare. Wang Zhina suddenly expressed a hint of admiration, commenting on the situation. Yin Mingming's words stirred Wei Jie profoundly. If his misunderstandings with Xie and were truly mere misconceptions, resolving them would usher in a clear and serene sky, free from further worries. When Fang Yu wielded his technique, an influx of spiritual energy surged towards him, wildly flooding his being, transforming into true essence that energized the erase operation. Sun Quangdao leapt to grasp the hilt of his sword, emanating an icy chill that sent shivers down the spine. Nearby, Zhang Xuemin's phone rang. His late-night snack delivery had just arrived, prompting him to hurriedly don his slippers and head downstairs. That accursed individual was utterly formidable. Liang Xiao dared not rise, concealing his presence to avoid drawing Apusu's attention and provoking another assault. At this rate, there might soon be no safe ground left along the coast, necessitating their retreat. Connections become increasingly expansive with use. Mr. Colin Powell, as the fourth in line to the helm of Washington, undoubtedly possessed significant power. That night when he returned to deliver the keys, he had truly resolved to sever all ties with me, had he not? The most bustling areas outside were the self-serve barbecue and farmhouse-style restaurants, reputed to offer a plethora of game from the mountains, and this was precisely where Su Ran and his companions had arranged to meet. Regretful though it was, he swiftly retrieved the gun, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the tightly shut wooden door. As a renowned martial arts master, Yi Songlong was well aware of the existence of warriors. Even at his pinnacle, he had attained the realm of a consummate fighter. After the gust of force, chaos reigned. The ground uneven and littered, with earth upheaved and roots of various plants laid bare. The moment the door closed, the fleeting lapse of vigilance and fear rushed back into his mind. Douglas shivered violently, his suddenly taut nerves rendering his limbs stiff and cold. The only thought that could still function was the primal urge to retreat, desperate to escape. Su Melling blinked, watching as a modest yet substantial amount of food vanished into Luo Chen's stomach. Such a sunny disposition left Luo feeling somewhat helpless, yet it was still commendable. After all, youth should embrace a positive mindset. The ancient tree demon sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, thumbs rubbing against each other, displaying no inclination to touch the dishes that had been presented for over an hour. Upon Lu Chu's inquiry, he nonchalantly uttered 2 words. Douglas's body was suddenly enveloped by a layer of viscous black liquid, a manifestation of humanity's most sinister and insidious desires, corrosive in nature. Hissing as it contacted his skin and slowly dissolving it into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh mixed with blood. Upon returning to the cave entrance, those who remained were struck with fear at Fong Bin's appearance, their breathing markedly subdued. As they loaded their weapons, Luo Yi took the initiative to pull out his sniper, the shot cleanly striking Han Feng's left leg. Some who had initially come to witness the duel could not help but glance at the resounding call, their attention drawn to the wares displayed at the stall. Antonia's handsome visage appeared troubled as he looked down upon him. After a few seconds, or perhaps dozens, a fragment of memory flickered back into Douglas's otherwise blank mind. When it came to truly mounting horses, only Xiao Qingran and Lu Jihan elegantly swung themselves onto their steeds. This was akin to the ousting of some founders and veterans from a company after its public listing. Here, we shall not delve into the rightness or wrongness of this matter, but merely analyze the causes that led to this process. Chapter 62, Climbing the Ranks for Academic Credits. So, it seems your department is quite similar to mine, isn't it? Cheng Xing pondered aloud as he listened to Su Yanran and her companions recounting details about their respective departments. The only difference being that their descriptions were more detailed than Shunifei's. While it was said thus, one ought to consider who your department head is. Do you realize how many individuals have strained themselves to gain Lord Zhuke's guidance? Su Yanran retorted with a hint of exasperation. Cheng Xing, what do you plan to do next? Chu Yanyan glanced at Cheng Xing, her curiosity piqued. Me? Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment. After engaging in deeper discussions with Su Yanran and the others, his direction became markedly clearer. To upgrade, my father bore an expression of confident assurance. Though I remained uncertain of the source of his confidence. However, his assertion suggested he possessed absolute certainty. The previous occasion in the Demon Emperor Valley, by Rushuang's urging, I had spared Qin He once. Next time, it would not be so easy to negotiate. I was taken aback. Then an overwhelmingly perilous aura enveloped my entire being, prompting me to instinctively toss the command flag aside. A thunderous explosion resonating as I felt a massive wave of heat propel me backward, crashing heavily into a sea of blood. His head was crowned with white hair. Frail and aged, a towering figure from the Li family, now bowing in deference to a youth barely 20 years old. Both Li Jinyuan and Li Qiuli bore expressions of profound sorrow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Xin, the proprietor of a food company and the current boyfriend of Yi Kaiwei. He spoke while extending his hand to tightly embrace Kaiwei, the intent of which was unmistakable. Chen Luo thought to himself, that wretched fellow clearly did not trust me, arranging for ninjas to ambush me here. Ren Xiaoyao was cunning indeed. Hee, anything is acceptable? Luo's face lit up with a mischievous grin upon hearing my words, her gaze shifting towards me. Her eyes started from my face and began to explore downward. Further and further down. I confess, I fully admit, I am indeed a deceiver, my sole intention being to extract a bit of pocket money from you all. However, this time, I truly did not foresee encountering a ghost. What a stroke of misfortune. Under the immense pressure of fear, the corpulent Taoist finally divulged the truth. Yet, at such a critical juncture, how could I possibly faint? Just moments ago, I had exerted every ounce of my strength to severely injure General Niu. If I did not seize this opportunity to eliminate him, would all my previous efforts not be in vain? Apart from the guide dispatched by the patriarch of the blacksmith clan, Yang Yi declined the grand farewell procession arranged by the clan leader. After all, the patriarch of the Jingjin family likely loathed him for this. Was he so naive as to believe they were oblivious? Subsequently, the five of us, myself, Meiqi, Old Lu, Ruan, and Zhao Xingtian, stealthily infiltrated a large supermarket located at the very heart of the service area. Brother Hui, cried by Yao Yao as she rushed out, her gaze darkening at the sight of the formidable group hovering over the entrance on their flying cranes. She too was aware of my role as an observer of hearts, which meant it would be easier for me to gain her trust, was it not? As time trickled by Yao Yao gazed towards the horizon, where a faint glimmer of light seemed to beckon, rising to call out to Shenxi. Zhuge Bai spoke at length, and it was only then that I comprehended. That place harbored not only a mountain range, but also an entire city. The individual who had just entered was able to do so because the main control was set to allow free access. Why not do this? Take some money from home and sneak out. Lu Jing remarked unassumingly. The moment those words reached Ma Shan's ears, a jolt coursed through him, rendering his facial muscles completely rigid. They were not Wang who, unaware of the intricacies, nor could they speak on his behalf. They could only watch helplessly, consumed by anxiety. Moreover, there were no peculiar instruments such as furnaces, branding irons, skinning knives, or fine wires. Dongxiang Pingbalang felt a deep pain within. Yet he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. So, later on, that Sikong Lintian surrounded you with thousands of soldiers? The two were discussing the harrowing experiences of Su Yuanxing and Wang Baobao in the Icewind Valley. Under Su Yuanxing's embellished and somewhat exaggerated narration, Yan Ming felt a shiver run down her spine, thoroughly stimulated. Stop. Suddenly, a crisp and delicate voice rang out, cutting through the throngs of people until it reached Qin Feng's ears. Nini, don't be afraid. Your brother is here, Shijiao roared, crashing fiercely into the somewhat smug Lion King. My lord, someone from Cao Cao and Yenzhou has arrived. Long Fei and Dian Wei each grasped a rope, with Chun Dao trailing behind, propping up a plow. They had arrived before dawn and had already plowed more than half the field. Jiang Gan hurriedly approached, clutching a letter from Cao Cao intended for Long Fei. Jiang Cheng and Du Lacey exchanged glances. This fellow was indeed quite forward. Before they could utter a word, he had already stepped forward. At that moment, I finally understood why AI Shuang had guided me to this garden. It was evidently because the entrance to the Dream Pavilion was situated atop this palace wall, prompting her instinctively to lead me here. Reflecting on that fateful battle with the three elders of the Sword Fortress in the Icewind Valley, where I nearly met my end, I now believe that should I engage in combat with them again, the one to perish would undoubtedly not be me. You are Zhao Hengtik, the commander of the 16th Brigade? Wang Jinyu gazed at the handsome man before him with disbelief. Moreover, since Jiang Chuan had merely glanced at it and declared it a fake, his identification skills were clearly 100 times superior to those of the so-called Master Lu. Being with Lu Zhiqing had no other implications. His impotence had nothing to do with her. Yet if she were to speak the truth, it would raise suspicions regarding her relationship with Lu Zhiqing. At this moment, a frail and disheveled old man named Tang hurriedly slipped into a basement. Despite Shun Jiqiu's fearlessness, she was taken aback by the series of events. Her complexion turned pale, and her strength waned, prompting her to instruct the security to call Yanlin and Ho Ziyuan. A figure stepped in front of Daya, proclaiming, "You must go, or else I shall bring her here." His gaze radiated an unmistakable authority. As soon as the words left his lips, Ing Ruofeng lunged toward her, delivering a palm strike infused with full inner strength. In the face of such a perilous blow, Bai Ying did not retreat. Jiang Chuan nodded, and the two walked silently towards the corridor. Before long, they had arrived outside, with Su Jinxiao present. They could not discuss official matters, so Shun Jiqiu rose, preparing to leave, while Shang Ziqian, with nothing pressing, decided to accompany her, offering to see her off. Song Zhe called out several times, yet the ethereal figure continued to weep softly, seemingly oblivious to the call surrounding her, thus turning to Cheng Xing for assistance. Chapter 63. Good news. The newcomer has been found. Bad news. He is level 23. Upon glancing at the names on the leaderboard, Cheng Xing furrowed her brow. According to customary patterns, Cheng Yun should have made another appearance by now. Following that, she would likely be met with cold sarcasm or incite others to criticize her. As Cheng Yun's ranking was announced, gasps filled the martial arena, with nearly everyone searching for his whereabouts. It is worth noting that level 20 is the minimum graduation standard at the Martial University. Those with slightly lesser talents or lackadaisical attitudes typically only manage to barely reach level 20 upon graduation. The fact that this newcomer had directly attained level 20 was indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, despite their efforts to survey the surroundings, they could not locate Cheng Yun. At this moment, Cheng Yun, formerly the leader of the demon army, had survived longer than the Thunderous Ape, and thus knew well that the Demon King level Thunderous Ape had perished due to the backlash from the Demon Blade. Zhang Yinzu chuckled, "After this round, I shall quit." As he spoke, he assumed an exceptionally standard stance at the billiard table. Currently, He Jingyi was in a state of madness. It was no matter for Gu Junhan, a man, for he was tough-skinned and resilient. However, should Xia Qingming be harmed, Gu Junhan could not guarantee what extreme measures he might resort to. The gaping hole created by the malevolent statue seemed to be forcefully torn open by an invisible hand, growing ever larger. Recalling the time when Xiao Xiao arrived in the eastern continent, finding him by the shores of Tianjing Lake, releasing the rosemary to aid him in restarting the celestial spirit, Li San returned to the station with physical evidence, and subsequently continued to search for missing persons using DNA comparison technology. Therefore, after Zhao Longxiao concluded his conversation with Ayanami Fujimi, he headed straight towards the southern part of the city. For the superhuman laboratory was situated in the suburbs of the south. Residing there would facilitate the commute for the research personnel. However, the Gulu had already been taken away by Deshur. How could we possibly ascertain his situation? The others were momentarily at a loss. Throughout this journey, she was acutely aware of the numerous challenges that lay ahead. What awaited her in the western continent? And why had Gu Junhan also ventured in that direction? Xia Qingming strained to listen to the conversation outside, her head throbbing. It seemed that the plans for tonight would be thwarted. At this moment, Zhang Deseo realized that she might not return home with her head held high as before. Yet, she was truly unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. Originally harboring no grievances against the Liu family, Zhang Deseo now found herself harboring resentment towards them due to this incident. However, at that time, this demon did not know that the world was called Ta Huang Tian. Everything in that world fascinated him, compelling him to embark on a journey of exploration. "Humph, you scoundrel. If you have the guts, don't evade me. Face me like a man," Yang Xiaofan exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger in his voice. In a fleeting moment, he had already traversed several hundred miles. To his astonishment, he had yet to encounter any peril. Could it be that the disciples of the Four Seas Qiongong truly had no intention of provoking him? He deliberately left his sentence unfinished, casting a fervent gaze towards Chuxiao. The latter found herself at a loss for words, her expression faltering as she realized her right hand was still clasped in Xinyu's palm, prompting her to hastily withdraw it. In the dim confines of the narrow prison cell, only the unconscious Su Lily and the cloaked Sloat remained. Without further delay, Su Lily smiled warmly and extended her delicate, fair hand towards the other party. Upon hearing this, many around exchanged glances. For today was the joyous occasion of the Departure Wind Festival. His words seemed rather ill-timed, yet upon reflection, the inquiry was not entirely misplaced. With a sharp command, both palms struck out repeatedly, stirring a tempest within the carriage that dispersed the lingering fragrance of cherry blossoms. The detestable pirates attempted to seize the pirate's foot, but before Weiss could react, the pirate's second-in-command mercilessly delivered a kick toward him with all his might. As for whom to sell to and how to negotiate the sale, that was the concern of the other party. His sole responsibility was to ensure the delivery of the goods, alleviating your worries. Regarding the matters surroundings with Jin Ming and the other officials who lost their positions due to his actions in Xingyang town, Wang Qianhu had no desire to become entangled. Thus, following his past habits, he deemed it best to eliminate anyone who appeared out of place without hesitation. Forget it, just strike me, Zhang Juanhao sighed in frustration. Despite his weakened state, he should have been resting to recuperate, but alas, what could he do when he possessed this rare blood type? Yet, witnessing Wu Mingyang's vexed expression, Li Jie, who initially intended to pressure Tubo into withdrawing their troops, found his thoughts shifting toward how to eradicate Mang Songmangzhen instead. Meanwhile, the indigenous people held a bonfire gathering, where nearly everyone encircled the flames, joyously singing and dancing. Over the fire, whole cows and sheep were roasted, their golden fat sizzling, filling the air with a rich aroma that wafted from afar. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth in anger, stating, "I will send someone to handle this immediately. And I will take care of the bodies as well. Is that satisfactory?" Having taken many lives, Xiao Jian's team was experienced in such matters. Thus, the dim-witted tiger demon found itself engulfed in chaos, torn between its desire to grow stronger by consuming humans and its urgent need to locate its offspring. Bewildered by the unfolding situation, in mere moments, Tang Zhao's aura erupted like an explosion, surging upwards. Before the cold steward Han Wu could react, Tang Xiao's cultivation had soared to the 3rd level of the Tianxian realm. Poor Gao Dekai, although possessing some martial skills, was no match for Lu Ming, who sent him crashing to the ground with a kick. Zhua Zongtong, decisive in his actions, waved his hand, prompting 2 rows of soldiers to roughly escort the kneeling English soldiers out of the square. Chapter 64, The Wu University Forum. Is this the privilege of leaving the academy? To move into the secret realm building upon enrollment? Yang Jian and the others crowded into Cheng Xing's dormitory, curiously examining their surroundings. Each had individually experienced the sensation of idle gameplay, leading them to exclaim in awe. The treatment of the sole outstanding student was indeed enviable. Those from other departments would not be able to move in until the following day, and without credits, they had no means to secure accommodation. "I never expected you, Cheng Xing, to be a new student from the departing academy," Lin Yan remarked with a chuckle. "I imagine the school forum must be on the verge of exploding. Those eager to challenge you must be utterly dumbfounded." Yang Jian, through his peach blossom eyes, observed an elderly woman on the Naiha bridge. Frail yet exuding an air of authority, she was the boss of this level, Meng Pa from Fengdu. After clearing the battlefield, Zhang Peng and Lin Luo and their companions had gathered substantial rewards, including several crooked machine guns, not to mention an ample supply of other weaponry sufficient to outfit an entire team. "Fan Go, let us head to the Peach Blossom Illusory Mirror," Yun Duo shyly suggested, noting that not everyone was present yet, lest jealousy arise among them, leading to unnecessary conflict. This object resembled a wooden seal, measuring an inch square with a sharp spike atop it. He bent down and lightly poked the face of a suited, ghostly soldier. "Forget her. We have a shoot this afternoon. Let's hurry and touch up our makeup." During the midday break, they filmed scenes for everyone but Li Shui. By midnight, the outside world had fallen silent, the clamor and pursuit fading into oblivion. While serving in the military, they were all exemplary soldiers, initially hoping to work as bodyguards for wealthy individuals upon discharge, aiming to earn substantial sums. That will be a hassle for Captain Zhang. Zhang Peng's suggestion brightened Lin Luo's eyes. Their base at Hu Tiger Mountain was in dire need of supplies, and joining a guerrilla force appeared to be the most suitable option for them. Such a fork in the road was not easily resolved. A short distance ahead lay another similar divergence, and after several choices, it became difficult to ascertain which path would lead them back. The enchanting demoness possessed the ability to obliterate metal, yet regrettably, Go Longshao fought unarmed, and had yet to find an opportune moment to unleash her powers. Lu Feng wore a perplexed expression. Although he was a scion of the Lu family, his exposure to the world was exceedingly limited. The items provided by the Lu family contained no records concerning this realm of time, making this his first encounter with such knowledge. To what extent is their power? Are there cultivators in this vast world capable of countering them? Shi Jinshan inquired. 6 minutes. When the 6 minutes elapsed, Lu Feng had completely extracted the essence. In that instant, although many had developed immunity, they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in astonishment. If this were true, it implied that the insect king residing here had acquired rudimentary intelligence, capable of collecting materials suitable for crafting. Hong Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Engaging in virtuous deeds is paramount. Begin running now. When you can no longer flee, you shall practice your craft there. No matter where you are, You must never take a life. Or prepare your own coffin. Sir Rodriguez, what transpired? Levi did not lower his guard despite the results of the probing technique. He raised his hand, signaling for a halt while quietly inquiring. The spiritual vein beneath the water had been drained by Cheng Xing, and this spiritual pool had been nourishing the body for 5 or 6 days. To continue soaking for further nourishment, they would need to wait a few more days. Mu Feng stood suspended in midair, his expression serene, as he tightly clenched his palms. A radiant bloodlight flickered across his body, emanating a powerful force that surged forth from within. Sun Wukong declared, "Cloud somersault, now?" At that moment, the cloud somersault arrived, and Sun Wukong and his companions took flight. However, I won't concern myself with the details. As long as someone is willing to pay your fines, that's all that matters. The traffic officer quipped, shaking the citation in his hand. As the two walked and laughed, they casually enjoyed dinner at a restaurant. By the time they emerged, the city was aglow with the early flicker of lights, and the vibrant hustle and bustle of the neon-lit metropolis had commenced. After the old woman finished speaking, a creature flew out, a blood-red cursed insect, its hue mirroring that of the old woman's garments. Oh, what troubles could there be? Isn't there a free laborer like Shimen here? What is the issue? I assure you, we are all family. Why not take advantage of it? No need for formality, right? The bottle did not allow Lu Jie any chance for refusal and insisted with relentless persistence. Having confirmed that the opponent was undoubtedly a martial artist, yet uncertain of their strength, he could only regard their capabilities as unfathomable. Even if he were to engage and win, he might not reap favorable rewards. Should he lose, it would lead to irrevocable consequences. Pingu, you have been in a deep slumber for 5 days. We were terribly worried. If the doctor hadn't assured us of your well-being, we wouldn't have known what to do. Pang Zhong reiterated. Just then, the tea was ready. Qin Hao took out a large wooden ladle and steadily served each of the three a bowl. You need not fret. That is my responsibility. I will ensure he agrees. Pu Zhongping said, a slight smile gracing his face. If Lin Jie truly possessed such formidable power that even the Hanwu society could not contend with him, then he could only hope for the best from the other party. The formal Dragon Tiger tournament is merely a fair contest among the warriors of the Tiger ranking. Scheduled for the year's end, the competition lasts a month and is held annually. Not quite. I have just recently completed the transformation, and there are still many aspects that require testing. For now, I find it cumbersome to utilize, so I have refrained from doing so. Fengchen shook his head. He had little inclination for such matters, though he still possessed some trump cards. Under the relentless assault of the Xia army, the Tang army retreated to Nanjun, then to Mianyang. The Xia Navy had completely seized control of all waterways from Dongting Lake to the Yangtze River's estuary. Over the past 6 years, she was framed. Her spiritual roots shattered, endured pregnancy and childbirth, and suffered the scorn and disdain of others, painstakingly managing to raise her child to adulthood. She spoke lightly, as if considering the fate of all humanity, yet Li Yang did not perceive him as benevolent, whether to thwart the plans of the demons or for other reasons. This Zhu Beiji was far from the altruistic facade he presented, showing little care or regard for humankind. Are you certain you possess pure divine crystals? Chen Changxing did not let this matter slip from his mind. How could someone like Xiling Tian, who came from a low-level continent, have access to pure divine crystals? This puzzled Chen Changxing. Only Hua Yi, Haima, and Zhong Yun managed to revel in feasting and drinking under the starry sky, accruing considerable profits while secretly delighting in their fortune. There was no alternative. Nations around the world could only begrudgingly accept it. As this enhancement potion was one of a kind and could not be replicated, what could they do? Originally, Han Yu was not very familiar, being merely a self-appointed guide. If he trusted him blindly, the risk of suffering greatly was substantial. An overwhelming tide of countless spectral soldiers descended in an instant, with blades, spears, swords, and halberds filling the sky. With Godzilla's massive frame and sluggish speed, evasion was impossible. He could only endure the onslaught. Chapter 65, C-Class Talent, Mimetic Disguise. It wasn't until late at night that the disheveled Chu Yin and her companion finally departed after tidying themselves up. After watching them leave, Cheng Xing returned to his computer. He adeptly accessed the forum and typed in the words bloodthirsty bamboo worm into the search bar. As he clicked search, numerous related posts appeared on the Wudao forum. There were quite a few. Cheng Xing perused each post, and a thought emerged in his mind. Chen Yifei's words from the previous day lingered vividly. The exposure of the SSS class talent secret would be detrimental to him, particularly not knowing whether anyone in the world could discern another's panel. Aluka had awaited his arrival for quite some time. During this interval, he had sufficiently prepared himself to confront Xia Jin's terrifying allure, lifting his gaze toward the cosmos and sniffing in her direction. While lost in thought, he casually waved his hand, shattering a massive stone hurtling toward him. The insect demons were not particularly strong. In one-on-one combat, most cultivators could slay them. The current dilemma was the overwhelming number of insect demons, rendering many cultivators unable to engage in one-on-one battles. Had it not been for the humpback whale taking him in, he might still be homeless, let alone have a chance encounter with Hui Li. Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware that the 20 million taels of silver were likely irretrievable, as they had never been in his possession but had fallen into the hands of those behind him. In truth, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect had long known about Lin Yi and Chu Qingyan's affair and was aware of Chu Qingyan's deep affection for Lin Yi. Thus, the remarks made were merely for show. Ba, Master Wang, I have sensed hostility in the voice of the Buddhist disciple from Tianlong Temple. The monk Xinjian emerged from the side hall. A group led by Wang Hao hurriedly arrived at the cell of the Grand Princess of Beiyan. All right, third prince. You are the best. We will discuss this matter later. Can we avoid affecting my pursuit of the fugitive? Wang Hao said earnestly. This was the only submarine still operational. Utilizing fuel from the other 8 submarines, they were preparing to board this vessel upon departure. The swift winds executed several sharp turns, disorienting the enemy's judgment. As it accelerated toward the camp center, which housed not only over 100,000 new type soldiers, but also 100,000 ordinary soldiers. They would never have imagined that the two who exerted such effort to charge in were merely seeking their demise. Even the newly manufactured goods would not exceed 3 million in price, let alone second-hand items procured through connections. As Shun Wei spoke, numerous figures emerged seemingly from nowhere. Led by Master Zhang Xiong and Master Qian Bao, revealing that the old subordinates of the 4th young master had also arrived. Surprisingly, they had not noticed, indicating there was still much for them to learn. Initially, the most common blessings of life included stone armor, mind fire, power blessing, wisdom enlightenment, guardian, and enhanced mental shield. It's fine. That orchid is so valuable they wouldn't dare destroy it. As long as the orchid remains, I will find a way to locate it. Shin Mo had long anticipated this. The orchid was nurtured with his divine energy, making it exceedingly easy to track down. Even with his mid-stage internal strength, he did not fear such trifling external forces. However, when Shun Mo faced 9 foes, the formidable strength he exhibited left him inwardly astonished. The soldiers immediately raised their rifles at Wu Wei. Although they aimed their weapons, they doubted whether their arms could pose any threat to the demon before them. With Fang Jin currently at around 3,000 health points, while the damage was significant, it was not enough to be insurmountable. Yet, thanks to this strike, the magic blood skeletal spirit's health inexplicably increased slightly. No need, Princess Yulan interjected, having been sufficiently frightened by those horrific scars, unable to bear to look further. You grew up in the sea. You're just a piece of seaweed. Luo Feier shot him a glance before attempting to pass Tian Tian to him. Yu Yao and Zhao Jun followed closely behind, entering a separate room entirely made of reinforced glass. However, she was certain that President Xiao would never admit it. He would probably scold her, advising her to refrain from harboring any unnecessary thoughts. Ultimately, no matter how prestigious the school or how esteemed the teachers, if the student lacks diligence, it is of little consequence. Conversely, if a student possesses a fervent desire for self-directed learning, they will inevitably excel. A few magnificent steeds and a carriage, suddenly, like the wind, galloped across the grasslands, vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust that lingered in the air for some time before dissipating. Witnessing a dozen or so illegal immigrants, their hearts were filled with indignation. The audacity of someone slipping away unnoticed and being apprehended by the superior was nothing short of a testament to their incompetence. It appeared he truly bore a heavy burden. I sensed an enigmatic force within him, and once that power erupted, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps this was the reason he refrained from exerting his full strength. Mu Ziyu remarked. The telephone emitted a series of beeps, and Gu Jiumu fell into deep contemplation, earnestly reflecting on the implications of Coco's earlier words. Rong Ku and Chu Ci exchanged glances, both registering the astonishment in each other's eyes, before feigning nonchalance. As time slowly trickled by, even outsiders could palpably perceive the transformation enveloping Meng Erjua. Damn it, you bring trouble upon yourself, and you dare to stare at me? Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine as he met Li Jian's venomous gaze. Recalling these moments, Yu Tu broke into a smile, her subtle grin captivating, her enchanting eyes brimming with anticipation. The following afternoon, upon returning home, Dao Er was taken aback to find his wife and partner departing, evidently prepared for their journey with packed suitcases. Beckenbauer, of course, understood the situation, yet he could not allow the Mardi Bao Lions to take advantage. The Kaiser insisted on operating at the Bundesliga internal price, but the club maintained that Zhuiyang did not qualify under that rule. In the midst of this stubborn negotiation, Beckenbauer sensed something amiss. As a nearly 30-year-old man psychologically and a 13-year-old boy physiologically, Hong Ming admitted that while he had witnessed scenes that ignited his blood with fervor, they were almost overwhelming. Sashimi invigorated the soul, stripping away the soul imprint that had been inscribed upon the soul gem. The individual opposite, endowed with divine retribution, sensed that the soul gem had slipped from their control, allowing them to breathe easier and exchanging a knowing glance with the commander behind them. Chapter 66, The Virtual Scoreboard. No sooner had the words left his lips than the scene before Cheng Xing shifted once more, the surrounding environment markedly different from the first encounter. This time, Cheng Xing concentrated intently, unleashing his sense of danger to encompass a radius of 1 kilometer. As he moved cautiously, an invisible aura of murderous intent was immediately detected. In the blink of an eye, as the sound of rushing wind approached from above, Cheng Xing, as if forewarned, swiftly sidestepped, evading the strike of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, and in the same motion, drew his blade. Sword chi. With a silent incantation in his heart and a swift motion of his arm, a blade of energy descended upon the insect's limb, leaving a grotesque gash in its wake. The stench of green and decay permeated the air. After merely sampling the broth, Wang Ning set down her spoon, focusing intently on her son, who was devouring his meal with fervor, her face alight with satisfaction and joy. Fang Shiyuan was equally obedient, occasionally serving vegetables into Wang Ning's bowl, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The wild grass on the northern playground had completely withered, some even adorned with white frost. In the winter afternoon, it appeared more desolate than ever. Although the malevolent forces were detestable, those of righteous standing spared no effort in their extermination. Yet the results were minimal. The wicked were not foolishly waiting to be slain. Despite the intensity of the attacks, their power was still too feeble, rendering them ineffective. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with derision. The remaining 6 suddenly came to their senses. The previous strike from Jinghai had instilled fear in the blood demon, presenting them with the perfect opportunity to escape. They simultaneously harnessed their supernatural abilities, flickering through the air before vanishing into the distance. Witnessing the elders express such sentiments, the young man clad in a white sword robe stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting towards Zhao Jiuge. Though his tone was respectful, his demeanor bore an air of provocation, his gaze towards Zhao Jiuge brimming with eagerness. I am well aware of the enmity between the Qiao and Wei families. Xia Yang's expression remained as calm as still water, appearing unfazed, as if nothing could alter the placid countenance upon his face. Much like Phil from the Star of Death, unable to escape that virtual divine realm, he could only exist within the confines of the Star of Death's virtual world. As such, everyone perked up their ears. Aside from Sun Haiping, who seemed oblivious and continued to stride forward, the others readied themselves to listen to the broadcast from Longxiao's radio. With such a tempting offer, it was no surprise that many would come. Coupled with the favors Qin he had bestowed upon them recently, it would be unreasonable not to show up. Upon returning to the dormitory and activating the defensive system, Su Zhao contacted his elder brother, Su Heir. Shui Yin had never been so close to a man before. Feeling as if electrified, a faint blush creeping from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. In the rear, only cultivators of the virtual truth level were qualified to vie for the superior spiritual veins within the canyon. Those at the nascent soul level were utterly unqualified to even approach. It could be said that only those who had previously interacted with him, such as Ming Bing and Li Yong, were privy to his hidden cards. He could not comprehend why he had not taken the time to observe her before. She was so understanding and so delightful. Just as Lin Erling spoke these words, Lu Chong and the others turned their gazes towards the couple. This peculiarity made Su Shi feel somewhat unsettled. His elder brother, who never knocked, had today surprisingly learned the courtesy of knocking, and with such politeness. Glancing over, it was evident that Empress Xiao was curled up within the bathtub, her flawless, fair skin fully exposed, presenting a stark contrast to her usual regal attire. Luo Xiyun gritted her teeth. The thin embroidered shoes provided no protection for her feet. The sharp pain from her toes made her wish to roll on the ground in agony. There was no dissent regarding this. The newcomers bowed thrice before the tablet of Xiaji, followed by Xiaji Xing and Xin Qingqing, culminating with Sun Jingshu. Lu Tianqing sighed at this, observing Sun Hanhua before speaking directly. A man in his 60s, wearing spectacles and clad in a black clerical robe, emerged from within. Sword light cleaved through gods and demons alike, as if one strike could obliterate the heavens and split the sky. Under that single stroke, nothing could impede. Not even a deity could escape annihilation. What is happening? Del Anthony found himself perplexed. This individual had previously reported any issues to the superior of the police system. Why now would he report to himself? Xin Ping spotted the mountain peak and felt a sudden stir within, amidst the verdant vines cloaking the summit. A black branch abruptly flickered into view. Startled, Xin Ping wished to scrutinize further, only to find he had missed it, as though it were merely an illusion. At that moment, Huang Ji awaited Lu Tianqing and the others in the hall, and as they appeared, he hurriedly approached them with a respectful demeanor. How is it possible that the papers correspond perfectly, yet neither Master nor Brown's names appear? The atmosphere turned somber, and Li Da could distinctly sense the temperature dropping, a tingling sensation enveloping his entire being. Outside the Lu family's gate, Lu Yunlong, accompanied by several clan leaders and servants, hurriedly carried offerings as they made their way outward. When they reached a thicket of woods, they abruptly halted. Your Highness, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I am merely here to safeguard you, Ron stated with an unwavering countenance, beginning to admire his own ability to lie with such composure. What are you staring at? Qinjing huffed, noticing Chun Feng's unwavering gaze fixated upon her bosom, accompanied by an audible tsking sound. The ground heart milk had only just taken root, and a swirling mist of milky white emanated, merging the fractured earth around it, as a hazy vapor burst forth, causing the vibrant medicinal fields to radiate with resplendent brilliance. Peng Chang, initially preparing for a concert rehearsal, seized a moment to call her, fearing her flight had already arrived, hoping to meet her in time, only to be met with her frigid tone. Chapter 67 Rating, SSS. Beast of Calamity defeated. Time of battle, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Rating, S. Virtual hunting points, 3. Your virtual hunting points, 43. Will you continue hunting? The interface that Cheng Xing brought forth prompted him to take a deep breath, revealing a satisfied smile. As the thrill subsided, a wave of mental exhaustion washed over him. Despite the simulator's lack of physical toll, the intensity of the battle had taken a toll on his psyche. Glancing at the simulator's timer, which still indicated several hours had passed, Cheng Xing resolved not to continue. When the training room was originally constructed, the walls were designed with layers, flanked by concrete and brick, with a thick iron plate in between. Class, Van Gila queried, looking at Lin Xiao in confusion, pausing his actions to lower his massive head onto Lin Xiao's shoulder. Yulu nodded gently, choosing silence as she gazed out at the flowing clouds through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting on the events of the past few days. With a look of urgent concern etched on her face, Yulu leaned her head against Ming Nan's chest, worrying that her excitement would prevent him from allowing her to see her father. Little did she dream that this person, whose ancestors had resided in True New Town and served as an assistant to Professor Okido for several years, was actually a spy for Team Rocket. Suddenly, a black and white pair of colossal sword energies materialized beside the Ghost King, the two instruments' sword formation. This was an alternate sword formation that Su Zizhan had re-established after the three talismans sword formation, meticulously documented in the Supreme Tao Te Ching, which did not require Su Zizhan to painstakingly comprehend it piece by piece. Is her martial arts a result of your teachings? Although Gu Fu possessed limited martial prowess, having resided in the Imperial Valley for a considerable time had sharpened his perception. Sun Manmei could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling Du Jingqing, prompting her to caution Ji Yulu. The establishment of the Yang Investment Company was remarkably straightforward, led by Robert as the general manager, who then recruited the necessary staff. No need for formality. It was a mere, trifling effort. The man sat beside her, assuming she was already aware that he had transported them to the hospital the previous night. With a swift chop, the axe fell, severing another thick rope. Lin felt a surreal heat coursing through her throat as the world spun chaotically, drenched in crimson. Feeling lightheaded, she fought to keep her eyes open, using her last ounce of strength to dial Gu Zian on her phone. Tang Tang understood that she could not fight alongside Gu Yi. She merely wished to avoid causing him any trouble. They were cornered by a throng of reporters, encircled tightly. In contrast to Master Zhang's exuberance, Feng Shi appeared much more composed, only exhaling in relief after sending the individual away. Hey, let's head back. Be sure to inform your teacher about this. Chun, disregarding Marshall's thoughts, hoisted his body onto her shoulder, sprinting back to the encampment without a glance at what had transpired behind. After grasping the basic situation, Lin Yao joined Gao Yining in the property's surveillance room. The dog rose, gripping the skin on Luqian's nape, slowly and unsteadily dragging her toward the opposite side of the road. Moreover, with the regent now wielding absolute power, any wise individual would recognize the necessity of appeasement rather than opposition. Presently, a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the municipal sports hall, the flames having engulfed the interior yet not yet breached the exterior, a testament to the commendable fireproofing of the facility. Since you all intend to leave, would it be too much to ask someone to inform me how to depart? You interjected. However, Ingjun did not anticipate that the moment Hazy departed, several eager individuals would simultaneously approach him. Ultimately, a muscular fellow intimidated the others away and smugly settled beside him, reaching a hand toward his seemingly inexhaustible funds. The aura emanating from the five guardians of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth was remarkably formidable. Was the formation of the five elements not even more extraordinary? A loud shout resonated as Lu Yun suddenly charged from the side, brandishing a long sword that deftly deflected the glinting weapons. Tian Ming recounted events from the moment Gai Nye took him, referencing occurrences at the Qin Palace, which involved Ding Zheng, to whom he had referred as father for several years. After speaking, she did not await his response but turned to board the carriage. Only after lowering the curtain did she clasp her chest with a flushed face, alternating between laughter and sorrow, her emotions tumultuous. The square-faced man huffed derisively, his gaze dripping with disdain, offering no response as he strode past, pouring himself a cup of hot tea and consuming it in one gulp. Since you have come, why ask further? Jiang Ziyuan, filled with indignation, slightly raised the gun's muzzle, aiming it at her forehead. Then you may hand over those scoundrels to me. I have a fondness for such scoundrels, Xiao Wei remarked with a grin. Goodness. Ing Jun and Long San both rolled to the ground, seeking refuge behind a tree as bullets thudded against the trunk with a dull thump. If you choose not to leave, it matters not. I can speak before you. Lei Ting's attitude bore a sense of recklessness, indicating her resolute determination. Unanimously, the soldiers' eyes ignited with fury, as if ready to unleash the flames of their pent-up rage. However, it was Yenyu's words that struck Xiao Cixi as particularly remarkable, recalling how inconspicuously Xiao Wanqi had disguised herself at that time, yet he had still recognized her. Among the 12 individuals, 4 were researchers, while the remaining 8 included 6 Special Forces operatives from the 8th Division and 2 core personnel from the same division. After so many years, if the Crown Prince had any interest in you, he would not have waited until now, the Minister Lu advised. Yet she quickly came to terms with the reality that she could not stand by his side, finding solace in her friend's happiness. Mu Nanju cast him a glance of exasperation before snatching the chopsticks from his hands, resuming her meal in silence. Inside the classroom, an oppressive silence prevailed, as everyone was left in a state of disbelief. After all, Su Lu's method was astonishingly extraordinary. Whoever has harmed my son shall pay with their life. They must die, Anren roared in fury. Certainly, the bullets differ, as do the lengths of gun barrels and the densities of human muscle, resulting in distinct sensations. These blood shadows, in their tumultuous rush, transformed into grotesque blood demons, each draped in crimson, wielding weapons of war, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. Among them were several items of level 75 golden equipment with commendable attributes. However, they were not suitable for Qin Haonan's profession, thus he collected them all. As he continued to gather, the last item he stumbled upon was a purplish-red heart of the desolate city spider. This posed no challenge for Xing Shachen, who, having effortlessly lifted the flower pot, naturally possessed the means to relocate it. He once more concentrated his energy, and his hands shimmered with a golden hue. Employing the method of refining tools with one's primordial spirit. Chapter 68, Leaving the City. Cheng Xing glanced at the score, inhaling deeply, and finally a satisfied smile graced his face. He had achieved an SSS rating. Throughout this simulated battle, Cheng Xing had managed to defeat equally leveled calamity beasts solely with basic attacks. Congratulations, Awaken Cheng Xing, for obtaining an SSS rating. Earn credits, 100 points. Credit balance, 390. Would you like to announce this school-wide? As the settlement interface closed, another screen simultaneously popped up. Witnessing yet another influx of credits, Cheng Xing nodded in satisfaction, promptly declining the school-wide announcement. After a week of anticipation, the crowd outside the virtual hall had changed several times. Approaching the door, Lu Yuding reached out to knock, only to be halted by Jiang Han. After listening intently to the silence within, which felt eerily deserted, Jiang Han shook his head at Lu Yuding, then produced a wrist blade from his pocket, holding it at the ready. Despite the myriad high-tech inventions within the Crystal Palace, weaponry remained rather rudimentary. Rifles and handguns were considered formidable. It was not as if they had traversed into a game, embarking on some quest mode. How coincidental that the cruise ship card appeared at such specific moments. Currently, in Wushan County, the black market price for 100 coins could only be exchanged for 3 copper coins, and the more one tried to exchange, the more likely the value would plummet. This meant that as long as the exchange rate in the black market remained stable, theoretically, for 100,000 coins could still be traded for 12,000 copper coins. But Cheng was astute, and Wuxian was no fool. Due to the erratic tones and timbres, the crimson glow in Billis's eyes intensified, prompting many of his surrounding priests to kneel, murmuring praises to the great deity. The crowd peered intently into the darkness ahead, suddenly catching a glimpse of a colossal silhouette flickering into view. 3 days swiftly passed, and it was clear the city could not remain sealed indefinitely. Thus the gates were opened. Christopher blinked forcefully several times, redirecting his attention from the glowing points on the screen. Consequently, productivity would inevitably decline significantly. However, Sun Kuang managed operations adeptly, sustaining the army's expenses, while the burdens on military households multiplied exponentially. The Qing army's personal guards were utterly flabbergasted by the scene unfolding before them, their minds consumed by panic. Chaos reigned, with some even beginning to shout in alarm. By the time I registered the change in my surroundings, the cave had started to brighten, and it was then I realized that what I had been stepping on was not branches, but rather a series of pristine white bones. Years ago, in a bid to protect the Mianxiang fire triad, the major leaders collectively decided to heed the orders from Tiandu, a decision that served merely as a temporary measure to avert the flames of war from engulfing themselves. As the saying goes, fortune turns. That Songlong society would demand command authority for themselves, which was entirely reasonable. Pollen was driven to the brink of madness by my words, glaring at me with resentment before she descended downstairs, presumably to change her attire. I offer you 4 words: understanding, communication. You must grasp that men are creatures of immense pride, the master cryptically stated. Let me accompany you. After all, Nanxiang Qingfeng has aided me on several occasions, and I am keen to witness the emergence of the hidden healer in the national district, I suggested. Unexpectedly, Xia Xingxuan approached without a glance to either him or the lion, seemingly indifferent. Li Yijie was plagued by suspicion. Had the earlier peril been merely a figment of his imagination? Regardless, this was certainly not an opportune moment for discourse. It wasn't until Lu Qian had ventured far that he remembered to pursue him. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon him. In that moment, the once ambitious young master appeared extraordinarily weary and profoundly disheartened. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Guijia donned a sorrowful expression, appearing genuinely aggrieved. If this were the 21st century, such a performance by Guijia would undoubtedly earn him an Academy Award for Best Performance if witnessed by any director or talent scout. Rest assured, Song Yi chuckled. Addressing the superpower system, I possess an extraordinary ability for performance, do I not? The Tiger Demon King was elated, astonished by his profound fortune. First, he discovered the Wuzhu treasure, the 9-li pot, and now he had unearthed the 7-hole Linglong heart. But master, if you do not go, the Bai clan and the Baiwei kingdom will consider you an enemy. Yu Ping expressed her concern. Yet, she noticed that Yin Junfeng remained oblivious to her presence. Seemingly in a meditative state, she contemplated approaching him, but upon taking a step, she hesitated, crouching slowly to observe him intently, gazing blankly. After descending to the lower realm, she did not wish for the noble name of Xianyuan to be tarnished because of her. Thus upon leaving the upper 3 realms, if anyone inquired about her name, she simply replied, nameless. The call from the elderly matriarch of the Yu family was abruptly terminated, and Yu Tianjiao felt the weight of despair. Chun Jingji entered the Taoist temple, which had been meticulously cleaned by Yi Qingzhu, devoid of any unpleasant odors. He settled in a stone chamber, sitting in tranquility to cultivate. As he channeled his power, starlight began to emerge from his brow, gathering above his head, the starlight accumulating until it transformed into a resplendent radiance. The Summer Emperor belonged to the second tier of the imperial hierarchy and was considered strong within that level, having lived for quite some time. However, it was well known that his lifespan was dwindling. Below, the duel between Qin Yu and the Void Beast had reached a fever pitch, albeit invisible to the outside world. Of course, this is my sister Wei Zixuan and her good friendly Yuntian. How is it you find yourselves together? Wei Zian inquired. The god-slaying cloud sky, with its profound and ethereal gaze, finally shifted ever so slightly. The big guy is correct. Wherever I appear, it will not be long before the Peacock Night Shatterer arrives. Only after excavating most of the divine stone within the passage did they set off towards the bottom of the corridor. However, the sealed war god was helpless. As due to the sealing of their bloodlines, the Dragon Clan and the other 2 clans could no longer utilize their most potent techniques. Consequently, this sealing rendered the Zhuke the most formidable family among the 4 divine beasts, leading to the current arrogance of the Qingke. The brilliance captured by Master Mu Bingfeng did not struggle. Instead, it gently erupted with a soft poof, transforming into countless specks of light that gradually coalesced into a line of text in the air. Witnessing Lu Yu's actions, the tense atmosphere in the arena began to subside. Yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm, with the true spectacle yet to unfold. The Phantom Cube? Lan Duoduo pondered, for she had never heard of such a thing. Observing this scene, Morongju, the head of the Morong clan, could not contain his anger and delivered a fierce kick to the nearest strongman of another clan, sending the unfortunate Morong warrior tumbling several times. Chapter 69, The Hunt for the Bamboo Worm. Upon nearing the outskirts of Y City, Cheng Xing found a relatively intact courtyard and parked the vehicle. After donning his backpack, he surveyed his surroundings, skillfully selecting a vantage point to overlook the disaster-stricken areas surrounding Y City. Nestled among the mountains, Y City was encircled by verdant forests, with glimpses of a small county town barely visible. Cheng Xing took out a map, familiarizing himself with the terrain, as becoming lost upon entry would be quite embarrassing. Surely, the members of the killing cult would not be present this time? Cheng Xing stroked his chin, suddenly recalling the often encountered presence of the killing cult. They ought to be more subdued lately, he mused, thinking of Su Haoran, who had been lamenting to him incessantly these past few days. As if a colossal shadow had cast itself over his world, causing him to shudder at the lingering chill of early spring. After experiencing a slight discomfort, Mu Hong felt his resolve wavering and took a small step back, finally discerning Zhang San's appearance. At that moment, Yang Huayuan was evidently taken aback by how easily his wife acceded to his request, and Che, filled with indignation, could not help but shout in frustration. When had this unruly devil ever been subjected to such cold treatment? At that moment, standing before him was Zhang Dong, who had taken the place of Du Jinxiang, a warrior of the 7 deadly sins known as greed. After Wang Jin departed, Zhang San led Yang Tai and the others towards the city outskirts. Along the way, he inquired about their findings for the day. Even passers-by below could not help but pause and look up, eager to discover what had transpired. The words she spoke, transmitted through the wristbands worn by the 2 genetic warriors, incited an anger that darkened their faces and thickened their necks. She truly regarded Selena as her friend, and now felt a pang of sorrow for her. On that day, Zhang Dong, unable to locate Bian Yuanhang, had no choice but to return to his rented accommodation in Xinjiang City. The feathered god soared into the skies, and under its wings, the sunlight vanished, leaving the heavens shrouded in ominous clouds. Su Qinfei spoke no falsehood. Among the data on these individuals, to be honest, she had only scrutinized Xiao Wei's information in detail. for he was the seed candidate for this selection, while the rest were merely glanced over. Remembering their names was already commendable. He had not anticipated that Colin would be so concerned for their safety, nearly sacrificing his own future for them. Iana was astute, possessed considerable strength, and knew how to leverage her beauty, displaying remarkable patience, even willing to submit to her mortal enemy, allowing herself to be controlled and toyed with. After a fierce struggle, Zhao Xian evaded the relentless pursuit of Talon and Katerina, reporting the intelligence to the government of Piltover. The ground around him trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with stones rising half a meter high. Curiously, Am's impact did not trigger the castle's defensive mechanisms. Zhu Yaoning strode directly toward the weapon rack, prompting a hush among the spectators, all eager to see what she would choose. Before long, the doctor arrived and, after thoroughly examining the elder Zhu, confirmed that he had merely fainted due to a surge of anger, allowing Zhu Huazhong to summon assistance to move him. After the competition, Lu Shua deliberately sought a place to await Yao Ming's emergence, hoping to engage him in conversation. Upon hearing this, Li Teng's expression shifted, unable to conceal his discomfort, and he shook his head with a wry smile. After the demon emperor concluded his remarks, he did not linger but departed immediately, causing Bei Tanghong to display a look of urgency. Though Bei Tang Yanqing had only instructed him to deliver a message, Bei Tanghong understood that if he could negotiate successfully, he would undoubtedly earn great praise upon his return. Su Fang's words implied that Yuan Song should strive diligently in his training. The man she desired must be a true hero. To fulfill this promise, I, of course, dispatched a significant number of personnel to assist the Wugui in construction, for as the saying goes, many hands make light work. In just a few days, a vast expanse had been enclosed within the main city of Gawu through the collaborative efforts of over 200 individuals. As Yuan Song descended from a height of over 20 meters, he suddenly burst forth with spiritual energy, momentarily slowing his fall before continuing downward. This pouch of powder was neither poison nor anything extraordinary. In fact, it was merely the most ordinary chili powder. When Han Yueqiao entered the room with tea, Bei Tang Yeshuan couldn't help but beam with delight. At around 4 in the morning, Zhuozhu arrived at Gongfan's territory, lit a cigarette in the car, glanced at his phone, set an alarm, and then lay down to sleep. Lin Yu was taken aback by Bai Ji's high regard for the sister Feng she mentioned, causing her expression to darken. How to articulate this? Being confessed to on the spot by a handsome man was a first for her in all her years of existence. Perhaps this indeed instills a sense of vanity. With that, Chu Feng disregarded the gazes of those around him and strolled over to the sofa, settling into a comfortable position. Lin Daoyu, just ahead lies my clan's dwelling. Would you permit this old man to announce our presence? Huang Scorpion suddenly spoke up. Wearing a light pink top and snug hot pants, Nian Chuxiao felt the gentle sea breeze lift her long hair. Yet, as all the initially anticipated outcomes steadily proceeded towards the most favorable conclusion, he realized he was not as strong as he had imagined. How about after breakfast? You take a short nap? I shall be flying to Germany tomorrow and may return in 4 days, Liamo said gently, aiming to portray himself as a good man before her. Li Yinyu's tea spectacularly erupted, and Hua Hao and Yu Yuan stared in astonishment at their master. This was indeed too unrestrained. The princess was undeniably bold, her thoughts far beyond the comprehension of the average person. However, as a grown man, it felt strange for him to hold her foot with his left hand while massaging her ankle with his right. Okai was not indifferent to her. Lu Yonglan's family background should be quite respectable, so why did he not choose her? You've lost your mind. The handsome man rushed forward to extinguish the flame of the torch he had just lit. I am weary. Prince, take care on your way out. I shan't see you off, Lung Xianning said, her brow raised as she regarded his furious countenance, which alleviated some of his daytime grievances. Cold and detached words fell at that moment. Wash up and return. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. With that, he turned and departed. Upon hearing this, Yi Yanqing, despite harboring countless unwilling thoughts, could only charge into the monster-infested forest. Yi Deshan, deeply concerned for the safety of his disciple, was the first to enter the city. Upon witnessing a group of enemy soldiers rushing towards the city tower, he shouted a command and boldly ascended the stone steps, closing in on one of the soldiers. In a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike to the soldier's temple, resulting in an immediate demise. Chapter 70, From Bird Guns to Cannons. In the disaster-stricken area surrounding Y City, Cheng Xing swiftly dispatched a bloodthirsty bamboo worm with a single stroke of his blade, then collected the materials strewn on the ground. After carelessly tossing them into his backpack, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He did not linger at the sight, hastily distancing himself from the battlefield, aware that the scent of blood could easily attract other disaster beasts. A rumble from his stomach interrupted Cheng Xing's thoughts of continuing the hunt. Utilizing his acute sense of danger, he effortlessly located a nearby spot devoid of disaster beasts. 5 days had elapsed since his arrival in the disaster area. During this time, he had begun by eliminating over 50 bloodthirsty bamboo worms in a single day, gradually increasing his daily count by 10. The long-awaited BO3 marked in Ming's first official competition with the team since stepping away from the IT realm. A faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he set aside his device. Majike, you belong to the spirit tribe, don't you? Booker's inexplicable statement caused Majike's brow to furrow slightly. Shui Gao, sensing the gravity of the situation, became vigilant. With Muzhin's appearance, matters naturally grew more complex, and Shui Gao could not allow her to wander freely outside, indifferent to the dangers. Regardless of what monstrosity might present itself, Shui Gao resolved to confront it. Rong Qian, in a state of agitation, broke into a sweat, contemplating whether to descend when a cold hand took her place. Yi Qingqing finally grasped the situation, realizing that Yali was completely lost in her thoughts, possibly flustered due to her lack of romantic experience. Although she was uncertain what the Elder of Wildfire found appealing about her, she was determined to stir the waters sufficiently to divert his attention. And he glanced at the dark lens, hesitated, then raised a hand, yet remained silent. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the watch on Ashur's wrist, his eyes glimmering with recognition, concealed beneath his long lashes, evading others' notice. However, this time, the Heavenly Tao had offered a commendable task reward to encourage Lu Chuan to seize the rules of summoning. The murmurs echoed within the room. Although Jiang Yu had lost his biological brother, his composure remained unshaken. Mo Zun drove her to a high-end restaurant, where, despite the late hour, a few patrons lingered. Who are you, that you can discern the sword energy emanating from the Xianyuan sword? As the words fell, Xianyuan Xing and Xianyuan Feiyu remained airborne, rendering Wang Chun's appearance unseen from the ground. The third, and final, instance was after the Battle of Pengcheng. Xiang Yu did not concentrate all his efforts on seizing the core forces of the anti-Chu faction in Qi, nor did he heed Fan Zheng's counsel to recuperate. Instead, he embarked on a distant campaign to attack Hebei. From that point onward, the initiative of the realm slipped from Xiang Yu's grasp. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Yi Fan, compelling him to strike with his sword. Yet, he soon felt his body restrained by an overwhelming force. Zhang Taining, taken aback, questioned, "Father, why do you speak thus?" Clearly, he felt his words had crossed a line. However, Miss Zhang silently pondered. Indeed, there was no misunderstanding. "I wish to leave. Just not at this moment." She shook her head, once more expressing her exasperation at a certain leopard's ignorance of its own fortune. Yet, this was none of her concern, was it? Yin glanced up at Hui Zhu, remaining silent, but nodding in acknowledgement. What transpired next took Hui Zhu by surprise. Yin, as if unperturbed, completed his meal and, as the second watch approached, bid her to attend to his needs for washing and sleeping. Realizing the implications of that particular term, the crowd's gazes turned complex, yet they felt powerless to voice their opinions, directing their attention towards Hui Zhu, awaiting her decision. The so-called important matter necessitated that he emulate the compassionate bodhisattva, reincarnating to rebuild. The Xian Dao real man was willing to contribute to the rise of Taoism, resulting in the later emergence of Lu Dongbin. Under the leadership of Lu Dongbin and 7 others, Taoism flourished akin to Buddhism, earning them the title of the 8 Immortals. He stepped forward slowly, meeting the gazes of all present, some filled with surprise, others with anger, and yet others with disdain. Han Xian maintained a serene smile as he met Xiang Yu's piercing stare. The art of warfare dictates, if the enemy does not move, neither do I. If the enemy moves, I must act first. To preemptively outmaneuver the adversary is to secure half the victory, though the heights of the two men were nearly identical. At that moment, Lu Suyao appeared as though he had suddenly diminished in stature. Chu Chu smiled, her expression gradually fading into a veil of cold indifference. When Lin Yi awoke, the armor had been removed. He blinked, turning his head to survey the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar cabin, suddenly realizing he was in the medical bay of a battleship. Su Sui Xian parted her lips, eager to add more, but Ji Xiao's phone rang, interrupting her. Morong Shui was pulled into the bedroom, intently listening to his explanation, when suddenly she felt a chill envelop her, jolting her back to reality. As today marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, many were occupied with visiting relatives, rendering the usually bustling tea house particularly desolate on such an occasion. Yihan dispatched a wolf insect, reloaded her magazine, and refrained from firing again. Instead, she glared at Luo Qi, stopped talking nonsense, and hurried down. "What do you expect me to do? Come up and invite you." The remaining wolf insects were few in number, manageable by the others. Liang and I shot her a disapproving glance, huffing in annoyance. "I didn't ask you to bite me. Who told you to pinch me?" Yet she still harbored doubts. The rock giant and Obito's Sasuke collided fiercely. After a moment of stalemate, they both slightly retreated. In the game of Go, the white pieces played aggressively in the lower right corner, dismantling the position. Should they retreat, the black pieces might dismantle 3 stones in the lower right, creating a situation where both sides would encircle each other, a viable but entirely different game. The middle-aged man who had just risen froze at the mention of Niuzhan Koei, slowly sinking back into his seat. The arrogance that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of dismay. Though Lin Shin was young, he was far from foolish. The inexplicable appearance of Wan Peng, along with the delivery of the Earth attribute materials originally promised to Lin Shuo, undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Hu Lu eagerly anticipated meeting Miao Miao. However, before they could meet, turmoil arose within the court. Fan Rue signaled to several close guards, who encircled from behind, blocking Hu Qing's path. Simultaneously, he positioned himself in front of Hu Qing, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 71. Amongst a crowd of fakes, one genuine item. Cheng Xing smiled faintly, not overthinking it, drawing his blade and stepping forward with seamless precision. A four-directional strike. Cheng Xing, with a dramatic exclamation, unleashed 4 arcs of light from his blade, aimed at the vital points of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm before him. Clang. As the sound of metal clashing resonated, the anticipated image of a swift kill did not materialize. Instead, Cheng Xing's attacks were entirely thwarted by the bamboo worm, which adeptly blocked them with its numerous limbs. At that moment, the limbs of the creature shimmered with a metallic sheen, and when Cheng Xing's strike landed upon it, sparks flew in response. A sudden tingling in his palm caused Cheng Xing's expression to shift dramatically. Something was amiss. As the limbs of the stick insect lifted, the extinguished flames revealed the ambushing forces of the Chao army, who had initially aimed to thwart the incoming reinforcements of the Jiaoshu troops, now found themselves engaged in combat. The sounds of battle echoed ominously into the valley. How did you find your way here? Shun Feng interrupted Qian Yulian, fully aware of Jean Linner's inquisitive nature. If she continued her inquiries, he would be doomed to forfeit his match that afternoon. Listening to the cacophony of battle cries, Su Yan felt no direct impact, yet the sound possessed an unsettling power capable of shaking one's very soul. As a formidable cultivator, his spirit was robust, rendering him impervious to such disturbances. However, had it been someone else, they would surely have found their spirit wounded by those piercing shrieks. In an instant, the blazing sun was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, transforming the parched earth into an inexplicable chill. Gale-force winds swept across the ground, interspersed with flecks of blue starlight, as if glimmers of icy particles were dancing in the air. The trees and boulders that the winds ravaged were either shattered, sliced, or splintered into fragments. This seemingly inconspicuous scrap of iron turned out to be a genuine fragment of a spiritual artifact, yet, regrettably, the internal space had been utterly obliterated, relegating it to mere scrap metal. The four sat in a circle, the chieftain exchanged a glance with Ludong Ursi, and then the three bowed respectfully to Zhao Yan. Shen Feng lowered his head, evading the peculiar gazes directed at him by the others. Jean Linner, that enchanting sprite. It was perplexing how she had managed to train these individuals to be so obedient, even exclaiming "I love you" with such fervor that her eyes sparkled with excitement. In the face of overwhelming odds, their ability to frequently turn peril into safety hinted at a predestined fate. After Su Yan concluded his discussion with the shopkeeper regarding his garments, he departed, recalling that Su Liao had offered him a residence and inquired about the way to it. Currently, Jiang Wei, still in a conscious state, observed as his body began to turn translucent, gradually fading away. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in black, who paused upon seeing Jiang Wei collapsed on the ground, clutching a half-eaten piece of black bread. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuning decided to venture outside. If she intended to escape, she must first familiarize herself with her surroundings to determine a viable escape route. Meanwhile, the families of the deceased students, along with Dai Yaohong, had received compensation from Shrek Academy. Certainly, at this juncture, Hui Yuhao was still insufficiently powerful to fully absorb the essence of the Water and Fire Dragon King's Dragon Pill. The residual power must await his strength to accumulate further before it could be absorbed. If the fourth generation achieves further refinement next time, do inform me. I shall offer you a commendable price. Yen Ming Wang refrained from mentioning joining the Underworld War Corps or other empty rhetoric, having discerned Wang Linqi's attitude towards him. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and glanced at Yang Mei Yin, noticing her gaze fixed upon him. Then he looked at Wang Yan, who was signaling him from beneath the table, urging him to remain silent. At that moment, Ling Luo Chen's eyes flickered, displaying a hint of distraction, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. Zhang Xiaohu, the transport team leader, frequently visited the office, and over time, familiarity blossomed among the staff. However, such assertions only seemed more credible to Duncan. At least they were not entirely absurd, lest they veer into the realms of sorcery and witchcraft. The absolute hidden 7-steps kill was currently Yi Tian's most formidable martial technique. As a sacred grade skill, it could hardly be deemed simple. In a diagonal corner between the control console and the sofa lay 2 guitars and a bass, accompanied by 3 movable round stools. The spaciousness afforded a sense of ease and leisurely comfort. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 4. You have attained basic permissions for fruits, aquatic products, and grains, gaining access to most farm crops. Additionally, congratulations on receiving a system gift package. Yi Tian strolled directly to the dormitory entrance, where the matron remarked, "You belong to that class. Why are you returning to the dorm so late? Come here and sign your name, and you may enter. Thinking of marriage? You must first inquire whether she consents," she said, fists clenched, taking one step, then another, towards wuxianev's home. Thus, Yinan instructed the agents at the ingredient base, "Tomorrow, I will hold an auction for the agency rights of the various regions you ran group ingredients. I hope those interested will compete vigorously." Yet, it appeared he was nearing his limit. "Hey, Injun, look, does he seem injured?" Jin Shi, resting her chin on her hand, straightened up, nudging Injun's elbow, and lowering her voice to inquire. "Yinan, I bear good news." Even over the phone, Yinan could hear Zhang Yu's somewhat excited voice. To prevent tourists from waiting idly, Su Sa and Koluo conspired to sell tickets for 3 performances at once. The first 200 visitors would be granted early entry, while those behind could enjoy the scenic beauty elsewhere. Upon hearing that Jia Yi had handed over matters to Liang Zirong months ago, Lu Qin refrained from voicing her thoughts, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Nie Yao. Moreover, Yu Yu, being the glutton she was, would certainly not purchase such a plethora of flowers that were visually pleasing yet inedible, even if she had the wealth to do so. Sheng Xiyan smiled as she watched the 4 men turn to leave, trailing behind Wu Chanwan and Wu Chaning as they returned indoors. Tang Yi, upon hearing footsteps, looked up and locked eyes with Nie Yao, about to greet her when a tall man appeared behind her. Chapter 72, Avoiding the Spotlight. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing's expression subtly altered, indicating that invisibility was not infallible. With time pressing, Cheng Xing refrained from lingering further and swiftly moved on while discerning his direction. Fortunately, Cheng Xing possessed an F-grade sprinting talent, and with its enhancement, the distance between him and his pursuers gradually widened. With the threat of pursuers behind him, Cheng Xing abandoned the idea of returning to the vehicle. Upon reaching level 20, the speed at which awakeners and disaster beasts erupted was significantly superior to the acceleration of vehicles. Attempting to escape by car before shaking off his pursuers would only make him more susceptible to being caught. As for the effect of special vehicles in dispersing disaster beasts, it was rather unfortunate that just moments ago, Cheng Delay had received an overwhelming surge of fear value, the magnitude of which even Cheng Delay found alarming. Had it not been for the need to unify more individuals, Luo Bo would have already turned away. He was not a displaced noble without a place to go. As the words were spoken, a lie seemed to descend from the heavens, his form lowering to within mere 20 centimeters of a phase height. Su Yuhua, sensing the gravity of the situation from Yin Tong's tone, surmised that Yin Tong was undoubtedly devising a cunning plan. The instant Hu Yu stepped into the soul-consuming array, countless black energy beings surged forth from the ground. He met up with Mei Ruoqing along the way, although the city gates were closed. His spatial abilities allowed them to bypass this obstacle, transporting Mei Ruoqing with him, vanishing into the depths of the underworld city. "All right, darling, let us take a bath." Shen Xingji solemnly pressed a kiss upon her cheek, adjusting their disheveled attire before carrying the girl upstairs. The surrounding spirits squinted their eyes. Such pure rules of the underworld were something they had only witnessed within the halls of their domain. Xie Tianguang spoke authoritatively, leaving no room for dissent. His seniority and formidable prowess were undeniable. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had transcended the realm of grandmasters, entering the legendary domain of immortals. Outside Chang'an, ever since the last retreat of the abandoned troops, Wu Qianxiu had been relegated to the outskirts by Wu Mingyang, becoming a solitary figure. Even his wife, Princess Taiping, had never once laid eyes upon him. Rumors began to circulate that Princess Taiping had grown quite close to Xue Xia, who had returned from leading a victorious campaign. A single day was sufficient for most martial artists in Shenzhen to withdraw in a timely manner. Early the next morning, Yun Yi was startled by sounds emanating from the distant northwest, where Dongguan lay. The troops from Yangsheng had commenced their assault. Upon hearing this, the crowd pondered deeply, recalling Chu Nan's proclamation at the Huanyue Plaza. Now, it was evident that Chu Nan's words were fulfilling a promise made long ago. "Indeed, we were deceived by their resemblance. He is but a counterfeit," one of the guards declared, raising his blade to strike, only to be halted by Suo Jiao. However, at present, Ikistan was at a disadvantage under the onslaught of Yunlong Jun, and the other 4 divine gene warriors had been utterly annihilated, a result they had never anticipated. Corpses of the Evergreen Sect's ancestors began to emerge slowly from the earth, as if they had returned from the depths of hell. These ancestors had once been unparalleled masters within the Evergreen Sect or had made significant contributions to it. Mu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened as he spotted a bald black man engaged in fierce combat with the beastly shadows conjured by the Beast Sovereign rune high above Yu Mountain. Ichio tossed the teapot into his backpack, then took a seat on a stool, preparing to sort through the spoils from the reckless temple of Evil Thoughts dungeon. Witnessing Huang Shang tear the contract apart were not only the ancestors, but also a pair of eyes concealed behind the right side of the guest room, those of Chu Wanshuang, whose eyes were brimming with tears that cascaded down, soaking her garments. Ichio had long since dispelled the state of 8 gates duanjia. Although he had expended some life force, his extraordinary recovery ability had nearly restored him to full strength. Lu Yu understood that Hua Qianshu possessed sacred tear cultivation. To inflict such injuries upon him, especially without delivering a fatal blow, indicated that Hua Qianshu had faced a formidable adversary. As a protector, his mastery of spells was certainly no less than that of Uncle Tang. If he could not prevail, how could we? I fear today we shall not have the opportunity to earn our keep, and it is quite possible we may even lose our lives. Yo-Yo, David is in excellent shape. Having practiced boxing consistently, you should refrain from confronting him. I'm concerned for your safety. Jiang Yilong's face darkened, incensed by Li Yu's disdain. The esteemed ninth-grade master of the Star Lord had been belittled by a practitioner of the Starry Empire. This was intolerable. He drew his longsword, aiming for the strongest strike, intent on concluding the battle in one blow. However, after recent training with Edward on this subject, his singing had undoubtedly improved 100-fold. Hearing the commotion, Yi Fei decisively stepped forward, swiftly bending to retrieve an assault rifle, firing it sideways in an instant. Only when the old minister returned from the front lines did he awaken his majesty to the necessity of having Hua Qianshu present the Hua family's merchant convoy. An aged Taoist, having awaited outside the observatory, hurried to greet Lung Xiaoyun, seemingly with an abundance of words for his disciple. Lu Yu muttered something before jumping down from the stone, taking a few steps forward, glancing back, and then moving ahead once more. Very well. Wang Jing gritted his teeth, retrieving his phone to dial Lan Mingxin, but the Seraphim suddenly sent a message. Wang Jing, time is up, you must return. The remaining dozens of fighter jets from the Special Operations Team, under the leadership of Yilian and Isamileta, were the first to fly toward the tail of the Xiamengla fighter. Fei Liangyin carried Lu Lingshan into the dining hall, setting her down and ordering an abundance of dishes before her. Lu Lingshan began to eat heartily, while Fei Liangyin refrained from touching his chopsticks. The next day, as dawn broke and the room remained dim, Jin Xiuqin opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the bed curtains above. I must obey orders and proceed forcefully, but I advise you to consider the well-being of your subordinates and the citizens of the city. After all, the cannon is a threat from Lu Pingdong, he cautioned. I heard from Xishan that the suppression of bandits in other counties under the jurisdiction of Yizhou is proving quite unfavorable, suffering a significant defeat. The governor is extremely frustrated and is likely struggling to report to the court. Might we proactively apply to take action, using this opportunity to expand our influence? Chen Hu suggested. Chapter 73, Accidentally Entering the Beast Disaster Secret Realm. Cheng Xing looked at the empty ground before him, his face filled with confusion. In a dense forest, a remarkably regular circular clearing had appeared, an undeniably strange sight. Could it be that someone camped here previously? Cheng Xing scratched his head, surveying the entire clearing with a silent thought. He found it hard to believe that such an orderly clearing could exist without human intervention. Never mind. I shall go around it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, he refrained from advancing rashly. After a brief contemplation, he decisively chose to circumvent the area. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no desire to take risks. From that point on, like a canary, he was trapped in the villa by Gu Yan, severing all ties with the outside world. To his elder, 24-year-old Lin, she remained a child, naive to the ways of the world. As he walked along the path, many glanced in this direction. Though they lowered their voices intentionally, every word still reached Murong Su's ears. Your actions must be driven by your reasons. Yet the motive that led you to obliterate your clan is perhaps the true cause of your madness. Wright raised his left arm, swiftly positioning 3 cards in a conical formation, their speed surging as they shot forth with a resounding boom, akin to a cannonball striking its intended target. Ollivander seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation with the elder. He merely cast a cold glance in his direction, nodded slightly, bowed to Dumbledore, and turned to leave. I felt a surge of emotion. When rescuing the great painter, I had not anticipated needing to extract anything from him, as that was the duty of Lady Ma. Where did this peculiar individual emerge from, possessing such treasures, yet remaining so indifferent? Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, a certain emperor unleashed his aura, launching a fierce wave of attack. Despite Lilith's excellent upbringing, she could not help but feel her interest disrupted at that moment. At that point, everyone understood. They were all world deities, and within a certain range, they were capable of manifesting their commands as reality. The singular core of this endeavor was the portal. While the future remained uncertain, the portal was undeniably paramount at present. He had initially intended to invite Yu Quan to this event, but regrettably, their schedule conflicted, and he ultimately missed the opportunity. Xiqing had shown interest, yet the costs were considerable. However, it was worth it. Just then, she inadvertently noticed that Zhou Fanyuan was still wearing an old watch on his wrist, one of little value. The kind one might find on the street. This brought her a pang of sympathy. Yang Shui flashed a radiant smile, her figure flickering as she executed the illusory divine steps, traversing dozens of meters in a single stride, swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor. With another step, she left a phantom behind, already reaching the 3rd floor. Speaking of which, it seemed that the explosive sounds had captivated the attention of nearly all the corpses, drawing them towards Old Man Gao and his companions, a tragic waste indeed. Especially for that exquisite wife. In less than 2 minutes, Lai Wei's reckless driving skills had propelled her onto the national highway. The protective circles of various clans had been compressed to their limits by the relentless onslaught of demonic forces, rendering them as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board. The Blood Sky Demon Blade, fueled by millions of pure yang energies, unleashed a terrifying attack, gradually calming down thereafter. With a slight rotation, it soared into Lin Yang's body. Lying in wait, the auras of the two formidable experts clashed in the air, resonating endlessly, while the residual waves accelerated the disintegration of Longmuxing. Lin Yang, along with the two elders of the three immortals, the Bloodbat Elder and the true Demon Patriarch, retreated far away. But was it of any use? In the opulent and tumultuous arena of fame and fortune, the Harvey incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. A flicker of shock crossed Shimon Tuo's eyes. This singular maneuver had already showcased Ban Ming's formidable control over spiritual power. In response to Sun Yuan and Gong Yongfu's pleas, Li Xiaojun ordered the security to intercept them, denying them even a glimpse. Then, as if awakening from a dream, she clutched her wound and turned swiftly towards her ship, accelerating rapidly. Her figure surged forth with an unimaginable velocity. At the moment when the one emitting sword energy changed countenance due to its obliteration, Ban Ming appeared beside him, swiftly covering his face with his right hand. With a firm grip, his fingers crushed the man's forehead as if it were a sponge, causing it to cave in. Her nature was such that she was fiercely competitive in all matters. Having been outpaced in cultivation by Wang Yuyin and others, she naturally aspired to catch up. A godly figure struggled to speak, his gaze filled with terror as he looked upon the bone tower atop Li Kutu's head, which was indeed an imperial divine weapon. After washing the car, Yang Wei parked the Wuling Hongguang at the supermarket entrance and casually sent a text message to Huang Chun requesting leave. It was uncertain whether she did this intentionally or genuinely wished for everyone to observe, but Ming Dana returned to the control panel, sitting down to rest. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the sound of wooden clogs striking the marble floor resonated from the end of the red carpet extending from the classroom. Mu Qingxiao gently embraced her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, where an unusual fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yilu then removed Ying Lily's white socks, his hand directly touching her delicate and fair soles. The words of Jin Yunxiao were met with agreement from Huan Ji and her companions, as their dealings with Qin Shiqing far surpassed those of everyone present. With a sudden bang, feathers shattered on the wings of the eagle-bodied lord, and its form wavered, unable to maintain its levitation, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the entire church to tremble. Young lord, I believe this item could be utilized in military campaigns, Qin Shubao remarked, his eyes lighting up as he leaned closer to Yang Hao, whispering. Nearby players began to materialize, all situated in a clock-like hall, with a pointer approximately 10 meters above the ground, slowly rotating. Feeling a sense of peculiarity, he gradually extended his hand beneath the quilt. Grasping the hand of Yuan Xiaying, Lu Qi walked slowly towards Lu Hua, his body already excessively fatigued, and as he reached Lu Hua's side, he too collapsed. Lu Hua picked up his son and returned home with his kin, procuring a healing pill for him to swallow, before laying Lu Qi down to rest. The primordial spirit suddenly appeared before Kuan Yu and the others, who were naturally a bit puzzled, but after the primordial spirit recounted the events, they ceased to pay further attention to him. Reflecting on the past, I could not help but feel bewildered. How did we, who once loved each other, arrive at this mutual disdain? Fang Huqing was a rare leader with a technical background, and during the large-scale war 3 years prior, he oversaw the logistics of the entire war zone, being a leader with both technical expertise and extensive experience, characterized by a highly pragmatic approach. Upon her remark, laughter erupted once more, as the group began to bicker about who was more cunning and who possessed greater strength during the competition. Chapter 74, and C-Class Disaster Beasts. The disaster area on the outskirts of City Y. A small 4-person team cautiously traversed the forest, observing the surrounding stillness. One among them could not help but voice his concerns. Brother, should we not head back? This seems to be the central location, and given our strength, I fear. Fear what? Aren't you curious about what those people discovered earlier? The man's words were abruptly interrupted by his elder brother. Had Cheng Xing been present, he would surely recognize this team as the one he encountered previously. They bore the emblem of South China Martial University on their chests. After resolving the previous disaster beast, they promptly headed towards Cheng Xing to create a commotion. Let us forego these trivialities. You should know our purpose here is merely to take a closer look at that set of golden silk Namu furniture. Let us first inspect that furniture, Hu Jingxiang suggested. Without a military talisman, the Songzhou army was rendered powerless, and events would unfold as anticipated. Zhao Baoyu chuckled as he flew around Ileo Mountain, discovering only this village. And thus he stopped 100 meters from the village entrance. The mad sun watched intently as Yang Su unleashed the great obliteration technique. Upon arriving at the Zhulong clan, he had appeared poised for an imminent battle. Why then did he suddenly declare there would be no fight? The advice he could provide was encapsulated in that letter. At least for the next year or two, Qian Mingyao could effectively manage thousands of troops based on the information within. With a clang, a metallic sound echoed as the shovel struck something unknown inside, sparking a flurry of sparks. Get accustomed to it. Kong Sang provided her with a reasonable explanation before turning and walking into the distance. Sun Wudao remained silent, yet his gaze was exceptionally fierce. While Long Hao was more direct, activating the heavenly disaster technique to begin erasing Feng Guanshan's consciousness. Cheng Xing refrained from following the old cat's prattle, casting a spell upon the old cat that immobilized him instantly. At that very moment, within a deserted church in Apinas, Chuxing Yunzheng looked on with exhilaration at the scene unfolding before him. Leaders of the nation during the Republic of China era did the same. Most had served as principals of the Whampoa Military Academy, including the very famous Jiang Guantou. The actions of the crown prince were of a similar vein. The surface of the lake rippled gently in the breeze, the fragrance of rice wafting through the air. 20 years ago, it was here that waves of landless immigrants, boarding ocean-going vessels, embarked on their journey of rebirth along the vast waterways of Pengze Lake, stepping onto foreign shores. Yu Hang felt a sense of awkwardness, unable to articulate his thoughts as his face reddened further, prompting He Manzi and Ning Xin to burst into laughter. Rising gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. The bizarre attack was something he had never witnessed before. Although its power was inferior to that of a typical intermediate spell, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. If he were to endure a barrage of such assaults, even with his prowess as a high-ranking swordsman, he would likely sustain grave injuries. As realization dawned, Zhao Xiong let out a cold laugh and strode toward the encroaching group, standing tall with his hands on his hips. The leader, Mark, recognized Zhao Xian's fearless demeanor, understanding intuitively that he must be a formidable opponent. Otherwise, who would dare to confront his band alone? The battle, having reached its climax, was now gracefully descending toward its conclusion, leaving Zhao Xian to perform on this desolate, blood-soaked stage, radiating his charisma. Junior sister, how do you feel? Gan Liang asked, rushing to the bedside and grasping her hand. A look of deep concern etched on his face. Scientists had long grappled with the enigma of this new apocalyptic virus. While Professor Sharma's vaccine could mitigate the virus's spread to some extent, it failed to address the root of the problem. Had there been a kiss exchanged? At that moment, Chuxing Yanhui recalled that Kasim had always worn a necklace of unknown origin around his neck. Qiyu was the first to emerge, and upon seeing me, he was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down his face. Huang Yong, what on earth happened? Upon noticing Huang Yong abruptly halt, He Xian nudged him from behind. Seeing Huang Yong drop his gun to the ground, he exclaimed in alarm. It seemed she was quite displeased, which was understandable, especially after being outmaneuvered by Aunt Siko. At that moment, the serpent undulated its body and opened its gaping maw, lunging at Xian Yuan. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan sprang away. But it appeared the serpent had anticipated his move. Before he could land, its tail swept toward him with ferocity. What do you mean you haven't awakened? This is the reality. Those who cultivate can sustain themselves with dew alone, untouched by earthly sustenance. You are doing well. Once you establish your foundation, strive to fast, consuming only fruits daily, Yun Jinghong remarked, waving his hand dismissively. The three followed the pink figure as it wound through the forest's intricate paths. The terrain was uneven and visibility limited, yet they encountered no conditions that could lead to accidents for skiers, further solidifying their theory that Bai Yunting had been murdered and concealed nearby. The neighbors were well aware of the duo's misdeeds, their reckless behavior eliciting scorn. Who was old Lady Chiao? She was a solitary, elderly woman in the village, blind for several years. Fortunately, she had a dog that was remarkably human-like, fetching wood and water for her. Without this loyal companion, old Lady Chiao would surely perish from hunger. Lu Zhen was hardly older than Bing Lan, which is why Bing Lan refrained from calling her sister. She was exceptionally cute, with an enchanting demeanor, and everyone claimed she was the most beautiful in the team. Isian's artistry was unparalleled. Her cat paintings were strikingly lifelike, captivating all who beheld them. Her renown spread far and wide, drawing eager patrons who offered hefty sums for her works, rendering Isian affluent. Zhu Yuang exclaimed, "Then let the heavens strike me down as well." With those words, she knelt beside Xian Yuan. Primarily, it was the previous location she scrutinized closely. Being an actress, she possessed a keen eye for detail, grasping the bigger picture. And after just one glance, she noted these subtleties. Occasionally, she would stealthily observe Song Shiyu during meals, and at times, she unabashedly gazed at him, her smile dreamy. "I'm busy." Xia Yimo turned her head, her gaze fixed on the television, which was replaying the earlier press conference. Various reporters were commenting, some subtly hinting at her, while others speculated on the implications of Long Yaochen's actions. Chapter 75. He has such a big junior brother. Snap, it's gone. What? There's a C-class disaster beast here. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong and his companions were taken aback. Indeed, it emerged from the secret realm. Fortunately, you did not recklessly enter. Otherwise, not to mention the peculiar rules within, the disaster beasts alone would have been enough to overwhelm you. Regrettably, the individual you mentioned seems to have already entered. The investigator from the Adventurers Guild shook his head. He had observed numerous wounds on the C-class disaster beast, acknowledging the individual's formidable strength. It is unfortunate that C-class is merely a threshold for disaster beasts. Those that came before lacked significant intelligence, making them relatively easy to handle. However, he should have observed Sled's expression when he spoke. It was nothing short of splendid. After all, he had finally devised a retort, only to have it upended by Fulihizumen, and he wished fervently to cover Fulihizumen's mouth. "You bastard!" Xiang Shengna lunged at Wu Yong, tearing at him in frustration, tears involuntarily streaming from her eyes. The crown prince, who had always clashed with Zhang Feng, furrowed his brow and ceased speaking, clearly unable to counter Zhang Feng's words. It wasn't until his combat power increased and Yukong participated in numerous battles that he realized how perilous it had been when those predecessors infused him with spiritual energy, restraining and shielding him. That was far more dangerous than facing those 6th-level spirits directly. After straining for over 10 minutes, Gao Wei finally spotted those individuals entering a restaurant, and he hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the internet cafe, he was immediately hit by an unpleasant odor, followed closely by a cacophony of noise that was painfully jarring. However, there were some meeting rooms, recording studios, and other facilities available for use by the Jishui City television station, as well as offices for various channel leaders, some occupying floors 6 to 35. The kettle emitted a bubbling sound as the water came to a boil. Sun Daohua set his phone aside and began brewing tea. However, this is merely a preliminary assessment. We still need to take statements from those present at the scene, the director of security added. Just outside, as two groups stood on edge, Jean Bo, leaning against the door, suddenly exclaimed in pain, causing his hefty frame to topple backward. In an instant, the air at the camp gate was thick with the stench of blood, the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries echoing, painting a scene of apocalyptic horror. Hei's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, his expression growing increasingly grim, and a deep-seated fear enveloped him, rendering him speechless. Zipulos's words struck a chord with Carnio's. This shared sense of empathy endeared him to Zipulos, causing his body to lean forward involuntarily. Most importantly, the human martial artists had discovered their mimicry abilities. As long as they remained within the city, they would inevitably be uncovered, having broken through to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. Chen Zheng had yet to dedicate himself to serious training. Since returning from the Taizu cave, he had endured several life-and-death battles, advancing both his swordsmanship and cultivation. Seizing this rare moment of tranquility, Chen Zheng diligently reviewed his knowledge, identifying gaps and deficiencies. After a few hurried days, he felt he had made significant progress. This sentence was laden with anger, though Chen Lin herself remained oblivious, as it clearly bore a hint of bitterness. In the primordial chaos, the underworld river stood out distinctly, its power ranking among the top tier of the saints, and its influence was beyond compare. Yet, Hao Yin had discerned a peculiar trait of the underworld river. It had little interest in managing affairs. Chun Zheng's spirit jolted as if struck by a sudden epiphany. The dark clouds in his mind dissipated, and a spark of enlightenment emerged. All previous confusions were resolved by a single utterance from Song Huaizhu. It was not merely Duan Ran and the 10-odd disciples before him who remained oblivious. Even those deceased disciples were unaware of how they perished, only recalling a flash of blinding light before their lives extinguished. Tai Xiangxue suddenly released her hold, turning around with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Big lumbering oaf. Wait here for just a moment. I shall return shortly." A purple sword soared into the air. "Mama, are you well?" Qing Shuang, hearing the voice of Gao Mama, finally exhaled with relief. On one hand, she silently celebrated Gao Mama's safety. On the other, she was grateful not to confront those who openly harbored animosity toward her, allowing her anxious heart to finally find solace. And the countless football fans across China, mourning the permanent departure of Zhang Zhe from the national team as he opts for German citizenship, just as in the world sculpted by the Longan. Some narratives conclude while others are poised to commence. Although certain sensitive areas had been obscured by the system, humanity remains an inherently imaginative species, where coded existence always surpasses the uncoded. This is a truth well understood by many seasoned veterans. Upon the queen's pronouncement, the attendant Lung Ji cast a curious glance at her mistress, refraining from uttering a word. This predicament was quite the trial for those noble relatives. In times when discourse flowed freely, who among them did not race along the avenues? Now, with the emergence of a grand gentleman from the Jiang family, it was evident that neither soft nor hard approaches would sway him. Or, as Fei Huan suggested, perhaps retreating to the mountains and forests was a suitable choice. At this moment, I found myself reluctant to uncover the truth or the ultimate conclusion. It was a fear akin to confronting a black hole, fully aware of the danger, yet unable to resist the allure of its proximity. Then, inevitably, plunging into the abyss. Was there a flicker of anticipation within? A glimmer of hope shone in Jin Mofen's eyes. This subtle shift did not escape the keen observation of Ji Siyue. Meanwhile, a faint ember, dark red and muted, lay beneath the ash, silently awaiting the moment of fervent ignition. In the 2006 to 2007 season, Jose Mourinho led Chelsea to a 1-1 draw with Arsenal here, directly extinguishing their hopes of clinching the league title. The 2 points lost rendered his aspirations for a decisive championship clash against Manchester United in the next round futile. Yet, Kilgrave exhibited no signs of ire. It was as if he had not heard Peter's words, continuing his soliloquy unabated. A flash of insight traversed George's mind. Maintaining his composure, he retrieved the black-red potion from his pocket and, unnoticed by Gwen, transferred it into a decorative container. Chapter 76. The Art of Combat Illusions. I, Cheng Xing, felt a surge of frustration upon perceiving two C-class bloodthirsty bamboo segment worms within my sensing range, nearly unable to restrain my expletives. Was this secret realm truly conquerable? It was one thing to require a D-class awakener to single-handedly slay 1,000 D-class disaster beasts, but to contend with the presence of C-class beasts as well? Upon reaching 500, these C-class beasts would actively seek one out. This was absurdly outrageous. Gazing at the remaining 400 disaster beasts, Cheng Xing steeled himself, dragging his weary body onward. Through the intensity of the hunt, Cheng Xing's strikes against the bloodthirsty bamboo segment worms became increasingly precise. The burly man at level 25 spoke. Having contemplated the discussions from earlier at the tea house, he realized that the 4 absolute orders could not be directly given to the 4 absolute young master, lest he be discovered. However, with a well-crafted scheme, others would take the 4 absolute orders from him as genuine, and he could simply exchange them with those individuals. Reluctantly, he returned to seek a translator, only to be surprised to find that Yang Jianhua spoke fluent English, illustrating that his position as a department head was not solely due to connections. The elderly shaman, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, revealing a gaze imbued with the weight of experience, akin to that of a man nearing the end of his days. The statue of the Holy Father loomed high in the underground hall, the dim flicker of firelight suffusing the space with a gentle warmth. Had it been any other elder from the Wei family visiting Baiwa City, Lian Su would never have escorted Lian Yu out of the city. Yet, with Xiao Yuesheng and Mu Lin present, aware there was no danger, their actions were merely a theatrical display to obscure their identities before the Wei family. What of nourishment? Leiluo, take him away. Sir, please excuse us. We will ensure this individual is properly educated at the police station. The officer spoke respectfully. Incredible. Shang Wanling clutched his chest, his eyes wide as he observed Xin Yuanyi, now under control of Xiao Xinghan. Instantly, everyone's firepower erupted, rendering the 8-eyed spider so slow it could scarcely move. We shall now draw the third quota. Let us employ a special method this time, utilizing a simple divine technique for the selection, Qian Ruhua declared, extending his hand to point toward the sky. At that moment, the voice seemed to echo directly in Anne's ear. As the words fell, a figure riding a black motorcycle appeared beside and Fongling's Mercedes. My cultivation has reached 5-star martial apprentice. This is even more miraculous than a medicinal pill, exclaimed Xiaoyu, filled with delight. A dragon-shaped sword hilt was the first to probe through the tavern's entrance, a gaunt silhouette emerging before the crowd. At his arrival, Li Wugong narrowed his eyes, his hand holding the wine cup freezing in place. Huoxiang clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Her thoughts a chaotic tangle. As soon as the words were spoken, Jin Xianzi's awkward expression solidified in an instant, his entire being fracturing into countless spider-like pieces. And the onlookers witnessed him being shredded into innumerable fragments of flesh. If previously, people could traverse using ships and other means, now, even with the world's most advanced vessel, passage was impossible. The moment one entered the turbulent flow, they would be mercilessly torn apart. In the aftermath of the nightmarish calamity, humanity constructed cities in various perilous terrains to prevent the recurrence of such a super beast tide. Now, within the surrounding void, formidable powers from the Meng family's celestial realm lay concealed, and Meng Hong did not believe for a moment that the fated Holy Sun would dare to attack him. Our mission is accomplished. We have successfully located the cat fetus. It appears that what Xiao Jinhua carries within her is indeed a cat fetus. I spit. I am above board, right before your eyes. Tell cousin I detest you. Nangong Sitten articulated each word deliberately. The demon forging master, once enjoying a peaceful slumber, was roused by Xiang Xiang's pressing call, opening his innocent eyes to gaze at her, as if to say, if not me then who? Xiang Ru. Did the midwives discuss any solutions when they spoke of this matter last night? Yu Gui, flustered, turned only to find Xiang Ru appearing remarkably unfazed, reigniting a glimmer of hope within her. The demon forging master dispelled the green mist accumulating atop the moonlight altar as individuals gradually arrived to assist the unconscious crowd. Xiang Xiang and Wu Yu were also escorted back to their quarters. The demon forging master administered a bowl of talisman water to Cui Fengwu, lighting a lamp by his pillow, instructing Xiang Xiang to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring the flame did not extinguish. Nonsense. What do you mean by waste? However, it was merely a matter of persuading the shopkeeper with a few kind words, requesting a favor for an opportunity to dine together. What folly it would be to call this a waste of goodwill. If such sentiments could be so easily squandered, what value would they hold? He Liang spoke with unwavering conviction. Yin Gu, I have just encountered Uncle Lu again, who inquired once more about the concoction of the awakening elixir. Seeing Yin Cheng waiting for him in the Star Soul tomb, he couldn't help but vent his frustrations. He wished to grasp a sprig of willow buds and weave it into a frog, imbued with a fresh fragrance, soft fluffy blossoms, and a croaking sound. I am well aware of this matter. Best you pretend you have never heard of it. Do not secretly send any food. Doing so would only complicate matters for your father, Zhao advised. Now Yan Age comprehended why the profession of alchemist was in such high demand. He resolved to strive to become a proficient alchemist himself. I shall lead the way. Uchiha Obito's form twisted and vanished, while Lu Feng unleashed his observation haki. Coupled with the power of thunder, enveloping a vast area, swiftly locating Obito and pursuing him. Suddenly, a profound silence seemed to envelop the world. Usually, when Coco and the others were present, the dining table would be lively with Coco and George's playful banter, while Xian relentlessly admonished them to eat properly. Chapter 77, A Talent Acquired. Upon witnessing the deep green orb of light, Cheng Xing was taken aback, not expecting to have finally summoned it after such an extensive effort. He casually reached out to retrieve the orb. Talent, Mimetic Disguise. Level, C. Talent Effect, Disguise Aura, Appearance, Panel. Gazing at the talent in his hand, Cheng Xing found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that acquiring this talent would require such exertion. First, he was pursued and battered by a sea-level disaster beast, and then inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm. He had nearly completed the exploration of the secret realm before it finally manifested. As he assessed the remaining time for exploration and the duration of his clone, he discovered he had ample time left, prompting him to delve into the study of this talent. This peculiar tree, said to exist only in legends, was renowned for its ability to reach the heavens and pierce the firmament, unmatched in its magnificence. It was later reported to have been felled in ancient times, after which it vanished from the world. While explaining this to Xiaoyang, Zhuge Chengfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just been thoroughly defeated by a newly transformed true dragon. How could he now dare to boast about taking on a divine beast like the Qilin, which had cultivated for countless years? Only then will I believe what the English and Americans assert, that within half a month, there will be conflict in the south, the Earth Dragon continued. Every stage of life should encompass a beautiful dream, even if that dream is unrealistic or merely ephemeral. It nonetheless serves as a testament to the beautiful moments experienced during that phase. Hearing Lang Weili's remarks to William, both the Earth Dragon and Li Hongzhang could not help but silently commend him, as they had not anticipated that Lang Weili would assist Li Hongzhang with a few timely words at such a critical juncture. Those words proved to be immensely impactful. Recalling the insects in his room, Ling Yang felt a chill run down his spine. If they had been replaced by rats, he dared not think further. This time, Tian Bao did not disappoint Ling Yang. After observing for more than 10 minutes, the computer continued to operate smoothly without any irregularities. Frank picked up the phone and called his subordinates, venting his frustration over business losses and directing his ire toward all superheroes, blaming them for the damage incurred to his enterprise. When did you inform them? Shen Yiqing gazed at me in disbelief. The Death Valley was vast, and merely within the span of an hour, she could hardly believe that Wang Yijian and the others could find their way here, especially with a soil spirit obstructing their path. Su Weiyang bit her lip, leaning against the wall. Concerning the future, she saw no clear direction, even after a brief slumber. Her thoughts remained muddled. However, I could only glimpse a fraction of the symbols in the well, most being obscured by those black, moss-like entities. I waved my hand toward them, and upon contact with the blood on my hand, they immediately converged toward the few drops of blood. Yu Ju was so infuriated that words escaped her, her face turning ashen, yet she felt utterly helpless. Even seizing the fire shield charm without the incantation proved futile. They're here. They're here. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door, causing some commotion among the queue, as the Snow Wolf mercenary corps swiftly organized the formation. The presence of that creature should not have affected the children, yet Qin Yulin's body was more susceptible than that of an ordinary child. Through a series of coincidences, he fell under its influence. Had it not been for Chun Yulin's relatives arriving just in time, he would have already succumbed to that entity's harm. It was then that I noticed, while we were momentarily distracted, He Chao's spirit had floated into the hall, now seated in the grand chamber. As the flames of Mount Xiang grew increasingly fierce, I observed it rising higher in a seated position until it ultimately vanished beneath the ceiling of the hall. Zhongli spoke subtly, but I discerned his intent. The healing method for Xiao Yu could only be achieved through the other half of my yin jade. Seeing Tang Yun's accusatory demeanor, Shao Qi nonchalantly raised his gaze and walked in with measured steps. Shimin Shuang was not mistaken. At this moment, Ling Feng had quietly entered Shimin Tian's room. Let it be. If I must suffer a loss, so be it. This opportunity is yours. The mercenary swiftly seized the gold coins from Xiao Yaozi's grasp, retreating to relinquish his position. It appeared that my prolonged absence from the original timeline, under the protection of system rules, had yielded no adverse events. My title remained that of frontline commander. In an office above the Kagamuki laboratory, Zhao Jie perused the documents in his hand, repeatedly rubbing his fingertips against his rosy lips. Now, these two medical sprites had only lingered near the spirit tree for a few years. They had already advanced to the 4th tier. showing no less aptitude than those sprites who were perpetually engaged in battle. If Qin Tang's aspirations were to become reality, it would undoubtedly be a historic event. Zhao Jie's gaze was as piercing and indifferent as an eagle, while Bill Saiz's eyes radiated warmth and tranquility like the morning sun. Rodrian's character remained steadfast. Especially after having fought alongside him, the battle spirit firmly believed in this man's integrity, thus he refrained from further comment. The life pearl within the white water dragon howled forth, transforming into a white streak that collided directly with the blade of the flying white ice knife. Two individuals dare to covet the heart of Yamamoto Motoyasu? What could they possibly want with such a treasure? They lack the components for the spirit-slaying blade, Jeremy remarked, her voice resonating within the mental space. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage passed along the street, the curtain of the window slightly drawn back, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes peering through the gap before it was lowered once more. The knights guarding Jerry and the others, having suffered greatly during their skirmish with Crit and his companions, were now bloodthirsty, and upon seeing Jerry sprawled on the ground, they charged forward without regard for consequences. But he had signed a life-and-death contract. Xiao Yu Bai gazed at the chessboard, sensing the complexity of Xian's character. The figure cloaked in black concealed their presence and deliberately altered their voice, undoubtedly with malicious intent. It is highly probable they are someone acquainted from Yinyan City. Yet, if their aim is to take a life, it is a matter of deep-seated enmity, rendering such actions unnecessary. The Western Kingdom places great emphasis on appearance and demeanor, a stark contrast to the ceremonial traditions of the Northern Kingdom, the elegance of the Southern Kingdom, and the assertiveness of the Eastern Kingdom. Each citizen bears an expression of nobility upon their visage. You certainly possess insight. Ma Yuan thrust the soul-devouring staff into the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of decaying corpses surged towards Zhou Qi. A blaze of fury ignited within by Ruoli's eyes. The bone whip relinquished its hold on Yi Yang, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, as bone spikes ignited in a chilling white flame, aiming for the Eagle King. The Eagle King, taken aback and enraged, hastily dodged, the bone whip striking the ground and leaving behind a charred blackened mark. This wine must be consumed. However, allow me to tend to my wounds first, and at least let me change into fresh attire. Once I am properly prepared, how could I refuse to accompany you in revelry throughout this intoxicated realm? Chu Zifeng chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 78, The Temporal Secret Realm. The disaster area at the periphery of Q City. Minter Chun, may you find solace in your grief. It is time to concede. Indeed, as you have observed, this is a C-grade secret realm. Even a level 29 awakener with S-grade talent would face near certain demise. Moreover, Cheng Xing is only at level 23. The mentors from other faculties continued to voice their concerns. Yet, Chun Yifei remained obstinate, disregarding his image as he sat at the entrance of the secret realm. Since learning that Cheng Xing was among those entering, he had lingered there for nearly an entire night. Investigators from the Adventurers Guild, after completing their inquiries, departed to ensure that vital information was relayed to various camps, preventing further unnecessary risks to lower-tier awakeners. Zhao Yuan was astounded. Lu Xian was a master of the Golden Core stage, while he himself was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, utterly outmatched. Should Lu Xian truly pursue him, it would spell certain death. Witnessing years of effort reduced to ashes in an instant, his spirit faltered, his body swaying as his complexion turned pale. Trembling, he questioned, who did this? Who was responsible? Grasping the silk of his garment, his gaze was as cold as frost. This time, you wish to discuss the matter of Luo Qing's talismans, do you not? Li Yi cut straight to the point. She had seen the data as well, and it was evident that Luo Qing's performance in talismans was far from satisfactory. Indeed, a complete mess. Before hanging up the phone, she meticulously advised Li Xianyan not to spread the news just yet. She would ensure that everyone was informed at the appropriate moment. As they proceeded, the man suddenly halted, standing still, reluctant to turn back. After a moment, he continued forward, heading towards the room for 10 individuals. The door was unlocked, and within, the sounds of boisterous voices echoed. Despite the air conditioning, a foul odor lingered, reminiscent of unwashed feet. The two exchanged glances, and one of them remarked nonchalantly, "What you have bestowed upon us today, we shall ensure is repaid in kind on another day." As soon as the words left his lips, he slumped down, and the other followed suit. Li Zichen exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, and harbored some regret towards Wu Yuanzai. He offered a sheepish smile of apology. A true blockbuster cannot merely be manufactured through inflated data on a website. Ultimately, it hinges on its reach, influence, and the discourse it generates. As soon as the two departed, Song Jianli vanished into the cave. The mother bear had been slain, and Jiang Ye's heart poison was lifted, coiled in a corner. Spirit diminished. Just as he had stated, the Shuang family truly possessed little knowledge. Ancient devouring beasts were scarcely detailed in existing ancient texts. Although Dean Li's mastery of Taoist arts had stagnated at the 3rd tier, he excelled in physiognomy and qi observation. No matter how vehemently the outside world expressed discontent, it was futile. The 108th gate had been established solely for Lu Yun at the moment he broke through the 107th layer. Huoqiu recounted the sequence of events to everyone, not for any other reason than to unveil the grievances of his family and to expose the collusion between Huijian and Huoguo Wang. Upon sensing a peculiar surge of spiritual energy behind him, Chu Ming immediately adopted a cautious mindset. Madame Changsun exuded warmth, while Changsun Wuji merely stroked his beard, smiling serenely. Song Jianli, having spoken, summoned his keen sight towards the direction of the foul wind, and in the distance, a massive wolf approached. Indeed, it was the Nine Suns Red Rock Wolf. The violent waves of pure energy forced Fang Shan to retreat repeatedly. With a growl, he opened his mouth, swallowing his severed hand, from which dark energy swirled, and in the blink of an eye, a new arm sprouted forth. Amidst the sharp sounds produced by the mantis leg, Zheng Fan's occasional punches against its head resounded even louder. Did I ever state my intent to acquire it? Ling Yu's eyes glinted with suppressed fury as he coldly retorted. Particularly when Lu Bingqing heard that Zhuang Zong intended to abdicate, the old eunuch's heart felt as though it were fracturing. In truth, Xian Jun was aware that the old guardian would not truly act against Su Zhao. After all, the old guardian was a person of status and would refrain from any egregious acts. In the face of the cacophony of tumultuous energies, sounds, and the shockwaves from water explosions, Zheng Fan was still able to leverage his strength to maintain his stance midair, let alone traverse an unchanging vine. Now that these individuals were ensnared within the formation, Lin Feng was finally afforded the time to delve deeper into the matter. With such a disturbance occurring within the Divine Palace City, it seemed improbable that the wedding would proceed as scheduled. Just as Feng Anhua stepped forward to announce the results, Miao Shi, seemingly unconscious and plummeting headfirst towards the square, gradually stabilized in midair, adjusting her posture. After leisurely completing their swim, they reached the shore, and it was already past midnight. Expressing their gratitude to the boatman, the two disembarked. Lin Feng stood at the planet's edge, facing the relentless blades of wind, honing his physical form, activating his true eye, revealing the spatial distortions without reservation. Upon hearing his father's voice, with eyes half closed, he mused, to study medicine? Do you comprehend that, no matter how useful medical skills may be, upon entering the court, one merely becomes a lowly court physician, devoid of real power? In the dimly lit office, only a few lamps illuminated the space, rendering even the corner indistinguishable. The cold air from the air conditioning prickled his skin. Just when I believed my fate was sealed, destined to be forced to consume this blood, he suddenly exclaimed, vanishing into the darkness. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Xiao Wanan had been forcibly dragged away to wash up, subsequently being groggily ushered into a taxi. Moreover, he possessed more cunning and concealment than his inherent nature suggested, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Even though Chu Yu and Xue Zheng remained on high alert, the entire night passed in unnerving silence, devoid of any movement. Had they been aware of the true nature of Feng Hongge, they might have avoided the tragic fate that awaited them. Xiao Mama had initially thought that Wanan, upon learning the truth, would struggle to accept it and would be downcast for some time. Furthermore, having served the Empress Dowager for so many years, if she truly harbored ulterior motives, she would have had countless opportunities to act, and it would have been effortless to do so without leaving any evidence. It was inconceivable that she would go to the lengths of documenting such chaotic matters. Upon realizing that someone had preemptively sought the Earth Armor Lizard, she contemplated the notion of mutual strife yielding a fisherman's gain. It was originally Qian Yunyu who had contacted Tang Xiaofeng, urging them to lead a third of the players to support Lu Qi. He had taken a gamble, and to his surprise, it proved effective. During that time, Fan Taixi was in the midst of brainwashing and enhancing Yu Ling, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Qian Yunyu. The 8 Earth Wolves swiftly discerned Zhun Ye's movement trajectory, pouncing upon him from various angles, leaving him with no room to evade. It was then that he realized that De Qiao had rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she must have felt discomfort in her heart. After all, how could her sister be bullied? In truth, that low-grade fire spirit soul merely served as a catalyst, while the majority of the true essence of fire was a result of enlightenment. Yin Shui, being rather impatient, was about to respond to Xia Qing's inquiry when she was abruptly pulled back by Ren Yi beside her. Chapter 79, a healer with abundant healing power. Soon, Cheng Xing arrived at the corpse of a C-class disaster beast. He casually picked up a piece of equipment radiating a blue glow. Boots of the giant insect, set. Quality, B grade. Attributes, agility 40, constitution 20. Special effect, movement speed 10. Set attributes, 2-piece set. All attributes 35, 4-piece set. All attributes 85, 5-piece set. Skill attack power 10. To his astonishment, it was a B grade set. Cheng Xing couldn't help but chuckle at the shoes in his hands. It is well known that sets are the most expensive among all equipment, as ordinary gear can be crafted from materials, but sets can only be obtained through disasters. Song Jinghao was uncertain about what to purchase, having only bought 2 onions after a stroll through the market. That evening, she planned to cook stir-fried pork belly with onions, which would undoubtedly be fragrant and delicious. What puzzled him was that these black magic apes, Upon acquiring those high-quality spirit beast cores, chose not to consume them directly, but seemed to be preparing to store them elsewhere. In reality, the price he mentioned was merely a fabrication. Guqing only indicated that it would be cheaper here, but did not say it could be bought for 250,000. Marlin Lake was surrounded by a vast expanse of dense jungle, and a figure emerged from within, walking slowly and unhurriedly. Hanmu roared, attempting to break free from the mountain's confines, yet it seemed as if he were mired in a quagmire, his movements suddenly slowing considerably. District Chief Su Savior was in the precinct under his jurisdiction. If anything were to happen to him, would he still be able to sit securely in his position? Lena, may I put this on you? Please don't be upset. Smile for me. Your smile is angelic, Michael's words echoed in her ears. At a critical moment, the sixth-tier wild ice wolf let out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Adela opened her mouth, initially hesitant to speak, but she realized that the Grim Reaper had already severed contact. The first possibility was utterly implausible. The Demon King was already the strongest in the Great Thunder County, and he would rank within the top 10 of the entire Tsang Yin Empire. All right, but honestly, I've never been to the capital, Shun Qinshan remarked. Hao Jun also felt a slight twinge of confusion. Since the client had suggested it, he simply agreed. After Hong Jun Daozu finished speaking, Ji Yang, upon understanding the situation, foolishly decided to speak up. Realizing this, Lu Chen quickly adjusted his state, setting his firearm to the highest temperature and aiming at the serpent's head, just as he would with a regular gun. However, given the immense power of the flames, precision was not a necessity. Meanwhile, the other contestants were racking their brains, their expressions displaying evident distress. Jean Ru took a step back, as if encountering a fantastical tale, staring blankly at Su Lingbin, unable to contain her laughter as disbelief flickered in her eyes. Peng Kai Xian shouted excitedly, drawing even more curious onlookers to the scene. Oh, this ability can indeed be utilized. Despite this, his mind remained unfazed as he meticulously examined the seemingly chaotic rules before him. In an instant, his formidable analytical capabilities organized them with clarity, uncovering the fragments of rules he needed. Enough talk. Today, I shall make you pay. Jiang Tianhai had lost all rationality. For the entire Jiang family faced annihilation, leaving him devoid of compassion or reason. The members of the Qian Du sect bore some injuries, but fortunately, they had acquired 2 treasured swords, making their return more manageable. Suddenly, with a crackle, the divine consciousness within him ignited like a candle's flame doused in water, producing a burst of sound as wisps of faint black smoke wafted out. Since the last time he was wounded by the sword of sacrifice in the return to ruins, his soul's cultivation had diminished by over half. What were you all doing behind my back while descending the mountain? What happened? Why did Lu Shidi die such a gruesome death? Speak clearly, word for word. If you lie, I shall cast you all down the mountain. Mo Xiao shouted sternly at the kneeling disciples in the hall above. After more than half a year of recuperation, Yi Yang's injuries were finally on the mend. Although his body remained frail and unable to endure strenuous combat, walking was no longer an issue, allowing the people of the Earth Demon Nation to finally relax. Witnesses to the event nearby were not shocked. Instead, they eagerly commented on the battle between the two. Yi Yang chose not to confront head-on. He pivoted, his footsteps swift. As the gale held violently, his fist brushed past his opponent's body, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Seizing the opportunity, he swept his leg toward Shangwan Xuanqing's face. The voice of the despair spider matriarch echoed in the ears of every sovereign present, enlightening those unfamiliar with the temporal sealing technique. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Chen Tian taunted, grinning at Su Zhengyang. We signaled to Shirley with a reassuring gesture, indicating that we were there and he need not worry. Shirley returned a faint smile and then gestured to Shen Ling, indicating that she was ready. I, too, lacked the patience to engage him in English. Turning my right hand's ring, I delivered a sharp slap to his face. Was this a threat? To stab him once more in the heart after having spared his life? The information initially appeared perplexing and disjointed, but upon seeing the man emerge from Sun Wuqi's courtyard, the assassin coldly smiled, comprehending Qin Tian's intention. Fan Air earnestly nodded, and I was once again taken aback. My precious son seemed far too extraordinary. The vehicles pursuing them crashed through the burning wreckage of the recently exploded car, charging forward, only to be met head-on by the bullets of the Spade King. The firepower of the Gatling gun was nothing short of terrifying. Amidst several explosions, multiple vehicles erupted in flames, leaving the remaining two frightened to continue their pursuit. Upon returning to his room, Jiyu began meditating, continuously circulating his battle energy while quietly infusing his blood chi into it, seeking to refine that synergy. Under the influence of blood chi, the battle energy might undergo some form of mutation, perhaps. Chapter 80. Because I have conquered the secret realm. As soon as the words were spoken, someone could no longer contain themselves and eagerly raised their hand. Observing that his 2 friends had succumbed to temptation, Lin Kong furrowed his brows, feeling a stir of uncertainty within. The allure of 300 credits was undeniably enticing for someone of his humble origins. Accumulating that amount through academy tasks would take at least half a year. I will go as well. Lin Kong cast a glance at his younger brother and, with gritted teeth, stepped forward. This credit would be sufficient for Lin Fei to acquire a set of equipment of considerable rank. Brother? Then I shall go too. No. You stay. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Kong rejected him. Lin Fei opened his mouth to protest, but was immediately silenced by Lin Kong's fierce glare. Moreover, charging at them with 800 against their 2,000. Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor. Yu Changping was indeed curious about Yi Tian's unwavering intent to capture Zhuge Sun's wife, yet Yi Tian remained enigmatic. It became evident once more how simplistic my understanding was. In this world, immense wealth is not easily attained, and even if it were, one must possess the fortune to seize it. Let us first take you to the Female Protection Center for a comprehensive physical examination. With that, Liang Ziki donned a set of black casual attire and resolutely led her out the door. Now, it was beyond his reach, and he had resigned himself to fate. He only desired a place to hide away, to diligently cultivate and restore his spiritual veins, so he could live a better life in the future. The voice I heard felt somewhat familiar, yet I could not recall whose it was. Yi Tian resolved that after this turmoil, he must refine that day's flame. It would grant him numerous formidable methods in alchemy and detoxification. Upon arriving outside the Sanqing Hall, he beheld Yang Yang kneeling before the Sanqing statue, bowing and offering incense. Concurrently, Jeandora withdrew her gaze from the electronic screen, elegantly lifted her cup of red tea, and took a delicate sip. Peng Zhi snorted coldly and launched an attack aimed at suppressing Yi Wudi. In the front seat of the taxi sat an elderly man cradling a wooden knife. This man was lean yet muscular, dressed in a short shirt that revealed weights of muscle, exuding an aura of competence. Time passed unmeasured, and when Qin Hao's consciousness fully awoke, the day had already brightened. That night, Qin Minglan slept exceptionally deeply, and upon opening her eyes the next day, she still bore a somewhat dazed expression. In the midst of conversation, Mo Keilu once again approached Wu Song, tearing off his upper garments to reveal a robust physique. Wu Song chuckled as he similarly removed his own upper attire, his well-defined muscles rivaling Mo Keilu's. A brief reflection on prior events revealed that the urban legends had caused significant harm to students on campus. Seventh Master of Sanmin Gorge must have discovered something. I presume he has already informed you. We accompanied him to the tomb, I said, gesturing for Yi Zhuqing to place the shell left by Zhu Qi before Fu Jinfeng. Alas, can you two refrain from shouting like banshees? As he plummeted vertically, Jing Yuqin glared at the two nearby, vociferously venting their emotions, rubbing his temples lightly. Filled with disdain, trusting without doubt, a principle shared by Tang Yi and Ziyun Yuan, was also decidedly applied here. As he promptly disclosed all the information to Lin Fengzi within mere seconds, allowing Lin Fengzi to fully sense Tang Yi's regard and expectations. The teacup still held warmth, while the rattan chair remained empty. On the table lay a note with a line of text, written in a simple yet forceful hand. On Monday, upon returning to work, Yu Daong summoned Zheng Wushuang and Yao Shifei to his office. Yu Daong remarked, "It has been 6 months. Should we consider visiting our important clients for a courtesy call?" Li Laodu opened the door to the room, and immediately, a cloud of dust billowed forth, indicating that the space had not been cleaned in quite some time. The zombie horde continued its relentless march southward, having traversed the entirety of the night, now only 30 kilometers from the gathering site of Jiazhulin town. With their numbers exceeding 130,000. As the blood-red light and ominous energy surged violently, they coalesced into an expanse of black-red waves stretching hundreds of miles. Reaching depths of hundreds of feet, other treasures emerged, seemingly crafted specifically for entry into the second ice coffin. However, the two red orbs appeared to serve an entirely different purpose. Passing through room after room, I meticulously observed these households with my spiritual perception. They appeared unremarkable. Each family ordinary, some with couples, some widowed, some orphans bereft of parents, and others comprising multi-generational clans. At this distance, the forces of Jiazhulin town could directly engage the zombies in the mine. Yet if there were gun-wielding zombies and archers within the mine, they could retaliate accordingly. Who the hell cares about the harp? Do you know how many gold coins that last flight cost me? Malai Duona lamented, pounding his chest, his expression a genuine reflection of distress. Ding Yang was no stranger to the soul-locking chains. Such attacks targeting the soul were indeed detestable. Yet having reached the celestial realm of soul mastery, even the power wielded by the star-plucking old ghost, which surpassed that of the guardian several-fold, could hardly impact him now. Ziyang and Achong managed to scrape by, relying on rote memorization to complete the tombs of Tianxian and Yuan. Li Gonggong, are you uninjured? Upon hearing Li Quan's words, Xiaohan immediately inquired. He genuinely worried for Li Quan's safety, should Lu Ping'an lay an ambush with assassins along the way. Lacking an expert like Li Quan by his side, this false emperor could easily become a dead one. Who are you to manage my affairs? You are merely a hound under Master Hua, yet you dare to reprimand me? Yu Yun barked sharply, stepping forward as an overwhelming pressure swept through the air. Injan's countenance turned ashen, his heart heavy. He noticed that the other members of the Taida training camp had lost their combat effectiveness and collapsed to the ground. while he himself was surrounded by the denizens of the inferno. Even if he persisted, it would be futile, for the outcome was already predetermined. Cheng Xing was not one to stand idly by and take a beating, especially when he was the one who had sought them out. Thus, the two engaged in a life-and-death struggle at the palace gates, drawing a furrowed brow from the Lord of Guangyan, who appeared deeply troubled. Yet, under the enhancement of the battle song, Radit's combat prowess began to be gradually suppressed by the opponent. This time, he had brought the Night Godblade to drill the troops, not necessarily to annihilate the Ice River Lord. A considerable military presence was stationed in Liaodong, yet they failed to protect the commoners there, leading to increasing disillusionment among the populace regarding the court. The common people's sentiments were simple. They cared not who was emperor, as long as they could live well. They would be content. However, this time, Lu Mingxin commanded that Lu Yunxiao, Tang Xing, and Lu Qingyun be captured, without granting them a moment to react. Shimu promptly unleashed the celestial seven-star sword, a long beam of sword light sweeping horizontally, inflicting extensive damage. Chapter 81. S-Class Great Dream of 1,000 Autumns. In one utterance, silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Observing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Chen Yifei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had anticipated that the rules governing the entrance to the secret realm would vanish, knowing that it had already been conquered by someone. The rules will only dissipate once the secret realm has been conquered. Cheng Xing, could you repeat that? We did not catch it the first time. Cheng Xing replied that he should have successfully navigated this secret realm. Chen Yifei, with a mischievous grin, interjected, "This is impossible. This is a Class C secret realm, and you are merely at level 23. How did you accomplish such a feat? Indeed. Did you not claim that once the kill count reached 500, the Empress Mother would appear? Thanks to her, I would still be at a loss as to how I could meet Father. Recently, he has expressed some disappointment towards me in the court, leaving me utterly bewildered about what to do." With that, he cast another glance at Consort Shi. The Crown Prince offered a few pleasantries before she instructed him to withdraw. She summoned Zhang Ren to fetch Hua Jianyang and He Ying. Hua Jianyang was puzzled by the sudden request, sensing that something must have transpired. The Western Princess sat silently, resolute in her intention for him to seek the Emperor's decree from Shun Mingxian for Kaiwei. She casually glanced at the items, dismissing them with a disdainful toss to the side. Lin Ziki observed the shift in Ning Qian's expression, realizing her words had made a certain impact, and thus she beamed with pride. "Who are you? What exactly do you intend to do?" As he approached Pei Yiling, Pei Qingde could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. "You have time to ponder, but your wife's blood is on the verge of running dry. Should that happen, even if we three brothers are captured, we shall accept our fate. However, I have heard that those who perish from blood loss cannot reincarnate." The elder brother declared coldly. Yufeng claimed to have other matters to attend to, but in truth, he merely sought an escape from the uncomfortable situation. Upon hearing Mr. Bei Jian's words, everyone glanced at the markings on the screen, their minds racing with thoughts. If given the chance, Yizhuo would undoubtedly envy the prodigal offspring of noble families, who could casually possess treasures with mere trinkets. Morong Feng was aware that just yesterday, Yenner discovered her lineage, and with so many revelations, she would certainly be overwhelmed and confused, which explained her sudden disappearance. Yang Jian remained speechless, yet from Zhen Ruo's gaze, it was evident that Yang Jian was conveying, "Haha, this time I have triumphed." Then, Yang Jian felt the world begin to spin as his head flew away. "Do not even think of harming my son." At that moment, my father shouted and lunged towards Vino, embracing him as they both tumbled into the rushing river. "Uncle, my father asked me to convey his gratitude for your timely demise." The smile, mingled with the struggle's flush, bore an air of desolation and ferocity. The chubby fellow, upon witnessing this scene, clasped his hands together and muttered, "Namu Amit Ba? What a sin." He then urged me to leave swiftly, asserting that such ominous matters were best left unseen to avoid future misfortune. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the city of four absolutes?" Lei Liang inquired, gazing at the crowd. "Onward, slay them." Jiang Jinru bellowed in his azure robe, and the crowd surged towards Xia Mingfeng and his companion. Both Xia Mingfeng and Wang Zhu manifested suits of armor that shielded them from the onslaught of attacks. "No matter, just say that my writing is truly splendid." Lin Mu'er chuckled before she could even finish her sentence. Zheng Yi paused at Old Hu's comment, turning to observe him shaking his head with delight. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yi turned back. It was only at the end that he lifted the coffee cup, as prior it had belonged to the old man. With all stories unfolding according to the preordained rules established in life. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld countless large pearls embedded in hundreds of golden-green celestial copper pillars, radiating brilliance. The vast celestial palace was devoid of human presence, save for a majestic silhouette standing deep within. He slowly turned, revealing himself as the Emperor Wei Yang. Li Heng suggested that I help her relax and reflect, pondering if I should simply allow her to indulge in meat. Quan Shun, being quite astute, though he had not been on site, had gathered considerable information during the journey with the doctor, and upon receiving the Master's message, he recounted the gist with remarkable clarity. Qin Shu lifted her gaze, her clear eyes fixated on Wei Fian across from her, as if attempting to see through him, only to find him maintaining an air of indifference, with a smile that was both genuine and feigned, leaving her in uncertainty. This journey transcended ordinary cultivation. It was a refinement of supreme will, and having reached this stage, the essence of that will had already begun to take shape. Now, confronted with his future 13th concubine, Han Xiong finally seized the opportunity to protect the flower. Yi Chen scoffed outwardly, yet inwardly he murmured, for he understood that the other party would not be foolish enough to rescue him without ulterior motives. In Yi Chen's view, while he lay unconscious, the other must have taken further actions. This idea was initially proposed by a classmate named Ida Makoto from Year 1, Class B. He was rather unremarkable, and his capabilities had been average since joining the student council. However, he presented an excellent suggestion this time, which all members of the Sakakino Club unanimously approved. Goei Yanyi remarked, returning would entail prolonged training, and it was uncertain when he would see Yi Ling again. Thus, it was essential to provide him with ample vitality. It's done. As the severed arm fully dissolved into the ether, Kuan Li felt a surge of joy and resolved to proceed with the next step, integrating the severed limb into his own martial arts. The smoothness of the journey thus far allowed Kuan Li's spirits to gradually ease.